Heavenly Tyrant Martial Soul Chapter 3682 to Chapter 3766. The way Zilong looked at Ling Xiao right now was filled with admiration. Initially, he thought Ling Xiao would only be able to defeat Niashuang with the Blood Lightning God. But, even until the end, Ling Xiao didn't use that skill. This made him admire and respect Xianxia even more. Now that he thought about it, when he first met Ling Xiao, he was only a third-level Divine Vein warrior. But now, he was able to kill a first-level Divine Core warrior. This kind of advancement by leaps and bounds was truly incomparably shocking. As for Xianxia, she was even more shocked. Right now, she looked like she had found a treasure. Her face was filled with excitement. Her eyes were filled with happiness. This guy, no matter if it is his talent, skills, experience, or wisdom, he is the best. When Niashuang fought with him, it was like she was being toyed with. There was no chance of her winning. It looked like a dangerous fight, but in fact, it was all in this guy's control. As a 5th-level Divine Core warrior, it was the highest praise she could give to Ling Xiao. After all, there weren't many people that Xianxia would take seriously. Zilong, don't be so happy, hurry up and announce the results. Xianxia looked at Zilong, who was still laughing, and said with a smile. Oh, I almost forgot. Zilong hurriedly announced, the national martial competition has come to an end. Ling Xiao has defeated Niashuang and become the champion of the competition. He will receive 5 million upper-rank soul stones, 3 purple sun pills, and an oracle bone that is over 10,000 years old. Also, Ling Xiao and the other 2 will become the king's inner disciples. Since Niashuang is dead, the 3rd and 4th place will be promoted. As for who was the 3rd and 4th place, aside from the participants, no one really cared. Ling Xiao had attracted everyone's attention. He had become the absolute focus of the martial competition. Xianxia stood up from her seat. She hovered in the air, then walked towards the podium step by step. She had a beautiful face, powerful strength, and the majestic aura of a monarch. Without a doubt, she was the woman who attracted the most attention in the entire Violet Spirit Kingdom. Right now, this woman was walking towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, congratulations! She looked at Ling Xiao and then announced to everyone, Ling Xiao is the champion. I will take him as my younger brother. I, Xianxia, will treat him with the same care as Zilong. As for disciples, I have my eyes on one person. Shangguanfeng of the Shangguan family, are you willing to become my disciple? Shangguanfeng was stunned. He thought that he had lost all hope. He was eliminated by Ling Xiao in the first match. His result was the worst. He didn't expect such a good thing to happen. He hurriedly stood up and nodded. I'm willing. Little brother Ling Xiao, you don't have any objections, right? Xianxia looked at Ling Xiao and asked. No. Ling Xiao and Shangguanfeng had no enmity. Moreover, he understood what Xianxia meant. This Shangguanfeng's aptitude was indeed not bad, and he was also the son of the richest man in Purple Spirit City. Taking Shangguanfeng as a disciple was tantamount to winning over the Shangguan family. It was especially important to control the small Purple Spirit Kingdom. In fact, whether it was the monarch of a small kingdom or the king of a large kingdom, they all wanted to stay in this position for a long time. As long as they didn't make a big mistake or lose a lot of strength, under normal circumstances, they wouldn't be replaced. They might have to stay in this position for decades or even centuries. Therefore, Xianxia also wanted to consolidate her ruling power. Okay, that's it. Xianxia's decision made Shangguanfeng look at Ling Xiao with eyes full of admiration. The monarch actually asked for Ling Xiao's opinion before making a decision. Wasn't this awesome? He turned to look at his father and said, hurry up and solve the matter of Sister Mingyu and Xiaoyu. Don't be a burden to us. No matter how strong they are, we must give them the best treatment. Don't worry, I've already given the order. The Shangguan family's patriarch was as cunning as a monkey. The moment Ling Xiao killed Niashuang, he had already made a decision. And now, this decision was obviously very wise. At the same time, in a mine on the outskirts of the capital city of Purple Spirit, Shangguan Yu was being whipped hard. She was hanging upside down, and her face was extremely pale. Shangguan Mingyu was already crying at the side. Because she was also tied up, she couldn't do anything. This group of people were worse than pigs and dogs. It was really a case of everyone kicking a man who was down. In the past, the two of them had given these people a lot of benefits. Because what they did was hard work. But now, not only did these people not remember the kindness of saving them, but they also touched Shangguan Mingyu. Shangguan Yu was punished like this because she resisted. Lu Kai, you will definitely regret it, definitely. Shangguan Yu gritted her teeth. Although she was covered in blood, her eyes were very vicious. Ha ha ha, do you still think you have a chance to turn things around? You two can stay in this mine and enjoy life for the rest of your lives. If you are willing to serve me, maybe your sister can live an easier life. Otherwise, I will beat you to death. The muscular Lu Kai laughed heartily, not taking Shangguan Yu's words to heart at all. Bah! In your dreams. Shangguan Yu spat out a mouthful of blood and scolded, if you have the guts, just beat me to death. Let's see what will happen to you. Do you really think I don't have the guts to kill you? I can just throw you into the forest and tell them you were eaten by some demon beasts. I don't think the Shangguan clan chief will care about two pieces of trash. Lu Kai sneered. If nothing had changed, perhaps he was right. That Shangguan clan chief was really a cold-blooded and heartless man. He could even treat his own children in such a way. However, because Ling Xiao mentioned Shangguan Yu and Shangguan Mingyu, the two of them ended up like this. Changed in an instant. Lu Kai, you're really arrogant. Suddenly, a voice came from afar. Who the fuck is talking to? Lu Kai turned around and looked. He saw a man flying towards him. Lu Kai's expression changed dramatically. A man who could fly was definitely a divine core warrior. Also, judging from the way this man was dressed, he was obviously a high-ranking member of the Shangguan clan. Second manager. Lu Kai was startled. This man was the second manager, whose status and power was only second to the clan chief. He was a third divine core warrior. Lu Kai was only a half-step divine core warrior. Facing such a mighty warrior, he immediately knelt down. However, the second manager didn't even look at Lu Kai. He walked over and untied Shangguan Yu and Shangguan Mingyu. With a gentle voice, he said, both of you have worked hard, you can go home now. Why? Shangguan Yu asked. After going through so many things, he was no longer as naive as before. You know Ling Xiao, right? Both of you have become good friends. The second manager said with a smile, let's go, I'll bring you home. From today onwards, you won't be bullied by anyone. Ling Xiao. Shangguan Mingyu and Shangguan Yu exchanged glances with each other. Both of them were shocked. They did know a man called Ling Xiao. But, he was just a nobody from the myriad flame main city. How could he be so powerful? Second uncle, what should we do if someone insults the young lady of the Shangguan family? Since he couldn't figure it out, he decided not to think about it. However, there were some things that Shangguan Mingyu had to do before he left. Kill. The second shopkeeper said lightly. He had received the order from the family head to try his best to satisfy Shangguan Mingyu and Shangguan Yu's requests. As for killing Lu Kai, it was nothing to him. Spare me. Second shopkeeper, spare me. Lu Kai was so scared that his face changed drastically. He turned around and tried to run away. However, how could he escape from the second shopkeeper's attack? His body exploded, and red and white matter spilled all over the ground. He couldn't be more dead. Back at the martial arts competition. The martial arts competition had ended. People began to leave, but they were still talking about the battle between Ling Xiao and Ye Shuang. That battle was full of twists and turns, exciting to the extreme, and made people cry out in satisfaction. Ling Xiao was able to win in the end, which was even more unexpected. However, the more it was so, the more they felt that it was worth it. The three people who were accepted as inner disciples by Xianxia also went back to prepare. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, stayed with the people from the monarch residence. The alchemist, Gue Su, was sitting there at this moment as if he had lost his soul. He couldn't lift his spirits at all. This time, Ling Xiao won the championship, which was a big blow to him. He had originally wanted to see Ling Xiao's misfortune. However, who would have thought that it would end up like this? King. Ling Xiao is ruthless. If we keep him by our side, I'm afraid it will cause endless trouble. Nie Shuang's death will definitely cause a rift between the Z Mansion army and the king's mansion. He suddenly stood up and said. These words were really untimely. However, in view of his past loyalty, Xianxia didn't blame him too much. He just said lightly, "You think too much." Moreover, in the arena, fists and feet have no eyes. Everyone has signed a life and death contract. Death is expected. Don't be surprised. But. No buts. Go back first. Make your own elixir. It's more important than anything else. Xianxia frowned and was a little angry. Because this sinkhole fellow simply did not know what was good for him. Seeing Xianxia's anger, Guisu sighed helplessly. He turned around and left. Brother Ling Xiao, you're the best. At this time, Zilong and Ling Xiao were already hugging each other. The two of them had been together for a long time, although their relationship was not as close as Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin's. But it was still very good. I've already said that Nie Shuang is nothing in my eyes, said Ling Xiao smiling. Then, he looked at Zi Qianyi, who was walking towards the Z government army. Where is elder sister going? Naturally, it's to comfort you Qilong. After all, you killed Nie Shuang. She was his precious baby. Zilong smiled. He had no sympathy for Nie Shuang at all. Nie Shuang had made it clear that she wanted to kill Ling Xiao. In the end, she had even used her talismans and puppets. It was just that he didn't succeed. How could he possibly sympathize with such a woman? If he was still alive, he planned to stab him twice in the mountainous area. Yu Qilong was also quite depressed. Facing Zi Qianyi, he really wanted to flip out. But for the Blood Sun scripture and the inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme, he had to suppress his anger. He even had to smile at Zi Qianyi. That kind of feeling was really too depressing. Just you wait, Ling Xiao. If I don't kill you, I'm not a human, and you, Zi Qianyi, aren't you high and mighty? Wait until I get the inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme and my strength increases greatly. Then, I'll do you first. I'd like to see what a high and mighty woman like you will be like in bed. Yu Qilong roared in his heart. Ling Xiao and Zi Qianyi had become the people he hated the most. After the Z government army left, Zi Qianyi also brought Ling Xiao back to the king's mansion. Compared to her disciple, her brother was obviously much more intimate. Zi Qianyi swore in public that she would treat Ling Xiao the same way she treated Zilong. Actually, she was expressing her attitude. In other words, Ling Xiao was Zilong's equal, and anyone who offended him would offend Zi Qianyi. Zi Qianyi was a protective person, and she especially loved her younger brother. Before they returned to the king's mansion, the news had spread across the entire king's mansion. Now, when people addressed Ling Xiao as Zilong, they would add the word young master behind his title. This made Ling Xiao sigh with mixed feelings. Originally, he didn't plan to leave the bloody battlefield until he broke through to the divine core realm. But he didn't expect that so many things would happen. Man proposes, God disposes. Because of this, he had become one of the masters of the king's mansion. Furthermore, his cultivation didn't fall behind. Instead, it had increased by leaps and bounds. He had also obtained a lot of good treasures. For example, he had gathered all the Violet Sun pills. He was planning to concoct the Violet Sun Fortune pill as soon as possible. Next, he would have to prepare to break through to the Divine Core realm. Also, when he was using the Blood Sun world, he discovered that there was a secret hidden within the Blood Sun world. It contained a body-refining technique called Blood Yang Scripture. Cultivating the Blood Sun Scripture could increase the strength of one's qi and blood, and the toughness of one's body. It could also increase one's cultivation speed. According to the Blood Sun Scripture, it could even strengthen one's inner core. If Zilong had cultivated the Blood Sun Scripture, he wouldn't have needed the 9-life pill, as his inner core would have been able to recover by itself. There was something else that was even more mysterious. After cultivating the Blood Sun Scripture, when he unleashed the Blood Shadow Sword skill, it would no longer be a high-grade second-order Emperor realm. It would be a third-order Emperor realm. The higher the level of the Blood Sun Scripture, the more powerful the Blood Shadow Sword skill would be. There were simply too many benefits. With such a great treasure, he would definitely spend some time cultivating it. Because of that, his plan to return to the bloody battlefield would have to be delayed. But he didn't care. The reason he went to the bloody battlefield was to increase his strength. The reason he stayed here was to increase his strength. It was all the same. Alright, Ling Xiao, just stay in the king's mansion and cultivate. As long as you stay here, I can guarantee that no one will be able to touch you. Although Xianxia had many questions she wanted to ask Ling Xiao. She could tell that Ling Xiao wanted to seize the time to cultivate. So, she didn't want to disturb him. Hehe, it's really good to have a king's sister. At least there's someone who can protect me. Ling Xiao smiled. Previously, he had acted alone most of the time. With Xianxia's protection, he naturally felt more at ease. By the way, King's sister, there's a barbarian bear restaurant in the outer city of Chaoyang City. It's owned by me and my brother. Please take care of it. All he had to do was protect them in secret. There's no need to be too loud, or Yu Qilong will be suspicious. Ling Xiao didn't forget his restaurant, nor did he forget his little brother, Barbarian Bear. If he could take care of him, he would naturally take care of him. Previously, he tried to pretend that he had nothing to do with the restaurant to protect Barbarian Bear. After all, he had provoked a lot of enemies. I didn't expect that restaurant to be owned by you. Its business is booming. I don't know where you got the spirit chef. Thinking about it carefully, you don't lack money at all. To be honest, the restaurant did make a lot of money. Just a month's profit could reach 100,000 upper-grade soul stones. But, the problem was, Ling Xiao spent even more. Therefore, he still didn't have any money. Alright, don't worry, I'll send someone to protect the restaurant. Xianxia said with a smile. Thank you, Sister Queen. If there's nothing else, I'll go cultivate now. Ling Xiao turned around, but suddenly stopped. He couldn't help but add, Sister Queen, you have to be careful of Yu Qilong. What's wrong? Did you notice something? Xianxia asked. No, I hope it's just my imagination. Anyway, there's nothing wrong with being careful, isn't there? Ling Xiao smiled, then he turned around and left. Xianxia watched as Ling Xiao walked away. Suddenly, she furrowed her brows. I thought it was just my imagination. I didn't expect both Xiaolong and Ling Xiao would think the same. Looks like if you don't want anyone to know, don't do it in the first place. Yu Qilong, oh Yu Qilong, what are you planning? 2 days later, the entire Purple Spirit capital was still immersed in the lingering heat of the martial competition. Ling Zhao's glorious image was still being sung in the streets. Even within the Purple Palace army, many people were secretly giving him a thumbs up. No matter what, being able to kill a divine core warrior with a divine vein cultivation base was an earth-shattering feat in the golden heavenly region. No one had ever done it before. Ling Zhao's status had naturally risen as well. In the entire Purple Spirit Kingdom, perhaps he was second only to Zilong. As for his innate talent, he was even considered to be the strongest in the history of the Purple Spirit Kingdom. The news was sent to the city of Raging Flame through a messenger pigeon. The people of the Meng family learned about it. Everyone was overjoyed. Dark Frost and the others immediately felt a heavy responsibility and pressure. Let's hurry up and cultivate, or else we'll never catch up to His Majesty. Jian Fulong shook his head and smiled bitterly. Their cultivation speed was already terrifying. However, Dark Frost's cultivation was only at the second level of the Divine Vein realm. I have an idea. If we cultivate like this, the gap between us and His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor will only grow bigger and bigger. It was said that there was a secret realm in the Raging Fire City called the Burning Heaven Realm. 9 out of 10 people who entered that place would die. However, if they managed to survive, their strength would increase by tens of times, or even hundreds of times. I plan to give it a try. Dark Frost didn't want to stay here forever. She didn't want to be left too far behind by Ling Xiao. She wanted to follow in Ling Zhao's footsteps. Even if there was a slim chance of survival, she still had to try. I don't dare. That Burning Heaven realm is really a devil's den. For the sake of cultivation, if you even lose your life, then it's not worth it. Mang Fian hurriedly advised. Ling Xiao had given Mang Fian and the entire Mang village a new lease of life. Therefore, the people in the stockade treated the warriors from the western regions very well. They wouldn't hide what they needed to say. The greater the risk, the greater the benefits. Dark Frost gritted her teeth. Her cultivation aptitude was actually not that good. Back then, she was able to become the top expert of the western regions because she had experienced countless pain and torture. She believed that she could do what others couldn't. No need to say any more. I'll go first. After understanding the situation inside, you guys can go in. It will be safer. Dark Frost had made a decision, and no one could change it. At the same time, Z Mansion Army, outside the general's mansion. Tang Yi appeared there. However, the current Tang Yi felt different from before. His eyes were as black as ink, and it was a complete black. It wasn't just his eyeballs that were black. Even the whites of his eyes were completely black. His entire person exuded a terrifying evil aura, which made people feel very uncomfortable. I want to see you, Qilong. A cold voice came out of Tang Yi's mouth. He actually called you Qilong by his name instead of General. Impudent. Is the General's name something you can call? A mere 10,000 men. Commander. The one who guarded you Qilong's door was also a 10,000 men commander. Therefore, he didn't take Tang Yi seriously. Get lost. Tang Yi sneered, then he waved his hand. The two 10,000 men commanders were slammed into the wall, and when they fell to the ground, they had already fainted. Black smoke kept rising from their bodies. After that, Tang Yi stepped into the general's mansion. There were still guards in the general's mansion. But, just as a conflict was about to break out, Yu Qilong's voice sounded out. Let him in. As a peak fourth heavenly core warrior, Yu Qilong had a powerful divine sense. Of course, he knew what was happening outside. He knew what was happening to Tang Yi, and that was why he didn't ask his men to stop Tang Yi. There would only be one result if he tried to stop Tang Yi: countless of his men would be killed. Inside the general's mansion, in the main hall. Yu Qilong was sitting on the main hall, staring coldly at Tang Yi, who was walking in. Idiot, how dare you try to break the seal on those monsters, serves you right for being possessed. Hee, since the general already knows, then I won't waste my breath. I'm not here to pick a fight, I'm here to cooperate. Tang Yi sneered. Tell me, how do you want to cooperate? What do you want? Yu Qilong asked. It's simple, I can give you something, and I guarantee that you'll get that Xianxia. But, after the deal is done, you have to help me kill Ling Xiao, and get Ling Xiao's body. I'm drooling over that guy's body. It's much stronger than this old thing's body. Tang Yi said with a smile. Show me what you have first, I want to see if it's suitable. Yu Qilong said. Of course. Tang Yi smiled. Then, he gently touched the storage ring on his finger. Suddenly, a bug flew out from the storage ring. A pink bug. The moment it flew out from the storage ring, the entire main hall was filled with a charming atmosphere. At this moment, Yu Qilong felt his mouth go dry. His mind was filled with thoughts of Niashuang's body. His lower abdomen started to heat up. It's a flower bug. Yu Qilong said in shock. Just the pheromones released by the bug were enough to make a man restless. If one was bitten by the bug, or if it entered one's body, one would turn into a complete lustful demon. Tang Yi quickly kept the bug and said with a smile, General Yu, you have a good eye. That's right, this is a flower bug. I've already made it into a goo worm. As long as that woman drinks it, she'll be under your control. She won't be able to control herself. Good stuff. Yu Qilong's eyes shone. If he could get this, wouldn't he be able to control Xianxia easily? Then, Blood Sun World would naturally be his. Of course it's good stuff. This flower bug was the reason why I was captured back then. I traveled through the 4 regions and found this in the Savage Beast region. I refined it into a goo worm. After coming to Zifu Great Country, I did a few big things. Unexpectedly, I caused trouble for the Blood Sword Supreme, and was killed by him. My soul was sealed in the water prison. Fortunately, the Blood Sword Supreme is dead now, and the seal loosened a lot. Otherwise, this old thing wouldn't be able to save me. I know now, you're that little silver worm. Not only have you seduced many women, you've also made them loyal to you. Many of those women were wives and daughters of high-ranking officials and nobles in the Purple Kingdom. When Yu Qilong was young, he had heard stories about this little silver worm from his family. But the little silver worm was now an old silver worm. Also, because he had been sealed for too long, his overall strength had been greatly reduced. Also, Tang Yi's physical strength was limited. Perhaps, the old silver worm's current strength was only at the 3rd or 4th divine core realm. In the past, this old man had withstood 10 strikes from the blood sword reverend. Perhaps, he was at the 7th divine core realm. A real man doesn't boast about his past achievements, but I'm no longer as strong as I used to be. But, as long as I can get Ling Zhao's body, I'll be able to return to the mortal world. The blood sword reverend is dead, who else can be my match? The old silver worm sneered. Give me the thing. The deal you want is done. Yu Qilong said, but, I don't understand. With your strength, killing Ling Xiao should be as easy as blowing off dust. Why do you want me to do it? General, you must be joking. Don't forget, I'm a possessed body right now, and I'm afraid of soul attacks the most. That guy is an expert in soul attacks, and if he manages to force me out of my body, I'll be in big trouble. This was what the old silver worm was worried about the most. Therefore, even though his combat strength was much stronger than Ling Zhao's, he still needed Yu Qilong's help. I see. Yu Qilong said, but, that guy is staying in the King Mansion, I can't do anything to him. Don't worry about that, General. I know that kid well. Based on my knowledge, if he wants to break through to the Divine Core Realm, he'll have to enter the bloody battlefield again. Even though he has 10 purple sun fortune pills. But, there's one thing that can only be found in the Nether Realm. For the past 2 days, the old silver worm had done a thorough investigation on Ling Xiao. He even knew that Ling Xiao had obtained some rewards from the bloody battlefield. He guessed that Ling Xiao had most likely obtained some purple sun fortune pills. He also knew that Ling Xiao knew how to concoct pills. Therefore, he was basically certain that Ling Xiao possessed the purple sun nature pill. However, although the rumors in the pugilistic world were true, there were some omissions. In order to break through from the half-step divine core realm to the true divine core realm, in addition to the 10 violet sun nature pills, he also had to use the nether realm's profound underworld grass. Otherwise, the effects of the pill wouldn't have condensed into one. It would be impossible for Ling Xiao to break through. Therefore, he deduced that Ling Xiao would head to the bloody battlefield in the next 2 days. Alright, as soon as he enters the bloody battlefield, I'll immediately send someone to kill him. Anyway, that kid had offended a lot of people on the bloody battlefield. No one will suspect me. Yu Qilong sneered. Of course I trust you, General. I'll leave the flowery parasite to you. As for how to use it, write it down on this piece of paper. Old silver worm smiled and used a bamboo tube to store the flowery insect goo. He then gave Yu Qilong a slip of paper. Aren't you afraid that I'll betray you? Yu Qilong sneered. You can try. The old silver worm smiled faintly, turned around, and left. It was as if he wasn't afraid that Yu Qilong would go back on his word. As soon as the old silver worm left, Yu Hao walked out from behind the curtain. General, are you really going to listen to that old guy? Of course, since we're making a deal, we should be honest. There's no need for us to offend such a disgusting guy. Anyway, killing Ling Xiao is my goal. Go and release Niafeng. Tell him that Ling Xiao will head to the bloody battlefield in a few days. Tell him to wait there. Find a chance to kill Ling Xiao. Yu Qilong said indifferently. Alright. Yu Hao didn't say anything else and left. After he left, Yu Qilong counted the time with his fingers. That woman's birthday is in 20 days. At that time it'll be my best chance, Xianxia, since you didn't give me face and refused me. Then don't blame me for using such despicable means. I want you to become my, Yu Qilong's, slave. Just as the old silver worm had predicted, Ling Zhao's cultivation had run into trouble. In the past 2 days, he had refined 10 purple sun pills into purple sun creation pills. In the end, he realized that he couldn't achieve his goal. Helpless, he could only ask a Yuan Venerate for help. Now he knew. In addition to the 10 purple sun creation pills, there was another necessary item, the mysterious dark grass. It was a plant that only grew in the underworld. It seems like I have to head to the bloody battlefield immediately. Staying here is just a waste of time. Ling Xiao stood up. He pushed open the door of the cultivation room. Zilong? Zilong was standing at the door. What's the matter? Ling Xiao asked curiously. He. Let me guess. You came out of seclusion so quickly. Do you also want to go to the bloody battlefield? Zilong asked. It seems like great minds think alike. Ling Xiao sighed. That's right. There's not much meaning in just staying here and cultivating. If I hadn't narrowly escaped death last time, I probably wouldn't have been able to break through in a state of extreme anger. Therefore, I think that I have to go to the bloody battlefield if I want to break through. Zilong said. Alright, that's exactly what I was thinking. Let's go and tell Big Sister and then we'll leave. Ling Xiao knew Zilong's position in Xianxia's heart. If he left without saying goodbye, Xianxia would really go crazy. He didn't know how worried she would be. No way. Tell Big Sister? Ever since what happened last time. She won't let me take the risk again. Zilong said with a long face. You still have to go. You can't let her worry. Ling Xiao said like a big brother. Don't worry. With me around, Big Sister won't say no. In fact, it was just as Ling Xiao had deduced. Although Xianxia was worried about Zilong, Zilong was always under the protection of her wings. It was simply impossible for him to achieve anything. Besides, she was very relieved with Ling Xiao around. Ling Xiao was able to save Zilong twice, and that wasn't just because of luck. It also meant that Ling Xiao had extraordinary abilities. This was despite the fact that Ling Xiao was actually younger than Zilong. In terms of mental maturity, Ling Xiao was much better than Zilong. Big Sister, take care of yourself. We'll be back before your birthday. Xianxia cared a lot about Zilong, and Zilong really liked this big sister of his. Therefore, he would never forget her birthday every year. There were only 20 days left until Xianxia's birthday. They could stay in the bloody battlefield for a long time. Both men traveled lightly and headed towards the direction of the Purple Palace army. After a brief moment, Xianxia summoned a man. Gao Hong, go and follow them, remember, don't let them find you. Also, don't do anything unless it's absolutely necessary. As for the details, you can do whatever you want. In short, bring them back to me alive. Yes, Big Sister. Gao Hong nodded his head and left. This Gao Hong was a peak 3rd Divine Core warrior. Even in the entire Purple Palace Kingdom, he could be considered a mighty warrior. Gao Hong was a peak Major General, a basic Lieutenant General. He was at the same rank as Yu Hao and Ye Feng. With him protecting Ling Xiao and Zilong, unless Yu Qilong personally attacked, no one would be able to kill either of them. Therefore, Xianxia was not worried at all. And? When they were about to arrive at Chaoyang City, Ling Xiao sensed a powerful presence with his soul strength. But, he didn't say anything. He had seen this man before. He was a guard commander of the King Mansion. Needless to say, he was sent here by Xianxia to protect them. If that was the case, there was no need to say anything. He would just pretend he didn't know anything. After all, the bloody battlefield was filled with dangers. Although he wasn't afraid, Zilong didn't have a strong survival ability like him. With such a man protecting them, it was still safe. Brother Ling Xiao, you killed Nia Shuang, will Yu Qilong do anything to you? When they were about to arrive at the inner city, Zilong worriedly asked. Don't worry, Yu Qilong wants to pursue your sister, he won't do anything to me. Not only that, he will treat me like an important guest, even though we haven't returned to the Purple Mansion army for so many days. He won't ask about it. But, once we enter the bloody battlefield, it's hard to say. Ling Zhao's expression suddenly became serious. In fact, he didn't need to think too much, no matter if it was Yu Qilong or Nia Feng, they wouldn't let him go so easily. But, even so, for the profound nether grass, he had to enter the bloody battlefield. After arriving at the Purple Mansion army, Ling Xiao and Zi Long didn't stop, they immediately flew towards the bloody door. Back to the army camp. The current Ling Xiao was no longer the same as before. In the past, he was just an unknown pawn. No one would take him seriously. But now, he was the younger brother of the goddess country's queen. He was a peerless genius who defeated a divine core warrior with his divine vein cultivation base. Countless people were jealous of him, but on the surface, they still had to treat him with respect. Not to mention the ordinary soldiers, even the captains had to put on a smile when they saw him. In terms of military rank, although Ling Xiao had challenged for the position of sergeant twice, in the end, he didn't become one. Therefore, he was still an ordinary soldier. However, in this world, one's status was not determined by one's military rank. Instead, it was based on strength. Martial arts were respected. Whoever was stronger would be the king, under the envious gazes of the crowd. Ling Xiao and Zi Long had already arrived in front of the bloody gate. Many of the Kiliarchs guarding the bloody gate happened to change shifts that day. He had witnessed Ling Xiao killing Nia Shuang with his own eyes. Therefore, the people here had long regarded Ling Xiao as their idol. Although he didn't dare to say anything on the surface, he admired Ling Xiao from the bottom of his heart. Back then, when he entered the bloody battlefield, he was only at the 4th level of the divine vein realm. But now, he was a half-step divine core warrior. And the most frightening thing is, he actually defeated Nia Shuang, a divine core warrior. Such words could be heard almost every day. Even Yu Qilong couldn't stop it. They couldn't possibly kill him just because he said something. If that was the case, he probably wouldn't be able to continue as a lieutenant general. Young Master Ling Xiao and Young Master Zi Long are here. Suddenly, someone shouted out. Everyone quickly gathered around. Thank you for your trouble, we're going to enter the bloody battlefield. Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. Look, young Master Ling Xiao is already the king's younger brother, but he's still so polite. Unlike that Nia Shuang, his eyes are growing on his head. Young masters, please wait for a moment, we'll let you in after you've registered. This was what they meant by special treatment. When Ling Xiao and Zi Long arrived, there were other people waiting for them at the bloody gate. However, the people here still went through the formalities for the two of them first. They were allowed to enter the bloody battlefield. However, no one else said anything. When Ling Xiao and Zi Long stepped into the bloody battlefield, the news had reached Yu Qilong's ears. Brother Qilong, here's your chance. Yu Hao looked at Yu Qilong and said. That's right. To be honest, I didn't expect him to be so daring. He knows that Nia Feng and I will definitely kill him, but he still dares to enter the bloody battlefield? Yu Qilong sneered. I heard that Gao Hong is following him. Yu Hao added. Gao Hong's strength is on par with yours, and he's even stronger than Nia Feng. It's obvious that Xianxia is very protective of his two younger brothers. But, is it useful? Go tell old Silver Worm to deal with Gao Hong. Gao Hong's strength is good, but his soul power isn't that strong, and he definitely doesn't know any soul secret techniques. Nia Feng will take the opportunity to kill Ling Xiao, and if there's a chance, kill Zi Long too. Yu Qilong said in a deep voice. Old Silver Worm had been staying in the Purple Mansion army with Tang Yi's identity. But what if Xianxia finds out about this? Yu Hao asked. What a joke. Ling Xiao killed Nia Feng's sister. Isn't it natural for Nia Feng to want revenge? At most, we'll be responsible for not stopping him. As for Tang Yi, he's also trying to avenge his grandson. Do you think I can just stand by and watch them do whatever they want to do? Yu Qilong sneered and said, besides, that woman Xianxia, do you really think she's that stupid? If I'm not mistaken, she's already suspicious of me. If that's the case, what do I have to be afraid of? At most, it'll only increase her suspicion. Without any evidence, she won't dare to say anything. Otherwise, she'll ruin the relationship between the Z family and our Yu family. She can't bear this responsibility. Brother Qilong, you're really wise. Yu Hao smiled and said, Ling Xiao is now a bigger threat than Xianxia. We can't let him continue to grow like this. Every time he grows, he'll bring us trouble. I'll go find Tang Yi now. After entering the bloody battlefield, Ling Xiao and Zi Long left the underground shelter together. After that, they headed towards the Xiling Nether region. This time, their goal was very clear. It was the Xiling Nether region. Other places were no longer attractive to them. In the Nether region, there were more opportunities. More terrifying murderous auras, and faster cultivation speed. There were also powerful demon beasts. Divine core demon beasts could be found everywhere. For Ling Xiao, who loved to improve his strength through battles, this was a huge help. Of course, his main goal was still the profound nether grass. Once he obtained the profound nether grass, he would be able to break through to the divine core realm. Once he broke through to the divine core realm, he would be one step closer to becoming a moon lady. As for Ling Jiaojiao, Shindian, Xiaojin, Long Chen, and Cold Plum, he could put them aside for now. At least, Shindian wasn't dangerous. As for the others, they were all here to cultivate, and each of them had their own room to grow. However, Moon Maiden Yufenghua was different. Yufenghua was captured and forced to marry him. Therefore, he had to meet her as soon as possible. Perhaps at that time, Yufenghua thought that his promise was just empty talk. But he didn't think so. For the sake of this promise, he had been cultivating like crazy. Now, he was getting closer and closer to those mighty warriors in the Eternal Emperor region. As their strength got closer, the distance between Ling Xiao and Yufenghua was also getting closer. He believed that the time would come soon. "Brother Ling Xiao, what are you thinking about?" Zilong suddenly laughed. He interrupted Ling Xiao's contemplation. "Nothing, I just miss a few friends. Every one of them trusted me as much as you do. But I couldn't protect them." Ling Xiao sighed with emotion. In fact, the others were fine. They all made the choice on their own for better development. But he really couldn't do anything about Yufenghua. That feeling of grievance still made his heart ache. "It's okay. With your cultivation speed, Brother Ling Xiao, you will soon become a top expert in the 4 major regions. At that time, no matter where your friends are, you will be able to save them." Zilong encouraged. "By the way, I have a suggestion. Why don't you marry my sister, Brother Ling Xiao? Although you are brother and sister, you are not related by blood after all. My sister's appearance and strength are worthy of you. After marrying her, you will get the power of the bloodline of the Z family. I believe that your aptitude will become better than before, and your cultivation speed will be faster. Unfortunately, I am not worthy of her." Ling Xiao shook his head gently. He didn't want to bear the debt of love anymore. His heart was very small, and could only accommodate one woman. The more people he provoked, the more debt of love he owed. So for many women, even if he knew what they were thinking, he would play dumb in the end. He was focused on martial arts, and didn't have much energy to devote to love. The Moon Lady was the only woman he pursued wholeheartedly. And this woman, in order to protect him, eventually fell into the 10 reincarnations. He couldn't be a heartless person. "Okay, pretend I didn't say anything, the 3 of us will be brothers and sisters." Zilong's mind was also very delicate. He felt that he had touched Ling Xiao's sore spot that he didn't want to mention. So he said, "Alright, let's be sisters and brothers. To be able to meet a brother like you and a sister like Xianxia, I, Ling Xiao, have not come to this little violet spirit kingdom in vain." Ling Xiao smiled. "It's the same for me. Before I met you, Brother Ling Xiao, I was famous for having a sister complex. I don't care about anyone else. But after meeting you, I feel that there really is someone in this world who is compatible with me. I'm lucky." Zilong sighed. "Alright, don't be so mushy. You're giving me goosebumps. We don't have much time, let's hurry." Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. This kid was too good at stirring up emotions. If he continued talking, who knew what he would say? He transformed into the Yin-Yang cosmic light tiger, flapped his wings, and flew forward. Zilong also followed. Zilong was a 2nd-level divine core warrior, so of course he could fly. He was worried that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to keep up with his speed. But now, it seemed that his worries were unnecessary. Ling Xiao's speed wasn't any slower than Zilong's. The reason why they dared to travel to the Nether Realm was because they had enough confidence. When these 2 men fought together, even a 3rd-level divine core warrior would be at a disadvantage. After all, Zilong was a second-level divine core warrior, and he was also a genius. It was normal for him to fight someone with a higher level than him. As for Ling Xiao, he had too many strange tricks up his sleeve. If an early third-level divine core warrior ran into them, he would be in big trouble. If a second-level divine core warrior ran into them, he would be dead for sure. In the entire Violet Spirit Nether realm, the strongest warriors were only peak third-level divine core warriors. Even if they couldn't win, they could still run for their lives. Along the way, both men tried their best to avoid fighting and killing. Because it was meaningless. It was just a waste of time. While traveling, Ling Xiao was still cultivating. Zilong really envied Jiang Chen's ability to multitask. He kept protecting Jiang Chen. It only took them 2 days to travel from the sanctuary to the Nether realm. Finally, Ling Xiao had completely consumed the Oracle Bone. His black tortoise divine physique had reached the high second-level Emperor realm. The energy contained within the 10,000 years old Oracle Bone was something that couldn't be ignored. High second-level Emperor realm black tortoise divine physique. In other words, if a warrior with the same level of strength attacked him with a high second-level Emperor realm martial skill, he could completely negate the damage. Remember, it was the same level of strength, not the same level of cultivation. If Ling Xiao had possessed the high second-level Emperor realm black tortoise divine physique during the martial competition, then, Niashuang wouldn't have been able to hurt him. This was how amazing it was. If combined with the myriad transformation weapons defense, Ling Xiao's defense could reach the low third-level Emperor realm, his defense would become even more insane. The increase in his defense had also increased his combat strength by a large margin. He could now use more of his true yuan to attack, which meant he had freed up all his attacking power. We're finally here, the Violet Spirit Nether realm. The terrifying killing intent kept attacking them, as if thousands of soldiers were charging at them with weapons in their hands. If it were any other ordinary divine vein warriors, they would have already fainted. There was no way they could defend against this terrifying killing intent. But he was Ling Xiao. Therefore, he could defend against it. And he could do it with ease. What Zilong couldn't accept the most was, it seemed like Ling Xiao was able to convert this killing intent with his beast souls, which made Zilong envious. Over there. Ling Xiao looked at the map in his hand. He was here to find the profound nether grass, so of course he had brought a map with him. The profound nether grass in the nether realm had been used by others, so he knew where it grew. Brother Ling Xiao, you have to be careful from now on. Normally, the profound nether grass grows near the center of the nether realm. The closer you are to the center, the more dangerous it is. Zilong reminded, in this damned place, no matter if you encounter a demon beast or a warrior, a fight could break out. That's even better. Ling Xiao smiled. If he could break through to the divine core realm through fighting, he could save the purple sun pills. He wondered how Darkfrost and the others were doing. They might need them when the time came. Even better? Zilong truly admired Ling Xiao's guts endlessly. When others heard about the dangers of the nether realm, they didn't dare to set foot in it. But this brother of his was a good person. It seemed like the more dangerous the place was, the happier he was. Both men walked in the nether realm. They kept walking towards the center. After about 2 hours, they saw a building. The style of this building was similar to a shelter. Ling Xiao guessed that it might be the Purple Palace Army's building. Therefore, he walked towards it with Zilong. After asking around, it was true. This place was called the Mission Tower. Completing some special missions for the Purple Palace Army could earn a great reward. Ling Xiao found a mission, and it had the same destination as his. It was to go to the place where the profound nether grass grew. Mission location, Profound Nether Valley. Mission objective, investigate the source of the infectious disease in the Profound Nether Valley's exploration team. Investigate the cause of death of the exploration team leader. Capture or kill the murderer, double the reward. Ling Xiao knew where the Profound Nether Valley was. Because it was on the map in his hand. It was a place where the profound nether grass grew. It was also his destination. Ling Xiao knew about the exploration team. They were sent by the Purple Mansion Army. They were sent here to find out more about the bloody battlefield. The exploration team in the Nether Realm was made up of divine core warriors. According to the mission, the captain of the exploration team was a peak first-ranked divine core warrior. He wasn't very strong, but he should be able to survive in the Nether Realm. Besides, there were a lot of people in the exploration team, and as long as there weren't any major accidents, there wouldn't be too many casualties. But this time, because of the infectious disease, many people in the exploration team had died. If this continued, the entire team would be wiped out. The most troublesome thing was, because they were carrying an infectious disease, they were forbidden from leaving the Dark Abyss Valley. Unless someone could find out the source of the infectious disease and find the right medicine, these people would be finished. What's wrong, Brother Ling Xiao? Do you want to accept this mission? Seeing Ling Xiao staring at the mission, Zilong couldn't help but ask. We're still missing 2 people, right? Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. This mission required 5 members. What was interesting was, they had left 2 spots open, as if they were waiting for 2 of them to join. Brother Ling Xiao, aren't you afraid that this is a trap? Zilong lowered his voice and asked. Compared to a trap, I'm more interested in what this exploration team found. Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. What do you mean? Zilong was puzzled. Have you noticed? After looking at all the information, the source of this infectious disease is really strange. The exploration team captain's death is even more strange. It gives people a feeling that he's trying to hide something. I believe that the reason why the Zifu army issued this mission was because they had realized this. That's why they want to send someone to investigate. In the past, there were people who found secret treasures, but didn't want the Purple Mansion army to know. Then, they faked their deaths. Ling Xiao explained. That's possible. Zilong nodded his head. He was interested as well. Let's go. They purposely left 2 spots open for us, it'll be a waste if we don't join. Let's see what kind of trick they're playing. Ling Xiao had observed the team's composition. The 3 men in the team were, Captain, Zhang linearly 2nd level Divine Core Realm. Vice Captain, Yan Chuang. Early 2nd level Divine Core Realm. Team member, He Yu. Early 1st Divine Core Realm. This He Yu was the same He Yu that Ling Xiao competed with when he entered the Ghost Devil Palace. At that time, He Yu was just a half-step Divine Core Warrior, but now, he was a 1st Divine Core Warrior. It seemed like he had made a breakthrough. Of these 3 people, Ling Xiao did not recognize the first 2, but they were very strong. Furthermore, he was clearly hostile towards him and Zilong. An imperceptible killing intent flashed in his eyes. There was no need to mention He Yu. He already had a grudge against him. Logically speaking, with such a combination, they would definitely not be allowed to join the team. But in reality, when they asked to join the team, the other party readily agreed. Thus, Ling Xiao thought of a possibility. They were going to Xianming Valley to carry out a mission. This way, Gao Hong, who was in charge of protecting them from the shadows, couldn't follow them. After all, the profound Nether Valley was guarded by a 3rd Divine Core Warrior. You want to kill us in Xianming Valley, but, will I be afraid? Ling Xiao sneered. No matter what, he had to get the profound Nether Grass. Therefore, no matter what, he had to go to Xianming Valley. Zilong, after we enter the profound Nether Valley, don't go too far away from me. I think these men might do something bad to us. But, if we handle them well, not only will we get the profound Nether Grass, we might even get something incredible. Ling Xiao had always been confident in his own judgment. This time was no exception. With him and Zilong together, even a 3rd Divine Core Warrior wouldn't be able to kill them easily. Let alone a 2nd Divine Core Warrior. Therefore, there was no need to be afraid. After the team was formed, the team was ready to depart. Captain Zhang Lin gazed at Ling Xiao and Zilong with an indifferent expression. After that, he said, this mission is very important. I hope you 2 won't drag us down. Don't act on your own. Listen to my orders, or else, don't blame me for being rude. Vice Captain Yan Chuang closed his eyes and didn't say anything. It seemed like he was resting. However, Ling Xiao knew that he was in cahoots with Zhang Lin. On the other hand, He Yu had a gloating expression on his face. Obviously, he was still holding a grudge against the Ghost Devil Palace. At the same time, two men were standing by the window on the highest floor of the mission tower. One was Niafeng, and the other was Tang Yi. Humph, I don't understand. If we attack, we can easily kill those two brats. Why do we have to go through so much trouble? Niafeng didn't seem to be satisfied with the plan. Tang Yi laughed. General Nia, they can't escape from your palm. What are you afraid of? Let these two unlucky guys help us check out the situation in the profound Nether Valley. The infectious disease in the profound Nether Valley is most likely related to the bloodthirsty general under the Blood Sword Supreme. Once they finish their investigation, we'll be able to get more information about the Blood Sword Supreme. Although you're right, he killed my sister. I really want to kill him right now. Niafeng's expression was still cold. He also killed my son and two of my grandsons. Tang Yi's expression was normal, but his strength had increased a lot. Obviously, in order to avoid trouble, he had put away the old silver worm. Half a day later, Zhang Lin's team entered the profound Nether Valley. They arrived at the mission destination, profound Nether Valley. There was a strange smell in the air. It made people feel uncomfortable. But it wasn't poisonous. Ling Xiao was certain of this. The five of them stood several hundred meters away from the exploration station. They discovered that the exploration station was deathly silent. It was as if there were no living things around. The five of them had solemn expressions. They didn't know how the exploration team was doing. According to reliable information, the exploration team's residence has been invaded by a strange virus that is hard to see with the naked eye. More than half of the 300 people in the exploration team are dead. The exploration station is like a ghost town. Zhang Lin said with a frown. Ling Xiao, go inside and check out the situation. Once you're sure there are no problems, come find us. Captain Zhang Lin ordered. I'll go too. Zilong didn't forget Ling Xiao's reminder. The two of them should stay together and not be left alone. Before Zhang Lin could object, the two of them had already left. This made Zhang Lin a little depressed. Yan Chuang's eyes were also filled with cold-killing intent. But they were already far away, and there was nothing they could do. Zilong, eat this to prevent yourself from being poisoned. As a precaution, Ling Xiao gave Zilong a poison prevention pill. It should be said that this pill could resist most viruses and poisons. After all, Ling Xiao himself was a poison expert. Thanks. Zilong swallowed the pill without hesitation. Then, the two of them flew up and stood on a tree. From here, they could see the entire exploration team. In order to have a better view of the situation inside, Ling Xiao immediately activated his Tai Chi Eye. At that moment, the entire situation of the exploration station was reflected in his mind. Even the terrain of the entire dark abyss was under his control. With this, if anyone wanted to harm them, he would have the advantage. One had to know that the things recorded by his Tai Chi Eye were much clearer than those who were born and raised here. Brother Ling Xiao, according to the mission report, the infectious disease here doesn't seem to be harmful to Divine Core warriors. It's not harmful to half-step Divine Core warriors at all. Do we really need to be so careful? Zilong asked with a smile. It's better to be safe than sorry. We can't be careless just because of the information. Ling Xiao was a man who had been through a lot, and he was much more mature than Zilong. If the information was so accurate, why didn't the Purple Mansion Army allow those people to go out and get treated? All the warriors of the Purple Mansion Army in the Nether Realm were at least at the Divine Core realm. Except for Ling Xiao. Obviously, there were still people who were worried about accidents. Let's just treat it as groundless worries. It's never wrong to be careful. Let's go and have a look. After learning about the situation inside the exploration station, Ling Xiao called out to Zilong and entered the exploration station. The reason he did this was to deal with that idiot Zhang Lin. Secondly, he wanted to understand the situation of the exploration team in advance. After all, what the Tai Chi I saw was only the surface. Without a deeper investigation, there were still many things he wouldn't know. The exploration station was pretty big. It covered an area of about 10 acres. Right now, most of the places inside were quiet, as if they were in a cold ghost town. Occasionally, one could see a few people who were still alive. But most of them didn't even have the strength to move. Their eyes were blank and lifeless. It was as if they had completely collapsed. If they weren't divine core warriors, they would have died long ago. Now, they were hanging on by a thread, and no one knew what they were waiting for. It's really an infectious disease, most of their organs have been infected. If not for their inner cores, they would have died. Through the Tai Chi eye, Ling Xiao could clearly see the condition inside these people's bodies. He couldn't help but shake his head. He continued walking. This was the only pure land in the exploration team. There was a quarantine zone set up here. The martial artists inside were all people who were not infected. And there seemed to be quite a lot of them. Most of the people here were early first divine core warriors. But occasionally a mid-first heavenly core warrior would appear. There was another person who should be one of the people in charge here. His cultivation had reached the late first divine core realm. Are the two of you from the Z Mansion army? The man walked up and asked excitedly. Yes, we are here on a mission to investigate the source of the infectious disease and the cause of death of the exploration team leader. Zilong replied. Great. I'm the third leader of the exploration team. Everyone calls me Captain Chen. The old man said excitedly, to tell you the truth, we've been waiting for rescue. It's been a long time. Tell me in detail. Ling Xiao didn't want to listen to nonsense, but he wanted to sort out the whole story. It would help him to understand the whole affair more deeply. Regardless of whether it was to complete a mission or to search for treasures. They would all be of great help. Captain Chen nodded his head and invited the two men into the quarantine zone. After disinfecting the area, he started telling them the story. The outbreak of the infectious disease started about a month ago. No one knew where it came from. But it was definitely from the profound Nether Valley. Because during this period of time, no one from the profound Nether Valley had left the valley. As for the exploration team leader, he died on the 10th day after the outbreak of the infectious disease. Speaking of which, the team leader said he was going to search for the source of the infectious disease. He even brought a few men with him. But, less than 1 mile away, they were attacked. The battle lasted for a long time. The team leader sent out a distress signal. When we brought our men to help, we found out that the team leader was dead. Captain Chen's expression turned ugly as he spoke, as if he had just recalled something horrifying. But, he still finished telling the story. After that, he kneeled down on the ground. Both of you, I beg you, we don't want to die here. Now, we're trapped in this place. We can't get out. We can only wait for death. Zilong comforted Captain Chen. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was lost in his thoughts. From the context of the entire incident, the death of the exploration team leader seemed to be related to the outbreak of the infectious disease. He was killed by a sneak attack. It was most likely due to the investigation. In other words, this infectious disease was probably man-made. To be able to kill the exploration team leader and more than 10 people accompanying him, this group of people was definitely not weak. However, this was just speculation. He needed to investigate the scene. No matter what it was, it could not escape his Tai Chi eye's analysis. Zilong, send out a signal and call those 3 idiots over. Ling Xiao said to Zilong at the thought of this. Zilong nodded and sent out a green signal flare. Red meant danger, yellow meant more. Danger, green meant safety. As long as they saw this green signal flare, the 3 of them would know that they were safe. A moment later, the 3 of them arrived at the quarantine zone. Captain Chen explained the situation in detail again. Why don't we go to the place where the exploration team leader died? Ling Xiao suggested. I'm the team leader. I don't need you to remind me. Let's go there and take a look. Zhang Lin glared at Ling Xiao, then he left. The place where the exploration team leader and the others fought was a desolate forest. This was how the profound Abyss Valley was. There were very few people here, otherwise, they wouldn't have sent the exploration team here. What surprised everyone was that although a few days had passed, there were still traces of the battle. The traces of the battle here were still preserved, as if deliberately left for them to see. Ling Xiao didn't care about Zhang Lin's analysis. Instead, he activated his Tai Chi eye and started investigating. After a moment, he furrowed his brows. The situation was slightly different from what he had predicted. But, he didn't say it out loud. Even if he said it out loud, Zhang Lin wouldn't care. Right at this moment, Zhang Lin said, according to the analysis of the traces of the battle. There were quite a number of enemies. Around 20 of them. The strength of the bandit leader is probably on par with the exploration team leader, or maybe even stronger. But, he's no match for us. I think he's just a peak first-rank Divine Core warrior. As expected of Captain Zhang, your analysis is clear and logical. He nodded. I agree with Captain. Yan Chuang agreed with Zhang Lin's analysis as well. After all, they were on the same team. Zilong didn't say anything. Ling Xiao sneered in his mind. This Zhang Lin was strong, but he wasn't good at analyzing things like this. Most of the traces of the battle were fake. They weren't real. After inspecting the scene, everyone returned to the quarantine zone. At the mention of the exploration team leader's body, Captain Chen said that the body was infected with bacteria. Therefore, it was directly cremated. Can I see the ashes? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. See the ashes? Is there something wrong with your brain? The ashes are all the same. What can you see? You said disdainfully. Ling Xiao ignored him and just looked at Captain Chen. If this young master wants to see it, I'll go get it. After a while, Captain Chen brought the ashes of the exploration team leader over. Ling Xiao examined it carefully and found something fishy. Others might not be able to see any clues from the ashes, but his Tai Chi eye could. However, after seeing it, he did not say anything. What a waste of time. Zhang Lin said sarcastically. Ling Xiao did not think much of it. Next, everyone split up to search the exploration station. However, after working for a long time, they still found nothing. At this time, the sky was already dark. Then, they returned to the quarantine zone. Disinfecting and eating. Ling Xiao, Zilong, tonight, Yan Chuang and I need to conserve our energy. You two are responsible for the night watch. Zhang Lin's tone was unquestionable. It was obvious that he was deliberately bullying them. Zilong wanted to say something, but he was stopped by Ling Xiao. After eating, the two of them went to the edge of the quarantine zone to keep watch. At this time, Zilong had the time to ask, Brother Ling Xiao, that Zhang Lin is too much. We don't have to be afraid of him. Afraid of him? Ling Xiao smiled and said, what's there to be afraid of, just wait and see. Something will definitely happen tonight. They won't be able to sleep well. Did you find something? Zilong asked. I did find something, but I'm not completely sure. There's no evidence. Ling Xiao said. Just as he said this, he suddenly felt a gust of cold wind blowing towards him. He hurriedly dodged. At the same time, Zilong also felt it and dodged at the same time. A poison dagger flew between the two of them and hit the ground. In just an instant, the ground was corroded. Who is it? Zilong roared and was about to give chase when he was stopped by Ling Xiao. What's the rush? The situation is unclear. Don't act rashly. At this moment, Zilong's shout alarmed Zhang Lin and the others. Many people rushed out of the house to inquire about the situation. Someone tried to assassinate us earlier, but he failed. After that, he escaped to the forest where the exploration team leader was killed. Zhang Lin did not believe it at first, but the members of the exploration team who were in charge of guarding the area also said that they had seen it. Hearing these people's words, a smile appeared on his face. This time, if they could complete the mission, they would be rewarded handsomely. The assassin who had suddenly appeared in the middle of the night was a very important clue that could not be missed. Follow me. Thinking of this, he waved his hand and led the charge into the forest. Since he had already left, it would be bad for the others not to follow. Everyone followed behind and chased in the direction of the forest. Not long after, the sounds of Zhang Lin fighting with the enemy could be heard. Stop. After a brief exchange, the enemy managed to escape. It disappeared into the pitch-black forest. Zhang Lin hesitated for a moment and did not chase after him. That was the place where the exploration team leader was killed. There was a strange atmosphere there. He was not stupid and did not want to be the one to stand out. When everyone caught up, Zhang Lin looked at Ling Xiao and said, "You go in and check the situation." "Zhang, I've been unhappy with you for a long time. Why should the two of us do the dangerous work? Are you King eating sh*t, although you're the leader of this team, don't forget that we're not your subordinates. We're just a temporary team." Zilong had been holding it in for a long time. At this moment, he finally exploded. "What? You want to disobey my orders?" Yan Chuang sneered. It was obvious that they were about to attack at the slightest disagreement. He was also rubbing his hands together. If there was a chance to hit them while they were down, he would not be soft-hearted. "Xiaolong, some people are timid and afraid of trouble. Why bother with them? Come, let's go in," Ling Xiao said sarcastically. Then, he dragged Zilong into the forest. When it came to playing mind games, these people were not as good as him. Seeing Ling Xiao's action, everyone else was a little stunned. Obviously, the enemy had not left the forest. Moreover, he had intentionally lured them here. The forest was definitely dangerous. Ling Xiao actually took the initiative to volunteer. What on earth was he planning? He was not that stupid. "Brother Ling Xiao, what are you doing?" Entering the forest, Zilong was puzzled. "Shoo!" Ling Xiao made a shushing gesture and then suddenly shouted, "Little thief, let's see where you can run to." "Xiaolong, let's pincer attack." Oh. Zilong did not know Ling Xiao's intention, but he was still very cooperative. The two of them even deliberately made sounds of attacking. After a while, rustling sounds came from the forest. Zhang Lin and the others came in. "Sorry, Xiaolong." Ling Xiao suddenly threw Zilong into the beast ring and then entered the shadow warrior form. In the darkness of the night, he completely disappeared without a trace. Where is he? Zhang Lin and the others entered the forest but found no one. There seemed to be traces of a fight. Ling Xiao. Zilong. A few people called out a few times, but no one responded. The silent forest was like a terrifying demon beast with its bloody mouth wide open. It devoured the two men. "This is bad, I think those two men were killed," Yan Chuang said with a frown. Although the mission given by General Niafeng was to deliberately tease and torture the two of them, Niafeng had no choice but to do so. But now, those two men had disappeared. Even if they wanted to claim credit, they needed dead bodies. But, in the silent forest, there was no one, and no dead bodies. They would not be able to explain this to the others when they returned. "Captain Zhang, let's retreat. This forest is too strange." First, the captain of the exploration team was killed. Then, Ling Xiao and Zilong mysteriously disappeared. The captain of the exploration team was a peak first-rank Divine Core warrior. Zilong was an early second-rank Divine Core warrior. Heiyu's expression was ugly. He no longer had the domineering aura he had back in the Ghost Demon Palace. There was nothing he could do, he knew the situation back then, that was why he was so confident. But now, he knew nothing about the situation in the Dark Abyss Valley. Because of this, it was extremely frightening. Actually, he wasn't the only one. Zhang Lin and Yan Chuang were terrified as well. Captain Chen and the rest of the exploration team were trembling with fear. After hearing what Heiyu said, Zhang Lin nodded his head and said, "Retreat, this isn't cowardice, it's a strategic retreat." "Hee, since you're here, why are you leaving? All of you stay and accompany me." Suddenly, a strange laughter sounded out. Black smoke rose up from the forest. Everyone shuddered in fear. "Be careful everyone, there's trouble." Actually, Zhang Lin didn't need to shout. Everyone had noticed it. The black smoke seemed to be some kind of illusion formation. Once it was released, it would be very difficult for them to leave this place. The enemy wanted to trap them here and slowly kill them. Cough cough, there's poison. There's poison in the air. Suddenly, Yan Chuang coughed twice, then he shouted out in fear, "Hold your breath." "Ha ha ha ha, too bad, you shouldn't have come here." While laughing, a man stepped out from the darkness. He was wearing a black metal mask, and he looked extremely creepy in the dark. Bam! Heiyu realized something was wrong, and he tried to escape from the sky. However, just as he flapped his wings and flew into the sky, he slammed into something. He was bounced back. Damn it, this formation is made up of an illusion formation, a poison formation, and a trapping formation. We've been set up. The poison in the air wasn't fatal to Divine Core warriors. But, as time passed, the poison would merge into their bodies. It would cause their bodies to become weak, and their overall strength would decrease. If they couldn't leave in time, they would be dead for sure. It's useless. In my Heavenly Dipper Myriad Poison Illusion formation, you can only wait for death. There's no path to heaven, no door to hell, unless you can break this formation. All of you will die here today. The man with the black metal mask said with a grin. He seemed to be very proud of himself. Following the appearance of this man, the poison in the air became even stronger. This forced Zhonglin, Yan Chuang, He Yu, and the others to circulate a huge amount of their true yuan to resist the poison. As for the men brought by Captain Chen, some of them had died. After all, they were too weak, and there was no way they could resist this deadly poison. Perfect first-rank Divine Core warrior. If it wasn't for this bullshit formation, you wouldn't be our match. Who the hell are you? Zhonglin felt depressed. His opponent's cultivation was much weaker than his. But, he couldn't even land a single hit. Because of the existence of the illusory array, each of his attacks landed on empty space. Captain! You're the captain! Captain Chen suddenly shouted out in shock. Although his opponent was wearing a mask, they had been together for a long time. Captain Chen could still recognize his voice. What? Wasn't the exploration team captain cremated? Why is he still alive? Zhonglin looked at Captain Chen and asked angrily. I don't know, even I'm confused. The reason why Captain Chen asked for help was because the exploration team captain was dead, and he had no other choice. Besides, he was sure that the cremated corpse was the exploration team captain's. I didn't expect you to recognize me, old Chen. That's right, I'm Zhang Rishan, the captain of the exploration team. Old Chen, you did very well. The sacrifices were found in batches and then died in batches. Our plan is about to succeed. Zhang Rishan, what are you talking about? I don't understand, don't slander me. Captain Chen panicked. Damn thing, how dare you set us up? Yan Chuang suddenly roared and rushed over to slap Captain Chen to death. Captain Chen was only a late first Heavenly Core warrior. But Jiang Chen was a second stage Divine Core warrior, he could easily kill Jiang Chen. Idiot! Seeing that Captain Chen was killed, Zhang Rishan sneered. Think about it. If he was really one of my men, I would have killed him. Will I let you kill him? You lied to us. Yan Chuang was dumbfounded. Fortunately, the sacrifice doesn't require intelligence. Otherwise, you wouldn't be qualified. Zhang Rishan sneered, soon, as long as I destroy you, the great bloodthirsty demon general will bestow me with even greater power. At that time, I'll be a second stage Divine Core warrior. Only now did the crowd notice that something was wrong with Zhang Rishan. There was an obvious evil look in his eyes. Furthermore, there was a strange mark on his forehead, it looked like a blood-red plum blossom. This blood-red plum blossom was the mark of bloodthirsty demon general, one of the blood sword deity's generals. Kill! Zhang Rishan suddenly dashed forward. The blood-red plum blossom on his forehead shone with a strange red light. After that, his strength skyrocketed. His strength had reached the second stage Divine Core realm. Zhonglin hurriedly circulated his energy to defend himself. But, he was still pushed back a few steps. There was nothing he could do. Within this formation, his strength was constantly being weakened. On the other hand, his opponent's strength wasn't affected at all. Soon, he would no longer be Zhang Rishan's opponent. Right at this moment, two more black figures dashed in. Both of them were wearing black iron masks. One was tall and skinny, the other was short and fat. Both of their cultivations were weaker than Zhang Rishan's, but they were both late first stage Divine Core warriors. Captain, those two guys are gone. We've searched every corner of this formation, but we couldn't find them. The tall and skinny warrior said. Did they run away? Whatever, the Lord Devil General is going to be resurrected soon. So what if they manage to escape? let's wait until the last batch of sacrificial offerings is delivered. When the Lord Devil General is resurrected, even the Lieutenant General of the Purple Mansion Army will be no match for him. You two, let's work together and kill these 3 men as soon as possible. Zhang Rishan furrowed his brows, but he quickly relaxed them. It seemed like he didn't care that Ling Xiao and Zi Long had run away. If Zhang Rishan was alone, it wouldn't be easy for him to kill these 3 men in a short period of time. After all, Zhang Lin and Yan Chuang weren't pushovers either. Both of them were second-stage Divine Core warriors, and they were extremely powerful. Although they were weakened by the formation, they still weren't easy to kill. He Yu was from the Feather race, and he was extremely fast, making him hard to deal with. But, with the 3 of them working together, the situation was much better. Big bro Ling Xiao, do you need help? I think they won't be able to hold on any longer. No one knew that there were actually 2 spectators in this ongoing battle. One was Zi Long from the Beast Ring. The other was Ling Xiao, who was in his Shadow Warrior form. Of course we need to save them. But, let's wait until they have suffered enough. These 3 bastards must have received an order from someone to kill us. We can't let them off without suffering some pain. Ling Xiao said with a cold voice. Then why don't we just kill them? Zi Long asked with a puzzled expression. No, I feel like that bloodthirsty devil general is much scarier than these 3 bastards. Therefore, we can't let them become sacrificial offerings, or else we'll be in trouble. We need to keep them alive. Ling Xiao explained. While they were talking, He Yu had been sent flying away. Zhang Lin and Yan Chuang were covered with wounds as well. Actually, these 2 men didn't have any grudges against Ling Xiao. It was purely because of Nie Feng's order that they wanted to kill Ling Xiao. At this moment, they really regretted it. They had all heard that Ling Xiao was an expert in formations. If Ling Xiao hadn't gone missing, this mere formation shouldn't be able to stop them. Damn it, He Yu was also very depressed. He was only dissatisfied with Ling Xiao because of what happened in the Ghost Devil Palace. But he also knew about Ling Xiao's abilities. At this moment, he simply missed Ling Xiao very much. Unfortunately, no matter how much he cried, there was no response. He could only wait for death. Kid, obediently become a sacrificial offering for the Lord Devil General. This is your glory. The short and fat warrior raised his steel saber and slashed at He Yu's neck. My life is over. He Yu closed his eyes. However, in the next moment, he heard a scream. When He Yu opened his eyes, he discovered that the short and fat warrior had fallen to the ground. Ling Xiao was crazily attacking. On the other side, Zi Long had appeared and stopped Zhang Rishan. This scene made Zhang Lin, Yan Chuang, and He Yu extremely happy. They didn't expect reinforcements to arrive. I've destroyed the poison and illusion formations, let's work together and kill them. Ling Xiao had destroyed the poison and illusion formations, but he didn't destroy the trapping formation. He didn't want Zhang Lin and the others to take the opportunity to escape. Although he could still fight a late first Divine Core warrior, it would be troublesome for him to win. Especially since this opponent wasn't an inexperienced little girl like Nie Shuang. He was a real veteran. He had relied on a sneak attack to get the upper hand. Therefore, Zhang Lin and Yan Chuang couldn't leave. But, he was worried for nothing. When these 2 men discovered that the poison and illusion formations had been destroyed, they vented all their anger. The tall and skinny old man was pressured to the point that he couldn't breathe. After 2 or 3 strikes, he was killed by Zhang Lin. Ling Xiao decided to let Yan Chuang deal with the short and fat old man. He was now a peak half-step Divine Core warrior. Even if he fought again, he wouldn't gain much. He would need a special opportunity to break through. He would try his best to conserve his strength. After a brief moment, the short and fat warrior was killed by Yan Chuang as well. But, Zhang Rishan had realized something. He had given up on Zi Long and started attacking Ling Xiao. In his mind, Ling Xiao was the key to this team. The formation he had spent so much effort to set up was easily destroyed by this young man. His foolproof plan had been destroyed by this young man. This young man must die. Luckily, he could tell that Ling Xiao was only a half-step Divine Core warrior. If he attacked with all his strength, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to withstand his attack. Zhang Lin, Yan Chuang, stop him. Zilong didn't expect the furious Zhang Rishan to be so fast. Seeing that he couldn't catch up, he asked Zhang Lin and Yan Chuang for help. But, what Zilong didn't expect was, Zhang Lin and Yan Chuang didn't stop Zhang Rishan. Instead, he intentionally or unintentionally blocked Ling Zhao's escape route. Shameless! The purple dragon was enraged. If it weren't for him and Ling Xiao, the two of them wouldn't have survived. But just as they were out of danger, these two actually wanted to take Ling Zhao's life. He really wanted to tear these two people into pieces. Don't blame us. You can only blame Ling Xiao for killing Nia Shuang and offending General Nia Feng. Zhang Lin and Yan Chuang both felt that they had done the right thing. They knew very well that this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. They had received Nia Feng's order to kill Ling Xiao. And now was the best opportunity. They didn't need to make a move. They could just borrow Zhang Rishan's hand to kill Ling Xiao. It wasn't repaying kindness with enmity. Of course, this was only what they thought. In Zilong's opinion, they were worse than pigs and dogs. Faced with the sudden change of events, Ling Zhao's expression was as indifferent as ever. From the moment he made a move to save them, he actually knew very well what kind of people he was saving. If he wasn't worried that the bloodthirsty demon general would be resurrected after these guys died, he really didn't bother to make a move. Of course, since he had already expected it. It was impossible for him to do nothing. A bunch of idiots. He smiled contemptuously. Ling Zhao's figure suddenly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. At this time, Zhang Rishan's attack had just arrived in front of Zhang Lin and Yan Chuang. The two of them had no time to resist at all. After being blasted out by Zhang Rishan's palm, they were both seriously injured at the same time. Of course, they wouldn't die. Damn, what kind of method is this? Zhang Lin and Yan Chuang hurriedly got up from the ground. They knew that they had been fooled by Ling Xiao. But at this time, they didn't have time to think carefully. Because Zhang Rishan couldn't find Ling Xiao, he could only vent his anger on them. Originally, either of them could defeat Zhang Rishan. But now two of their colleagues were seriously injured. They were no match for Zhang Rishan even if they joined forces. They wanted to escape, but the trapping array's effect was still there. They fled here and there, but still couldn't escape from this small area. The next moment, the purple dragon also disappeared. It was once again put into the beast ring by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao. Purple dragon. How dare you leave us in the lurch and run away? Do you know how the Purple Mansion army treats deserters? Death by 1,000 cuts, death by 1,000 cuts. Hurry up and come out to help. Zhang Lin was sweating profusely. He had been injured before, but it wasn't too serious. But now, his injuries were getting worse and worse. Naturally, if he continued like this, he would really be killed by Zhang Rishan. But even so, he was still arrogant, relying on the fact that he had Nia Feng's support. He was insufferably arrogant. He even tried to threaten Ling Xiao. Ouch, I'm so scared, is there something wrong with your head? I gave you face before because I didn't want to fight with you. Because we don't have any grudges against each other. But you actually took advantage of my face. I even dared to kill Nia Shuang and offend you Qilong. Do you think you can scare me with this? Are you an idiot? In the darkness, Ling Zhao's voice came from all directions. It was impossible to tell where it came from. Ah! Zhang Lin screamed. One of his arms was cut off by Zhang Rishan. Yan Chuang's situation wasn't much better. One of his eyes was missing. He screamed in pain. The two of them were about to die. Ling Xiao was about to make a move. It was still the same reason. Compared to these two good-for-nothings, the bloodthirsty demon general was more dangerous. At this moment, Zhang Rishan was somewhat smug. If it weren't for these people's internal strife, he would have been killed by them. Now, as long as he could take advantage of this opportunity to kill the two in front of him, he would have enough sacrifices. Plus the two dead vice-captains. There were also the people from the exploration team. It was time for the bloodthirsty demon general to be resurrected. Purple dragon, do it. In the darkness, a voice suddenly sounded. Then, Zhang Rishan saw a person suddenly appear and pounce on him. He hurriedly dodged. Unexpectedly, he felt a pain in his waist and realized that he had been stabbed. The person who attacked him was Ling Xiao, who had been hiding in the darkness. Run, Xianxia didn't even think about it. The red plum blossom on his forehead became more gorgeous. He crazily turned into a streak of blood light and fled into the distance. Ling Xiao directly chased after him. His figure turned into a streak of red lightning. His speed was no slower than Xianxia's. Seeing this, Zhang Lin and Yan Chuang were somewhat shocked. Ling Xiao's speed was actually so fast. He was much faster than either of them. If they couldn't kill Ling Xiao this time, they really didn't know how long they would have to wait. They chased after him in the dense forest. A few minutes later, Ling Xiao found that the streak of red light suddenly disappeared in a graveyard. This graveyard was where the Zifu soldiers who had died here were buried. Where is he? Purple Dragon, who had caught up, asked. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. Back to his nest, of course. I suspect that's where the so-called bloodthirsty demon general is. In front of them was a pitch-black mass grave. There were also countless tombs and mounds of dirt. They could also see ghost flames flying up into the sky from time to time. Why are they hiding here? Looks like some kind of formation has been set up here. Zilong said. There is indeed a formation here. If not, the exploration team would have found us long ago. Ling Xiao nodded his head and said. Ling Xiao, why don't we forget about the past and enter the place together? You'll be the one to break the formation, and you can take 50% of the treasures here. What do you think? Zhang Lin wasn't an idiot. When he saw the secret place, he immediately thought of a possibility. Xianxia was originally an early First Heavenly Core warrior. After he joined the exploration team, he quickly broke through to the peak First Heavenly Core realm. After that, he became the team leader of the exploration team. Everyone thought that it was because he was gifted. But now, Zhang Lin finally understood. This guy must have encountered some kind of fortuitous encounter. The fortuitous encounter was hidden in this place. But too bad, he didn't know anything about formations. Apart from Ling Xiao, no one else knew anything about formations. Although he didn't want to share anything with Ling Xiao, in order to break the formation here, he needed Ling Xiao's help. Yan Chuang and He Yu had the same thought as well. Therefore, they both nodded their heads and agreed. Just a moment ago, they were fighting to the death, but now, all three of them had disgusting flattery written on their faces. This man was indeed driven by his own interests. I can't tell General Nia Feng about this place. If I do, I'm afraid everyone else will want to get their hands on Bloodthirsty's inheritance. Zhang Lin thought about it carefully. First, he would use Ling Xiao's ability to break the formation and enter Bloodthirsty's place of inheritance. Not only would he be able to complete the Purple Mansion Army's mission, he would also be able to get his hands on Bloodthirsty's inheritance. As for the promise he made, it was just empty talk. As long as he could get his hands on the inheritance, he would kill Ling Xiao. If that was the case, his promise would be meaningless. Because of this, he dared to promise to give half of the treasures to Ling Xiao. Then I'll have to thank Major General. Ling Xiao said with a smile. How could he not know what this bastard Zhang Lin was thinking? However, if they wanted to enter the bloodthirsty general's lair, they would need someone to be the scapegoat. Besides, it was still uncertain who was scheming against whom. Of course, of course. Who asked you to be the only array master here? Zhang Lin said with a smile. Then I'll break the formation. Ling Xiao also wanted to go in and take a look. The bloodthirsty demon general's inheritance was much more attractive to him than the mysterious dark grass. He had also obtained many inheritances in the past. Therefore, he was very clear that every time he received an inheritance, his strength would increase greatly. Right now, he was in need of an inheritance. He definitely couldn't miss it. Yan Chuang, hurry and recover. Hearing that Ling Xiao had agreed to break the formation, Zhang Lin called out to Yan Chuang. He swallowed the elixir and rested at the side. With their current situation, they were no match for Ling Xiao, let alone Zilong, who was a second-stage divine core warrior. The most important thing now was to recover his strength. If he was seriously injured, he wouldn't be able to get anything. But, how could Ling Xiao give them the chance to recover? breaking a formation like this was just a piece of cake for him. The bloodthirsty demon general was a man from a few thousand years ago. If the formation was maintained for too long, it would cause more flaws to appear. With his Tai Chi eye, he could easily tell. Then, breaking the formation would be extremely easy. After a brief moment, he suddenly waved his hand and unleashed a sword energy that pierced through the air. Swoosh, crack, the sword energy penetrated into the darkness and produced a loud explosion. After that, everything went silent. Can you really do it? I told you you're an expert in formations, but is this how you break the formation? Are you trying to gather all the demon beasts in this area? Zhang Lin was startled by the loud explosion and opened his eyes. He couldn't focus on healing his injuries, so he couldn't help but roar out. Shut up, why don't you break the formation? Ling Xiao gazed at Zhang Lin coldly and sneered. Zhang Lin opened his mouth. His stomach was filled with anger, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't vent it out. Fine. Very good. I'm sorry, you can continue. He needed Ling Xiao to break the formation, so he definitely didn't dare to offend Ling Xiao. Just based on this point alone, no matter what Ling Xiao said, he had to accept it. At that moment, there was a buzzing sound. The scenery in the dark night changed drastically. The strangest thing was that the entire mass grave had disappeared. In its place was a huge building. It was like a palace. The door of the palace was closed, emitting a strange and terrifying aura. It made people feel very uncomfortable. It's broken. Zilong was so excited that he was about to rush in. However, he was stopped by Ling Xiao. Major General Zhang Lin, Major General Yan Chuang, shouldn't you two go in first? Don't tell me that I'm in charge of breaking the formation and have to be your vanguard. The two major generals want the treasure, but your guts are as small as a needle's eye? Ling Xiao looked at Zhang Lin and Yan Chuang and sneered. This? Ling Xiao, I think it's better if you take the lead. No one knew if there was a formation inside. What if there was a formation? Both of us don't know anything. What if something happens? Zhang Lin said with a bitter smile. Cowards. Ling Xiao said with disdain, don't forget that Zhang Rishan entered this place from here. Zhang Rishan entered this place when he was still an early first heavenly core warrior. Also, it was obvious that he had found some good fortune. That's why his cultivation had improved so much. Both of you, are you weaker than Zhang Rishan? If you don't want to go in, I'll leave first. But, if we find something good later, don't blame me for being first come, first served. Ling Xiao felt it was really funny. Zhang Lin and Yan Chuang were major generals. They weren't weak, but they were such cowards. How could such people dream of obtaining the bloodthirsty devil general's inheritance? Wasn't this a joke? That inheritance could only be obtained by those with courage. Those without courage would probably be scared away halfway through. Alright, let's do it. Zhang Lin and Yan Chuang exchanged glances. In the end, they walked in front. Actually, both of them were competing with each other. Both of them were on par with each other. That's why both of them were worried that the other would snatch the good inheritance before them. Both of them walked into the entrance one after another. Behind the entrance, the path was quite spacious. The buildings here looked like they were from an ancient era. Not only were they from a few thousand years ago. Ling Xiao guessed that when the bloodthirsty devil general came here, these buildings had already existed. Maybe he was seriously injured at that time and had no choice but to hide inside. The air inside was cold and evil. There was also a faint aura of bloodline. Zhang Lin felt excited, but also nervous. He was excited because the aura was similar to the one Zhang Rishan had. Of course, he was nervous because he didn't know what dangers were lurking inside. That's why he wasn't sure. Ling Xiao kept his Tai Chi eye open to observe. This place was filled with strange things. Perhaps the bloodthirsty devil general's inheritance was here, but there was another possibility. It was a devil's den. This wasn't an inheritance, but the real bloodthirsty devil general. Look, what's that? Zhang Lin, who was walking in front, suddenly cried out. Right now, the group had arrived at the bottom of the building. The space here was even bigger than the building above. Because of a special formation, it was always bright inside. The place Zhang Lin was pointing at was actually an altar. On top of the altar, there was a delicate statue. Ling Xiao didn't know who the statue was, but Zilong did. I can't be wrong, this is the Blood Sword Supreme, not the bloodthirsty devil general. Could it be that the one they want to resurrect is the Blood Sword Supreme? Zilong was surprised. Who is the Blood Sword Supreme? Ling Xiao asked curiously. You don't know who the Blood Sword Supreme is? You're so ignorant. Zhang Lin said with disdain, he is the founder of the Purple Palace Army, the former king and marshal of the Z Palace Kingdom. His strength had reached the frightening 8th Divine Core realm. Apart from the Emperor of the Dongxing Kingdom, no one in the Dongxing Kingdom was able to stop him. However, the Blood Sword Supreme was a murderous man, and he had almost fallen into the path of evil. He killed both evil and innocent people. In the end, he was chased by the Emperor of the Dongxing Kingdom for 10 days and 10 nights, then he disappeared into a bloody battlefield. Since his altar is here, it means he is dead. Ling Xiao didn't care about his tone. Instead, he looked at the statue of the Blood Sword Supreme. It was a warrior wearing a blood-red battle robe and carrying a long sword on his back. Although it was just a statue, Jiang Chen could still feel the horrifying murderous intent coming from it. Entering the path of Tao through killing, it's a good way. Too bad, falling into the path of evil is something no one can accept. Ling Xiao sighed. Suddenly, his spirit realm trembled. A murderous intent rose in his heart. This path of killing is quite suitable for me, because I have the martial soul of Tyrant. It's impossible for me to fall into the path of evil. The aura of a human king is protecting me, even the king of sovereigns in the profound world can't threaten me. Ling Xiao had no idea where the Blood Sword Supreme had died. But, if he was really dead, he would like to find him. He might be able to find something incredible. It was just a statue. The aura it released caused everyone's face to turn pale. His entire body was trembling. Even Heiyu was already kneeling on the ground. If the Blood Sword Supreme came, how terrifying would it be? Don't be afraid. Blood Sword Supreme is already dead. It was just a sculpture. It was probably set up by the remnants of the Blood Sword Supreme to summon his soul. There was no need to worry. Let's continue. Sometimes, greed could really cover up everything. Although Zhang Lin was very scared, since he had already entered, he did not want to leave empty-handed. Besides, even the first Divine Core warrior, Zhang Rishan, was able to come and go as he pleased. What were they afraid of? There should be no one else. However, the huge pool of blood around the altar still gave people a strange and terrifying feeling. Suddenly, the blood pool began to move. Zhang Rishan climbed out of the blood pool. His cold eyes looked at the people in front of him and he let out a strange laugh. Interesting, I didn't expect you to be able to barge in. However, this will save us a lot of trouble. General, they're here. He suddenly looked at the blood pool and said respectfully. This voice caused the hearts of several people to tremble. General, could it be the bloodthirsty devil general? If it was the real bloodthirsty devil general, none of them would be able to survive. All of them would die. Bang, a frightening aura was unleashed. The 5 men were unprepared. Heiyu was kneeling on the ground, and he immediately laid down on the ground. He couldn't even straighten his back. Zhang Lin and Yan Chuang immediately knelt down as well. Zilong wanted to kneel down as well. However, he was stopped by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao injected his human king aura into Zilong's body. The frightening aura was expelled from his body. Through this aura, Ling Xiao could confirm that if the bloodthirsty devil general was really in the blood pool, that meant his overall strength had been greatly reduced. Right now, he was only at the peak of the 2nd Divine Core realm. He believed that his Tai Chi wouldn't make a mistake. If this was the case, then things would be much easier. As long as the 5 of them worked together, even if the enemy was the real bloodthirsty devil general, they would still die. Dark nether grass? Ling Xiao saw that there were actually a few stalks of black medicinal herbs beside the altar. They looked exactly the same as the dark nether grass recorded in the Eternal Divine Pill scripture. After confirming it with his Tai Chi, he found out that it was the real deal. This was really a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. He quickly walked over and pulled out the 3 dark nether grasses. After that, he swallowed them together with the 10 purple sun fortune pills. What he needed right now was strength. The stronger he was, the higher the possibility of defeating the bloodthirsty devil general. And he would be safer. At this moment, a frightening energy started exploding within his body. Monstrous waves surged in his sea of cultivation, constantly bombarding the incomparably thick gate of breakthrough. Compared to the breakthrough of a small realm, the door to breaking through to the next major realm was too solid. He had no idea how long it would take, but he was looking forward to it. Right at this moment, a figure slowly emerged from the blood pool. A few daring juniors. How dare you intrude into my resting place? How dare you disturb the blood sword sovereign's resurrection? You deserve to die. A cold and terrifying voice kept echoing within the underground space. A blood-red monster stood up from the pool of blood. Blood-red hair. Blood-red eyes. Even his skin was blood-red. Right now, he didn't look like a human, he looked more like a red-haired zombie that had lived for thousands of years. Aside from Ling Xiao, the rest of the men were trembling with fear, and their expressions were dark. Zilong was in a better state, as he had Ling Xiao's help. The other 3 men had lost their will to fight, and their eyes were filled with fear. That formless and terrifying pressure was simply too terrifying. But, it was this overwhelming pressure that made Ling Xiao calm down. He could feel that this bloodthirsty devil general was bluffing. Although a peak second Divine Core Warrior was stronger than any of them. If the 5 of them joined forces, this bloodthirsty devil general wouldn't be a match for them. But too bad, some of them were useless. Please spare our lives, General, please spare our lives. We didn't mean to disturb your cultivation. We also didn't mean to disturb Lord Bloodsword's resurrection. We just didn't mean to intrude. Zhang Lin kept kowtowing as he shouted in fear. That's right, we didn't mean to intrude. Please, let us live. We're willing to do anything for you. Yan Chuang's head was also pounding down like garlic. Hey, you fainted from fear. Sigh, what a bunch of trash. If you all had strong willpower, why would you be afraid of him? Ling Xiao sighed. Brother Ling Xiao, what should we do now? Zilong looked at Ling Xiao and asked nervously. Don't worry, let's kill these traitors first, so they won't turn around and attack us later. I think these pieces of trash have been completely frightened by that monster. As for that monster, he's only a peak second Divine Core Warrior. If we join forces, it won't be difficult for us to kill him. Ling Xiao told Zilong using his divine sense. After hearing what Ling Xiao said, Zilong immediately calmed down. The reason why he was so scared was because he didn't know how strong Jiang Chen was. Since he knew, there was no reason for him to be scared. Now. Suddenly, Ling Xiao made the first move. A resplendent sword light blossomed in the underground world. Ling Xiao struck with the frightening blood shadow sword art. He needed to kill Jiang Chen with a single strike. He couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Blood shadow kill. In an instant, his figure turned into a blood-red shadow. At the same time, he circulated the blood sun scripture. The frightening power of a third-order Emperor realm martial skill was unleashed. A trail of blood appeared on Zhang Lin's throat. He didn't even have time to react before he died on the spot. In order to prevent Zhang Lin from becoming a sacrifice, Ling Xiao immediately threw Zhang Lin's corpse into his storage ring. A storage ring was different from a beast ring. Living things couldn't live in it, but it didn't matter how heavy things were. Right when Jiang Chen killed Zhang Lin, Zilong's divine great emperor spear pierced through Yan Chuang's back. Zilong's cultivation was the same as Yan Chuang's, but his combat strength was much stronger. Plus, it was a sneak attack. Naturally, he succeeded. Ling Xiao kept Yan Chuang's corpse as usual. Zilong continued his attack and killed Heiyu as well. Right at this moment, he couldn't afford to be soft-hearted. If not, he would be in a very passive situation. In just an instant, all 3 men were killed. Even the bloodthirsty devil general was dumbfounded. The 2 young men in front of him were incredibly fast. They didn't hesitate at all. How dare you steal my sacrifice? You're courting death. The bloodthirsty devil general was furious. Originally, with those 3 sacrifices, he would be able to break through to the third-order divine core realm. But now, things had turned out this way, and it really made him furious. Come on, what are you pretending for? although you're strong, you're not as strong as before. You're only a peak second order divine core warrior. Also, you've turned into a red-haired zombie, so I'm sure your mobility has been greatly reduced. Do you really think we can't tell? Ling Xiao sneered. After being exposed by Ling Xiao, the bloodthirsty devil general furrowed his brows. His expression turned ugly. So what? You're just a half-step divine core warrior, no matter what, you're just a divine vein warrior. He couldn't use it at all. Although his cultivation is at the second divine core realm, he is still no match for me. Killing the two of you is as easy as flipping my hand. The bloodthirsty demon general coldly snorted. Xiaolong, you go and deal with that Zhang Rishan. Remember, kill him as quickly as possible, then come and help me. I'll hold this bloodthirsty demon general back. Ling Xiao ignored the bloodthirsty demon general and suddenly said to Zilong. Right now, he had already begun to break through. In battle, he would definitely be able to speed up his breakthrough. Understood. Zilong thought for a moment and understood Ling Xiao's idea. Although Ling Xiao's cultivation was not as high as his, nor was his battle prowess, he had all kinds of tricks up his sleeves. It was very likely that he could stall the bloodthirsty demon general. He could also kill Zhang Rishan in a short period of time. This was the best choice. If it was the other way around, no one would be able to fully unleash their abilities. Kill. Zilong pounced on Zhang Rishan. Zhang Rishan sneered, then he dashed outside. It looked like he was trying to stall for time, allowing the bloodthirsty demon general to kill Ling Xiao. Zilong followed behind him. Jia, the bloodthirsty demon general looked at Ling Xiao and let out a creepy laugh. This horrifying laugh echoed throughout the entire underground world. Kid, you're too arrogant, killing you is as easy as lifting a finger. You can give it a try. Ling Xiao's mission was to stall for time. Since the bloodthirsty demon general wanted to chat, he was more than happy to play along. While speaking, he had already transformed into the peerless heavenly rat. At the same time, he unleashed the Yin-Yang Cosmic Tiger, Nine-Snake General, Infernal Undying Bird, Cerberus, Infernal Shadow Rabbit, and Divine Frost Dragon. Each of these beast souls could double or triple his battle prowess. Furthermore, they all came with special skills. Facing such a frightening opponent, even if he wanted to stall for time, he had to become extremely powerful. The innate 30% God-Fiend Sword Soul naturally wouldn't forget. Only a fool would hide this martial soul that could increase the attack power of sword skills by 13 times. At this moment, Ling Xiao only had the Tyrant martial soul that he hadn't exposed yet. He planned to use it at a critical moment. He wanted to catch his opponent off guard. The bloodthirsty demon general revealed a surprised expression. He really didn't expect that Ling Xiao's combat strength would actually increase by leaps and bounds in such a short period of time. This really came as a surprise to him. Looks like I have to kill this kid quickly, otherwise there will be trouble. The bloodthirsty demon general had a feeling that Ling Xiao might become his nemesis. If he couldn't kill him as soon as possible, it would be even more troublesome next. However, just as he was about to make his move, something even stranger happened. Bloodthirsty Plague. Ling Xiao released a terrifying ability. A large amount of plague bacteria pounced on the bloodthirsty demon general's body. At that moment, something strange happened. Even Ling Xiao himself didn't expect it. The bloodthirsty plague actually caused such a terrifying amount of damage to the bloodthirsty demon general. A huge amount of blood and chi was being sucked away. The bloodthirsty demon general's combat strength instantly dropped. The peak second divine core cultivation base that he had spent so much effort to recover by sucking the bloodthirsty plague's blood dropped to the late second divine core realm. And it was still dropping. It was incredibly fast. Only when it reached the early second divine core realm did it slow down a lot. Perhaps it was because he had just broken through to the peak second divine core realm from the early second divine core realm. His cultivation base had already stabilized, and it wouldn't drop so easily. But, this was already shocking enough. There was something even more shocking. Not only did the bloodthirsty plague absorb the bloodthirsty demon general's blood and chi, furthermore, it had sucked up all the blood in the blood pool. The terrifying energy had completely merged with Ling Xiao's body. It had turned into a blood-red tidal wave. with just a single wave, it had broken through the door. The water core in Ling Xiao's body was becoming more solid. And it had turned blood red, as if it was a blood core. Early core formation realm, mid core formation realm, late core formation realm, peak core formation realm, peak core formation realm. The increase in Ling Xiao's combat strength was out of control. After he broke through to the divine core realm, his combat strength skyrocketed. His combat strength skyrocketed all the way to the peak first divine core realm. The core formation realm was the first stage of the divine core realm. The blood core in Ling Xiao's body had completely solidified, and it had become solid. Furthermore, it was at least 10 times stronger than a peak core formation warrior's blood core. The feeling was simply terrifying. The most terrifying thing was, the blood had seeped into the transformed Peerless Heavenly Rat. It had actually caused the Peerless Heavenly Rat to mutate. No beast soul had merged with it. The Peerless Heavenly Rat had actually broken through to the 8th Divine Core Peerless Heavenly Rat. This saved Ling Xiao the trouble of searching for a beast soul. Previously, the Peerless Heavenly Rat's combat strength had been greatly reduced, it was only 2 to 3 times. But now, it had once again recovered to 10 times, Ling Xiao's combat strength had skyrocketed. Before this, he was only planning to stall bloodthirsty and stall for time. But now, he was ready to fight. What did you do? What did you do? Bloodthirsty was in a frenzy. What could he do? After Ling Xiao absorbed all his blood and qi, his combat strength had been greatly reduced. He was only at the early second-ranked Divine Core realm. What was even more depressing was that even the blood pool that could allow him to quickly improve his combat strength had been completely absorbed by Ling Xiao. It had taken him more than a month to complete it. Just like that, it had become someone else's work. Damn it! Damn it, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. Bloodthirsty let out a furious roar as he leapt toward Ling Xiao. He swore to himself that he would tear Ling Xiao into pieces. Ling Xiao sneered. Without dodging, he began circulating his true yuan. After that, he took out the Ice Age and Blood Sun world. Then, he unleashed his terrifying true yuan and launched an attack. Fifth form of the 9 transformation Celestial Fiend skill, God Extinguishing Purgatory, Void Lock. Bang, both men collided into each other. Then, they separated at the same time. Ling Xiao was knocked back dozens of steps. Bloodthirsty was also knocked back a few steps. Neither of them were injured. However, in this collision, Ling Xiao was obviously at a disadvantage. That was because the martial skills that the Bloodthirsty Demon General had casually displayed were all 3rd-level Emperor-class martial skills. Thinking about it, the Bloodthirsty Devil General was once a 6th-level Divine Core warrior. He must have learned 3rd-order Emperor-ranked martial skills. Because of his limited combat strength, he couldn't unleash any high-level martial skills. But, he could still use 3rd-order Emperor-ranked martial skills freely. In terms of martial skills, Ling Xiao was at a disadvantage. But, in terms of combat strength, he was no longer at a disadvantage. Again. Ling Xiao sneered. 10 swords appeared at the same time. His cultivation had broken through to the Divine Core realm, and he had broken through to the peak Divine Core realm. Ling Xiao could finally unleash all 10 swords at the same time and unleash the 9 sovereign sword art. At the same time, the 9 swords seemed to have been sealed. All of them advanced. From the original Precious Grade Emperor artifact to the Immortal Grade Emperor artifact. The weapons became stronger. All the attacks became stronger at the same time. Now, the power of 9 swords combined into one was comparable to a low 3rd-order Emperor Realm Master, 8 swords combined into one could reach high 2nd-order Emperor Realm. 7 swords combined into one was also a low-grade 2nd-order Emperor Realm. As for the 10 swords combined into one, its power reached the terrifying 3rd-order Emperor Realm. Ling Xiao could feel the true essence in his body crazily gushing out. His potential was rapidly drained. It surged into his sea of cultivation. 10 swords in one, kill. With a roar, 10 sword lights were released at the same time and merged into one in the air. It turned into a 10-colored sword light. Not good. The Bloodthirsty Demon General was shocked. He had never expected that this kid who had already surprised him was actually still able to display such a terrifying sword move. He roared, and at the same time, he also started to circulate a high-grade third-order Emperor-class martial skill. Bloodthirsty Fist Scripture, Boiling. Rumble, once again, the two attacks collided. Terrifying energy jumped crazily in the underground world. The entire underground world began to shake. If it weren't for the stability of the four major regions, the entire underground world would have collapsed. The two were in a stalemate for a moment. Then, the bloodthirsty demon general flew backward and fell heavily to the ground. Their strength was equal, their martial skills were equal. However, the bloodthirsty demon general was at a disadvantage because of his weapon. Ling Xiao had 10 immortal-grade Emperor-class weapons. But the bloodthirsty demon general was barehanded. Dash! The bloodthirsty demon general stood up and roared crazily. He was angry and a little frightened. "Brother Ling Xiao, I'm here." At this moment, Zilong appeared. His appearance made the bloodthirsty demon general's situation even worse. "Where's Zhang Rishan?" Ling Xiao asked. "Killed. I put the corpse in my storage ring. It's a mission item." Zilong laughed. "Okay, then let's join hands to kill this guy." Ling Xiao should be able to kill the bloodthirsty demon general by himself. But with Zilong's help, it would be much faster. Who knew if there would be any other dangers? He didn't want to get hurt here. Mad dance of corpse poison. Suddenly, the bloodthirsty demon general let out a furious roar. In an instant, the entire underground world was covered by a green poisonous mist. Ling Xiao took a sniff. This poisonous mist should be the source of the infectious disease in the exploration team. Now, he had completed one of the missions. He would be rewarded with many upper-grade soul stones. "Zilong, run now." He suddenly thought of something, then he shouted at Zilong. Although Zilong had eaten his poison prevention pill, this poisonous mist was not ordinary. It was similar to the bloodthirsty demon plague, and it had its own consciousness. The poison prevention pill didn't have much of an effect. "Run? It's too late, both of you will die here today. Even if I don't do anything, you won't be able to escape from here," the bloodthirsty demon general said with a grin. He realized that he might not be a match for Ling Xiao right now, that's why he had to use this poison. This poison was brewed by him after staying here for a few thousand years. Any warriors below the third level of the Divine Core realm would be poisoned. Even warriors above the third level of the Divine Core realm wouldn't dare breathe it in, otherwise, they would have to spend a lot of energy to dissolve it. Therefore, he was sure that both Ling Xiao and Zilong would be poisoned to death. Plop, Zilong fell onto the ground, and his face turned green. "Shit, brother Ling Xiao, I think I'm going to die soon." Although he was a second-level Divine Core warrior, in terms of poison resistance, he couldn't compare with Ling Xiao. "Don't worry, I'm here." Ling Xiao waved his hand, and Zilong was placed into the beast ring to rest. As for the poison in his body, it would be slowly absorbed by his body. The most important thing now was to kill the bloodthirsty demon general. "N? Although you've broken through, you're only at the peak core formation realm. He actually had such a strong resistance to this corpse poison, you're even better than an iron core warrior." The bloodthirsty demon general was surprised. But after a brief moment, he still sneered, "It's useless. At most, you can hold on for a little longer. You're going to die soon. 3 breaths at most." The bloodthirsty demon general looked at Ling Xiao with confidence. However, 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, 3 breaths later, Ling Xiao was still standing there, and he didn't look any different. On the contrary, a proud smile emerged on his face. "Impossible," the bloodthirsty demon general panicked once again. He had tried this poison many times. Even a third-level Divine Core warrior would fall unconscious after inhaling it. This guy was only a peak first Divine Core warrior. How could he be so calm? Ling Xiao sneered. He didn't pay any attention to the bloodthirsty demon general. 9 snake heads stretched out from his back. After that, they opened their mouths and started devouring the terrifying poison. The poison kept entering the 9 snake heads. Suddenly, the 9 snake general's beast soul actually broke through. 9 Hell Hydra. 3rd Divine Core Beast Soul. Interesting, I never thought this bloodthirsty devil general would be my lucky star. I'm starting to like him. Ling Xiao was really happy. After meeting this bloodthirsty devil general, not only did he find the profound nether grass, because of the blood pool, he had also broken through to the perfect first divine core realm. In other words, he was now at the perfect core formation realm. Now, he had even upgraded the 9-snake demon beast soul to the Hell Hydra beast soul. He had even obtained a second special skill. Wasn't this his lucky star? Hee, I'm sorry, bloodthirsty devil general, your corpse poison is actually delicious to me, I really need to thank you. Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. Monster. You're the real monster. Bloodthirsty devil general's expression became extremely ugly, and fear could be seen in his eyes. Ling Xiao was too mysterious. He was so mysterious that no one could understand him. In this world, the most frightening thing wasn't strength, but the unknown, and it was because of the unknown that people were afraid of. However, he was an old monster who had lived for thousands of years. Although he was afraid, he quickly returned to normal. Suddenly, he dashed into a room in the underground world. Ling Xiao did not have the time to chase after him. He had already come out. There was a pair of gloves on his hands. Kid, even if you can resist the corpse poison, you're still too weak. The only thing you're stronger than me in is your weapon. Now, I have a divine emperor weapon as well. What can you do to me? Is that so? If this is all you've got, I'm afraid you won't be far from death. Ling Xiao said with a mocking tone. The martial soul of Tyrant, his biggest trump card, he hadn't used it yet. It seemed like there were no outsiders here. He didn't mind using it. However, he had just broken through, and he needed a fight to stabilize his cultivation. That was why he didn't use the martial soul of Tyrant or Blood Lightning God. Otherwise, if he used either of them, bloodthirsty devil general would be dead. Kill. Ling Xiao suddenly moved his feet, activating the cosmic body. A ferocious sword intent bloomed from both swords. But this time, he didn't use any powerful skills. Instead, he used the descent of Fiend God. He aimed at bloodthirsty devil general's shoulder. Did he guess that my shoulders are my weakness? The bloodthirsty demon general was very surprised. The red zombie body he cultivated had only 3 weak points on his body. Those who didn't understand him wouldn't be able to find him. But this Ling Xiao had actually found it with his first attack. Impossible, it must be an accident. He stretched out his hands to block Ling Xiao's attack. However, in the next moment, Ling Xiao's sword move suddenly changed. Because the moves were simple, it was easier to change them. This sword was aimed at a point on the bloodthirsty demon general's back. Another weakness. Another weakness, this is definitely not a coincidence. This kid can really see the weakness of my red zombie body. Damn it, why did I meet such a freak? Boom, the bloodthirsty demon general hurriedly turned around to block. Because he was in a hurry, he suffered a loss. His body was pushed back again. Brat, scram. Just throw down the corpses in your storage ring. I can spare your life. The bloodthirsty demon general suddenly said. He realized that it was extremely difficult for him to kill Ling Xiao. If he continued fighting like this and attracted the attention of others, he would be in even more trouble. Therefore, he chose to back down. Even if it's an agreement, I should be the one to make the decision, not you. The one who should scram is you, right? But, before you scram, you better leave behind your storage ring. I can spare your life. Ling Xiao sneered. Presumptuous, brat, you really don't know how high the sky is. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? I just don't want to waste too much energy on you. The bloodthirsty demon general was furious. Terrifying true energy began to gather on both of his hands. His blood-red hair was actually standing on end. A horrifying smell of blood filled the air. 4th grade Emperor Realm Martial Skill. Are you crazy? Using a 4th grade Emperor Realm Martial Skill with a 2nd grade Divine Core Cultivation base is no different from courting death. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. This bloodthirsty demon general was really going to risk his life. He didn't care about his own life and used such a horrifying martial skill. If you're scared, leave your corpse behind and scram. To be honest, I don't want to risk my life with you. Because I won't get any benefits. But, you're the one who forced me to do this. This fist skill is a low-grade 4th grade Emperor Realm martial skill. If you still don't want to give in, I still know some mid-grade and high-grade Emperor Realm martial skills. Do you want to try them all? The bloodthirsty demon general was using a powerful martial skill to threaten Ling Xiao. He wanted to force Ling Xiao to leave. If it was someone else, he would probably agree to it. But, he was Ling Xiao, how could Ling Xiao give in so easily? Alright, since you're not afraid of death, I'll play with you. I'd like to see how powerful you are. Ling Xiao sneered. He unleashed his martial soul of Tyrant. The entire underground world turned into a pitch-black universe. At this moment, the bloodthirsty demon general felt a terrifying pressure that he had never felt before. What? The bloodthirsty demon general looked at Ling Xiao in horror. What kind of terrifying power was contained in this young man's body? Why was it increasing again and again? Sky Tyrant, 9 Supreme Sword Art, 10 swords in 1. Kill. While the bloodthirsty demon general was lost in his thoughts, Ling Xiao had already launched his attack. The bloodthirsty demon general didn't dare to waste time thinking. Instead, he blasted out the low-grade 4th grade Emperor Realm martial skill that he had already condensed. Another earth-shattering roar sounded. The bloodthirsty demon general was undoubtedly sent flying. His body directly hit the sculpture and bounced back. He landed on the ground with a horrified expression. Stop, I don't want to fight anymore. The bloodthirsty demon general hurriedly shouted, I admit that I can't kill you easily. But, if I release my inner core, I can also perish with you. I don't want your corpse, you can leave. Haha, you're not qualified to negotiate with me. To be honest, your advantage is that you've learned more powerful martial skills before. But, unfortunately, you're not strong enough to fully display the power of those martial skills. As for me, this is still not my ultimate skill. If you want to die, I can continue playing with you. Ling Xiao sneered, if you want me to let you go, at least show me some sincerity. You want me to let you go with just a few words, don't you think you're being too optimistic? The bloodthirsty demon general's expression was extremely ugly. Just like what Ling Xiao had said, Jiang Chen had forced him into a corner. He didn't want to perish together with Jiang Chen. After all, if he recovered his full strength, he would be a 6th divine core warrior. It wasn't worth it for him to perish together with this young man. What do you want? The bloodthirsty demon general furrowed his brows and asked. As for the conditions, I've already told you. Hand over your storage ring, and I'll let you go. Ling Xiao didn't want to perish together with this guy either. After all, this guy was an old monster, who knew if he had any trump cards. Since Jiang Chen knew that Bloodthirsty's bottom line was to survive, this matter would be much easier. Ling Xiao smiled and said, I don't want anything else, just give me your storage ring and everything inside. Although he had the Tai Chi eye, he couldn't see what was inside the storage ring. But, he could see the special glow emitting from the storage ring. The brighter the glow, the more treasures it contained. Jiang Chen believed that all of General Bloodthirsty's treasures should be inside the storage ring. I can't give you the storage ring. General Bloodthirsty shook his head and said, although it is a storage ring, it's also an important item to the mansion of the prefecture. But at the same time, it's an important token of the Zifu army. Without it, I won't be able to get the things I put in the Zifu army's treasury. Even if you do get it, it'll just be a hot potato. Not only will it be useless to you, it will also bring you death. How about this? I can give you everything in the storage ring. What do you think? General Bloodthirsty tried his best to hold back the anger in his heart as he spoke. Damn it, how could he be forced to such an extent by a peak first divine core brat? What a disgrace. Luckily, there was no one else around. Once he recovered his strength, he would kill this brat. Now, as long as he didn't die, he would cooperate as much as he could. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, it's none of your business whether I'll bring you death or not. But, if you don't hand over the storage ring, don't even think about leaving here alive today. He was confident that General Bloodthirsty wouldn't die together with him. As long as there was a chance of survival, General Bloodthirsty wouldn't choose to die. You. Don't go too far. General Bloodthirsty furiously said. I'm going too far, so what? Ling Xiao sneered and said, I'm still willing to let you live, but if it were you, you would have killed me without saying anything. Alright, enough with the nonsense, either you hand over the storage ring. Or, I'll take it myself after I kill you. Worst comes to worst, I'll just get injured. I can guarantee you that you won't be able to kill me. General Bloodthirsty's face alternated between red and white. In the end, he nodded his head helplessly. He tossed the storage ring to Ling Xiao. When Ling Xiao touched the storage ring, he immediately knew it was an extraordinary item. This thing was much better than the storage ring on his hand. Not only was the space larger, but it could also store a small number of living creatures. Moreover, the quality was even better, and it was not easily damaged. With a smile, he sealed the bloodthirsty demon general's consciousness in the storage ring. Of course, there was a reason why it was sealed and not erased. He was very interested in the secret vault that bloodthirsty demon general had just mentioned. It could only be used by martial artists at the general level. He would definitely take a look at it in the future. If he needed to use the bloodthirsty demon general's consciousness, it would come in handy. Kid, with your aptitude, why don't you come with me? Although I am extremely weak right now, once I recover, I will be a 6th Divine Core warrior. You won't lose out if you follow me. The bloodthirsty demon general did not leave immediately. It seemed that it was still unwilling to give up, and it began to bewitch Ling Xiao. Don't you want to leave? Ling Xiao's eyes flickered coldly. Whoosh, the bloodthirsty demon general turned into a streak of bloody light and fled. Brat, I'll remember you. Once I recover my cultivation, I'll come back and find you again. At that time, it'll be useless even if you kneel down and beg for mercy. Idiot. You're at most a 6th Divine Core warrior, and I don't know how long it will take you to recover. At that time, I'll be much stronger than you. Ling Xiao was confident enough to let the bloodthirsty demon general go. He knew what the consequences would be. Time to leave. After the bloodthirsty demon general left, Ling Xiao didn't leave immediately. Instead, he turned to the statue of the Blood Sword Supreme. A smile emerged on his face. Without hesitation, he placed it into his new storage ring. Because the statue of the Blood Sword Supreme had been sacrificed for a long time, it contained a powerful energy. Although it was evil, it would be a waste not to use it. It could definitely replenish Ling Xiao's depleted potential. Moreover, this sculpture already had some of the Blood Sword Supreme's divine might. He believed that if the inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme really existed, if the Blood Sword Supreme really believed that the statue had some sort of reaction. After keeping the statue, Xianxia left the Devil Cave. He went straight to the mission tower. There was no need for the exploration team to go there. He had investigated the source of the infectious disease. Since the bloodthirsty demon general had left, he believed the infectious disease wouldn't spread any further. The Purple Mansion army had their own army doctor and alchemist. Xianxia would leave the rest to them. Along the way, Ling Xiao started checking the treasures in his storage ring. 1 million upper-rank soul stones. With these upper-rank soul stones, and the money he earned from the martial Dao competition, Ling Xiao now had 6 million upper-rank soul stones. The Blood Thunder God could now rest at ease. There was also a bottle of pills with about 20 pills. They were called Profound Nether Pills. This Profound Nether Pill was concocted with Profound Nether Grass and Profound Nether Divine Water as the main ingredients. Of course, the most important thing was that it required the blood essence of Divine Core warriors. Countless Divine Core warriors had sacrificed their lives to concoct these 20 Profound Nether Pills. Each pill was extremely precious. Besides, Ling Xiao couldn't concoct them himself. Firstly, the Profound Nether Grass was hard to find, and secondly, the Profound Nether Divine Water was hard to find. Of course, the most troublesome thing was the blood essence of Divine Core warriors. Although he wasn't a kind man, the fact that he could concoct pills with human blood was terrifying. Of course, the Profound Nether Pill had great effects as well. It combined the effects of the Healing Pill, Energy Restoration Pill, and Divine Restoration Pill. One of the first 2 pills was used to heal wounds. The other was used to restore true yuan. As for the Divine Restoration Pill, it could be used to increase a Divine Core warrior's cultivation and body strength. The Profound Nether Pill had all 3 effects, and they were the best of the best. Good stuff. Aside from the Profound Nether Pill, there was also a hand-drawn map. Ling Xiao could tell that it was a map of the Violet Spirit. Underworld. Most importantly, there was a place marked on the map, and it had the words Blood Sword Supreme written on it. Ling Xiao immediately became excited. If he wasn't mistaken, this should be the place where the Blood Sword Supreme disappeared. Only the bloodthirsty demon general who had been following the Blood Sword Supreme knew where it was. Good stuff. Unfortunately, there weren't any martial skills in this storage ring. It looked like the bloodthirsty demon general had left all his martial skills in that secret vault. The things in this storage ring were just a small part of it. Brother Ling Xiao. Suddenly, Zilong's voice sounded out from the beast ring, pulling Ling Xiao back from his thoughts. He quickly let Zilong out. With a smile on his face, he asked, "Are you all right now?" "I'm fine now." "But, where's that monster?" Zilong asked. "It ran away," Ling Xiao said. Zilong was startled for a second, but he didn't ask any questions. If Ling Xiao said that the fellow had run away, then that fellow had definitely run away. There was no way he could lie about this. As for why it ran away, and how it ran away, it didn't matter. He was too lazy to think about those things. Both men continued their journey, and in just half a day, they arrived at the mission tower. 3 frightening auras could be sensed from the mission tower. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the 3 men who were descending from the sky. He knew one of them. Nie Feng, Nie Shuang's brother. Damn it, brother Ling Xiao, why is Nie Feng here? I think he's going to take revenge on us. He's a peak 3rd divine core warrior, both of us are no match for him. Zilong said worriedly. Don't worry, let's take it one step at a time. If we can defeat him, we'll fight him. If we can't, we'll just run. Speaking of running, he's no match for me. Ling Xiao wasn't worried at all. With so many people here, even if Nie Feng wanted to kill him, he wouldn't be able to escape. Even if Nie Feng wanted to kill him, he would have to think twice. While they were talking, the 3 men landed on the ground. All 3 of them were at the peak 3rd divine core realm, the perfect bronze core realm. All 3 of them were major generals, top major generals. I heard the Purple Spirit Underworld is guarded by 7 major generals from the Purple Mansion Army. Just because of you, 3 of them have come out. Big brother Ling Xiao, you really have a lot of face. Zilong nudged Ling Xiao and said. Ling Xiao smiled, then he cupped his fist toward the 3 men and said, "Greetings, generals." He still had to show some courtesy. "Master." Right at this moment, 2 people arrived by Nie Feng's side and greeted him respectfully. These 2 men weren't old, but their cultivation bases weren't weak. One of them was an early Iron Core warrior, about 30 years old. The other one was an early Bronze Core warrior, about 35 years old. Both of them are Nie Feng's disciples. The Iron Core warrior is Yuan Chong, and the Bronze Core warrior is called Feng Tian. Especially Yuan Chong, he has a very close relationship with Nie Shuang. Although many people think Nie Shuang is Yu Qilong's woman, Yuan Chong still loves her. But Yuan Chong likes Nie Shuang very much. Zilong knew much more than Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at the 2 men indifferently, but he didn't say anything. Right at this moment, Nie Feng said with a cold voice, "Ling Xiao, there were 4 men who went on this mission with you. Now, only Zilong is left. Where are the other 3? Clearly, Nie Feng was trying to pick a fight with Ling Xiao. However, there was nothing wrong with his question. Firstly, Ling Xiao was the one who opened the bloodthirsty demon cave. Second, Ling Xiao was the one who defeated the bloodthirsty demon general. Third, Ling Xiao was the only one who knew the details of the entire process. If he didn't ask him, who else would he ask? One had to know that when Ling Xiao fought with the bloodthirsty demon general, Zilong was unconscious. Zhang Lin, Yan Chuang, and He Yu were killed by the bloodthirsty demon general because they were poisoned by corpse poison. These are the corpses. Why don't you examine them yourselves? Ling Xiao took out the 3 corpses. Of course, they were all processed. The bloodthirsty demon general is so powerful, how could he let you go? Tell me the truth, have you sided with him? Nie Feng asked again. Ling Xiao said coolly, "General Nie, don't casually accuse people wrongly. Everyone knows that the bloodthirsty demon general was seriously injured several thousand years ago. When he fought with his subordinates, his old injuries flared up and he had no choice but to escape. Bullshit. You're the only divine vein realm martial artist among the 5, but those 3 died. Not only did you resist the corpse poison, you even survived until the end. How do you explain this? Yuan Chong, who was standing beside Nie Feng, said angrily. Perhaps it was because of Nie Shuang, but Yuan Chong didn't have a good impression of Ling Xiao. That's right, you have to give an explanation. Nie Feng and the other 2 major generals released a terrifying aura at the same time, forcing Ling Xiao to not dare to lie. Facing this powerful pressure, Ling Xiao only smiled indifferently and looked at Yuan Chong coldly. First, you don't have the right to tell me what to do. You're a coward, you didn't even dare to accept this mission. Now that I've completed the mission, you're jealous. You actually want to slander me because you're jealous. Second, you said that I'm the weakest among the 5, I think you're blind. Among the 5, I'm the strongest. If the first half of the sentence made Yuan Chong's face unsightly and even a little ashamed, then the second half of the sentence was a joke in Yuan Chong's eyes. The surrounding Zifu army soldiers also roared with laughter. Ling Zhao's expression was very indifferent. He was only at the divine vein realm, so of course he wasn't the strongest. But now, he was at the peak of the core formation realm. With his current strength, early Iron Core realm martial artists were no match for him. Therefore, he was the strongest among the 5, because he was the strongest, all the doubts that seemed unreasonable became reasonable. He could resist the corpse poison, survive until the end, and even save Zilong. Being able to repel the bloodthirsty demon general became reasonable. This answer was funny. But it blocked many difficult questions that Nie Feng and Yuan Chong had racked their brains to think of. Because other than this answer, no matter how he explained or answered, the other party could find a flaw. Even if they couldn't find a flaw, they could create a flaw. Only the strongest answer made him flawless. Instead, he could take the initiative in his own hands. Is it very funny? Ling Xiao asked with an indifferent tone. Of course it's funny. I've never heard of a divine vein warrior daring to call himself the strongest in front of a group of divine core warriors. Of course, you've defeated a first-level divine core warrior before. Let's assume you're stronger than Heiyu. But, Zhang Lin and Yan Shuang are both second-level divine core warriors, iron core warriors. Do you really think you're stronger than them? What a shameless boast. Yuan Chong sneered. Lord Major, may I ask what your cultivation level is? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Me? I'm an early second-level divine core warrior, iron core warrior. Yuan Chong said proudly. How do you compare to Zhang Lin and Yan Shuang? Ling Xiao asked again. Bullshit. Those 2 trash, how can they compare with me? Yuan Chong said with disdain. If that's the case, if I defeat the Lord Major, does that mean my words are true? Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. What? Hearing this, the crowd's laughter suddenly stopped. Since Ling Xiao dared to say something like this, it meant he wasn't talking nonsense. He must have something to rely on. If not, how could this be possible? Alright, life or death, what do you think? Yuan Chong had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Since Ling Xiao had brought it up himself, how could he not seize the opportunity? Of course, but what do the 3 major generals think? If I defeat Lord Major Yuan Chong, I'll be given a free pass. Then, I'll be able to claim my reward? Ling Xiao asked with a smile on his face. No problem. Nie Feng exchanged glances with the other 2, then he nodded his head and said. Forget about defeating him, as long as you can survive 20 rounds of attacks from Yuan Chong, I'll give you your reward. Then you win. Nie Feng believed in Yuan Chong's strength. Besides, he had no idea that Ling Xiao had achieved another huge breakthrough in his cultivation in such a short period of time. Therefore, he was sure that Yuan Chong would definitely win. Thank you, Lord Major Yuan Chong, this way please. Ling Xiao walked to an empty field. After that, he cupped his fist toward Yuan Chong and said. This Yuan Chong was indeed strong, much stronger than Zhang Lin and Yan Shuang. But, he was still weaker than Zilong. According to his cultivation, he should be able to become a major general, but there was a limit to the number of major generals. Also, he didn't have enough military merits, that's why he wasn't promoted. But, he was one of the top captains. Let's begin, Major Yuan Chong. Ling Xiao waved his hand at Yuan Chong with a carefree expression. It was as if his opponent wasn't an early Iron Corps major. It was as if his opponent was just a divine vein warrior. Amongst the crowd, Gao Hong was looking at Ling Xiao with a worried expression. The king had ordered him to protect Zi Long and Ling Xiao, but this young master Ling Xiao was always creating danger. It made him smile bitterly. Previously, when Jiangchen went missing in the profound Abyss Valley, he was already scared out of his wits. Now, he was going to have a life-and-death battle with Yuan Chong. Wasn't he being too careless with his own life? But, even if Gao Hong wanted to stop him, it was useless. The battle had begun, and it was hosted by 3 major generals of the Purple Palace Army. Even Gao Hong could only deal with one of them. Young man, first round. Before Yuan Chong could finish his words, his attack had already begun. He was holding a strange-looking scimitar in his hand, and it was emitting a strong killing intent. It unleashed a chilling light. The scimitar slashed toward Ling Zhao's throat. What Yuan Chong wanted was Ling Zhao's life. Therefore, when he attacked, he didn't hold back. There was no way he would show any mercy. Zi Long didn't know about Ling Zhao's breakthrough, and that was why he was worried. Right now, he was already circulating his true yuan, preparing to help. Even if he lost, he couldn't let Ling Xiao die. Before the scimitar arrived, the chilling coldness had already arrived. Ling Xiao could clearly feel the coldness on his throat. All the Purple Palace Army soldiers who were watching the battle felt their hearts tremble, and they could feel the chilling coldness on their bodies. Humph, that boastful Ling Xiao. Yuan Chong's attack is a second-order Emperor martial skill, the Frozen Moon Slash. Just this attack alone is not something a first-order Divine Core warrior can defend against. Let alone him. Nie Feng looked at Ling Xiao with disdain, as if he could already see Ling Zhao's head being chopped off by this attack. No one below the first-order Divine Core realm could defend against this attack. How could Ling Xiao be an exception? Cosmic Body. Ling Xiao instantly entered the everlasting heavenly rat beast soul transformation state, released the yin-yang universal tiger beast soul, and then used the body of cosmic light. His body was wrapped in a ball of light, and he dodged Yuan Chong's attack at a speed that could not be seen by the naked eye. Seeing this scene, the 3 major generals of the Purple Mansion army were all shocked. Ling Zhao's speed was simply too fast. Yuan Chong's attack speed simply couldn't keep up. Boom, the terrifying attack hit the spot where Ling Xiao had been standing. A cloud of dust rose from the ground. There was even a small hole in the ground. The laws of the 4 great domains were so stable, yet they were still blasted into a small crater. From this, it could be seen how powerful the opponent's attack was. This speed is too fast. How do we fight? The nearby Zifu soldiers who were watching the show all cried out in alarm. Even if Yuan Chong was much stronger than Ling Xiao, with his speed advantage, Ling Xiao could dodge any of Yuan Chong's attacks. Whoosh! Boom, boom, Yuan Chong was naturally unconvinced. He urged his true essence and blasted out 9 more moves in a row. The speed of each move was much faster than the previous one. When he reached the 9th move, he could already touch Ling Zhao's clothes. However, this was Yuan Chong's fastest attack speed. After 10 moves, he still did not manage to hurt Ling Xiao at all. All he could do was cut off a small piece of his clothes. How could this be? Yuan Chong's expression became one of extreme shock. He had studied this Ling Xiao before. Although Ling Xiao had defeated Nie Shuang in the martial Dao competition, he had only defeated Nie Shuang. At that time, he was only a half-step Divine Core warrior. Yuan Chong didn't take it seriously. But today, this young man was able to dodge his attack so easily. Why was this happening? Don't panic. I think your strength isn't limited to this. Nie Feng reminded Yuan Chong. Yuan Chong calmed down and nodded his head. After that, he turned to Ling Xiao and said, "Young man. I've been holding back for the past 10 moves. After all, I've only used less than 80% of my strength. Next, I'll use all my strength." You're dead meat. Same to you, I'm just playing around. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile on his face. You're bluffing. Yuan Chong was furious. His body swayed as he unleashed a second-order Emperor realm movement skill. In that instant, it was as if it had turned into a brilliant ray of moonlight. In the blink of an eye, it had already approached Ling Xiao. The scimitar in his hand could barely be seen. All that was left was a faint shadow. So terrifying. Even a cultivator at the same cultivation level as him won't be able to dodge this attack. Not even Ling Xiao can dodge it. A voice sounded out from the crowd. However, in the next second, he was slapped in the face. Blood-red lightning suddenly appeared on Ling Xiao's body. After that, it was as if he had turned into a combination of light and lightning. In an instant, he disappeared from where he stood. Once again, even though Yuan Chong had used 90% of his strength, he couldn't even touch Ling Xiao's clothes. "I've told you, with your speed, you won't be able to touch me," Ling Xiao said with a mocking tone. "Damn it. I don't believe it." Yuan Chong exerted 100% of his strength, released his martial soul, and charged forward. His martial soul was a swallow. It didn't help much in terms of attack, but it greatly increased his speed. Even so, another 6 moves passed. He still could only touch the corner of Ling Xiao's clothes. He couldn't hurt Ling Xiao at all. On the contrary, Ling Xiao seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll. He didn't take Yuan Chong's attack seriously at all. What exactly is that blood-red lightning? It can actually increase his speed again. It's said that Ling Xiao went to the Ghost Demon Palace. He got that blood-red lightning from there. I'm so envious. When everyone saw this, they felt a little embarrassed. Previously, they mocked Ling Xiao for daring to challenge Captain Yuan Chong. They thought that Ling Xiao would definitely die in 1 or 2 moves. However, it had already been 16 moves. A battle of 16 people. Ling Xiao was still unscathed. Although he had been dodging and didn't fight Yuan Chong head-on. However, the rules clearly stated that as long as he didn't die, he would win. Ling Xiao naturally chose the most labor-saving method. "Ling Xiao, this general admits that your movement technique is brilliant. Your speed is extremely fast, but if you want to scare that bloodthirsty demon general away, I'm afraid you have to attack, right? And as far as I know, the space in that demon cave is narrow, so it's impossible for you to fully display your speed," Nie Feng suddenly said. This guy clearly saw that Ling Xiao was about to win, so he was deliberately looking for trouble. According to the original agreement, as long as Ling Xiao could survive 20 rounds of battle, then it would be considered a win. But now, Nie Feng clearly wanted Ling Xiao to fight Yuan Chong head-on. In fact, Ling Xiao didn't care. There were only 3 moves left, and he had already saved a lot of energy. "Wait a minute." Ling Xiao signaled for the battle to stop. Then, he looked at Nie Feng and said, "Major General, my attacks are quite powerful, and sometimes I can't tell who's stronger. What if I kill Captain Yuan Chong? This is a bloody battlefield. If you kill him, then kill him, Wu Zue." Nie Feng's words were actually directed at Gao Hong, who was hiding in the dark. With the Purple Mansion Army's intelligence network, they naturally knew that Gao Hong had been hiding in the dark to protect Ling Xiao and Zilong, of course. Ling Xiao nodded his head, then he turned to Yuan Chong and said, "I wanted to spare your life. But, Major General Nie Feng wants you dead. Don't blame me for this." Shameless boasting. How could Yuan Chong be afraid of Ling Xiao's words? In his mind, the only thing he couldn't compare with Ling Xiao was his speed. Without his speed, Ling Xiao was no match for him. Hee hee. Ling Xiao smiled, then he circulated his true yuan. 8 immortal Great Emperor weapon swords soared into the sky. They hovered around his body. 7 swords combined into one, and its power was equivalent to a second-order Emperor-level martial skill. It was only slightly weaker than his opponent's martial skill. 7 swords combined into one, cold moon slash, 2 forces collided in the air, then they separated. This was the first head-on clash between the 2 of them. It wasn't a one-sided fight like everyone expected. Instead, both of them were pushed back at the same time. Although Ling Xiao was pushed back a little, the difference wasn't much. This scene caused everyone to be shocked. "Brother Ling Xiao, did you just break through? How come I didn't know?" Only now did Zilong realize that Ling Xiao had broken through. "You're not a Divine Vein warrior, you're a Peak Core Formation warrior." Yuan Chong, who was fighting with Ling Xiao, was the one who felt it the most. Congratulations, you're right. Too bad, there's no reward. Ling Xiao said with a chuckle. That's impossible, you were only a half-step divine core warrior when you entered the bloody battlefield. It's only been 5 days, but you've already broken through to the peak core formation realm. You've skipped the early, mid, and late core formation realms, this is simply inconceivable. Nie Feng was shocked as well, and he started worrying for Yuan Chong. But, as a major general, he had already said it, and it was impossible for him to take it back now. I'm sorry, I just came across a fortuitous encounter. Who asked you to refuse to carry out this mission? Ling Xiao smiled as the aura of a peak core formation stage fully erupted. This made everyone extremely nervous. It was the 18th round, there were only 2 rounds left before the battle was about to end. Humph, so what if you've reached the peak of the core formation stage? Do you think you're no match for me, an iron core stage? Kill. Yuan Chong coldly snorted and urged his true essence to attack Ling Xiao again. Unfortunately, his strongest martial skill was only a mid-second order emperor-level martial skill. There were no more powerful martial skills. After all, he was only a captain. It was probably because of Nie Feng that he was able to cultivate this mid-second order emperor-class martial skill. How many times do you want to use the same move? How boring, 8 swords in one. The 8 swords combined into one was a high-grade second-order emperor-ranked martial skill. Its power was much stronger than his opponent's Cold Moon Slash. At the moment when the 9 sword lights were condensed, the space seemed to be torn apart. Sword scars appeared on the ground. A gust of cold wind blew at the scene. The wind was like a blade, cutting everyone's body, causing them to feel a stinging pain. Boom, once again, the two collided head-on. Previously, Ling Xiao was at a disadvantage, but the disadvantage wasn't obvious. This time, the high-grade second-order emperor-ranked martial skill not only made up for his disadvantage. Instead, it pushed Yuan Chong back dozens of steps. In an instant, the advantage was reversed. Ling Xiao began to suppress Yuan Chong. But Yuan Chong is worthy of being called an early Iron Core stage expert. Attacking him with a high-grade second-order emperor-ranked martial skill only made him spit out a mouthful of blood. He wasn't seriously injured. Looking at Yuan Chong, Ling Xiao couldn't help but admire him. This guy was much stronger than he had imagined. Seeing that Yuan Chong was at a disadvantage, the 3 major generals of the Purple Mansion Army and the other Purple Mansion Army soldiers looked at each other. One was a peak core formation stage, and the other was an early Iron Core stage. The difference in strength between the two should be more than 10 times. Why did it seem like the two of them were evenly matched, and Ling Xiao even had the advantage? What kind of martial skill is that? Why do I feel like it's as powerful as a high-grade second-order emperor-ranked martial skill? Nie Feng frowned. I've never seen it before, but its power is indeed as powerful as a high-grade second-order emperor-ranked martial skill. I'm afraid junior brother Yuan Chong is in trouble. Feng Tian also frowned. He thought it would be an easy fight. Who knew that the situation would turn out like this? It was too embarrassing. The 19th round began, and there was only 1 round left. Yuan Chong, don't hide it anymore. Nie Feng suddenly shouted. Yuan Chong gritted his teeth. He took out a talisman. He was really ashamed. As an early Iron Core stage expert, he had to deal with a peak core formation stage expert. He even had to use a talisman. Even if he killed Ling Xiao, he would still be in trouble. If word got out, his reputation would be ruined. But now, he didn't care about his reputation. After all, his life was more important. Shameless! Zilong scolded loudly, Yuan Chong, you have no shame. Nie Feng, today I've seen how shameless you can be. Gao Hong couldn't help but walk out from the crowd. Seeing him, Zilong was stunned. Ling Xiao didn't have much of a reaction. Gao Hong probably felt that under this talisman, he wasn't Yuan Chong's match. He might even die. That was why he stood out. Gao Hong, don't slander me. That bloodthirsty demon general might be weak, but he was still a general. How could he not have a talisman on him? Yuan Chong only used the talisman to reconstruct the situation. Nie Feng sneered. Commander Gao, let him use it. It's meaningless anyway. Ling Xiao said indifferently, don't forget, Niefeng's daughter also used a talisman. In the end, didn't she die in my hands? Talisman? It's just a talisman that hastens her death. Gao Hong was stunned. He smiled bitterly and closed his mouth. He knew that this young master Ling Zhao's personality was even more stubborn than Zilong's. Oh right, Commander Gao, if anything happens later, remember to take Zilong away. Don't worry about me. Ling Xiao specifically reminded him. He didn't think that Niefeng would keep his promise. He killed Niefeng's daughter. Niefeng would think of all ways to kill him. Even if he didn't do it in this mission tower, he would definitely do it somewhere else. Yuan Chong used a talisman. Then he said coldly, this talisman is called an upgrade talisman. It can upgrade my martial skills by a few levels in a short time. Now, my mid-second order Emperor class martial skill has reached low third order Emperor class, you don't have any advantage in martial skills. Is that so? That's just what you think. Ling Xiao was still calm and composed. Was a low third order Emperor class martial skill very awesome? It might be so for others, but it wasn't for him. Kid, it seems that you're very confident. Then take a look at my strongest attack. Bloodthirsty cold moon slash, the ice-cold light suddenly turned blood red. Yuan Chong wasn't bragging. His attack had indeed reached the power of a third-order Emperor-level martial skill. It seems that we don't need to wait until the 20th round. The battle should be over in the 19th round. One of the major generals of the Zifu army shook his head and laughed. It's a third-level Emperor-level martial skill. Only major general-level martial artists are qualified to practice it. It's already amazing that Ling Xiao has a second-level Emperor martial skill. But this time I'm afraid he won't have a chance. Another major general said with a smile. They were all optimistic about Yuan Chong. But Ling Xiao didn't care at all. He had always been underestimated and never thought highly of. But every time, he could make those who looked down on him suffer. Is it useful to use a third-level martial Emperor realm skill that was forcefully upgraded by using a talisman? Ling Zhao's lips curled into a sneer. Since you said there's no need for the last round. Then it's just right. Let's end the battle with this attack. With a sneer, Ling Zhao's figure gradually blurred and then turned into a blood shadow. His whole body seemed to be made of blood light. It was no longer a body of flesh. Blood shadow sword art, blood shadow kill. In the next moment, Ling Zhao's speed skyrocketed. It was faster than ever before. A blood shadow flashed. Yuan Chong didn't even have time to use his move. There was already a blood mark on his throat. His skill shocked everyone. Ling Xiao withdrew his sword. Then he stood proudly behind Yuan Chong. Yuan Chong's Adam's apple moved. A stream of blood suddenly spurted out. His whole body fell forward. In an instant, there was no sign of life. At that moment, everyone was stunned. Niefeng didn't expect that the final result would be like this. He tried to let his disciple Yuan Chong kill Ling Xiao. However, the one who died in the end was Yuan Chong himself. Because he was too shocked, he didn't think of revenge for a while. This blood shadow sword art doesn't seem to be a second-level Emperor martial skill. Zilong was also stunned. He knew about the blood shadow sword art. It was a martial skill of the king's mansion. No one had ever cultivated to the second form. Therefore, although it was powerful, it was classified as a high-grade second-level Emperor-grade martial skill. But now, when Ling Xiao executed it, he felt that it already had the power of a third-rank Emperor-class martial skill. Moreover, because the speed of this move was extremely fast, it seemed both real and illusory. The threat it posed was obviously stronger than any third-order Emperor-class martial skill. Big Brother Ling Xiao is indeed a genius. Whatever martial skill he uses, it seems to become even more powerful. Zilong was once again in awe of Ling Xiao. In fact, Ling Xiao was also a little surprised. His blood sun scripture had only been cultivated to the first level, but the first move of this blood shadow sword art could already display the power of a third-level Emperor-class martial skill. He estimated that the second, third, and fourth styles would be even stronger. Moreover, just the first half of the blood sun scripture had 3 levels. If he cultivated to the highest level, the blood shadow sword art should be even more terrifying. Looks like I made the right choice in choosing Blood Sun World and Blood Shadow Sword art. Ling Xiao had a smile on his face. He was very happy. How dare you? How dare you kill a major general of the Purple Mansion army? Arrest him. Finally, Niafeng seemed to have come back to his senses. He shouted sternly. But it seemed that no one listened to his order. They were all in a daze. Major General Niafeng, you're a major general. How can you talk like a fart? Just now, I warned you. If I used my full strength, I might have killed you on Chong. You said that you didn't care about life or death. Now you want the Purple Mansion army to capture me. The reputation of the Purple Mansion army has been ruined by a shameless person like you, right? Ling Xiao mocked. Niafeng, what he said is reasonable. One of the major generals said. Yes, since we agreed to this battle, we should keep our promise. Another major general said. Niafeng frowned. His face was extremely unsightly. I was impulsive. Feng Tian, take Yuan Chang's body away. Then, he turned and left. He couldn't let Ling Xiao go. But in this situation, he didn't dare to do anything. No matter how shameless he was, he had to put on an act. Okay, Ling Xiao, you've proven yourself. You're indeed the strongest in the team. We won't pursue the deaths of Zhang Lin and Yan Chuang. But Heiyu is from the Feather Race. The Feather Race has always done things their own way. If they want to make trouble for you, we can't do anything about it. Go and get your reward. We're leaving. The two major generals left with the bodies of Zhang Lin, Yan Chuang, and Heiyu. Ling Xiao and Zi Long went to the mission tower to get their reward. After completing this mission, they would get 100,000 upper-grade spirit stones, a Divine Emperor artifact immobilization talisman, and a defense talisman of the same quality. However, to the current Ling Xiao, these spirit stones were a little too little. But the immobilization talisman and the defense talisman were very useful. And 100,000 upper-grade spirit stones was not a small number. After getting their reward, Ling Xiao, Zi Long, and Gao Hong left the mission tower. Young masters, that Niafeng definitely won't let this matter go so easily. Just follow me and leave the bloody battlefield. After walking for a while, Gao Hong suggested. Alright, let's go back first. Ling Xiao had gained a lot from this mission, but he still needed some time to get used to his divine core cultivation base. Cultivating in seclusion was a must. But the bloody battlefield was too dangerous. It was safer to return to the King Mansion. However, right after they finished speaking, they realized they were surrounded. Hey, you guys, where are you going? The three major generals of the Purple Mansion army appeared at the same time. When they were in the mission tower, because there were too many irrelevant people, they didn't dare attack. But, this place was far away from the mission tower. So, they didn't care. Judging from the situation, they didn't just want to kill Ling Xiao and Zi Long. They wanted to kill Gao Hong as well. Ling Xiao, you killed my daughter, and my disciple. Of course, the most important thing is that your innate talent is too frightening. If I don't get rid of you in time, you'll become a bigger disaster in the future. Therefore, don't even think about leaving today. Niafeng's words were very straightforward. He had just said he wanted to kill Ling Xiao. TSK, speaking of which, I really don't want to kill a genius like you. But, who asked you to do something you shouldn't have done? You've also become a thorn in the general's side. Another major general with a ferocious appearance and a body full of armor said. What I've done has nothing to do with Zi Long and Commander Gao. Just ask them to leave. If anything happens, I'll take full responsibility. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows and said. Little guy, you're really stupid. Do you think we'll come to you just because of Niafeng's personal grudge? What a joke. That's just a side trip. For the general's plan, all three of you have to die in this bloody battlefield. The third major general was dressed like a woman, but his voice was a man's. What? When Ling Xiao heard what he said, he was shocked. Hearing the words of the three major generals of the Purple Mansion army, Ling Xiao connected many things that had happened before in his mind. For example, why would Yu Qilong send someone to assassinate Zi Long? For example, why would Yu Qilong put down his dignity as a lieutenant general and chase after Xianxia? The Blood Sword Supreme actually died here, he suddenly said. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the three major generals were shocked. How do you know about the Blood Sword Supreme? The valiant-looking major general blurted out. He regretted it after saying it out loud. Hee, as expected. Before the bloodthirsty demon general escaped, he mentioned the Blood Sword Supreme. It seems like the 7 major generals of the Purple Mansion army are stationed in the Purple Spirit Underworld. They should be here for the inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme. I also know why your Lieutenant General Yu Qilong got close to Sister Xianxia. He should be after something in the King's Mansion. Something related to the inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme. If I'm not wrong, it should be the Blood Sun World, right? Ling Xiao already felt that it was weird. When he killed Yuan Chong, he used the Blood Sun World. The 3 major generals' eyes instantly changed. Although the Blood Sun World was a divine grade emperor weapon, so was the Ice Age. Even the Ice Age didn't surprise them. There was only one possibility. The Blood Sun World was related to the inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme. Nie Feng, this kid is too smart and too cunning. It seems like the general is right. We have to kill him. If we don't, our plan won't succeed. The valiant-looking major general looked at Nie Feng and said. Hu Meng, you finally understand. I don't want to kill Ling Xiao just for my personal grudge. Nie Feng said coldly. I understand. Not only do I understand, but Lianhua also understands. Hu Meng looked at the androgynous major general and said. This kid isn't easy to deal with. Plus, he has the Blood Sun World. Killing him will be a great achievement. Lianhua said with a coquettish smile. Commander Gao, when you have the chance, run. I suspect that Yu Qilong wants to harm Sister. The King's Mansion has 2 Blood Sun World. One is a first-generation weapon, a Heavenly King weapon. This was a second-generation weapon, a Divine-grade Emperor weapon. They even want a Divine-grade Emperor artifact, so they naturally won't miss out on a Heavenly King artifact. Ling Xiao suddenly looked at Gao Hong and said. Young master, you don't have to worry. The monarch is not that easy to bully. Gao Hong said calmly. Why are you still so calm? Don't forget that the monarch still doesn't know that Yu Qilong wants to harm her. If Yu Qilong wanted to snatch it, he would have done so long ago. Since they didn't do that, there must be some other conspiracy. What do you mean by drugging, feeding poison, and so on? Ling Xiao roared. Oh no, Big Sister's birthday is in more than 10 days. On her birthday, Big Sister's vigilance will definitely be at its lowest. Zilong suddenly said in shock, if Yu Qilong wants to deal with Big Sister, he will definitely choose that day. Upon hearing this, Gao Hong's expression finally changed. Ha ha ha, it's too late for you to know now. I'm not afraid to tell you that Ling Xiao guessed correctly. Have you ever heard of such a thing as a flower goo? When Nie Feng saw the nervous and anxious expressions on their faces, he felt great. He let out a loud laugh. Nie Feng, I don't think it's appropriate to say this out loud. Lianhua furrowed her brows and said. What are you afraid of? They won't be able to escape even if they grow wings. Besides, even if we don't say it out loud, that guy has already guessed it. Why don't we make them suffer more? Nie Feng revealed a ferocious expression as he sneered. Lianhua, don't stop him. There are 3 of us here, and at least 101st tier Divine Core Warriors, and 22nd tier Divine Core Warriors. Do you think the 3 of them can escape? Hu Meng said. Lianhua didn't say anything else. Ling Zhao's expression had become extremely gloomy. The Eternal Divine Pill scripture says so. The flower goo is a very vicious creature. No matter if it's a man or a woman, once they are poisoned, they will be at the mercy of the one who poisoned them. He explained the use of the flower goo insect. Gao Hong suddenly said, Little silver worm. Rumor has it that the little silver worm, who was from the same era as the Blood Sword Lord, was an expert in refining this flower goo. Little silver worm's soul has been trapped in the water dungeon in Rising Sun City. Don't tell me that Yu Qilong released him in order to get the flower goo? Alright, they know enough now, we can kill them now. Nie Feng said with a grin. Things might change if he delayed. He knew this. Besides, Ling Xiao was a cunning man, who knew what other tricks this guy had up his sleeves. Hu Meng, Lian Hua, both of you fight Gao Hong together. It's best if you can kill him in the shortest amount of time. I'll deal with Ling Xiao myself. As for the rest of you, surround Zilong. Don't kill him, it's best if you can capture him alive. If the general's plan fails, he'll be a good hostage. Nie Feng seemed to be the strongest amongst the three major generals. The people here all listened to him. If you dare touch me, my sister won't let you go, the Zi family will tear you into pieces. Zilong roared out. We're so scared, your sister will become our general's toy. He can play with her however he wants. If you don't listen to him, we can even kill you. Nie Feng sneered. Kill. As they spoke, Hu Meng and Lian Hua had already pounced on Gao Hong. Although Gao Hong was stronger than any one of them, he was still able to defeat them. But he couldn't defeat the two of them together. Young Master Ling Xiao, I'll leave young Master Zilong to you. Today, Gao Hong will be loyal to the king's mansion. Facing Hu Meng and Lian Hua. In the face of certain death, Gao Hong instantly made a decision. No. Uncle Gao, no. Zilong certainly knew what Gao Hong was going to do. He roared out loud. Gao Hong, are you crazy? Nie Feng and the others were also shocked. Gao Hong's expression showed that he wanted to perish together with them. Let's go. Gao Hong didn't care what these people shouted. His inner core flew out of his mouth. Then it released a terrifying aura. The area within a radius of several miles was enveloped by it. Let's go. Ling Xiao didn't think of anything else. He directly threw the purple dragon into the beast ring. Then he activated the vertical golden light technique. He disappeared on the spot in an instant. Nie Feng could only watch him escape. But there was nothing he could do. Go after him. Don't let him escape. Gao Hong's aura enveloped Hu Meng, Lian Hua, and Nie Feng. But it couldn't envelop the others. After all, his energy was limited. But Gao Hong believed that as long as he stopped the three major generals, Ling Xiao would have a way to escape. Boom, a terrifying explosion sounded in the bloody battlefield. Hu Meng, Lian Hua, and Nie Feng were blasted hundreds of meters away. They fell to the ground and vomited blood. They couldn't stand up anymore. Obviously, they were seriously injured. Gao Hong, whose inner core exploded, lay on the ground, facing the sky. He was no longer breathing. Lunatic. Nie Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. You died for nothing, don't forget, there are 7 major generals here. Even if you seriously injure the 3 of us, there are still 7 major generals here. There are 4 more. The vertical golden light technique could cover a distance of 1 mile at a time. However, because Ling Zhao's cultivation had increased, he had sufficient true essence. Therefore, it could only consume 1/10 of his true essence. He could use the vertical golden light technique 10 times in a row. The only problem was that after each use, he had to pause for about a minute. He had to use it to condense true essence. Brother Ling Xiao, is Uncle Gao dead? Zilong was grieving. I won't let him die in vain. Ling Xiao looked very calm. However, there was a bone-chilling coldness in his eyes. Gao Hong had died for him. If Gao Hong hadn't created the opportunity, he might not have been able to escape. He had to repay this favor. Although he wasn't very close with Gao Hong, this person was willing to sacrifice himself for them. Just this spirit alone was enough to make him feel very touched. Brother Ling Xiao, we don't seem to be going to Purple Spirit Fallout Shelter. Zilong noticed that they were going in the wrong direction and hurriedly asked. Although his heart was filled with grief, he also knew that now wasn't the time to be sad. If they couldn't escape in time, they might die too. That's right. This direction isn't going to Purple Spirit Fallout Shelter. Ling Xiao activated the vertical golden light technique for the 2nd time. Then, he continued, I've calculated. We've only been here for 5 days. There are still 15 days until Sister Monarch's birthday. Therefore, there's still time. I'm preparing to leave from Bloody Sun Fallout Shelter. Since Yu Qilong is ready to kill us, he won't let us escape. If we go to Purple Spirit Fallout Shelter, we'll just be walking into a trap. I understand. Zilong was really impressed by Ling Xiao. At this time, he could still consider so carefully. If it were him, he wouldn't be able to do it. Even so, Xiao still felt that it wasn't safe enough. Therefore, he had to return to the monarch residence as soon as possible. The vertical golden light technique isn't fast enough. Not fast enough, I need to be faster, faster. As his spirit realm surged with monstrous waves, the bloodline of the sun god in his body also began to surge. In the universe of Tyrant, the star that represented the vertical golden light technique suddenly burst out with an even brighter light. When everything returned to normal, Xiao discovered that his vertical golden light technique had improved. Previously, they could only advance 1 li at a time. But now, he could directly advance 5 kilometers in one go without any rest in between. In terms of speed, there was a slight increase. Of course, after traveling for 10 miles in a short period of time, his true essence was completely exhausted. However, he had the heart of gold. The potential in his body instantly filled up his entire body. 1 minute later, he could use the vertical golden light again. This would save a lot of time. His speed was even faster. Moreover, under the effect of Earth-crossing golden light, the enemy would not be able to track him down. It would be even more useful for escaping in the future. The enemy had obviously misjudged the direction in which Xiao had fled. Coupled with the upgrade of the Earth Elemental Golden Light technique, his fleeing speed had reached its peak. Unless it was a warrior at the 3rd Divine Core realm or above, it would be impossible for anyone to catch up to him. 1 day later, Xiao and Zilong arrived at the side of a wide river. This river was one of the blood rivers in the bloody battlefield. Because it was close to the Blood Sun Refuge, it was also called the Blood Sun River. However, compared to the other blood rivers, this one was extremely terrifying. Not only was there no end to the river, it was also filled with rolling waves of blood. From time to time, huge demon beasts would appear. These demon beasts were all divine core demon beasts. There's no underworld in the bloody battlefield in the Blood Sun Kingdom, that's why the demon beasts here are scattered all over the place. There are a lot of divine core demon beasts gathered in the Blood Sun River. It's extremely terrifying. Only by crossing this river can we reach the Blood Sun Refuge. Zilong furrowed his brows and said, I've only heard about it from my sister, I've never been here before. We have to cross this river as soon as possible, we can't waste any more time here. Xiao said with a frown on his face. I think they're thinking the same thing as us. Look at the dust clouds in the distance, I think it's another demon beast tide. In the bloody battlefield in the Blood Sun Kingdom, this kind of thing is very common. No one is a match for the demon beast tide, the best way is to hide in the refuge. Zilong pointed at the dust clouds in the distance, covering the entire sky. There were many people standing next to the river, and many of them were divine core warriors. Are they waiting for a boat? Xiao asked. Yes, the Blood Sun River is too terrifying, ordinary people can't fly across it. Even if a divine core warrior can fly, he can't fly for that long. Only a huge boat made with special materials and covered with formations can cross this river. Zilong nodded his head. We've arrived at the ferry, stay alert. Suddenly, a strange noise sounded out from the distance. It sounded like the whistle of the puppet ship that Xiao had encountered before. It must be a ferry. Someone shouted and ordered his men to get ready. There were many people standing next to the river, but the space on the boat was limited, and it was unlikely for all of them to board the boat. Right at this moment, Xiao had noticed it with his Tai Chi eye. From afar, a huge boat with a metallic luster was approaching at high speed. This huge boat was nearly 300 meters long, and it was only able to float safely on the Blood Sun River because of formations and formations. It also had a very strong defense. Even a full force strike from a divine core warrior wouldn't be able to leave a scratch on the boat. When the boat approached, some demon beasts had already started attacking. But, the boat was like a ferocious beast, no matter how many demon beasts charged at it, they would all be knocked away. Even a 3rd divine core demon beast couldn't leave a scratch on the boat. What a terrifying boat. Xiao clicked his tongue, Xiaolong, I think you should just stay in the beast ring for a while. Save some space, we don't want any trouble. All right. Zilong nodded his head and said, we've come to the Blood Sun Kingdom. The Z family has an ally in the Blood Sun Kingdom, and I think the Z family is going to have a falling out with the U family. I'll contact this ally and ask them to help us. Ling Xiao knew that this battle was unavoidable. Once Yu Qilong's scheme was exposed, the Yu family would probably fly into a rage out of humiliation. As for the Z family, they wouldn't just sit there and wait for their doom. A battle between the two families was unavoidable. A martial artist stepped out from the giant ship. He called himself the captain. Ling Xiao took a look at him. A third Divine Core warrior, perfect Bronze Core warrior, a top-ranked Major General. He couldn't afford to offend someone like this. But, since he was just on a boat, there was no need to offend him. The captain's chief officer was also a second Divine Core warrior, a Mid-Iron Core warrior. There were also a dozen sailors, and all of them were perfect core formation warriors. Only 100 people can board the boat, and each person has to pay 10,000 upper-rank soul stones. The captain said with a loud voice. Swoosh, right after he finished speaking, a man leapt into the sky and landed on the deck. He was a third Divine Core warrior, an early Bronze Core warrior. He was weaker than the captain, but stronger than the chief officer. Luckily, I've made a fortune recently. If not, I would have to hand over 10,000 low-grade soul stones. Ling Xiao sneered, then he flew towards the ship. After paying 10,000 low-grade soul stones, he boarded the ship. The ship didn't care where he came from. As long as he paid, he could go. This was convenient. After a few moments, the quota of 100 people had been used up. The captain said with a loud voice, I'm sorry, the rest of you, the quota is full, let's set sail. Who said the quota is full? I think we still need one more person. There was a peak core formation warrior on the shore. When he saw Ling Xiao's weak aura, and that he was standing close to the ship's railing, he immediately thought of something. A bad idea came to his mind. After saying that, he flew up into the sky and charged towards Ling Xiao. The captain acted as if he didn't see anything, he just ordered the ship to set sail. As for anything else, he didn't seem to care. It didn't matter if the rules were broken or not, it had nothing to do with him. The man was charging towards Jiang Chen. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sneer. A mere peak core formation warrior, who was at the same level as him, wanted to defeat him, what a joke. Without batting an eyelid, Jiang Chen unleashed a second-order Emperor Soul skill, Soul Assassination. For most warriors, when they reached the first-order Divine Core realm, the martial skills they could learn were second-order Emperor Soul skills. Facing Ling Xiao's Soul Assassination, the man couldn't resist at all. He fell straight into the blood river. He was swallowed by a huge blood shark. This scene caused many people to be stunned. They thought Ling Xiao was going to die. After all, the aura Ling Xiao unleashed gave them the feeling that he had just broken through to the Divine Core realm. What they didn't know was that Ling Xiao did it on purpose. Ling Xiao liked to hide his cultivation level, this way his enemies wouldn't be able to figure out his true strength. Even the captain of the ship took a second glance at Ling Xiao. But that was it. Ling Xiao didn't break any rules, therefore, the captain didn't say anything. The giant ship rode the wind and broke through the waves, heading toward the opposite shore. Ling Xiao estimated that although this blood river was very wide, the speed of the giant ship was not slow at all. It would take about half a day to reach the other side. This allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. He was basically in a race against time. He had to get to the king's residence before Yu Qilong succeeded. He had to stop this from happening. Little brother, your storage ring is not bad. Why don't you sell it to me? I am willing to pay 20,000, no, 30,000 high-grade spirit stones. Suddenly, a warrior dressed in gorgeous clothes walked to Ling Xiao's side and said with a smile. This person's cultivation wasn't bad. He was also at the peak of the core formation realm. 30,000 high-grade spirit stones, hee. If it was the Ling Xiao from back then, he might have really agreed. But now, there were two reasons why he would never sell it. Firstly, his net worth had reached 6 million high-grade spirit stones. Secondly, this storage ring was related to the bloodthirsty demon general's secret vault. Sorry, I'm not selling. Ling Xiao shook his head. If you think it's not enough, that's fine. I'll add another 5,000 high-grade spirit stones. How about that? The tycoon surnamed Lu gritted his teeth and said. Seeing that Ling Xiao didn't say anything, he said again, 40,000. 40,000 high-grade spirit stones at most. That's it. I said, I'm not selling. Don't you understand human language? Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. This wasn't a market. If others didn't sell, it would be fine if you asked the first time. It was simply annoying to ask again and again. Moreover, Ling Xiao had estimated the price with his Tai Chi eye. This storage ring from the bloodthirsty demon general was worth at least 1 million high-grade spirit stones. This person obviously thought that he didn't understand and was deliberately bullying him. Kid, 40,000 high-grade spirit stones is already giving you face. I'll add one more point. 50,000 high-grade spirit stones. Are you selling it or not? A hint of ruthlessness flashed in the tycoon surnamed Lu's eyes. In this world, there were many people who were greedy for money. This guy was obviously someone who knew the value of the goods. He knew that Ling Xiao's injured storage ring was extraordinary. That was why he wanted to buy it for a small amount of money. Get lost. Ling Xiao's patience had been worn out. He glanced coldly at Lu with a murderous look in his eyes. The man surnamed Lu was shocked. However, when he thought that this kid in front of him shouldn't be very strong, he immediately revealed a ferocious expression. Lu Meng, you're simply bullying others for not knowing the value of the goods. Kid, how about this? I'll buy your storage ring for 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Will that do? At this moment, another person walked over. It was a middle-aged man in his 30s. His cultivation wasn't weak. 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Young master, what do you want that for? Hearing this middle-aged man's words, a few people who were obviously his subordinates came over to persuade him. Qingyun still lacks a decent storage ring. That one of hers was damaged in the last battle. The middle-aged man smiled and said. Young master, you're really good to your sister. Miss should be resting now, right? An old man smiled and said, but 100,000 high-grade spirit stones for a storage ring is still too much. Brother Qinmu, what storage ring? At this moment, a graceful lady came out of the cabin. She looked to be in her early 20s. Her cultivation was at the late stage of the core formation realm. To have such a cultivation at such a young age, she was definitely a top genius. At least, that was the case in the Purple Kingdom. Her brother Qinmu was even stronger. He was at the early stage of the Iron Core realm. Wow, what a special storage ring. I want it. Give it to me quickly. When Qingyun saw the storage ring in Ling Zhao's hand, she actually went to snatch it. Miss, are you trying to rob me in broad daylight? Ling Xiao said coldly. Didn't I promise to give you 100,000 high-grade spirit stones? Qinmu said. 100,000? Do you think I'm a beggar? I'm not selling. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, you guys, just give up on that idea. Kid, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. We're from the king's residence of the Blood Sun Kingdom, if you offend us, you'll suffer. Qinmu said coldly. Humph, the king's residence of the Blood Sun Kingdom? Then I really feel embarrassed for your monarch. Since when did the people from the king's residence become robbers? Ling Xiao snorted and mocked. To be honest, the only person on this ship that he was afraid of was the captain. He wasn't afraid of the rest. Even if they were martial artists at the early stage of the Bronze Core realm. He had ways to escape. He didn't even care about the few people in front of him. Moreover, he wasn't in a good mood. These people kept wanting his storage ring. He was annoyed to death. If it wasn't for the fact that he was unfamiliar with this place, he would have already attacked. He wouldn't have talked so much. We won't rob you. Just name a price. Qingyun obviously had her eyes on the storage ring in Ling Zhao's hand. She was determined to get it. Can I really name a price? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Of course. As the young lord of the king's residence of the Blood Sun Kingdom, Qinmu was quite confident. In the entire Blood Sun Kingdom, other than the Purple Mansion army, no one dared to offend the king's residence. Alright, since you're representing the king's residence, I'll reluctantly sell it to you. I can even give you a 10% discount. 10% off. That's great. Xianxia said excitedly. The people around them shook their heads when they saw this. I thought this kid was a tough nut to crack. I didn't expect him to back down. That's right. Not only is he selling it, but he's also offering a 10% discount. What's the difference between that and giving it away for free? The tycoon, Lu Meng, did not look happy either. Although he was not as rich as the king's mansion, he was still the richest tycoon in the Blood Sun Nation. This kid did not give him face, but he wanted to suck up to the king's mansion. This was intolerable. Kid, that's more like it. Tell me, how much is it? Qin Mu thought that the king's mansion's prestige had intimidated this kid. He was very pleased with himself. Indeed, no one in the Blood Sun Nation dared to offend the king's mansion. How about 10 billion high-grade spiritual stones? Ling Xiao calmly spat out a sentence. As soon as he said that, the rowdy people on the ship quietened down. Everyone could tell that this kid was toying with the people from the king's mansion. 10 billion high-grade spiritual stones, not to mention the king's mansion, even the entire Purple Kingdom could not afford that. If this was not toying with them, then what was? Qin Mu and Xianxia were also stunned. They had seen bold people before. However, this was the first time they had seen someone so bold. Kid, are you looking for death? Qin Mu's face was very ugly. Even if he was a fool, he could tell that Ling Xiao was toying with him. How could he not be angry? That was right. That storage ring was indeed very valuable. However, it was at most a few 100,000 or 1,000,000 high-grade spiritual stones. The king's mansion could afford that. But 10 billion, and it was a 10% discount, damn it. Was he trying to piss them off? That's enough, brother. It's fine if they don't want to sell it. Seeing that her brother was angry, Xianxia quickly persuaded him. Then, she looked at Ling Xiao and said, I don't think you're a local. It's better to keep a low profile when you're in the Blood Sun Nation. Otherwise, no one will care if something happens. Then I'll give you a word of advice. Ling Xiao looked at the people from the Monarch Manor and said, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are from the Monarch Manor. Be careful that you don't kick an iron plate one day. You won't even know how you died. I repeat, this storage ring is not for sale. If anyone dares to open their mouth again, don't blame me for being impolite. After he finished speaking, he closed his eyes and began to meditate. Even on the bumpy ship, it was not affected in the slightest. Xianxia, when we reach the Blood Sun City, Big Brother will buy you a storage ring. It's definitely not worse than this. Qin Mu pulled Xianxia back into the cabin. As expected of someone from the king's residence. Ordinary people would not have the right to stay in the cabin. They don't dare to do anything now because they're on the ship. Since the ship had already set sail, the captain had the responsibility to protect the martial artists on board. The situation was different from before. However, once they get off the boat, the people from the king's residence and the wealthy man Lu Meng will probably attack them at the same time. Ling Xiao sneered inwardly. Forget it. If I don't show you who's boss, do you really think that I, Ling Xiao, am a pushover? He did not like to cause trouble, but since trouble came knocking on his door, he would not be a coward. They did not speak for the rest of the journey. Half a day later, the giant ship docked. The moment Ling Xiao stepped off the giant ship, Lu Meng blocked his way. There was more than one person. He did not know what method Lu Meng used to inform the people around the refuge. These two people were obviously his subordinates. Their cultivation was only slightly lower than his. They were in the late stage of the core formation realm. Perhaps Lu Meng felt that it was not safe for him to do it alone, so he got help. As for the people from the king's residence, they were watching the show from the side. Let's wait until they fight to the death, then we'll reap the benefits. Qin Mu laughed inwardly. How could he let them off so easily after offending him? Kid, are you selling your storage ring or not? Lu Meng looked at Ling Xiao coldly. It seemed like he was testing him one last time. If he could buy it with a small amount of upper-rank soul stones, he wouldn't fight with Lu Meng. He didn't want to ruin his reputation in the Blood Sun City. Since many people had crossed the river, they were no longer in a hurry. They just stood on the side and watched the show. A young man who came from another place had a precious treasure in his hand. How dare he refuse to sell it to someone else? He even dared to make fun of the king's residence. They had no idea what kind of background this young man had, and that made them even more interested. I said I'm not selling it, and I'm not selling it. Are you going to rob me? Ling Xiao looked at Lu Meng with a mocking expression. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I didn't dare attack you on the ferry because I was afraid of that peak third divine core warrior. But now, we're at the bottom of the river. Do you really think I won't attack you? Lu Meng unleashed a cold-killing intent. I'm standing right here. If you want to attack, do it now. I'm in a hurry. Ling Xiao threw a disdainful glance at Lu Meng and said. Kid, if you sell your storage ring to us, we can guarantee that nothing will happen to you. Qin Mu suddenly said. Looting a burning house? But I'm sorry, I'm not interested. Ling Xiao looked at the direction of the sanctuary, then he started walking towards it. Through the sanctuary, he would arrive at the Blood Sun Kingdom. After that, he would be able to return to the Purple Spirit Kingdom from the Blood Sun Kingdom. Based on his calculations, the journey would only take him 3 days. He would definitely be able to make it. Kid, how dare you ignore me, Master Meng? Attack. Lu Meng was infuriated by Ling Xiao's attitude. He waved his hand, and the 2 men beside him immediately leaped forward. Ling Xiao still didn't turn around. He was still walking towards the sanctuary. It was as if he didn't see the attack coming from behind. Be careful. Qin Yan couldn't help but shout out. Although she wanted the storage ring, she wasn't a bad person. When she saw Ling Xiao was in trouble, she hurriedly warned him. She reminded him. On the other hand, Qin Mu was a little dissatisfied. He mumbled, Little sister, why did you remind him? It's best if he dies. He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Ah. While Qin Mu was complaining, a miserable shriek suddenly sounded out from the other side. Qin Mu thought Ling Xiao was dead, and he was about to take the storage ring. But when he turned back to look, he saw that Yi Zichen was looking at him. He saw 2 of Lu Meng's men lying on the ground. A bloody wound appeared on their throats. The terrifying sword qi had destroyed the nadens that they had painstakingly condensed. They couldn't be any more dead. What happened just now? Qin Mu asked with a shocked expression. I don't know either. I just saw a sword beam flash by, and those 2 men were dead. Qin Yan said with a blank expression. She didn't even see how Ling Xiao drew his sword, or how he attacked. Everything happened too fast. After killing the men, Ling Xiao still didn't turn around. He was still walking towards the sanctuary. Lu Meng had collapsed onto the ground. Fear filled his entire body. This was too frightening. If he was the one who rushed over, he would probably be the one lying on the ground right now. How could this happen? Wasn't he just a first divine core warrior? How could he be so frightening? He couldn't understand. But, he didn't have the time to figure it out. Ling Xiao was in trouble. He arrived at the Purple Mansion Army's campsite from the teleportation formation. He was forcefully brought to an arena by a group of men. At first, he thought this had something to do with Yu Qilong. But, after a brief moment, he realized that wasn't the case. All those who came out from the teleportation formation were under the age of 30. All those who were at least at the Divine Core realm. All of them would be brought to this arena. On the arena, there was a fight going on. On one side of the fight was a girl wearing a veil. She wasn't old, and she had a beautiful body. She was emitting an icy cold aura. No one dared to act rashly. This girl is a 2nd-level Divine Core warrior, an early Iron Core warrior. Her talent is so frightening. She should be in her early 20s, and she is even more frightening than Zi Long facing the forceful actions of the Purple Mansion Army. He didn't resist. This was the Purple Mansion Army's campsite in the Blood Sun City, and the number of warriors here was no less than the Purple Mansion armies in the Purple Spirit Kingdom. If he fought back recklessly, he might bring trouble to himself. Therefore, he decided to observe the situation first. After all, he still had time. I'm sure all of you are wondering why you are brought here. I'll tell you now. My daughter is in her early 20s, and she is beautiful and gentle. Although she is favored by many young men, she has high standards. However, my daughter's standards are quite high. Her requirement is that he must defeat her before he can become her fiancé. You are all men who have been to the bloody battlefield, so you are different from those ordinary young men. Today, the purpose of this arena is to choose a fiancé for my daughter. If you defeat my daughter, you will be engaged immediately. While Xianxia was thinking, a man suddenly spoke with a loud voice. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked over. It was a middle-aged man, and he was about the same age as Yu Qilong. He was also a peak 4th Divine Corps warrior. A lieutenant general warrior. He was probably the commander of the Purple Mansion army of the Blood Sun Kingdom. That guy is Yang, a fierce warrior on the battlefield. I've met him once before. He is a domineering man, and he doesn't even give face to Yu Qilong. Besides, Yang doesn't have any background, he climbed up the ranks step by step with his own abilities. His girl is Yang Shui. I've met her about 3 years ago, and she has become a beautiful woman. Her beauty is not inferior to my sister's. If you can get engaged with her, you won't have to be afraid of Yu Qilong anymore. Zilong said with a smile in the beast ring. F***ck off, I already have someone I like. Ling Xiao said grumpily. What are you afraid of? Isn't it normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Zilong didn't really understand Ling Xiao's love. After all, polygamy was the norm in this world. Especially those who were capable, the more wives they had. I don't care about others, but my heart can't hold a second person. Ling Xiao shook his head. But big brother Ling Xiao, you can't fight back now. In this arena, you have to fight whether you want to or not. Zilong smiled. Why don't you just admit defeat? Otherwise, I won't be able to be with her after the engagement. Wouldn't I be harming her? Ling Xiao said. Admit defeat? I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Zilong shook his head. Yang continued, in this arena battle, you must give it your all, it won't be that easy to fish in troubled waters in front of me. If you don't give it your all, don't blame me for turning against you. Damn, that's too overbearing. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. Only you think so. Look at those people, they're all rubbing their palms in excitement. They can't wait to become this lieutenant general's son-in-law. Zilong sighed. They are them, and I am me. Fine, I'll give it my all. It's not my fault. Even if I divorce her after the engagement, it's her father's fault for being too overbearing. Ling Xiao had made up his mind. He didn't have time to waste. He had to deal with this troublesome arena as soon as possible and then go to Purple Spirit Country. Bang! At this moment, the warrior who was fighting with Yang Shui was knocked out of the arena. It took less than 10 moves. This warrior was just 30 years old, and his cultivation had reached the early stage of the Iron Core realm, the same as Yang Shui. But he was defeated in 10 moves. It was enough to show that Yang Shui was indeed a genius, and a great one at that. Next? Yang seemed to be enjoying the fight. Was this old fool so bored that he was treating this competition as an entertainment? Ling Xiao felt helpless. What are you thinking about? It's your turn. Ling Xiao was pushed by someone and directly went up into the arena. His embarrassing appearance caused the audience to burst into laughter. Ling Xiao turned to Yang and said, Marshal Yang, I'm not a warrior from the Blood Sun Kingdom, does that mean I'm not qualified to participate in this arena? I don't care where you're from, as long as your age and cultivation are the same. Stop wasting time, let's fight. Yang ordered. Ling Xiao felt helpless. His last effort had been wasted. He turned around and looked at Yang Shui, young lady, please show mercy. She has shown mercy. Even in the entire Golden Sky region, this girl of mine is still a first-rate genius. She's only a second-level Divine Core warrior, an early-stage Iron Core warrior, right? She's actually using a secret skill to suppress her true cultivation. Otherwise, how could the few of you be a match for her? Yang said with a smile. What? Ling Xiao didn't use his Tai Chi just now, so he really didn't know this girl's true cultivation. When he heard what Yang said, he was shocked. He quickly activated his Tai Chi. But, he couldn't see through this girl's cultivation with his Tai Chi. It can't be. Could it be that this woman is actually a general-level martial artist, or even stronger? His Tai Chi I's current limit was an early-stage 6th-level Divine Core warrior. This girl's cultivation had obviously reached this level. But, she might be even stronger than this. How could he meet such a mighty warrior in this broken place? Begin. While he was still in shock, Yang Zhan announced the start of the battle. In an instant, Yang Shui leapt towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao wanted to admit defeat, but his body had already reacted. He pulled out his arcane bow and shot out an arrow. Ice arrow, an icy cold aura enveloped Yang Shui. Yang Shui was too close to Ling Xiao, so she didn't have time to dodge. Even though she had already moved and blocked the ice arrow with her hand. But, the icy cold aura still froze her. Awesome! Deafening shouts could be heard from below the stage. Yang Zhan was watching the battle with interest as well. He thought a core formation warrior was going to be defeated in an instant. But, judging from the situation, it seemed like this guy had some skills. After hitting the target, Ling Xiao didn't chase after the attack. Because she knew how strong this guy was. Although he had suppressed his cultivation to the early-stage Iron Core realm, the strength of his body wasn't fake. He would be able to shatter the ice in just a few moments. Rushing forward was the same as courting death. Since he had decided to fight seriously, he wasn't going to admit defeat. In an instant, Ling Xiao transformed into his yin-yang cosmic tiger beast soul form, then he activated his cosmic body. This arrow was an ordinary true essence arrow. Before the arrow could reach Yang Shui had already escaped. With a point of her finger, the true essence arrow immediately dissipated. However, in the next moment, her expression changed. She hurriedly dodged to the side. However, she was still shot. It was one of the 3 arrows that Ling Xiao had obtained from the Ghost Demon Palace, the transparent arrow. The true essence arrow just now was just a pretense. The real attack was actually here. It's time to end this. Ling Xiao did not want to waste too much time. He wanted to end the battle quickly and then think of a way to leave. In the end, Yang Shui was only at the early stage of the Iron Core realm. It was not difficult for him to defeat her. The transparent arrow had already injured Yang Shui. Ling Xiao once again drew his bow and knocked another arrow. However, his figure did not move far away. Instead, he moved towards Yang Shui. Yang Shui was furious. After setting up the arena for so many days, she had never been injured by anyone. Today, she was actually injured by a foreign brat. Naturally, she was very unwilling. Her originally suppressed cultivation suddenly went berserk. Ling Xiao thought to himself, just in time. If Yang Shui released her full strength, he would definitely not be her match. Then, even if he was defeated, it would not be considered as deliberately admitting defeat. Lose for me. Yang Shui scoffed and struck out with her palm. The terrifying aura caused the entire arena to rumble. Ling Xiao smiled and put away his bow and arrow. He used all of his true essence to defend himself and used the power of this palm to quickly retreat. Then, he fell off the stage. Miss Yang is indeed unparalleled. I am not your match. Ling Xiao staggered a few times and fell to the ground, spitting out blood. No matter how one looked at it, it looked like he was injured. He was betting that even if Yang Zhan was cunning, he did not have eyes like his Tai Chi eye and could not see through the truth. And the others would not be able to see through it. Therefore, when Ling Xiao got up from the ground and turned to leave, no one said anything. There were more than 1 or 2 people who had lost to Yang Shui, so he was not one of them. Men, stop him for me. Yang Zhan suddenly shouted. Ling Xiao froze for a moment, and couldn't help but frown. Could it be that this Yang Zhan wanted to snatch a civilian man? However, he naturally did not resist. Even though it was only a group of Divine Bane Realm martial artists who had stopped him, he was still a Divine Bane Realm martial artist. However, with Yang Zhan's strength, as long as he dared to resist, Yang Zhan would definitely act personally. He turned around, and the expression on his face had already turned into a smile. Marshal Yang, this one has lost to Miss Yang. And he's already done his best. I wonder why Marshal Yang is doing this? Xianxia, don't be afraid. What are you waiting for? Yang Zhan chuckled and waved his hand, signaling the Zifu army soldiers surrounding Ling Xiao to retreat. Then, he turned to Ling Xiao and said, "Xianxia, you might not understand the rules of this arena. Winning or losing was another matter altogether. Most importantly, as long as you can injure my daughter, it will be considered a success." "No way, I've never heard of such a thing." Ling Xiao felt depressed. "If you haven't heard of it, then it means that this is fate." Yang Zhan smiled. In truth, this so-called rule was something he had added in at the last moment. As soon as Ling Xiao had stepped onto the arena, he had sensed that this young man was extraordinary. During the battle, this young man's performance had made him even more interested. Yang Zhan himself had been born a commoner, and so he knew how to recognize talent, and how to discover talent from amongst commoners. He felt that this Ling Xiao was quite suitable for him, and so he had decided that Ling Xiao would be his future son-in-law. Since Yang Zhan had said this, no one in the Zifu army dared to disagree. Everyone began to congratulate Yang Zhan. In the Blood Sun Zifu army, Yang Zhan was in existence like Yu Qilong. When he said something, he meant it. Thus, once he had decided on something, no one would be able to change his mind. Ling Xiao knew that there was no point in resisting, and so he decided to accept his fate for now. In any case, Yang Zhan wouldn't be able to keep an eye on him at all times. If he really wanted to leave, he would have plenty of chances. "Big brother Ling Xiao, why don't you stay here and be your son-in-law? I'll go back and inform my big sister. It'll be the same. In addition, the greater the commotion, the more you'll attract Yu Qilong's attention. I'll be safe." Within the beast ring, the violet dragon teased. "Don't talk nonsense. No matter what, you can't be my son-in-law. But you can go find reinforcements first." Ling Xiao thought for a moment, then said, "After you find reinforcements, don't wait for me. Just go back. I have the earth gold light technique. I'll find a chance to catch up to you. Don't worry." As he spoke, he stealthily let the violet dragon into the crowd. In any case, everyone's attention was on Yang Zhan. They were all congratulating Yang Zhan. "Kid, look at you. You're not willing, aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? My woman, in terms of character, looks, and power, is at the top of the Blood Sun Empire's women. Even Ya Shuang, who came from the Violet Spirit Kingdom, can't compare to her at all." Yang Zhan saw that Ling Xiao's face was filled with grievance and unwillingness, and he couldn't help but say this in a low voice. As he spoke, the terrifying aura of a silver core expert was released. This caused everyone around to tremble in fear. Ling Xiao naturally also felt the enormous pressure. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Commander Yang, what are you saying? Miss Yang Shui is definitely a 1 in a million top woman. On the other hand, I'm just a commoner. How can I be qualified to be with Miss Forever?" Hearing this, Yang Zhan's expression turned for the better. He laughed and said, "I didn't expect you to have such good taste. But you don't have to be humble. The people that this marshal takes a fancy to are generally not bad." Although the people around didn't quite agree, since Yang Zhan said so, they didn't dare to say anything. In their eyes, Ling Xiao being chosen was simply a toad eating swan meat. That would really be like a flying locust soaring into the sky. There were countless people who were jealous of Ling Xiao. After all, Yang Shui was the absolute goddess of the Million Violet Mansion army. It was one thing to say that she was ugly. But she was also devastatingly beautiful. She wasn't inferior to Xianxia at all. In fact, she was even more beautiful. It was no wonder that these people were mad with jealousy. When they thought that an ordinary person like Ling Xiao could win the heart of a beauty, they were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. Yang Shui was obviously dissatisfied with Ling Xiao. Her watery eyes were filled with unwillingness. Her ideal husband had to be at least stronger than her. Ling Xiao was good-looking and had a good temperament. But only his strength was far from hers. But with her terrifying strength, to find someone who was worthy of her in the same generation as her, it was more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Forget it. Father's taste has always been good. Who knows, this person might be some peerless genius. Yang Shui comforted herself. After all, her father's taste wasn't just for show. Ling Xiao saw her resentful look and felt relieved. If she liked him, he couldn't bear to leave. like this. But now, he could leave safely. Shui, bring Ling Xiao to the general's residence first. Father has to deal with some matters regarding the challenge tournament and will be back soon. Yang Zhan wanted to create some space for the two young people to be alone. Let the two young people get to know each other better. As for Zi Long, he had already taken advantage of the end of the competition to sneak out of the Zi Mansion army's camp. Yang Shui was already dissatisfied with Ling Xiao, so she wanted to tease Ling Xiao. Using his powerful movement technique, he turned into a white light and disappeared into the crowd. The Zifu army camp was quite large. It was impossible for newcomers to find the general's residence. Ling Xiao really wanted to run away. However, he found out that the old fox Yang Zhan had sent a third divine core warrior, an early silver core warrior, to follow him. Although this person wasn't as powerful as Gao Hong and Ye Feng, he was still able to control his strength. However, he was still a silver core realm martial artist. There was no way he could escape. Forget it. Zi Long has already gone out. For now, let's feign civility. It's best if we directly tell Yang Shui everything. Maybe I can get her help to leave. Thinking of this, he chased after Yang Shui. Yang Shui was indeed very fast. He clearly wanted him to get lost so that he would back off. His speed was indeed not as fast as Yang Shui's, so he was too lazy to chase after her. In any case, his Taiji eye allowed him to see the entire Zifu army camp clearly. He didn't even need to ask where the general's residence was. He could find it himself. Moreover, even if he asked, no one would answer. A moment later, Yang Shui arrived at the general's residence and sat in the main hall, drinking tea. The corners of his mouth curled up into a contemptuous smile. She thought that if she did this, that brat would probably be tormented miserably. Who knew how long it would take for him to come here? She instructed the maid to make tea and prepared to wait patiently. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a blood-red bolt of lightning appeared in front of the general's residence. So what if you're here? Do you think those two at the door will let you in? Although Yang Shui was very strong, her mentality was not as good as Ling Zhao's. She was more like a little girl. However, just as he was thinking about it, two people flew in from the door. He fell to the ground. This kid is much stronger than I imagined. Furthermore, he seemed to know the Blood Sun Zifu barracks like the back of his hand. Could he be a spy from another country? Yang Shui furrowed her brows. If one person didn't like another person, then no matter what that person did, she would misunderstand. At this time, Yang Zhan returned to the general's mansion. Looking at the guard on the ground, he laughed and said, "This marshal really didn't make a mistake. How about this, you can stay in the general's mansion for now. 10 days later, this marshal will hold an engagement ceremony for you and Shui. You two can continue chatting." Yang Zhan was also an old fox. Although he knew that Ling Xiao was very outstanding, if he wanted his daughter to get married, he had to figure out Ling Xiao's background first. These 10 days were the days he used to investigate Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao also knew that he had to escape before the engagement. Otherwise, once they were engaged, it would be considered as breaking the engagement if he ran away. Wouldn't Yang Zhan skin him alive then? After Yang Zhan left, the main hall fell into silence. Ling Xiao glanced at the maids and servants, then waved his hand and said, "You all can leave." Could it be that you want to hear the intimate words between your miss and me? Don't tell me you don't want to live anymore? Hearing this, Yang Shui was stunned for a moment, but she didn't stop him. She wanted to see what this Ling Xiao was trying to do by driving them away. "You all can leave." She even helped to give the order. In an instant, only the two of them were left in the main hall. Ling Xiao waved his hand. Martial spirit barrier was instantly released. He didn't want others to hear what he was going to say next. Especially the Silver Core Realm warrior who was secretly monitoring him. "What? You want to take advantage of this, miss? With your little bit of strength, it's not enough." Yang Shui naturally knew the effect of the martial spirit barrier and couldn't help but sneer. "So in Miss's eyes, I'm that kind of person. Forget it, it doesn't matter how Miss sees me. I only hope that Miss can reject this engagement. Then, I can leave." Ling Xiao suddenly cupped his hands and said. Yang Shui, who originally looked down on Ling Xiao, was waiting for Ling Xiao to take advantage of her so that she could use it against him. Reject this engagement. Now that she suddenly heard Ling Xiao's words, there was a feeling of emptiness in her heart. What? I'm not worthy of you? Yang Shui said coldly. She was Yang Shui. Not to mention in the Blood Sun Kingdom, even in the entire Dongxing Kingdom. There were plenty of people who were chasing after her. This insignificant brat in front of her dared to look down on her? Miss, you've misunderstood. I'm not worthy of you. Ling Xiao sighed. Then, he said, I'm being chased by my enemies, so I have no choice but to come here. Now, in the Purple Spirit Kingdom, there's a shocking conspiracy about to happen. And it's targeting my sister. So, I have no choice but to return to the Purple Spirit Kingdom early to deal with this matter. If I'm late, I'm afraid it'll be a lifetime of regret. Hearing Ling Zhao's words, Yang Shui's eyes stared at Ling Zhao's eyes. She could not see any signs of lying. Looks like he's not lying. There's indeed an urgent matter at home. Yang Shui sighed. Forget it. Anyway, I'm not willing to marry this person. Why not go with the flow and help him? But why do I feel uncomfortable in my heart? Yang Shui shook her head and looked at Ling Xiao. How about this? I'll go with you to the Purple Spirit Kingdom. If what you say is true, then I'll ask my father to cancel our engagement. If not, I'll kill you personally. Of course, no problem. Ling Xiao could not be happier. This Yang Shui's strength was unfathomable. If she could return to the Purple Spirit Kingdom with him, that would be the best. The two of them discussed this matter. Ling Xiao removed the martial spirit barrier. Yang Shui went to look for her father. She said that she would personally check on her future husband. Yang Zhan knew how powerful his daughter was. Of course, he was not worried. And thinking about it carefully, what else could be more direct and comprehensive than this investigation, so, he agreed. After all, his daughter's happiness was up to her. Thank you, father. Yang Shui bid farewell to her father and left the Purple Mansion Army's camp with Ling Xiao, heading towards the Purple Spirit Kingdom. Before leaving the Blood Sun Kingdom, Ling Xiao planned to find Zilong first. When Zilong left, he told him that he was going to look for help. And this help was someone who had received kindness from his family. That person lived on the Taiyuan mountain outside the Blood Sun Kingdom. Counting the time, only 6 days had passed. There were still 14 days until Xianxia's birthday. He believed that Yu Qilong would not dare to act recklessly. Because Yu Qilong wanted to go according to plan. Otherwise, it would be no different from robbing. The success rate was too low. Zilong was missing. Ling Xiao followed Zilong's instructions and went to Taiyuan Mountain outside Blood Sun City to look for Zilong. The reply he got was that Zilong wasn't at Taiyuan Mountain. He didn't even come. Ling Xiao naturally didn't believe this. So he kept watch nearby and even captured martial artists from Taiyuan Mountain to interrogate them. But the result was the same. Those people said they hadn't seen Zilong. And now, 3 days had passed. Xianxia's birthday was approaching. Ling Xiao was very anxious. No, I can't wait any longer. I have to go to Taiyuan Mountain and see for myself. Ling Xiao made up his mind. No matter how powerful the owner of Taiyuan Mountain was, he couldn't just sit and wait. First of all, time was of the essence. Second of all, only by going in could he use the Tai Chi Eye to find Zilong. If Zilong really didn't come here, then he could only go back to Purple Spirit Country. Let me help you. Yang Shui smiled. But Master Taiyuan of Taiyuan Mountain is an alchemy master. He has a weird temper. Once you go in, I'm afraid you'll offend him. I don't think I need to tell you what will happen if you offend him, right? She wanted to test her future husband. Although she had decided to reject this marriage, she wanted to test him. But Yang Shui still wanted to see what was so special about the person her father chose. Thank you. Ling Xiao was very grateful, but he didn't think too much about it. He just wanted to find out Zilong's whereabouts as soon as possible. The two of them stepped onto Taiyuan Mountain. This was a volcano, and an active one at that. However, Master Taiyuan had built his villa on top of a mountain, with boiling lava right next to it. Master Taiyuan was probably not only powerful, but he also used the magma of the volcano to refine pills. The most difficult part of refining pills was to control the flame and prepare the ingredients. If one could do these two things, they could become an alchemy master. This Master Taiyuan's level was probably not low. Master Taiyuan's mansion was called Fire Elixir Mansion. Every day, there was an endless stream of martial artists coming to pay their respects. But very few had the chance to go in. When the two of them arrived at Fire Elixir Mansion, they saw people shaking their heads and leaving. However, there were still many people lining up. Most of these men were Divine Core warriors, and one of them was even at the third Divine Core realm. However, he was still denied entry. Taiyuan masters had always been like this. They did things according to their own mood, regardless of the other party's strength. What was his background, however? In the Blood Sun Kingdom, there were two forces that he absolutely did not want to offend. One of them was the Blood Sun country's monarch palace, one was the Purple Mansion army. Xianxia didn't line up. Instead, she directly revealed her identity. Sure enough, once they revealed their identities, the two of them were directly let in. However, whether or not he would be able to meet Master Taiyuan was still unknown. There's something I have to tell you. My father doesn't have a good relationship with this Taiyuan Grandmaster. His father had once asked Master Taiyuan to help him refine a pill. However, the Taiyuan Grandmaster refused. My father isn't the type to suffer losses. Once, during a treasure hunt, he snatched a spirit herb that Taiyuan Grandmaster had his eyes on. From then on, the two of them became enemies. If you want to rely on my father to meet him, I'm afraid it will be difficult. Yang Shui reminded him as they entered the Fire Elixir Prefecture. Ling Xiao nodded. He was a little absent-minded. Because at this moment, he was using the Tai Chi Eye to search for Zilong's whereabouts. He was sure that Zilong had come to the Fire Elixir Prefecture. Because there was Zilong's aura in the Fire Elixir Prefecture. Although it was very weak, others might not be able to detect it at all. But he could. His Tai Chi Eye was not given for free. However, there were many secret rooms in the Fire Elixir Prefecture, and many of them were set up with barriers. Even his Tai Chi Eye was blocked by many barriers. It seemed that if he wanted to know Zilong's whereabouts, he would have to directly ask Master Taiyuan. Even if the other party was lying, Ling Xiao believed that he would be able to tell. But how could he meet Master Taiyuan? Ling Xiao walked into the main hall and carefully looked at the pill samples placed in the display cabinet. The quality of these pills was not bad. Compared to the pills that Ling Xiao had seen in the past, the pills refined by the alchemists were more outstanding. However, the best was only a passing grade, which was 60%. After all, the higher the grade of the pill, the more difficult it was to refine it perfectly. I have an idea. Ling Xiao snickered secretly and suddenly said to Yang Shui, how disappointing. Master Taiyuan is known as one of the top 10 alchemists in the Purple Kingdom. But his alchemy level is really not worthy of praise. No wonder he has been staying in the Blood Sun Kingdom and does not dare to go to the Purple Kingdom. His level is still too low. As soon as he said this, Yang Shui's face suddenly changed. In the main hall, many of the distinguished guests and Master Taiyuan's disciples' faces were also very ugly. Kid, what nonsense are you talking about? How dare you slander Master Taiyuan's alchemy level? The people of the Fire Elixir Prefecture were not angry, but a guest here was already dissatisfied. He was also an alchemist. He came to Taiyuan Mountain to seek advice. Master Taiyuan was his idol. Slander? I'm just telling the truth. Ling Xiao said disdainfully, of all the pills here, the best one is only 60% perfect. How ridiculous. Is this worthy of being called a master? Don't tell me there are no other alchemists in the Purple Kingdom? Ling Xiao, don't talk nonsense, these pills are for Divine Core warriors. It is very difficult to concoct them. 60% perfect is already very good. I've been to the Dongxing Kingdom before, and they can only concoct pills with 80% perfect at most. Yang Shui was shocked by Ling Xiao's words as well. She hastily said. The only explanation is that the alchemy level of the Dongxing Kingdom is too low. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, Master Taiyuan uses good materials, but they are wasted. Take this gold mine. Take this purple gold pill for example. Its main effect was to increase a martial artist's defensive power. But during the concoction process, the fire burned for half a second longer, causing some of the materials to be damaged. As a result, the effect of the golden purple pill is much worse. Originally, many people thought Ling Xiao was just talking nonsense, and they didn't take it seriously. But when they heard what Ling Xiao said, they couldn't help but be interested. In particular, a few of the alchemists clearly understood what Ling Xiao was saying. This was the effect Ling Xiao wanted. He pointed at another pill and said, "This is the profound ice pill. It is concocted with a small amount of profound ice. It can increase a warrior's resistance to ice. It can also increase a warrior's ice element internal strength." Most people might think the more profound ice added, the better, but that's not the case. The profound ice pill has a very strict requirement for profound ice, and it will only have the best effect when it reaches 1 qian or 2 centimeters. Perhaps Master Taiyuan thought that the fire would cause the profound ice to melt, so he added an extra centimeter. Ling Xiao continued, the effects of the rest of the herbs were suppressed. This greatly reduced the efficacy of the profound ice pill. Originally, it could have been concocted to 80% perfection, but now, it's only 40%. What a pity. These words left the nearby alchemists dumbfounded. Even Taiyuan Master's direct disciple was dumbfounded by what he had just heard. Although they didn't want to agree, what Ling Xiao said was the truth. Taiyuan had pointed out this problem before. Although he knew where the problem was, he still couldn't solve it due to his lack of skill. Ling Xiao secretly smiled. In this world, when it came to alchemy, no one was better than him. Even his master, Yuan Venerate, was inferior to him. The only flaw he had in alchemy was that his cultivation base wasn't high enough, which caused him to be unable to concoct many precious pills. As for this jade blood pill, Ling Xiao criticized almost all the medicinal pills in the main hall one by one. Previously, many people thought this little kid didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, and dared to question Tiyuan's alchemy skills. But as he continued to list out the names of the pills, their ingredients, and the problems, for a moment, he became the center of attention. Yang Shui was also dumbfounded when she heard this. She never expected this young man, who looked no older than 18 years old, to have such ability. "Good kid, how dare you come to my Taiyuan mountain and cause trouble? Who gave you the courage?" Right at this moment, a majestic voice sounded out. A person wearing a fiery red robe floated over. This man's cultivation base was at the early Bronze Core realm. Of course, his cultivation base was weaker than Ye Feng, Gao Hong, and the others. But, his specialty was pill concoction, so it was normal for his cultivation base to be weak. However, the early Bronze Core realm was equivalent to the early third level of the Divine Core realm. In front of Ling Xiao, his cultivation base was still unstoppable. "The Taiyuan Mountain Master is here. Taiyuan Mountain Master is here." When everyone saw this man, they were all shocked. Taiyuan Mountain Master wouldn't show his face easily. The reason he came out today was because Ling Xiao pointed out the flaws of those pills. "Hee, Taiyuan Mountain Master, you're wrong. I'm not here to cause trouble. The only reason I did this was because I wanted to find someone," Ling Xiao said with a smile. "This old man doesn't care who you're looking for. You said that there's something wrong with this old man's pill. Alright, if you can refine a pill of the same level as this old man's today, then I'll give you a reward. This old man will spare your life. If you can refine a better pill than this old man's, then this old man will answer everything you want to know," Master Taiyuan said coldly as he looked at Ling Xiao. "That's simple." Ling Xiao looked at the display cabinet and said, "I'll take this purple gold pill. I'll have to trouble Grandmaster to take it out." "What are you doing?" Master Taiyuan asked in confusion. "Alchemy. The biggest problem with your purple gold pill is that you can't control the heat properly, causing some of the ingredients to lose their medicinal efficacy, while some of the ingredients' medicinal efficacy can't be brought out. I'll just perfect it," Ling Xiao said indifferently. "Kid, are you toying with this old man? This old man has been an alchemist for dozens of years, but I have never heard of such a thing," Master Taiyuan said coldly. "Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Anyway, it's just a purple gold pill. At your level, it'll only cost you 10,000 superior grade spirit stones. If I destroy it, I'll compensate you 10 times the amount. How about that? Ling Xiao said with a smile. Yang Shui originally wanted to stop Ling Xiao, but seeing how confident he was, she didn't say anything. This old man doesn't lack money. If you fail, then you'll die here. Master Taiyuan said coldly. Sure. Ling Xiao said casually. This young man is too arrogant. I've never heard of anyone who can improve the quality of a pill that has already been refined. He's just being pretentious. Yeah, Master Taiyuan always keeps his word. If he can't do it, he'll really die. Judging from this young man's performance, he should be a good alchemist. It'll be a pity if he dies like this. Everyone was talking about Ling Xiao. Obviously, they all thought that he was too arrogant. However, Ling Xiao turned a deaf ear to their comments. He took the purple gold pill from Master Taiyuan. He was about to start refining. Where's your cauldron? Master Taiyuan asked. I don't need a cauldron to refine such a pill. Ling Xiao smiled. Suddenly, a flame appeared in his hand. Strange fire. You can actually use strange fire to refine pills. Master Taiyuan was even more shocked when he saw the flame in Ling Xiao's hand. The stronger the flame, the harder it was to control it. Ordinary fire, demonic fire, strange fire, immortal fire, and divine fire. It was rumored that no one could refine pills with divine fire. However, this rumor was completely meaningless to Ling Xiao. He had already mastered the technique of refining pills with divine fire when he was on the Sky Dragon continent. However, divine fire was too wasteful. It was also too eye-catching. Strange fire was enough. At that moment, the purple gold pill floated above Ling Xiao's hand and kept spinning. Flames were constantly injected into it. A strange fragrance wafted from the purple gold pill. After a while, Ling Xiao picked up the newly refined purple gold pill and said, Everyone, take a look. This is an 80% perfect purple gold pill. You can compare the luster. There's no need to compare. This is indeed 80% perfect. Master Taiyuan shook his head. As a grandmaster, his attainments in alchemy were very strong. Naturally, he could not imagine the luster of an 80% perfect pill. Did you really succeed? Everyone, including Yang Shui, was stunned when they heard Master Taiyuan's words. Master Taiyuan even knelt on one knee. I failed to recognize you, senior. Please forgive me. I'm not your senior. I've been learning alchemy from my master since I was young, so I'm slightly better than you. Ling Xiao said lightly. How should I address you, senior? Master Taiyuan asked. Ling Xiao. Senior Ling Xiao, the person you're looking for did come to Taiyuan Mountain, but I was refining pills at the time and did not see him. When I came out, I heard that he was taken away by someone from the Purple Spirit Country's king's residence. At this moment, Master Taiyuan was completely in awe of Ling Xiao. He would naturally answer whatever Ling Xiao asked. Did he say what his name was? Ling Xiao asked again. He's called Gue Su. He's also an alchemist who once studied under me. Master Taiyuan answered. Oh no. Ling Xiao's heart tightened when he heard Gue Su's name. Gue Su was indeed an alchemist from the king's residence. However, he had ulterior motives. He suddenly came to the Blood Sun country to take away Zilong. He was probably up to no good. Thank you, Master Taiyuan. Yang Shui, let's go. Since he knew Zilong's whereabouts, Ling Xiao did not want to stay any longer. He was ready to return to Purple Spirit Capital. Senior Ling Xiao, please wait. I'll go with you. Master Taiyuan had always been obsessed with refining pills, but he could not make a breakthrough in his skills. He was stuck. All right. Ling Xiao thought for a while. Yang Shui and Master Taiyuan. This would greatly increase the strength of the monarch residence. Therefore, he did not refuse. He had obtained 2 powerful helpers on this trip to the Blood Sun Kingdom. However, Ling Xiao did not expect this. The delay on the road was much more than he had imagined. Perhaps Yu Qilong knew that he would rush back to the Purple Spirit Kingdom through this road. Along the way, they were intercepted again and again. Even though the three of them were very powerful, they still wasted a lot of time. Soon, it was Xianxia's birthday. The monarch residence was more lively than usual today. People from all over the Purple Spirit Kingdom and even the Purple Mansion Royal City had sent people to congratulate him. Because today was Xianxia's birthday. However, the people from the Purple Mansion Royal City left in a hurry after sending gifts. It was as if they were afraid of affecting something. It wasn't until the evening that the lively celebration finally ended. Most of the guests had already left. Only those who were closer to the monarch residence or those who were close to them had not left. Yu Qilong was one of them. At the highest point of the monarch residence was the star-picking pavilion. From there, one could see the entire Purple Spirit capital. The stars in the sky had already appeared. The moonlight was like water. The entire night sky was extremely beautiful. Anyone who was in such an environment would fall into a special atmosphere. At this moment, two people were sitting in the star-picking pavilion. Under the faint candlelight, there was delicious wine. There seemed to be a strange fragrance in the air. These two people were Yu Qilong and Xianxia. The man was handsome and valiant while the woman was devastatingly beautiful. In the eyes of many, the two of them were definitely a match made in heaven. Clap clap. Yu Qilong suddenly clapped his hands. In the silent night sky, the sound of fireworks exploding suddenly rang out. In the sky, the various patterns of fireworks were intoxicating. At that moment, Xianxia let down her guard and seemed to be immersed in this beautiful moment. She looked at the man beside her. Although she had rejected this man's advances many times, there was one thing she had to admit. This man was more outstanding than most men. And he knew how to make a girl happy. Thank you, Qilong. Xianxia was aroused. She opened her red lips and said, "What are you thanking me for? I prepare such fireworks for your birthday every year. You must be tired of it." Yu Qilong smiled and said, "Come to think of it, we've known each other for several decades now. But we have always trusted each other, haven't we?" When he heard Yu Qilong's words, Xianxia's rock-solid heart started to melt. Yes, it had been decades. She knew very well how this man treated her. It was just that she really couldn't accept the lack of love. The more she couldn't accept it, the more guilty she felt towards Qilong. She always felt that she owed this man. Moreover, her brother's case was not conclusive, yet she suspected this man who had never harmed her. On the contrary, whenever something happened to Violet Spirit Little Kingdom, it was this man who stood up to help her. She felt that she really shouldn't have doubted him. Youth is fleeting, but my love for you has never changed. Not to mention a few decades, even if it was 100 years, I would still wait. Until the day when metal and stone split. I believe you'll be able to accept me. Yu Qilong said emotionally. I'm not worth your waiting. Xianxia was a woman after all. She had been single for several decades. Because she was a warrior, her appearance was no different from a woman in her early 20s. Her body was no different. But her mentality was still a little lonely for too long. She also wanted to find a man she liked and marry a man who treated her well. It was really too tiring to carry the whole family on her own. But she was also very conflicted. Yu Qilong was really good to her, but she always felt that she couldn't accept it. There was no reason, it was just a kind of intuition. It was as if she and Yu Qilong were born to be incompatible. No, you're worth it. Yu Qilong shook his head and said, I still say the same thing. As long as you're not married, I'll never give up. And I believe that I can do it. Let's not talk about this. How about a toast? Seeing that Xianxia was about to say something, Yu Qilong suddenly picked up the 2 glass glasses on the table. He gave one to Xianxia and kept the other for himself. Okay, no matter what happens in the future, you and I are friends. Xianxia nodded and said. No matter how smart she was, she would never think that Yu Qilong could get such a vicious thing as the poisonous flower insect. In the past, she had drunk with Yu Qilong alone, and nothing had happened. Because with her cultivation level, no one could easily poison her. She could directly detoxify ordinary poisons. Maybe because of this, she was a little careless. Seeing Xianxia pick up the glass, Yu Qilong was very excited. Drink this glass of wine. You will become Yu Qilong's woman. You'll be mine. Not only are you mine, but everything you have is mine as well. Cheers. The two clinked glasses and drank up. Seeing Xianxia drink the poisoned wine, Yu Qilong knew that his plan had succeeded. Finally, his efforts were not in vain. Xianxia, from now on, you're my woman. Yu Qilong couldn't wait to say this sentence. What do you mean? Xianxia's face changed greatly. Suddenly, she felt that something in her body had changed, and she was in a trance. What did you do? She asked angrily. At the same time, she activated her vital essence and tried to expel the wine from her body. She managed to do this. Unfortunately, it was useless. Have you heard of the flower worm goo? Yu Qilong sneered and asked. You actually fed me that kind of thing. Xianxia felt her body heating up, and a terrifying heat was released from the depths of her body. It made her feel very uncomfortable. She felt that she was starting to let her imagination run wild. No. You shameless person. Men. Xianxia shouted in horror. She was too careless after all. She was poisoned by Yu Qilong's flower worm goo. No need to shout. My men are guarding downstairs. Your family members can't wait for us to be together. So, they won't interfere. By the way, do you know that Ultimate Ruins? He's already on my side. And he drugged the people in your monarch's residence. Today, everyone in your monarch's residence will have a good night's sleep. When they wake up the next day, they'll find that their monarch has become my woman. And she'll be as obedient as a slave. Ha 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 ha. Yu Qilong laughed wildly. The development of the matter was much smoother than he had imagined. Purple Dragon was tricked into returning by the sinkhole and then imprisoned by his people. Although Ling Xiao managed to escape, it was a pity that it was still too late. You'll die a horrible death. Xianxia kept backing off, but both her legs were weak, and her body was burning up. With a smile on his face, Yu Qilong walked towards Xianxia and grabbed her hand. In an instant, Xianxia collapsed into Yu Qilong's arms. It looked like she was about to lose control of her own ability. You're indeed a 5th-level Divine Core warrior. When others were poisoned by the flowery parasite, they immediately lost their minds. But you're still able to hold on for so long. But it's all in vain. Yu Qilong sneered. What do you want? Don't tell me you just want me? Xianxia couldn't understand. If it was just for her, Yu Qilong would never do something like this. This was crazy. You're going to become my woman soon anyway, before you lose your mind. I don't mind telling you. You've heard of the Blood Sword Supreme, right? The inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme requires the Blood Sun Scripture. The Blood Sun Scripture is hidden in the Blood Sun world. What Yu Qilong said was simple. But, Xianxia still understood. I understand now. But, Yu Qilong, do you really think you can get what you want so easily? Xianxia suddenly laughed out. You want me to be your slave, to be played by you as you wish. But, don't you think you've underestimated a 5th-level Divine Core warrior? Although the flowery parasite is powerful, you've underestimated your enemy too much. Before she could finish her words, she suddenly struck out with her palm. Yu Qilong didn't have any chance to defend himself, and was knocked flying away while coughing up blood. He was obviously severely injured. But, after this strike, the effect of the flowery parasite increased, and Xianxia finally collapsed onto the ground. This time, it was real. Damn it, I couldn't kill him with this strike. Right now, Xianxia really wished someone could come and help her. Yu Qilong was severely injured, and he was only a 2nd-level Divine Core warrior, an early Iron Core warrior. All she needed was an Iron Core warrior to help her. Everything could be averted from danger. Bitch, I've really underestimated you. But, even though I'm severely injured, you still can't escape your fate of being raped by me. Just you wait, I will definitely treat you well and make you completely my woman. Yu Qilong's face was pale, but there was still a sneer in his eyes. He also knew the current situation. Even though he had miscalculated, everything was still under his control. That might not be the case. Suddenly, a voice sounded. In the darkness, hurried footsteps could be heard coming from the stairs. Who? Yu Qilong was shocked. At this moment, who exactly was the person who was able to arrive here? If it was Xianxia's people, then it would really ruin his plan. That person finally appeared. His face was cold. A solemn murderous aura. Especially that terrifying transformation, which had almost become his symbol. His hands were covered in blood. But it was clearly not his. Boom. The young man threw the two corpses on the ground. Then, he grinned. Looks like I came in time. Ling Xiao. Yu Qilong cried out in surprise. Xianxia, on the other hand, looked hopeful. Here it comes, the helper she was waiting for had finally arrived. But Ling Xiao was only a half-step divine core warrior, how could he possibly be Yu Qilong's match? Ling Xiao, hurry! Go and find help, preferably someone at the second heavenly core realm or above. Xianxia shouted with difficulty. But Ling Xiao didn't move. He looked at Xianxia and furrowed his brows. Flowery parasite, big sister, you were still affected. But looking at you, I don't think he touched you yet. This flowery parasite will only take effect if someone touches it. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. How did you know about the flowery parasite? Yu Qilong's expression changed dramatically. Xianxia was startled as well. Didn't Ling Xiao follow Zilong to the bloody battlefield to cultivate? How did he know about the flowery parasite? Looks like Yu Qilong thought his plan worked, that's why he told me everything. If that's the case, I don't have to waste my time. Looking at Xianxia's expression, Ling Xiao knew that Yu Qilong couldn't wait any longer and told her everything. Perhaps Yu Qilong thought his plan was about to succeed, that's why he wanted to provoke Xianxia. However, no one would have thought that Ling Xiao would actually appear here. Is what he said true? Xianxia asked. Although I don't know what he said, the inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme, the Blood Sun Scripture, and the Blood Sun world are the key. Also, those assassins who tried to assassinate Zilong were sent by Yu Qilong. Including the flowery parasite, I think it was concocted by the little silver worm. Ling Xiao tried to make it as simple as possible. If Big Sister still has any questions, I'll tell you later. Let me help you cure the poison first. With me here, can you cure me? Yu Qilong sneered, then he suddenly leapt towards Ling Xiao. Although he was severely injured, he could still unleash the strength of an early Iron Core warrior. Ling Xiao was only a half-step Divine Core warrior, he could easily kill him. Although Nia Feng and the others in the Nether Realm had reported some things to Yu Qilong knew nothing. But, they didn't tell him everything. For example, Ling Xiao had killed an Iron Core warrior. Blood Shadow Kill. Facing Yu Qilong's attack, Ling Xiao dared not show any mercy. He shook the Blood Sun world in his hand and unleashed a blood-red beam. He leapt towards Yu Qilong. Bam, slash, the two of them were actually evenly matched. Ling Xiao's sword stabbed into Yu Qilong's body, while Yu Qilong's palm landed on Ling Xiao's body. Impossible. How could you break through so quickly? Yu Qilong was shocked. On the other hand, Xianxia let out a sigh of relief. Right now, she really had no combat strength left. If Ling Xiao wasn't Yu Qilong's match, perhaps both of them would die here today. Why are you so surprised by such a small thing? Ling Xiao sneered. 9 sword beams appeared in front of him. The 9 swords combined into one, which contained the destructive power of a third-order Emperor realm martial skill. He wanted to defeat Yu Qilong. He knew Yu Qilong was strong. But, Yu Qilong was injured, and this was his chance. Good kid, you know a third-order Emperor realm martial skill. But, don't forget that I'm a lieutenant general. You know it, and so do I. The two of them actually slammed into the star-picking pavilion once more. But, at the same time, they were knocked back while coughing out blood. Once again, both of them were severely injured. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. This Yu Qilong was indeed a genius. Jiang Chen had killed many warriors who were at the same cultivation level as him, and they were easy kills. But, when it came to Yu Qilong, things didn't go so smoothly. Senior Ling Xiao, I'm here. Right at this moment, Grandmaster Tai Yuan arrived at the top of the star-picking pavilion. He was a third-order Divine Core warrior, an early Bronze Core warrior. Compared to him, Yu Qilong was no match for him. Grandmaster Tai Yuan. Yu Qilong was shocked, and so was Xianxia. They had no idea why this famous Grandmaster Taiyuan would address Ling Xiao as his senior. Taiyuan Master's appearance put Xianxia at ease. Yu Qilong, on the other hand, was disappointed. Forget it. I didn't expect this kid to be a part of my plan. But Xianxia, so what if you know about it? Our Yu clan's determination to get Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance has never changed. If you don't want your brother Zilong to be killed, then hand over Blood Sun World to me. After the disappointment, Yu Qilong quickly calmed down. He was an old fox after all. He knew it was impossible to make Xianxia his woman today. If he used the flowery parasite directly, it would only have the effect of a hallucinogenic drug. But it was only temporary. Unless they had sex, the flowery parasite would make the other party his slave. However, due to the presence of Ling Xiao and Taiyuan Master, this was clearly not possible. He could only think about Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance now. It didn't matter even if he fell out with Xianxia and the Z clan. Let Zilong go, or you won't leave here alive. Ling Xiao and Taiyuan Master approached Yu Qilong in a pincer formation. Today was the best chance to kill Yu Qilong. If Yu Qilong was seriously injured, the two of them would have a chance to kill him. Otherwise, it would be troublesome after today. Moreover, Zilong was in the enemy's hands. They had to get a hostage. Otherwise, it would be equally troublesome. Although there is a flaw in today's plan. But do you think I didn't make any preparations? I know Xianxia is stronger than me. If Xianxia wasn't poisoned, wouldn't I be in trouble? So don't think about capturing me. If you dare to make a move, I'll order Zilong to be killed immediately. Yu Qilong sneered. Xianxia's expression changed. She was already dispirited because of the goo. Now, she was even more nervous. Zilong was her weakness. If anything happened to Zilong, she would be in a mess. But she was still herself. Ling Xiao was Ling Xiao. Facing Yu Qilong's threat, Ling Xiao said coldly, "You can try. I can guarantee that if anything happens to Zilong, you will die too. If you think Zilong's life is more valuable than yours, then give the order." Hearing this, Yu Qilong frowned. This Ling Xiao was too difficult to deal with. That's right, it was impossible for him to give orders so easily. That was because Zilong's life was now a treasure. Once he died, he would no longer have any leverage against Zilong. The other party could attack him at any time. Yu Qilong hesitated for a moment, but Ling Xiao had already rushed out. Taiyuan Master, do it. In fact, he didn't need to say anything. Master Taiyuan had already reacted. The two of them had cooperated many times along the way and had long since reached a tacit understanding. Yu Qilong had never expected that the moment a flaw appeared in his thoughts, the other party would instantly grasp it. Ling Xiao suddenly displayed the 9 swords as one with the force of a thunderbolt. Master Taiyuan's attack was even more powerful. Yu Qilong could block one of them, but not the other. In just an instant, he was knocked back by Ling Xiao. He was captured by Master Taiyuan. Boom! The moment Master Taiyuan captured Yu Qilong, a terrifying aura descended upon the entire capital city of Violet Spirit. Master Taiyuan was stunned for a moment and almost let Yu Qilong escape. However, at the critical moment, Ling Xiao fed Yu Qilong a pill. At that moment, Yu Qilong's entire body went limp and weak. He was already seriously injured. How could he resist the poison that Ling Xiao fed him? Of course, Ling Xiao wouldn't kill him. For Zilong's safety, Ling Xiao only restrained him. Bastard, how dare you hurt a member of my Yu family? Little girl, you'd better hurry up and have your subordinates release him. Otherwise, I'll destroy the capital city of Violet Spirit. A murderous aura descended upon the Xiaxing Pavilion. A moment later, there was one more person in the Xiaxing Pavilion. It was an old man with a white beard. He exuded a terrifying aura from head to toe. He was like a terrifying monster waiting to devour a person in the dark night. That aura was really too terrifying. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. His expression was cold and terrifying. Master Taiyuan and Ling Xiao's hearts were trembling violently. If not for the Sky Tyrant martial soul, Ling Xiao would have been kneeling on the ground by now. This old man's aura was really too terrifying. Compared to Xianxia and Yu Qilong, he was even more terrifying. Yu Hua. Xianxia's expression became even uglier. Originally, Ling Xiao had the upper hand in capturing Yu Qilong, and he wanted to exchange the hostage for the hostage. Basically, he was going to succeed. But, the appearance of this old man had turned her hope into disappointment. Yu Hua, the strongest warrior in the Violet Palace army, one of the 5 great generals. He was ruthless and decisive, and he killed people like cutting grass. Ever since he joined the Violet Palace army, countless warriors had been killed by him. Among the 5 great generals, he was the most experienced. Also, the Yu family was one of the strongest families in the Z kingdom. No matter if it was his strength or his influence, both were monstrous. He was a 6th-level Divine Core warrior, a true Mortal Core warrior. Although he was just an early Mortal Core warrior. But, when compared to Xianxia, who was a 5th-level Divine Core warrior, a perfect Golden Core warrior, he was much stronger. In front of this old man, Xianxia might not even be able to withstand 3 attacks. This was the huge gap between them. The reason why Yu Hua didn't come here before was because he didn't want anyone to have their eyes on the inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme. But now, he couldn't wait any longer. The news about the inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme was known by the King Palace, and it would soon spread out. Since that was the case, Yu Hua had nothing to worry about. He came here personally just to get the 2 Blood Sun World Swords. Let Qilong go. Yu Hua stared at Ling Xiao. His cold eyes were filled with endless killing intent. If he wanted to, he could kill Ling Xiao at any time. In front of him, Ling Xiao was just an ant. Give me Zilong in exchange, or else, even if you manage to take Yu Qilong away, he will still die from the poison. Don't expect your alchemists to cure the poison. The poison pill concocted by me, Ling Xiao, is not an ordinary poison. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Unless you don't care about Yu Qilong's life at all. Although Ling Xiao was under great pressure, he knew he couldn't back down now. If he did, he would lose the upper hand. Yu Qilong is just one of my dozen or so sons. He is only a 4th-level Divine Core warrior, but he was still captured by someone. He is the shame of the Yu family. If you want to kill him, just do it. Do you want me to help you? A disdainful expression emerged on Yu Hua's face. It was as if he really didn't care about Yu Qilong's life at all. He even unleashed his terrifying energy to threaten Ling Xiao. Slash. A sword beam flashed through the air, and a deep wound appeared on Yu Qilong's body. Blood flowed out from the wound. Ling Xiao said with a cold voice, "Old fool, it's useless to play tricks in front of me. That's right, you do have a dozen sons, but Yu Qilong is the most outstanding one among them." Ling Xiao's voice was still cold and calm. "Yu Hua, my request is not high, I only want you to release Zilong. If you dare to act rashly again, I can guarantee that the next sword will stab Yu Qilong's vital point. Of course, he won't die, he will only bleed and suffer endless pain. I will torture him to death in front of you. At that time, the world would know that you, Yu Hua, didn't even recognize your own family. You were a tiger that ate its own children. You didn't even let go of your own son. I want to see if your Yu family is still as united as before." Hearing Ling Xiao's words and seeing the injuries on Yu Qilong's body, Yu Hua was shocked and furious. This young man was so young, but his eyesight was so sharp. He easily saw through his thoughts. He was even harder to deal with than Xianxia. If it was Xianxia, she would have already released Yu Qilong. How come he had never heard of such a troublesome little thing in Xiling Kingdom? Master Taiyuan was also full of admiration for Ling Xiao. As expected of a senior expert, I am already trembling in front of Yu Qilong, I have no will to resist. Senior Ling Xiao is still so calm, it seems that I have followed the right person. Xianxia, little girl, since when did an outsider have the right to make decisions in your king's residence? Believe it or not, I'll really kill Zilong, kill your little brother. That's right, Yu Qilong is one of my most outstanding sons. But I have more than 10 sons. If he dies, although I am heartbroken, I still have my sons to comfort me. But you only have one brother, right? If he dies, it will be too late for you to regret. The old man was indeed cunning, knowing that he could not threaten Ling Xiao, he targeted Xianxia. He believed that Xianxia was not so strong-willed. If I release Yu Qilong, what if you kill Zilong? Xianxia asked. Because of the flower goo, her body was weak and in a daze. But because her cultivation was strong enough, she could still hold on. You can rest assured, the reason why we kept Zilong alive is because we want Blood Sun World. If you give us Blood Sun World, Zilong will naturally return it to you. Yu Hua tried his best to make his tone gentle, as if he was a senior talking to his junior. Of course, he didn't want to anger Xianxia. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good for his plan. Xianxia thought for a while and was about to say something. Suddenly, Yu Qilong let out another shrill scream. This time, Ling Xiao was even more ruthless. He directly sliced off one of Yu Qilong's arms. If this arm is reattached within an hour, it might be able to recover. Ling Xiao looked at Yu Hua indifferently and said, "Old thing, the hostage is in my hands. I can do whatever I want with him. If he loses his right arm, I'm afraid his strength will drop drastically, right? Damn brat, aren't you afraid of angering this old man and grinding your bones to dust?" Yu Hua really didn't know what to do with Ling Xiao. This kid was too vicious and cunning. Most importantly, he really couldn't bear to see Yu Qilong die. Yu Qilong was about to break through to the Golden Core realm. Once he died, it would be a huge blow to the family. Many people wanted to grind my bones to dust, but in the end, they all failed. Ling Xiao said indifferently, "I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to exchange this hostage or not?" "Exchange." Yu Hua took a deep breath and said loudly in the void, "Release him." His voice spread far and wide. Although they didn't know who he was talking to, a moment later, Yu Hao had already appeared with Zilong's sister, brother Ling Xiao. Zilong didn't seem to be hurt, which made Xianxia and Ling Xiao feel relieved. But in the next moment, they became nervous again. Yu Hua looked at Yu Hao and said, "Cut off that brat's arms and return them." "Yes." Yu Hao sneered and was about to attack. However, Ling Xiao's sword flashed again and cut off Yu Qilong's other arm. "Zilong is Xianxia's brother, but he has nothing to do with me. Don't provoke me. Otherwise, Yu Qilong's head will be cut off next time." Ling Xiao's eyes were cold and emotionless. Even Yu Hua's heart trembled when he saw those eyes. What kind of monster is he? He didn't dare to take the risk. Because Ling Xiao was indeed not related to Zilong by blood. He might really not care about Zilong's life. "Where's the antidote?" Yu Hua asked. "I'll give it to you after we exchange the hostage." Ling Xiao said indifferently. "With your strength, you shouldn't be afraid that I'll go back on my words, right? And I don't need to provoke you because I really don't want to die. You'd better remember what you said. Otherwise, not only will you die, but the entire Purple Spirit Capital will be buried with you." Yu Hua really couldn't think of a way to threaten Ling Xiao. In his eyes, Ling Xiao was too mysterious, to the point that he had no weaknesses. "Hee, what does the Purple Spirit Capital have to do with me? Even if you want to bury the entire Purple Spirit Capital with me, I'll be more than happy to do so. After all, I won't be lonely when I go down there." Ling Xiao said with a mocking tone. His words really pissed Yu Hua off. He was a mortal core warrior, a general of the Purple Palace Army, but he couldn't do anything to this little core formation warrior. He felt really depressed. "Let's exchange the hostages." Yu Hua didn't want to continue arguing, because he knew he was no match for Ling Xiao when it came to arguing. After that, Yu Hao and Ling Xiao each took one hostage and returned them to each other. Because Yu Qilong's poison hadn't been cured yet, Yu Hua didn't dare act recklessly. Nothing happened during the exchange of hostages. "Where's the antidote?" Yu Hua asked. "I can give you the antidote, but you have to swear that after you get the antidote, you won't hurt us, or else you'll be struck by lightning," Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. "You." The killing intent in Yu Hua's eyes became even stronger. "Hee, don't be angry, I know what you're thinking. You just want to cure Yu Qilong. Just destroy the king's mansion. That's why you have to swear that it won't be hard for you," Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. "You're really ruthless." Yu Hua furrowed his brows, then he swore, "If I, Yu Hua, attack these people in front of me, or attack the king's mansion, then I'll be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. Not just today, you can't do it for at least 1 month." Ling Xiao reminded him. "Alright, within 1 month. Yu Hua didn't believe that there would be any changes in a month's time. Could Xianxia break through again? He hadn't been able to break through for more than 10 years, and within 1 month, it was even more impossible. Most importantly, he was afraid of breaking the vases, so this was the only thing he could do. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't dare to be too harsh with his conditions. If Yu Hua became desperate, then it would be troublesome. 1 month was just right for him. If he said 2 months, Yu Hua wouldn't agree to it. Here's the antidote. The antidote Ling Xiao gave him was real. There was no need for him to do anything. Yu Hua didn't want to piss him off. He just wanted this to end as soon as possible. That was all. Yu Hua fed Yu Qilong the antidote. After making sure that Yu Qilong was cured, he looked at Ling Xiao coldly. You're smart and cunning. But you're still 1 step behind. He suddenly sneered. What do you mean? Ling Xiao asked. Gao Hong. Yu Hua said calmly, Zilong isn't the only hostage we have. We have Gao Hong too. Commander Gao isn't dead? Ling Xiao saw Gao Hong explode his inner core with his own eyes. So, he thought Gao Hong was dead. After exploding his inner core, he can still live for a while. Our Yu family used a special method to save his life. After all, the value of a dead person is too small. Although Gao Hong was now a cripple, he was still able to live like an ordinary person. I believe Xianxia won't watch him die without doing anything. Yu Hua sneered. Xianxia was the key to the problem. Yu Hua knew that. Gao Hong was not only the commander of the guards of the king's mansion, but he was also Xianxia's uncle. If it wasn't for Gao Hong, Xianxia would have been dead. So, in Xianxia's eyes, Gao Hong's life was no worse than Zilong's. How do I know if you're telling the truth? Ling Xiao asked cautiously. Gao Hong risked his life to save him. If he was really alive, he wouldn't leave him in the lurch. Although the inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme was precious, it wasn't as precious as a person who was willing to sacrifice his life for him. Yu Hao, show them. Yu Hua said calmly. Yes. Yu Hao took out a mirror, and an image appeared on it. It was what happened after Gao Hong exploded his inner core. Ling Xiao had seen this kind of treasure a long time ago. It could record what happened. He used his Tai Chi eye to confirm that this thing was real. What do you want to do? Ling Xiao asked. It's very simple. Give Bloody Sun World to me. Not only can I give it to you, but I can also give it to you. What's more, everything that happened before can be written off. Yu Hua said calmly. To him, Yu Qilong being captured and injured this time was not necessarily a bad thing. Yu Qilong's life had been too smooth in the past, so it was inevitable that he would be a little arrogant. Now that he had suffered such humiliation, he would probably become more rational in the future. He wouldn't be as arrogant as he was now. This was very beneficial to his son's growth. As for the 2 arms, it was easy for a divine core warrior to reattach them. It was even less of a problem. How about this? I'll leave the 2nd generation Bloody Sun World to you for now. After you bring Gao Hong over, the 1st generation Blood Sun World can be given to you. Xianxia's mind was in a mess. She could only let Ling Xiao make the decision. You have no right to bargain with me. Yu Hua said. I don't intend to bargain with you. I'll do as I say. If I destroy the Blood Sun scripture, no one will be able to get it. Ling Xiao said coldly, let's not waste time here. If you want to get the Blood Sun World as soon as possible, bring him here immediately. You really have to die. Otherwise, with you around, this old man will always feel restricted no matter what I do. Yu Hua gave Ling Xiao a deep look. He didn't even try to hide his killing intent. I'm honored to receive such a compliment. What I said, do you accept it? Ling Xiao asked. Give it to me. Yu Hua extended his hand and said, Gao Hong's body is weak, he can't travel long distances. Otherwise, he will die easily. We'll bring him to a safe place near the Nether Realm. It can guarantee his safety. 10 days later, we'll prepare to open the Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance. You just need to arrive at the Xiling Nether Realm within 10 days. Remember to bring the 1st generation Blood Sun World. Yu Hao, let's go. After saying that, Yu Hua turned around and left. You how carried Yu Qilong and left as well. Yu Qilong's eyes were filled with hatred. However, Ling Xiao didn't care. Even without today's incident, Yu Qilong wouldn't let him go. Since that was the case, what was he afraid of? You could have asked me for help. A woman's voice suddenly sounded. It was Yang Shui. There's no need for that. If you really want to help me, you can come with me to the Xiling Nether Realm. You might even be able to obtain the Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance. Ling Xiao glanced at Yang Shui and said. Of course I want to follow you. I want to see what kind of person my future husband is. You didn't disappoint me today. Yang Shui smiled faintly and said, but it's far from enough. Ling Xiao ignored Yang Shui. He carried Zi Qianyi and asked Master Tai Yuan to take care of Zi Long. Although Zi Long didn't suffer any physical injuries, he suffered a huge psychological blow. He needed to rest. Only he could remove the flowery insect goo in Zi Qianyi's body. Just like Yu Qilong said, the entire king's residence was in a deep sleep. The old man from the ultimate ruins was nowhere to be found. But this guy was probably on Zi Qianyi's blacklist. Zi Qianyi would never let go of such a traitor. Sister King, what are you doing? After placing Zi Qianyi on the bed, Ling Xiao was about to remove the flowery insect goo. Suddenly, his body was restrained by Zi Qianyi. Clang! Zi Qianyi closed the door and used a seal talisman. There was no rationality in Zi Qianyi's eyes. All that was left was impulsiveness. I was careless. Ling Xiao was depressed. When they were at the star-picking pavilion, the flowery insect goo didn't act up. Ling Xiao thought it wouldn't act up so easily. But who knew that the flowery insect goo would act up as soon as they entered the room? Ling Xiao became the victim. He didn't know that Zi Qianyi was holding on with her strong willpower. She didn't want to make a fool of herself in front of others. But now that she relaxed a little, the flowery insect goo took advantage of her weakness. The room instantly fell into a romantic atmosphere. Forced by a 5th-level Divine Core Warrior, a perfect Golden Core Warrior, Ling Xiao had finally lost his virginity. After the madness, Zi Qianyi fell asleep peacefully. Ling Xiao was incomparably depressed. During the whole process, he was like a puppet, allowing Zi Qianyi to do whatever she wanted. But, he couldn't blame Zi Qianyi, because Zi Qianyi was poisoned by the flowery insect goo. It wasn't Zi Qianyi's fault. Sigh, luckily, my martial soul of Tyrant Heavens automatically devoured the flowery insect goo. Now, Zi Qianyi should be fine. But, the weirdest thing is, after having sex, my cultivation base has broken through to the early Iron Core realm. Even Zi Qianyi's cultivation base has broken through. I haven't broken through for more than 10 years, and I just broke through because of something so weird. I bet that Yu Huan never expected this. She sighed. Ling Xiao moved his arm that could now move and prepared to leave. However, Zi Qianyi pulled him back. Stay with me. Zi Qianyi said. Sister Monarch, what happened last night was just a beautiful mistake. You are still my sister and I am still your brother. Ling Xiao put down Zi Qianyi's hand and said calmly. He was the one who was taken advantage of. Why? Am I not good enough? Although Zi Qianyi was controlled by the flower parasite, she still had her memories. So what happened last night, she knew better than anyone. Sister Monarch, you are very good. But you know better than me the reason for what happened last night. Let's talk about something else. Ling Xiao walked over and opened the door. He didn't want the people of the Monarch Mansion who were gradually waking up to know that the door was closed. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Zi Qianyi said angrily. Even if Sister Monarch wants to kill me, I will still have the same attitude. This time, both of us are the victims. Yu Qilong is the culprit. I will not go against my heart because of fear. I only have one lover and she is still waiting for me. Ling Xiao shook his head. Forget it. How can I bear to kill you? Let's just treat it as a beautiful misunderstanding. If it wasn't for this misunderstanding, I would not have been cured and I would not have been able to break through. The anger on Zi Qianyi's face was just an act. How could she hate Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao desperately escaped from the bloody battlefield and helped her escape from Yu Qilong's clutches. He also helped her save her brother. To be honest, she was very grateful. She had always looked down on men. But Ling Xiao was one of the few people who she admired and trusted. Let's not talk about that. What about Commander Gao Hong? Ling Xiao changed the topic. The Z clan should have more people than the Monarch Mansion, right? That's right. Our Z clan is also a large clan in the Zifu Kingdom. Our overall strength was inferior to the Yu clan in the past. But now that I've broken through, the Z clan can completely contend with the Yu clan. Xianxia was indeed worthy of being the monarch. Just a moment ago, he was still full of love, but in an instant, he became completely calm. The inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme cannot be given to the Yu clan. Therefore, I suggest that you gather the experts of the Z family and prepare to fight. I know the location of Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance. Ling Xiao suggested. That's right, you're right. Since the Yu clan has already shed all pretense of cordiality with us. In that case, there was no need to hide it. However, are you sure that now is the best time to open the Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance? Don't forget, the Yu clan has been researching the inheritance for a long time. He's definitely more familiar with them than us. Xianxia reminded. Even if that's the case, we still have to open it. Otherwise, if the Yu clan purposely leaked the news of the Blood Sun world and the inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme, perhaps even the king of the Purple Mansion Kingdom would be alarmed. At that time, there will be even more people fighting over it, and the situation will become even more troublesome. Ling Xiao said. Yes, you're more comprehensive than me. All these years, the reason why they didn't leak the news was because they felt that they could secretly take the inheritance for themselves. However, if they can't, they'll definitely do whatever it takes. Xianxia pondered for a moment before nodding. However, there's still some trouble. Your clan's trouble, right? Ling Xiao asked. You guessed it? Xianxia was even more surprised. Ling Xiao's strength wasn't that great, but his talent and intelligence were top-notch. I heard that the main clan of the Z family is in the Purple Mansion Kingdom. You, on the other hand, were chased out. You and your younger brother are dependent on each other. Ling Xiao said, I'm sorry, I've asked others about your clan. There's no need to apologize. These things aren't a secret. When I was competing for the position of patriarch, I had an obvious advantage. However, at that time, my parents met with an accident. I was exhausted and no longer had the heart to compete. After that, I left and went to the Purple Spirit Kingdom. However, the current family head is someone who has been defeated by me. He is a narrow-minded person. He has always been brooding over this matter. I'm afraid that if we need their help with the inheritance, it will be troublesome. Xianxia said with a bitter smile. I don't think so. The patriarch has only been defeated once, and he's acting like this. If there's no other way, just beat him up again. After all, you're a mortal core warrior now. You're a great general. What does he dare to say? Ling Xiao said with a smile. He still believed that in this world, strength was the most important thing. Although Xianxia was strong in the past, the patriarch of the Z family wasn't weak either. Xianxia didn't have an obvious advantage in terms of strength, that's why the patriarch wasn't convinced. But now, it was different. Xianxia had reached the mortal core realm, and he was much stronger than the patriarch of the Z family. Even if the patriarch wasn't convinced, he had no choice. Xianxia nodded his head and said, I'm going to try peaceful means before resorting to force. Naturally, I wouldn't treat them unfairly. However, if they insist on causing trouble, then don't blame me for being impolite. That's the right thing to do. If the soft way doesn't work, then we'll use the hard way. Don't worry, no matter what happens, I'll always be on your side. This time, I brought 2 helpers from the Blood Sun Kingdom, and they aren't weak. Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. It seemed like there was no grudge between them anymore, or rather, there wasn't any grudge between them. Instead, it brought the relationship between the two of them closer. Although Ling Xiao couldn't promise Xianxia anything, if he could help Xianxia, he wouldn't reject it. You could have stayed out of this. Xianxia sighed and said. What's the point of saying all this now? Everyone knows that I'm your brother. Even if I wanted to stay out of this, it's impossible. Besides, in Ziling Kingdom, where I'm not familiar with anyone, it was you and Zilong who gave me the feeling of family. I can't not repay your kindness. In order to protect us, Commander Gao Hong even exploded his inner core. I won't let him be crippled for nothing. I'll definitely take revenge for this. Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with killing intent. He was now an early Iron Core warrior, and he was getting closer and closer to those mighty warriors. Taking revenge wasn't as difficult as he thought. Thank you, I'll contact the Z family right now. Xianxia gave Ling Xiao a deep look, then he wrote a letter and sent it out using a messenger pigeon. The messenger pigeon was extremely fast. This type of puppet didn't have any offensive ability, and all its energy was used to increase its speed. A divine core warrior might need to travel for 3 days straight, but a messenger pigeon could arrive in just half a day. It took the messenger pigeon an entire day to travel from the Purple Spirit capital to the Purple Palace Royal City. After receiving the news, the Z family was very concerned about this matter. After all, it was the Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance. Among this group of 30 warriors from the Z family, half of them were first-level Divine Core warriors, Core Formation warriors. As for the remaining half, they were at least second-level Divine Core warriors, Iron Core warriors. A group like this could definitely be considered as the elite warriors of the Z family. In just 3 days' time, these men had arrived at Purple Spirit capital. They had set off in secret, therefore, even the men from the Yu family wouldn't be able to kill them on their way here. Besides, if Yu Hua really did that, if he didn't kill all of them, the king of the Z family would know about this, and it wouldn't bring any benefits to the Yu family. Therefore, he didn't do anything. The men from the Z family would have to go to the Purple Spirit underworld sooner or later. At that time, he could just use the rules of the bloody battlefield to kill them. The current patriarch of the Z family was called Zilan. His cultivation was only slightly weaker than Xianxia's, a late Golden Core warrior. But too bad, after Xianxia broke through, he was no longer as strong as he wanted to be. Of course, there were only 2 people who knew about Xianxia's breakthrough. One was Xianxia himself, and the other was Ling Xiao. Zilan would probably be very surprised by this. Zilan was slightly older than Xianxia, but he had married a woman who was only 30 years old. 30 years old was very young for a warrior, and for an ordinary man, he was about 15 or 16 years old. This woman's name was Mengyu. Although she was young, her strength wasn't weak. She was a 4th-level Divine Core warrior, a perfect Silver Core warrior. She was on the same level as Yu Qilong. These 2 men were the strongest men in the Z family besides Xianxia. Among the remaining people, the strongest was only a Bronze Core realm martial artist who was at the level of a lieutenant general. They were about the same as Nia Feng, Yu Hao, and the others. In fact, if that old monster Yu Hua wasn't here, the overall strength of the Z family wouldn't be much weaker than the Yu family. This was the reason why Xianxia had to contact all the warriors from the Z family. Their arrival would definitely be a great help to the Z family. During the 3 days of waiting for the Z family, Ling Xiao didn't just sit around and do nothing. He had been cultivating the Blood Shadow Sword skill all this time, and he had only mastered the first style. In these 3 days, he had successfully cultivated the second and third forms. The power of the second style was comparable to a third-order Emperor martial skill. The third move was even stronger. Although it was still a mid-level third-level Emperor-grade martial skill, it had a special effect. Of course, other than practicing martial skills, he also sparred with Yang Shui many times to consolidate his cultivation. His breakthrough in cultivation was a complete accident. As a result, his foundation was not stable, and he needed to find his weaknesses through battle. Yang Shui really didn't know how to show mercy. However, this was also good. He could unleash his full potential, which was similar to actual combat. Anyway, no matter what he did, he couldn't kill Yang Shui. There was no need to show mercy. This also made his combat effectiveness extremely good. The consolidation of his cultivation base was done perfectly. Big brother Ling Xiao, big sister wants to see you. As he was cultivating, Zilong came looking for Ling Xiao. In 3 days, Zilong had already recovered. No matter what, he was a second-level Divine Core warrior, an Iron Core warrior. He could be of great help to Jiang Chen. Therefore, he was trying his best to save Gao Hong. Yes. Ling Xiao nodded and followed Zi Long to the star-picking pavilion. The star-picking pavilion was a great place to receive guests. After all, it was a spacious place, and one could see the entire Purple Spirit Capital. For those who wanted to enjoy the beautiful scenery of the Purple Spirit Capital, it was definitely a great place to visit. When Ling Xiao and Zi Long arrived at the star-picking pavilion, all the men from the Zi family had already arrived. There were a total of 30 men. All of them were pretty strong. The man leading the group was slightly older than Yu Qilong and Xianxia. He had the face of a gentleman, and looked kind and friendly. However, there was a pair of triangular eyes on his face. He looked like a poisonous snake. His eyes gave off an unfriendly look. This man was the patriarch of the Zi family, Zi Lan. The woman sitting next to him was his wife, Mengyu. Mengyu had a seductive appearance. She looked like Nia Shuang. However, she was even more seductive than Nia Shuang. She looked like a snake spirit. She was very seductive, but at the same time, terrifying. Mengyu's smile and frown could make any man's blood boil. Her appearance was no less beautiful than Xianxia's, but they were two completely different types. Mengyu was charming and seductive, while Xianxia was graceful and elegant. Sitting behind the two of them were the other masters of the Zi family. Most of them were quite old. However, there were also some in their 30s and 40s. None of them were under the age of 30. No wonder everyone called Zi Long the #1 genius of the Zi family. Zi Long was the only one who had broken through to the divine core realm before the age of 30. The rest of them had only broken through after that. Right now, the atmosphere in the star-picking pavilion wasn't right. Xianxia sat there, surrounded by all the men from the Zi family. However, he couldn't sense any familial affection from them. In Ling Zhao's opinion, these men were here to force him to abdicate. He guessed that these men didn't care about Gao Hong's life at all. They were here to force Xianxia to hand over the Bloody Sun world. No wonder Xianxia had never returned to the family after coming to the small Purple Spirit Kingdom. Her parents had died because her family members didn't help them. She had lost all confidence in this cold and indifferent family. If it wasn't for the fact that she needed help to save Gao Hong, she wouldn't have contacted these men. But, contact was just contact. She didn't want to work with these men, she wanted to control the entire Zi family. Through what happened to Yu Qilong, she realized this. No matter how strong an individual was, without the support of a family, it would be very troublesome. But, things didn't go as smoothly as she thought. Her parents had died for more than 20 years. But, her family members hadn't changed at all. They still only cared about their own benefits, the benefits in front of them, and didn't care about the lives of others. Bullshit. Suddenly, Zi Lan slammed the table, then he looked at Xianxia and furiously said, "Xianxia, you're so stupid, both Bloody Sun worlds are in your hands, but you didn't know the Blood Sun scripture was in them, you didn't know the Blood Sun scripture was related to the Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance, what the hell are you doing? You're just a piece of trash, alright, hand over the remaining first-generation Blood Sun world. You don't have to worry about the Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance, we'll open it together with the Yu family. As for who gets the inheritance in the end, it'll be up to luck." Xianxia only smiled faintly, as if he didn't take Zi Lan's words seriously. Zi Long was unhappy. "Zi Lan, who do you think you are? How dare you behave so atrociously in the king's residence? Don't forget that the Bloody Sun worlds belong to the king's residence, not the Zi family." "Shut up, little brat. You don't have the right to speak here. Go away. If you hadn't been captured, the second Bloody Sun worlds wouldn't have been given to the Yu family. We could have opened the Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance independently." Zi Lan was obviously here to play the bad cop. As for his woman, Mengyu, she was here to play the bad cop. At this moment, Mengyu smiled and said, "Husband, don't be angry. I believe Sister Xianxia will think it through. She is alone, and she can't fight against the Yu family. The Bloody Sun world will definitely be handed over to the Zi family." Hearing their words, Xianxia's heart was truly hurt. She had thought that she could use this incident to unite the Zi family. Otherwise, when the Yu family gained power this time, they would definitely not let the Zi family off so easily. The Zi family would face a disaster. But what disappointed her was that Zilan didn't care about the Z family's current situation, and still wanted to take the Bloody Sun world for herself. Damn it, it wasn't as if she couldn't understand what Zilan was thinking. Zilan's strength was weaker than her. That was why she didn't have a good position as the head of the family. There had always been a disagreement within the family. Some people thought that in order to become the head of the family, one should at least be the strongest in the family. Obviously, Zilan wasn't qualified. At this moment, the inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme had become Zilan's last hope. He hoped that he could use the Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance to become stronger than Xianxia. At that time, his position as the head of the Z family would be secured. But he didn't think that Xianxia would hand over the Bloody Sun world so easily. Even if she didn't want the inheritance, she still had to care about Gao Hong's life. After all, Gao Hong was still in the hands of the Yu family. What if I don't want to hand it over? Xianxia looked at Zilan and asked. If she was still a peak gold core warrior in the past, she wouldn't be able to fight against so many people. But now, she was an early mortal core warrior. Even if all these people worked together, they would still be no match for her. If it wasn't for the fact that she was busy, she wouldn't want the Z family to help her. You don't want to? This isn't up to you. I am the head of the Z family. As a member of the Z family, you should hand it over to me. The inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme is related to the life and death of the Z family. Unless you announce that you're leaving the Z family, you have no other choice. Zilan was extremely domineering. She was unreasonable. 1,000 pages, it's meaningless for you to hold on to Bloody Sun world by yourself. Only when our Z family is united can we stand a chance against the Yu family. That old bastard Yu Hua is definitely going to interfere with the inheritance of Blood Sword Supreme. So all the more reason you should hand over Blood Sun world. Our safekeeping is safer than yours. The elders of the Z family also began to speak. That's right, Xianxia. As the saying goes, treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. You love your younger brother the most. But because of this Bloody Sun world, your brother has been assassinated several times. It was already extremely fortunate that he was still alive. Could it be that you want this kind of thing to continue to happen? You won't be so lucky next time. These people spoke in a dignified manner as if they were doing it for Xianxia's sake. However, in the end, it was all for the Blood Sun world and the Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance. As for Gao Hong's life and death, they didn't care at all. If I hand Bloody Sun world to you, what will happen to Gao Hong? Xianxia asked. Gao Hong? If an outsider dies, then so be it. Why do you care so much? Could it be that there's something going on between you two? Zilan mocked. Shut up. They didn't know if Xianxia could listen to them. Anyway, Ling Xiao couldn't listen to them anymore. The head of the Z family was simply too rude. His angry roar stunned everyone. However, after a while, the experts of the Z family realized that Ling Xiao's strength wasn't that great. They became ashamed and angry. Zilan directly slammed the table and shouted, "Who do you think you are? How dare you interfere with our Z family's business? Xianxia, you're getting more and more capable. You actually let an outsider interfere with our Z family's business. Aren't you afraid that he's a spy of the Yu family? Haha, in your hearts, apart from the Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance, do you have any kinship at all? How disappointing. Sister Monarch, I don't think these trash can be of any help. Why don't we just let them get lost? This group of people is not only useless to our plan, but also very likely to hinder us." Ling Xiao sneered. Xianxia also stood up at this time. He looked at the people of the Z family coldly and said, "I asked you to come here to help me save Gao Hong. Then I'll fight with the Yu family for the Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance. I didn't expect you to humiliate me like this. For the sake of our family, I won't kill you. Get lost, go back to your purple mansion Royal City. How dare you? How dare you talk to the head of the Z family like this? Have you eaten a bear's heart or a leopard's gall?" Zilan stood up with a roar. A terrifying aura filled the entire Zhaixing pavilion. Zilong's face instantly turned pale. However, Ling Xiao quickly stood in front of him. Ling Xiao wasn't even afraid of Yu Hua's aura. He wouldn't be afraid of Zilan. Although his strength wasn't enough, Ling Xiao's soul was extremely strong. His battle intent was extremely strong. It was impossible for anyone to suppress him with just their aura. Boom. Xianxia was finally angry. An aura 100 times stronger than Zilan suddenly burst out. Zilan directly knelt on the ground. His face was extremely pale. He spat out mouthfuls of blood. You. This is impossible. How can you break through? Zilan completely collapsed. Xianxia's strength was far beyond his imagination. Originally, the gap between his strength and Xianxia's was not too big. With the power of the ancestors, he could even defeat Xianxia. However, once Xianxia broke through, it was really impossible for him to win. Nothing is impossible. To put it bluntly, your position as the head of the family was given to you by me. How dare you make a scene in front of me? Do you really think I'm still the little girl who didn't know anything? Xianxia coldly looked at Zilan, his eyes flashing with cold killing intent. This Zilan not only insulted her. He also insulted Gao Hong, who almost sacrificed his life for her and her brother. He even hurt her brother. She really wanted to kill this bastard directly. Don't be impulsive. We're all from the Z family. Why do we have to fight among ourselves? It will only make the Yu family happy. An old man came out to smooth things over. Meng Yu also said to Zilan, husband, this time we're here to solve the problem. We're not here to fight. We're all from the Z family. I believe Sister Xianxia won't mess around. Right? Meng Yu was indeed more cunning than Zilan. She kept saying the word Z family because she knew Xianxia was a person who valued relationships. He definitely wouldn't mess around with this kind of thing. Of course, this was also a helpless action. Meng Yu knew clearly that the current Xianxia was no longer someone they could fight against. Even if 30 people attacked together, they might not succeed. Zilan knew what Meng Yu said made sense. But, he had nowhere to vent his anger, and this feeling made him really unhappy. Suddenly, he saw Ling Xiao. Zilong was Xianxia's younger brother, and he didn't dare bully him. But, this Ling Xiao was just Xianxia's adopted brother. They weren't related by blood. If that was the case, it shouldn't be a problem to kill him. With this thought, Zilong sneered and turned to Ling Xiao. This guy has provoked me, the clan chief of the Z family. I think it shouldn't be a problem for me to teach him a lesson, right? Zilong sneered. Hee, you're really arrogant. You can't afford to offend the clan chief, so you're here to bully me, but, are you sure you want to provoke me? Ling Xiao said with a smile. What? I'm not Xianxia's match, but you think I'm not a match for a kid who has just broken through to the divine core realm? Zilong was annoyed by Ling Xiao's smile. In his mind, this guy should be scared, and should be begging for mercy. That was the normal situation. That way, he could use this opportunity to humiliate Xianxia. He is indeed not a match for you, but he and Zilong are both my younger brothers. Although they aren't related by blood, they are still very close to Zilong. I advise you not to pick on him, or else, don't blame me for being impolite. Xianxia looked at Zilong and said. Xianxia, why are you attacking me, the clan chief? For an outsider, aren't you afraid of breaking the Z family's rules and provoking the King Z Palace's anger? Don't forget, I'm the King Z Palace's favorite. Zilong didn't want to lower his head anymore. If he couldn't even teach Ling Xiao a lesson today, he would lose all face as the clan chief. The King Z Palace? Xianxia furrowed his brows. Indeed, the King Z Palace was the king of the Z Palace Kingdom, and he was the strongest existence in the entire Z Palace Kingdom. The Z family led by Zilong had basically become the King Z Palace's dog. Therefore, the King Z Palace would really protect Zilong. If it was in the past when Xianxia was at the perfect 5th divine core realm, Xianxia wouldn't dare offend the King Z Palace. But now, she was a 6th divine core warrior. It was true that the Purple Mansion King was stronger than her, but the gap between them was limited. The Purple Mansion King definitely wouldn't dare to take the risk of getting injured to deal with her. Therefore, she would not be as fearful as she was in the past. Moreover, even if she had not broken through, if someone dared to deal with Ling Xiao in front of her, she would definitely not stand by and watch. Ling Xiao was not only their benefactor. More importantly, he was her first man. No matter what, she couldn't not help him. Unfortunately, Violet Blue did not understand this. When he saw that Xianxia didn't say anything, he became even more arrogant. Kid, no one can save you today. How dare you provoke the patriarch of the Z clan? Today is the day you die. Zilan thought that the title of Purple Mansion King had frightened Xianxia. He was actually prepared to kill Ling Xiao. A terrifying aura was suddenly released from his body. A long purple dragon appeared behind him. His palm also took the shape of a dragon claw. Die. The dragon claw crazily clawed at Ling Xiao. Although he could easily kill Ling Xiao, he didn't care. In order to vent the anger in his heart, he even unleashed his martial soul. The razor-sharp claw clawed at Ling Xiao. At this moment, Ling Xiao felt as if a ferocious demon beast was charging at him. The entire place was filled with a terrifying killing intent. It was as if a gigantic demon beast had covered the entire sky and was trying to trap him. It could easily chop him into 1,000 pieces. Under the terrifying pressure, the heart of gold started to circulate faster. The potential in his body crazily surged out, as if he was trying to fight against this gigantic demon beast. Ling Xiao knew this man could easily kill him. But, he didn't run away. The pressure this man brought to him was able to greatly stimulate the explosive growth of his potential. 5th Heavenly Core Realm, a late Golden Core Warrior, this man was really strong. When can I reach this realm? I should be able to head to the Eternal Emperor domain. There was no fear on Ling Xiao's face. Instead, there was only excitement. Right now, he was an early 2nd Divine Core Warrior. He wasn't far from the 5th Heavenly Core Realm. Sister Ruler, you don't have to do anything. When Ling Xiao saw that Xianxia was going to attack, he immediately refused. He didn't want Xianxia to start a fight with the Z family because of him. If that happened, Xianxia would definitely offend the Z Palace King, and her future days wouldn't be easy. The reason why he was so confident was because he had a way to deal with it. Slap. Just as Xianxia was feeling confused, Zilan's attack suddenly stopped. Instead, she was slapped away by a fair palm. She crashed into the crowd, and couldn't understand what had just happened. After this resounding slap, everyone was stunned. There were no extra people in the star-picking pavilion. All they saw was Zilan being slapped away by someone. It wasn't Xianxia who slapped her. It wasn't Ling Xiao either. Who are you? Zilan looked around in fear and asked. It doesn't matter who I am. The most important thing is, Ling Xiao is my man, and only I have the right to slap him. This time I'm just teaching you a lesson. If there's a next time, I'll cripple your cultivation. In front of me, the Z Palace King is just a fart. A cold voice sounded out in the air. It was cold and eerie. Xianxia knew it was Xianxia's voice. But, no one from the Z family knew. He sure is popular. He just went to the Blood Sun Kingdom, and he actually brought back such a powerful helper. She doesn't even put the Z Palace King in her eyes, how terrifying is she? Xianxia was feeling jealous. Especially when this woman said that Ling Xiao was her man. Xianxia felt even worse. I warned you, don't mess with me. Ling Xiao looked at Zilan with a mocking expression. Don't think that you can be so arrogant just because you're the patriarch of the Z family. In my opinion, you're just a nobody. Although Ling Xiao said it casually, Zilan was still terrified. Zilan's heart was filled with fear. That slap had easily shattered his arcane energy shield, and even his bones had cracked. She could feel that the other party had still held back. Otherwise, his head would have exploded with just one slap. In her eyes, Ling Xiao had also become incomparably mysterious and terrifying. Who are you? Violet Blue asked in a trembling voice. Who I am is not important. What's important is that the Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance can't fall into the hands of the Yu family. What's important is that Gao Hong must be saved alive. As you said, I'm just an outsider, but I can help Sister Xianxia wholeheartedly. What about you? You're all related by blood, and you're from the same clan. Are you going to kill each other for that sword? If Ling Xiao had said this before, no one would have bothered with him. But it was different now. If no one wants to cause trouble, let's talk about the inheritance of Supreme Blood Sword. Xianxia took the opportunity and said. Zilan stood up from the ground and nodded his head. He didn't dare say anything. No matter if it was the man behind Ling Xiao or Xianxia, he couldn't afford to offend either of them. Since he couldn't afford to offend them, he could only accept their suggestion. Or else, what awaited him would be death. Alright, since no one has any objections, I'll talk about the current situation. Xianxia sat back down, then he turned to the crowd and said, the inheritance of Supreme Blood Sword is not the same thing. Before his death, there were many treasures in his storage ring. If we can get those treasures, they will all belong to the family. I don't want any of them. I just want Gao Hong to be alive. I hope everyone can unite and fight for this victory. Don't miss out on the real treasures just because of some petty gains. As long as we can defeat the Yu family, perhaps the Z family will become the #1 family in the entire Z kingdom. Xianxia's words were very reasonable. For the sake of the unity of the family, she had given up on the fight for the inheritance. She didn't even want the treasures in it. She just wanted Gao Hong to be alive. If the people of the Z family still couldn't understand this, then there must be something wrong with their brains. Xianxia, please continue. A senior nodded his head and said. He seemed to have been persuaded by Xianxia's words. We all know this. The Yu family is extremely powerful. Besides the General Yu Hua, there are 3 other 5th Heavenly Core warriors. One of them is a perfect 5th Heavenly Core warrior. The other is a late 5th Heavenly Core warrior. The last one is an early 5th Heavenly Core warrior. Comparatively, the Z family is a bit weak. I'm the only 6th Heavenly Core warrior. Zilan is the only 5th Heavenly Core warrior. Also, Yu Qilong might break through to the 5th Heavenly Core realm at any time. We are weaker than the Yu family, and if we kill each other, we will definitely lose. We'll just give up the inheritance of Supreme Blood Sword to the Yu family. I believe that everyone here should understand. Xianxia's words were from the bottom of his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that the Yu family was strong enough, she wouldn't have asked for help from the Z family. I'm afraid that since Gao Hong is under their control, you'll just give up the inheritance of Supreme Blood Sword to them. Zilan let out a cold snort. This guy really doesn't learn his lesson. She had just been slapped by Yang Shui, and now the scar had healed and she had forgotten the pain. He became smug again. Shut up, if you're not satisfied, you can get out of here. Our Z clan can't do without you. Xianxia felt that he had already done everything he could. If Zilan still wasn't satisfied, then she couldn't blame her for being rude. Husband, I think Sister Xianxia is right. We can only get the Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance if we work together. Mengyu suddenly grabbed Violet's hand and said with a smile. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she sent a telepathic message to Xilan, Husband, don't make a fuss for now. Otherwise, even those people in the clan wouldn't support us. Let's wait until we reach the Xiling underworld. At that time, Xianxia would definitely fight Yu Hua to the death. That will be our chance. Hearing Mengyu's voice transmission, Zilan shut her mouth. Even he had to admit that his wife was definitely more suitable than him to be the patriarch. If he were to make a fuss here, not only would he not gain any benefits, he would also make a fool of himself. On the contrary, if he did as his wife said, he might be able to get the Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance. He wasn't stupid, he was just too impulsive sometimes. Since no one has any objections, let's get ready. We'll head to the Xiling underworld now. Xianxia couldn't wait to save Gao Hong. Actually, she wasn't really interested in the Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance. The Z clan didn't walk the path of killing. Therefore, the path of killing didn't mean much to them. It was better for them to study the Z clan's inheritance. Half a day later, everyone was ready to depart. Suddenly, Yu Qilong's aura appeared within the King Mansion. Xianxia looked at the sky not far away with an indifferent expression. Yu Qilong's figure was already there. Right now, he had fully recovered. Both of his arms were perfectly fine. His injuries were completely healed. Furthermore, he had broken through to the 5th Divine Core realm. Yu Qilong gazed at the people in the star-picking pavilion with an indifferent expression. A cold smile could be seen on his face, and a sense of arrogance could be sensed. Perhaps he felt that he was already very strong after breaking through to the 5th Divine Core realm. But, if he knew that Xianxia had broken through to the 6th divine core realm, perhaps he would burst into tears. He first threw his glance at Ling Xiao. "Brat, you've caused me a lot of trouble. Once I'm done with the Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance, I'll definitely kill you with my own hands. You'll die a worthy death. In the future, your death will be a great reputation. Too bad, I haven't lived long enough." Ling Xiao looked at Yu Qilong with an indifferent expression and said, "Actually, if you want to kill me, you don't have to wait until after the Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance. I'll be going to the Xiling Underworld as well. Let's settle all our old and new grudges in the Xiling Underworld." "Good kid, you're really brave. I just hope you won't run away when the time comes." Yu Qilong sneered. A disdainful look could be seen in his eyes. After that, he turned to Xianxia and asked, "Have you guys finished discussing?" "Of course." Xianxia said coldly, "We'll be responsible for opening the Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance. When the time comes, you'll let Gao Hong go. As for who will get the inheritance, that will depend on your own abilities." "No problem." Yu Qilong gave a straightforward answer, "Gao Hong is just a cripple, he's useless to us. As long as you can open the Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance, we'll let him go." "Fine, I hope you don't play any tricks, or else, don't blame me for being impolite." After saying that, Xianxia unleashed the frightening aura of a 6th-tier divine core warrior. It pressed down towards Yu Qilong. In an instant, Yu Qilong fell from the sky in a sorry state. After that, he stared at Xianxia with a terrified expression. "You. This is impossible. How did you break through so suddenly?" "Nothing is impossible in this world. That's why I'm warning you, don't play any tricks. If you provoke me, even if I have to die, I'll destroy your Yu family. Apart from that old fool Yu Hua, no one else in the Yu family can stop me." Xianxia looked at Yu Qilong with an indifferent expression and said, "Alright, you can get lost now." Yu Qilong stared at Xianxia for a while, then he turned around and left. It was just like running away. He was chasing after Xianxia with all his might, and just as he had shortened the distance between them, Xianxia had once again increased the distance between them. Moreover, he had completely left him behind. It took him 20 years to break through from the peak 4th-tier divine core realm to the early 5th-tier divine core realm. He couldn't imagine how many years it took him to break through from the 5th-tier divine core realm to the 6th-tier divine core realm. This was utter despair. Utter despair. Xianxia's sudden breakthrough made Yu Qilong's confidence fall into despair again. However, it also strengthened his desire for the Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance. In his opinion, unless he obtained the inheritance, he would not be able to compete with Xianxia. He didn't want anything to happen to this matter. Gao Hong could not die. "Let's go." Xianxia did not have as many thoughts as Yu Qilong. Her thoughts were simple. She wanted to open the Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance and save Gao Hong. No one expected that Xianxia had already given the first Blood Sun world to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was in charge of this matter. Xianxia could not trust the Xi family, but she was willing to trust Ling Xiao. There were more than 40 people from the king's mansion and the Xi family heading to the Xiling Underworld. If the king's mansion did not need experts, Xianxia would have transferred all of them away. Xianxia stayed with Ling Xiao. Taiyuan Master was also with them. As for Yang Shui, she came and went like a shadow. No one knew where she was. However, Ling Xiao was not worried about her at all. That woman was incomparably powerful. It was definitely not an easy task for anyone to injure her. "Ling Xiao, remember, go to the Golden Heavenly Nation, that is the martial holy land where geniuses gather. Only when you get there can you get closer to your woman." Xianxia suddenly said, "This time, I may not be able to come back alive. I just hope that you can take care of the king's mansion, especially my brother and my grandmother. One of them is still young and the other is old. Take them with you to the Golden Heavenly Nation. Although it is dangerous there, you have no enemies. Unlike here, there are so many enemies." No enemies. Ling Xiao thought of one person, Di Tuatian, when he was in the Archean tomb. Jian Chen and Chu Ling, who helped him obtain the innate fiend god sword soul, told him. This Di Tuatian was their enemy. Ling Xiao promised them that as long as this person deserved to be killed, he would not hesitate to avenge them. Tuatian was the expert of the Golden Heavenly Nation. If he wanted to go to the Golden Heavenly Nation, he might meet this person. Sister Xianxia, do you know a person called Tuatian? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Tuatian? I don't know him. Xianxia shook her head. How do you know the name Tuatian? Yang Shui's voice, like a ghost's voice. Yes, I've heard of it in my hometown. If you've only heard of him, then it's fine. If you're looking for him to seek revenge, then don't worry. If you want revenge, I advise you to give up the idea's revenge. Because he is stronger than me. Him. Yang Shui said coldly. Hearing Yang Shui's words, Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He was not to die's death. When he. To you to takes. Don't die, I have a lot of things to do. Ling Xiao suddenly turned to Xianxia. He wanted to give Xianxia the motivation to live. Otherwise, Xianxia would do something stupid. Xianxia was stunned. She seemed to be lost in thought. Ling Xiao did not say anything. He just continued on his way. On the other side, Zilan and Mengyu were at the back of the group. Zilan said unhappily, this time, I must get the inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme no matter what. I want the world to know that I am the head of the Z clan. The strongest person in the Z clan can only be me. Xianxia is not worthy. Husband, according to my plan, our chances of success are still very high. As the saying goes, sit on top of the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Let's not stand out too much. When we reach the Xiling underworld, we should leave the group immediately. If the two clans fight, we can reap the benefits. Mengyu said with a smile. Madam, you are so smart. Without you, I don't know what impulsive things I would do. Zilan grabbed Mengyu's soft hand and said with a smile. Mengyu's face was shining with excitement. But there was a trace of disdain and resentment in her eyes. If you were not the head of the Z clan, I would not marry you. The inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme belongs to me. Don't even think about it. She sneered in her heart. The people who shared the same bed and pillow actually had different dreams. Speaking of which, it was really a tragedy. Soon, they arrived at the camp of the Z clan army. With Xianxia around, no one dared to stop them. More than 40 people entered the bloody battlefield directly. From now on, be careful. Killing is allowed in the blood battlefield. Don't be careless. Xianxia reminded everyone when they entered the sanctuary. You don't need to remind us. We have entered the blood battlefield before. Let's go. With our speed, it will take us at least 2 days to reach the Xiling underworld. Let's not waste any time. Zilan seemed to feel uncomfortable if she did not go against Xianxia. This guy is really asking for a beating. Xianxia was too lazy to argue with him. Since they had entered the blood battlefield, she didn't want to cause internal strife in the Z clan because of this. Ling Xiao, stay close to me for the rest of the journey. I'm worried about Zilan. Once we arrive at the Xiling underworld, don't leave my side. Zilong, you do the same. No matter who dies or is injured, it will be a huge blow to me. Xianxia reminded. Understood, big sister. Both of them replied at the same time. Alright, let's go. Xianxia nodded her head, then the group continued their journey. Since they were all divine core warriors, their speed wasn't slow at all. In less than 2 days, they had already entered the boundary of the Xiling underworld. During these 2 days, Ling Zhao's cultivation had broken through once again. He had reached the mid-second heavenly core realm. This was all thanks to the enormous pressure Zilan had given him. It was the pressure that had stimulated the potential in his body, causing the energy in his cultivation to skyrocket. Ling Xiao, do you think Gaohong will be fine? When they arrived at the Xiling underworld, Xianxia became worried. Unless the Yu family doesn't want to enter the Tomb of Supreme Blood Sword's inheritance. If not, there is no way they would kill Gaohong. What they want is the inheritance, not Gaohong's life. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and said, what I'm worried about now is the Supreme Blood Sword, Shui Yang. He doesn't have a good reputation. He is a man who has become obsessed with killing. It was likely that his hiding place in the past was also filled with danger. That's why we have to be extra careful. No one knows what will happen once we open the tomb. And I think you're right. Supreme Blood Sword had killed many innocent people in the past. He is a ruthless man. Xianxia nodded his head. While talking, they were getting closer and closer to the core of the Xiling underworld. Along the way, they saw many men from the Z Mansion army. But they weren't attacked. It was obvious that the Yu family was treating this matter with great importance. Before they obtained the inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme, they wouldn't act recklessly. Soon, the crowd sensed a group of frightening auras gathering together. There were more than 100 of them. Needless to say, they were all elites from the Yu family. In order to hide the inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme, the Yu family had even driven away most of the men from the Z Mansion army. Only 7 major generals who were absolutely loyal to the Yu family were left behind. They were the ones who were guarding this place, and that was why they were able to hide the inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme. Right. Now, all the demon beasts in this area had either fled or been killed. With so many mighty warriors gathered together, any intelligent demon beast would know how terrifying it was. Those who didn't know how terrifying it was were all killed. We're finally here. Everyone from the Z family let out a sigh of relief. Nothing happened along the way, they were lucky. The leader of the Yu family was none other than the great general, Yu Hua. There were 4 men standing next to Yu Hua, and they were the 4 5th-level Divine Core warriors from the Yu family. One of them was Yu Qilong. This man was the weakest amongst the 4 men. He was only a 5th Divine Core warrior, but he was still a 5th Divine Core warrior. He was not someone a 4th-level Divine Core warrior could compare with. Ling Xiao stared at these men with an indifferent expression. None of them were weak. In comparison, the Z family was much weaker. The fight for the inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme would really depend on luck. Gao Hong was currently in Yu Qilong's hands. Because Gao Hong was now a cripple, Yu Qilong was protecting him with his energy. If not, he wouldn't be able to survive in the Violet Spirit Underworld. Of course, this so-called protection could also turn into killing. But, what would the Z family do? Ling Xiao carefully inspected Gao Hong's body with his Tai Chi eye. After confirming that Gao Hong was only crippled, and his life wasn't in danger, Jiang Chen let out a sigh of relief. With a cold gaze, he stared at Nia Feng who was standing in the crowd. If not for Nia Feng, Gao Hong wouldn't have been crippled. Since Gao Hong could no longer avenge him, he had to avenge Gao Hong. I'll return the Bloody Sun World to you. Yu Hua threw back the 2nd-generation Bloody Sun World that he had taken from Ling Xiao. The reason why he did this was because he realized that he couldn't cultivate the Blood Sun Sutra at all. He didn't know the reason, so he could only pin his hopes on the Z family. He believed that it was not a coincidence that Bloody Sun World appeared in the Z family. Of course, he wouldn't say anything about this. He smiled and said, since we said it's a cooperation, we don't want this Blood Sun World. All you need to do is to open up the Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance. Don't worry, we'll release Gao Hong as soon as the place of inheritance opens. After all, we don't want to fight the Z family here, especially when Xianxia has broken through to the 6th Divine Core realm. Yu Hua tried his best to express his sincerity with these words. Ling Xiao revealed a cold smile. I'm afraid that even if you obtained Bloody Sun World, it would be useless. Not everyone could cultivate the Blood Sun Scripture. Apart from the direct bloodline of Blood Sword Supreme, I'm afraid I'm the only one who can. Ling Xiao had actually tried asking Xianxia to learn the 2nd half of the Blood Sun World's Blood Sun Scripture. But, he failed. In the end, this was the conclusion he came up with. He felt that perhaps it was because of his Sky Tyrant martial soul that he could learn everything. He could learn anything. Of course, no one else could do this. Since you figured it out, I don't want to say anything more. I'll have to trouble you to open up the Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance. Yu Hua knew how difficult it was to deal with Ling Xiao. Therefore, he didn't want to waste any more time. The more he spoke, the more embarrassed he felt. No way, if we open up the Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance, doesn't that mean the Yu family can enter first? This isn't fair to us. It's just Gao Hong, we don't care if he dies. Zilan suddenly roared out. Shut up. Do you want to be beaten up again? Ling Xiao glared at Zilan, then he turned to Yu Hua and said, "I'm the only one who can open up the Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance. Only me. Therefore, you don't have to listen to that idiot. I'll make the decision myself." Ling Xiao wasn't worried about who would enter first. An inheritance wasn't something that could be obtained by whoever entered first. It all depended on one's fate and luck. He had obtained the map from the bloodthirsty devil cave, there was no way it would be useless. Therefore, he was confident in his decision. Xianxia didn't say anything. When she handed over the first Blood Sun world to Ling Xiao, she had already made her decision. Ling Xiao would be in charge of everything here. She trusted Ling Xiao. But, she still wanted to remind Yu Hua, "I'll tell you the same thing. I hope you won't offend me because of Gao Hong. If anything happens to Gao Hong, I'll destroy the Yu family no matter what. You should know how frightening a 6th Divine Core warrior is. If I really want to do it, even if you want to stop me, you won't be able to protect so many people." Xianxia had to make her stand clear. Because she was the only one who could threaten Yu Hua. She was the only one Yu Hua was afraid of. If either one of them went crazy, the other's family would suffer a great loss. Therefore, although both of them were here, they were just trying to restrain each other. The one who was going to fight for the inheritance of Supreme Blood Sword's inheritance was someone else. "I still have some credibility, so don't worry." Yu Hua was too lazy to play any tricks. If he lost the big picture for the small, it wouldn't be worth it. After that, Ling Xiao walked towards the entrance. Gao Hong was also brought to a spot near Ling Xiao by Yu Qilong. "Sigh, young master Ling Xiao, why are you doing this? Is it worth it to do this for a cripple like me? Once the Yu family obtains the inheritance of Supreme Blood Sword's inheritance, they will never let you go." Gao Hong looked at Ling Xiao and let out a sigh. Although he was touched, he was still calm. "Commander Gao Hong, no inheritance can compare to the life of a savior. Besides, with me here, it won't be easy for the Yu family to obtain the inheritance of Supreme Blood Sword's inheritance." Ling Xiao smiled, then he walked towards the entrance. He took out both Blood Sun World swords. After that, he inserted both swords into the defense mechanism at the entrance. After that, he started circulating the Blood Sun scripture. He kept injecting his energy into it. Both Blood Sun World swords started glowing brightly. They looked like two blood dragons that were trembling in the air. The strength of the defense mechanism started weakening. Bang, a red beam shot up into the sky. The defense mechanism shattered. The entire sky turned blood red in that instant. It was as if the entire nether realm was trembling because of this frightening killing intent. The moment the defense mechanism shattered, an extremely frightening killing intent rushed out, causing countless warriors to tremble in fear. Basically, all First Divine Core warriors had fallen to the ground. Those who were still conscious stared at the changes in the restriction without blinking. To be able to release such a terrifying killing intent, it was enough to show how terrifying the Blood Sword Supreme was back then. In that case, his inheritance couldn't possibly be weak. Everyone was prepared to fight to the death for the inheritance. At this moment, the bloody light became more vigorous. It was like a blood-red flame shooting up into the sky. In the sky, a blood dragon was flying around. Xianxia brought Zilong to Ling Zhao's side. She knew she had to protect these two people. One was her brother, and the other was the man she treasured the most. Nothing could happen to either of them. Once the restriction was fully activated, no one could predict what would happen. Therefore, she had to be careful. However, her worry for Ling Xiao was unnecessary. Zilong was shocked by the killing intent. His face turned pale, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. However, Ling Xiao didn't seem to be affected at all. In front of such a terrifying killing intent, Ling Xiao was even calmer. Then Xianxia and Yu Hua, the two top experts. The Sky Tyrant martial soul was all-encompassing and could devour everything, even such a terrifying murderous aura was nothing but nourishment in front of him. The most amazing thing was that the killing intent suppressed the potential cells in his body. This released a large amount of potential and started to attack his cultivation C again. He also hoped to break through as soon as possible. Intermediate Iron Core realm wasn't enough for him to fight against Nia Feng and the others. Therefore, he had to continue to become stronger. Finally, after about a minute, the killing intent dissipated. Everyone knew that the killing intent had been accumulated in the tomb for a long time. It wasn't released by the Blood Sword Supreme. If the Blood Sword Supreme was still alive, then all of them would be in trouble. However, even though it was just a minute of releasing the killing intent, more than half of the 140 people from the two families fainted. There were only about 20 people from the Z family left. There were only about 40 people from the U family left. This fear was deeply ingrained in everyone's heart. However, their greed for the inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme became even stronger. After all, the accumulated killing intent was already so terrifying. If the inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme was obtained, wouldn't it be even more powerful? Snatch the sword. Suddenly, the Z family's Zilan and U family's Yuqilong pounced on the two Blood Sun World swords. He wanted to take the two swords for himself. After all, the Blood Sun scripture wasn't just the key to opening the Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance. More importantly, the Blood Yang scripture could also increase a martial artist's cultivation speed and stabilize their cultivation foundation. It could also enhance the strength of one's physical body. Furthermore, the first-generation Blood Sun world was a Heavenly King artifact. Even for warriors at the third level of the Divine Core realm and above, this was extremely important. Of course, Yu Qilong and Zilan would be jealous. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao was faster than both of them. These two Bloody Sun worlds had already recognized him as their master. With just a thought, the two swords would directly enter his storage ring. Both Zilan and Yu Qilong looked depressed. Brat, don't get into trouble because of your wealth. Don't think that it's a good thing just because you managed to snatch that thing away. If you don't have the strength, you'll lose it sooner or later. Zilan snorted coldly and retreated to the side. With Xianxia here, he didn't dare to act recklessly. Besides, he had already planned to follow Meng Yu's advice, keep a low profile, and if necessary, run away. He would be able to reap the benefits from the fight. He couldn't afford to start a fight right now. As for Yu Qilong, he had already made up his mind to kill Ling Xiao. He wasn't in a hurry. It seemed like the Yu family didn't really care about the fact that they didn't manage to snatch the Bloody Sun world. Compared to the Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance, the Bloody Sun world didn't seem that precious. Led by Yu Hua, all the warriors from the Yu family were staring at the place where the defense mechanism had completely shattered. The entrance to the tomb had appeared. However, it wasn't the traditional entrance. It was the usual portal. The blood-red portal gave off a strange and dangerous feeling. No one knew what would happen after they entered it. Qilong, return Gao Hong to them and enter the tomb immediately. Yu Hua looked at Yu Qilong and said. Right at this moment, he had no time to pay attention to Gao Hong. Here you go. Yu Qilong didn't try to play any tricks. He wasn't in the mood to play any tricks. Like Yu Hua, he was also paying attention to the teleportation portal. Ling Xiao took Gao Hong. After confirming that Gao Hong was fine, he put him into the beast ring. It was very chaotic outside. No one knew what would happen. It wouldn't be easy to find someone to protect Gao Hong. It was safer to put him in the beast ring. Although it would increase his weight, Ling Xiao had already gotten used to it. While he was doing these things, the people from the Yu family had already entered and disappeared into the portal. The people from the Z family also rushed in anxiously. Only the unconscious warriors, Zilong, Xianxia, Master Taiyuan, and Yang Shui were left outside. Master Taiyuan, Miss Yang, please wait outside. I'll be back soon. He didn't want to owe too many favors. Up to you. Yang Shui said lightly. Senior, don't worry. I'll take care of the unconscious warriors in the Monarch Mansion. Master Taiyuan's words were more pleasant to hear. After that, Ling Xiao, Zilong, and Xianxia entered the portal in order. Random teleportation again? After entering the tomb, Ling Xiao couldn't help but frown. There was no one beside him. Except for Gao Hong, who was sleeping in the beast ring, Zilong and Xianxia, who came in one after the other, were gone. No wonder the emperor of the Dongxing strong country couldn't find the Blood Sword Supreme. It turns out that this guy hid in a small world. In the mystic world, there were countless small worlds scattered on various continents. Some were big, some were small. Some were even worlds within worlds. For example, the burial place of the Blood Sword Supreme was like this. The bloody battlefield belonged to a small world. It was a place completely different from the real world. The burial place was a small world in the bloody battlefield. Nature was really mysterious. Compared to human strength, it was much stronger. It could create such a miracle. Let's find someone first. After taking a look at his surroundings and confirming that there was no danger, Ling Xiao began to walk forward. He didn't have to worry about Xianxia's safety, because this woman was very strong. What he was worried about was Zilong's safety. After all, Zilong was only an early second heavenly core warrior. His cultivation base was weaker than Jiangchen's, let alone his overall strength. Jiangchen was really worried. If they could work together, Zilong would be able to help a lot. But, if they acted alone, Zilong might encounter some mighty warriors from the Yu family. Because among all the warriors who entered the tomb, Zilong's cultivation was the weakest. Even if Zilong didn't meet anyone from the Yu family, it wouldn't be safe. Don't forget whose burial ground this was. That was the Blood Sword Supreme. In the later stages of his life, he had fallen into the demonic path. He killed people without blinking and killed the innocent. Hence, his burial ground would definitely be filled with danger. One sword and 1,000,000 corpses would fall. He was such a person. The killing intent inside was even more terrifying than outside. However, it would be even more helpful to Ling Xiao's breakthrough in his cultivation. He believed that in here, other people's fighting strength would be weakened while his would increase. With this, he should be able to defeat stronger enemies. Maybe even Yefeng wouldn't be his match. The ground was very sticky. It was all blood-red liquid. It looked like blood, but it definitely wasn't this sticky. This place was like a blood-colored purgatory. There were no other colors and it was filled with a suppressive blood-red color. Even when he breathed, he could smell blood. He tried to attack the wall. However, he found that the wall was very special. It seemed like it could absorb energy and he couldn't break it. The weirdest thing was that the wall was soft like an animal's skin. However, even if he used the sharpness of the first-generation Blood Sun world to pierce the wall, it was useless. He couldn't pierce through it at all. What a weird place. Ling Xiao became more cautious. He had entered quite a number of successions, and each of them was filled with danger. This time, it was no exception. If he wasn't careful, he might lose his life, let alone save someone. I'm back? After walking for a while, Ling Xiao frowned. He found that he was back to his original position. There were marks he left there. It seems like I was right. This place is a maze. Without any special methods, if I walk around, I'll just walk in circles. It's like a ghost hitting a wall. There should be some changes. Ling Xiao decided not to leave. Instead, he stood there and waited. He believed that this maze was probably a test that the Blood Sword Master had set for the people who entered this place. Since Blood Sword Supreme left behind the Blood Sun world and the Blood Sun scripture, it meant that he hoped that others could enter. Furthermore, he inherited what he had learned and brought his sword Tao of Slaughter to greater heights. Therefore, this maze was definitely not a dead end. The wait was not long. About 10 minutes later, something strange happened. A blood-red crystal ball floated out from the sticky ground. The number 60 was displayed on the crystal ball. Then, another 60 people's avatars and names appeared one after another. On one of the avatars, there was a blood-red X, and the avatars had turned gray. As for the number 60, it became 59. Although there was no explanation, as long as the second lieutenant had a bit of brain, he would be able to understand what this meant. 60 people entered the tomb. One was already dead. There were only 59 people left. However, Ling Xiao still had a few questions. What was this crystal ball used for? Also, how was the Blood Sword Master going to test them? Just as he was puzzled, a red light suddenly appeared in the crystal ball. The red light condensed into a human figure in the air. Ling Xiao had never seen the Blood Sword Supreme before, but according to the description of the others, this was the Blood Sword Supreme. This human figure looked exactly like the Blood Sword Supreme. Welcome everyone to my blood-red world. The human figure revealed a ferocious smile, then he continued, once you enter this place, you will receive the inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme. Unless someone obtains my inheritance, all of you will be buried here with me. Alright, let's not waste any more time. Now, let's begin the first test, the Evil Ghost Maze. Evil Ghost Maze, Xiao furrowed his brows. The human figure should be talking about this place. But, what did it mean? The human figure continued, the Evil Ghost Maze covers an area of 1,000 acres. In here, your soul strength will be severely weakened. Therefore, it won't be easy for you to detect others. What you need to do is very simple, stay alive. Of course, during this period of time, you will be attacked by all sorts of evil ghosts. They are monsters formed by my killing intent and the ghost blood in this blood-red world. All of them are at least at the Divine Core realm. The strongest of them is at the 4th Divine Core realm. You will have to pray for yourselves. The test will only last for 1 hour. Within this 1 hour, those who survive will be able to move on to the next test. However, I hate people who are soft-hearted. Therefore, I set a rule that no more than 30 people can enter the next test. If there are more than 30 people, all of you will be killed. What do you think? Exciting, isn't it? What a freak. Although Xiao was a decisive person, he still didn't have a good impression of a madman like the Blood Sword Supreme. But then again, this was his burial ground. This was the burial ground of others. Since they had barged in, they had to act according to others' rules. If not, once they were killed, no one would be able to withstand it. I know you're panicking right now. Therefore, let me comfort you. In this test, whoever has the highest slaughter points will be able to obtain the purple spirit martial armor that I used when I was alive. That's a good item, a true heavenly king weapon. What bullshit comfort are you talking about? In the end, you just want to use this purple spirit martial armor to lure us into a massacre. Indeed, the Blood Sword Supreme is a man who became famous by killing, and also killed by killing. Even the test he designed is so bloody. It makes me uncomfortable. Xiao could imagine what would happen in this evil spirit maze. Zilong would probably be in even more danger. Damn it, you're already dead and you still want to trick us? This Blood Sword Supreme, if I find your corpse, I'll feed it to the dogs. Don't you like to play? I'll let you play to your heart's content, even though that was what he thought. Xiao didn't dare to be careless. Within an hour, less than 30 people would be left from 59 people. That would mean that at least 29 people had been killed. He didn't want to kill the innocent. He also didn't want to be controlled by the Blood Sword Supreme's trashy rules. Therefore, as long as others didn't provoke him, he wouldn't make a move. The most important thing now was to find Zilong. He didn't believe in killing everyone. The Blood Sword Supreme had been dead for thousands of years. Even if there was a powerful formation to maintain this test, there would definitely be loopholes. He didn't believe that he couldn't find one. He set off again. There was a new exit in the maze. Obviously, because the test had begun, it wouldn't let you go around in circles. The so-called maze was to make you unable to recognize the direction and only move within this 1,000 mu area. Roar. A low roar suddenly came from behind him. Xiao turned around abruptly. Not far behind him, a monster covered in blood was baring its fangs at him. It was extremely ugly. Although this evil ghost was ugly, it was also very strong. If not for the fact that Xiao's cultivation had improved, he wouldn't have been able to kill this evil ghost. But now, it was much simpler. His body quickly entered the Yin-Yang Universal Tiger Beast Soul Transformation mode, and then turned into a streak of white light. In an instant, he arrived in front of the evil ghost. After that, he thrust his sword forward. The killing intent unleashed by the Blood Sun World instantly destroyed the evil ghost. What was interesting was, after the evil ghost was killed, its terrifying killing intent was actually absorbed by the Yin-Yang Cosmic Tiger. It turned into Xiao's own potential. At the same time, a new column of slaughter points appeared on the crystal ball. 4 points. The evil ghost in front of him was a peak first heavenly core warrior, but it only gave him 4 slaughter points. This meant it wasn't easy to get slaughter points. As for the purple spirit martial armor, Xiao really wanted to get it as well. Therefore, he wouldn't let this evil ghost go. Besides, this evil ghost had another benefit for him: it could increase his potential. This was definitely a good thing, killing two birds with one stone. Why wouldn't he do it? After killing the evil ghost, Xianxia didn't transform into the yin-yang cosmic tiger, but instead, he transformed into the hell shadow rabbit. In this damned place, the earth elemental golden light skill wouldn't be able to help him much. Because the terrain was complicated, and this was a maze, no one knew if they would run into a stronger enemy. Therefore, the best thing to do was to avoid those strong enemies. For example, Yu Hua, Zilan, Yu Qilong, and a few others. Although his cultivation had improved a lot, and he might even be able to fight Nia Feng, who was a third heavenly core warrior. But, if he was facing a fourth heavenly core warrior, he wouldn't be able to do so. Therefore, avoiding them was a wise choice. I really shouldn't have let Zilong in. Xianxia shook his head helplessly. He could feel that this maze of evil ghosts was extremely dangerous. Perhaps Zilong was even more dangerous. And someone died again. After transforming into the Hell Shadow Rabbit and transforming into a Shadow Warrior, Ling Xiao noticed that the number on the crystal ball had changed from 59 to 58. This was just the beginning, but a warrior had already been killed. This was really cruel. After all, no one wanted to be killed. Others wouldn't be like Ling Xiao, who didn't want to be controlled by the Blood Sword Supreme. It was estimated that many people would choose to kill at the first moment. In particular, the Yu family would definitely look down on the Z family. The Z family would not let the Yu family off either. After the two sides met, there would definitely be a fierce battle. The man who died just now was from the Yu family, a peak second divine core warrior. It's too dangerous. The more Ling Xiao thought about it, the more worried he became. He wasn't worried about himself. In this place, the searching effect of his soul power was suppressed to the minimum. However, he still had the Tai Chi eye. The Tai Chi eye could see at least 1,000 meters away. This was his greatest advantage. Not only could he avoid those powerful opponents in advance, but he could also use it to search for purple dragons' whereabouts. Thinking of this, he began to move quickly. He didn't want anything to happen to Zilong. Among the people who entered the bone burial ground, he didn't care about the lives of the others. If he died, so be it. Anyway, they weren't close. But, Xianxia was a woman who had a relationship with him, and she cared about him as if he was her own sister. Zilong was a good brother who had gone through life and death with him. He wouldn't give up on these two men. Luckily, Xianxia was strong, and the first test wouldn't be a problem for her. Therefore, he didn't have to worry about her. Right now, Ling Zhao's main goal was to search for purple dragons' whereabouts. For this, he could even give up on killing those evil ghosts. This Blood Sword Supreme is really ruthless. He threatened us with death, and tempted us with the purple spirit martial armor. I believe those who don't have a strong will definitely choose to kill. Not only will they kill evil ghosts, they will also kill their own kind. When he thought of this, Ling Zhao's impression of the Blood Sword Supreme dropped. He had already made up his mind: he was going to burn that old bastard into ashes. The ground was sticky, and it was difficult to walk on it. It felt like he was walking on a swamp. Ling Xiao tried his best to keep himself afloat in the air. Although it would consume more true yuan, he wouldn't leave any footprints or make any noise. Moreover, he wasn't worried about consuming true yuan. He still had a lot of potential. It was enough for him to recover. In addition, the evil ghost's murderous aura could continuously replenish his lost potential. Therefore, to him, this place was a place where he didn't need to consume true yuan. He put the crystal ball into his storage ring. Through the Tai Chi eye, he could observe at any time. Zilong's portrait was still lit up. This meant that nothing had happened. Xianxia's portrait was also lit up. Nothing had happened. This made him relax for a while. However, Xianxia should be more anxious. Not only did she want to find Purple Dragon, but she also wanted to find him. Xianxia wanted to protect her two younger brothers. She was much more worried than him. In comparison, Yu Hua probably didn't need to worry about anyone. In that bastard's eyes, even if it was someone from the Yu clan, he wouldn't care at all if they died. Therefore, that guy must be killing to accumulate killing points in an attempt to get the purple spirit martial armor. The purple spirit martial armor was once used by the Blood Sword Supreme. There was no doubt about its value. As he thought about it, he continued forward. Finally, he discovered the existence of a living person. 2 of them were from the Yu clan, and 1 was from the Z clan. They were all being attacked by evil ghosts. He wasn't in the mood to kill them, nor was he in the mood to help them. At this moment, he was more concerned about Zilong's safety. As for the purple spirit martial armor, to be honest, with his strength, he couldn't kill more than Yu Hua even if he tried his best. Therefore, he might as well give up. Ah! All of a sudden, another person let out a blood-curdling scream. And it was just a few hundred meters away from Ling Xiao. It was a warrior from the Z clan who was killed by a warrior from the Yu clan. Compared with evil ghosts, the same kind was indeed more terrifying. 57. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. All of these dead martial artists had a higher cultivation than him. They died just like that. The Blood Sword Supreme was really terrifying. He treated human life as a joke. He moved forward for a while. The number had become 55. 2 more people died. He looked at the crystal ball. It wasn't Zilong or Xianxia. It was 2 warriors from the Yu clan who died. It seemed that it was not a good thing to have more people here. The more people there were, the more likely they were to be killed by evil ghosts. So far, only 1 of the 5 people who died was from the Z clan, and the other 4 were from the Yu clan. It was enough to prove this point. However, the Yu clan probably knew this through the crystal ball. Therefore, they would never let go of the warriors from the Z clan. No one knew what would happen next. Zilong, I hope you're smart and try to hide. Although Zilong had a great talent, and could even fight those who were 1 level higher than him, but all the warriors here were much stronger than him. Basically, he couldn't defeat any of them. He could kill a few evil ghosts, but Ling Xiao still hoped that he could hide. Or else, it would be very troublesome. 10 minutes later, Jiangchen continued moving forward. Ling Xiao still hadn't met Zilong or Xianxia. Instead, he met Zilong and Yu Qilong, 2 frightening existences. Luckily, he was in the shadow warrior form, and when he saw them with his Tai Chi eye, he was able to avoid them. If not, he would have died as well. 10 minutes later, Ling Xiao finally saw Zilong. However, Zilong wasn't hiding like he said. Right now, Zilong was being chased by someone. The one chasing after him was Niefeng's eldest disciple, Feng Tian. A peak second heavenly core warrior. Zilong was no match for him. But, with all the treasures he had, Zilong wasn't killed. Perhaps I've underestimated this brother. Seeing that Zilong was only slightly injured, Ling Xiao let out a sigh of relief. Perhaps Zilong's cultivation was the weakest among all the warriors who entered the burial ground. But, his ability to survive wasn't bad. This guy was indeed the young master of the King Mansion. He had a lot of talismans and treasures on him. But even so, Ling Xiao didn't dare let Zilong continue running like this. Because there were 4 or 5 evil ghosts in front of him, and all of them were second heavenly core warriors. If he really ran into them, he would be in big trouble. Therefore, he had to meet up with Zilong as soon as possible, then they could work together to overcome this crisis. With this thought in mind, Jiangchen unleashed the cosmic body, and at the same time, he activated the blood lightning god. His body turned into a blood-red beam as he dashed forward. In order to stop Zilong from running forward, Jiangchen had no choice but to unleash his shadow warrior form. He had revealed his true appearance. Seeing his sudden appearance, Zilong and Feng Tian both instinctively put up a defensive stance. After all, this damned place was a place where they could kill each other. No matter who they ran into, they would be in danger. When he saw that it was Ling Xiao, a joyful smile emerged on Zilong's face. As for Feng Tian, he furrowed his brows. But, he didn't run away. In his mind, he was a peak second heavenly core martial artist. Zilong was just an early second divine core warrior. As for Ling Xiao, he was only a peak first divine core warrior. Even if the 2 of them worked together, they were still no match for him. After a moment of excitement, Zilong also became nervous. Brother Ling Xiao, run. He knew that Ling Xiao's speed was very fast. Although he was not Feng Tian's match, escaping should not be a problem. He was very touched that Ling Xiao came to save him. But even if the two of them joined forces, they were absolutely not Feng Tian's match either. The gap between the perfect second-level Divine Core realm and the early second-level Divine Core realm was huge. It was a full 30 times. Feng Tian was Nie Feng's disciple, and Ling Xiao had once killed Yuan Chong in front of Feng Tian. It was impossible for Feng Tian not to settle the score. The two of them were in danger. Don't worry, there's nothing to run away from. Ling Xiao flashed a confident smile at Zilong. Zilong was startled, but he didn't say anything. This was because he suddenly recalled the miracles Ling Xiao had created time and time again. Perhaps today, Ling Xiao could still bring him a huge surprise. You look pretty calm, but there are many people who pretend to be calm in front of me. You're one of them. Feng Tian had made up his mind. He was going to kill Zilong and Ling Xiao. He was going to use Ling Xiao's head in exchange for Nie Feng's trust. When he thought of this, he stomped his feet and leapt towards Ling Xiao. In Feng Tian's mind, Ling Xiao was much easier to deal with than Zilong. Not only was Zilong's cultivation stronger than Ling Xiao, he also had many treasures on him. It was extremely difficult to kill him with a single strike. On the other hand, Ling Xiao was a peak first-level Divine Core warrior, so he should be easy to deal with. What Feng Tian needed to prevent now was Ling Xiao from running away. But what surprised him was that not only did Ling Xiao not run away, he was actually standing there and looking at him with a smile on his face. What was going on? Feng Tian was startled. While he was in a daze, Ling Xiao's sword suddenly pierced over. Blood shadow kill. Ling Xiao, who had turned into a blood-red shadow, was like a blood-red sword beam. It was too fast. Before Feng Tian could even understand what was going on, he was already pierced through by the sword beam. There was a bright red mark on his throat that was extremely eye-catching. No. This is impossible, Master, save me. With the last of his strength, he let out a loud shout. Ling Xiao put away Feng Tian's storage ring, then he kicked him away. At the same time, Ling Xiao noticed that his slaughter points had increased to 20 points. It had increased by 16 points. According to the rules, killing a peak second-level Divine Core evil ghost would only give him 8 slaughter points. This showed that the points he would get for killing his own kind was double. This Bloodsword Reverend was indeed a ruthless man. He was trying to use this method to lure the warriors into a desperate slaughter. Furthermore, it wasn't to kill evil ghosts, it was to kill their own kind. Zilong, are you alright? Ling Xiao turned around and asked Zilong. Don't worry, brother Ling Xiao, I'm fine. Zilong smiled and said, luckily you're here, if not, I really don't know what to do. Perhaps I shouldn't have come down to this burial ground. It's meaningless to talk about this now. Since we're here, let's just face it. Ling Xiao said, if we work together, I think it'll be easier for us to survive. He had made up his mind. Right now, both of them could work together and fight all kinds of enemies. They could even kill evil ghosts together. But, if they encountered any trouble that they couldn't solve, he would let Zilong stay in the beast ring. With that, he could continue using his shadow warrior form to avoid powerful enemies. If this continued for another hour, the battle would probably end soon. As for the fact that there would be less than 30 men left, he wasn't worried at all. Although he didn't want to kill anyone, there were many who wanted to. As for the remaining men, let alone 30 men, there might not even be 20 men left. This was the cruel side of the world of warriors. In order to fight for treasures, warriors often killed each other. It wasn't the first or second time. Zilong, I'll continue to be invisible. You'll be the bait. Us two brothers will work together to kill evil ghosts. Of course, if we encounter strong enemies, I'll inform you in advance, and we'll quickly avoid them. This idea could be said to be very clever. Whether it was the Yu clan or those evil ghosts, they would definitely attack when they saw Zilong alone. They wouldn't think that Zilong had Ling Xiao by his side. At that time, they would be able to deal with those troubles more easily. Just as he was thinking, a figure suddenly entered Ling Xiao's Taiji Eye's field of vision. Nie Feng is here. He frowned and calculated the battle strength of both sides. He said to Zilong, stay here and don't move. We'll work together to freeze this Niafeng to death and avenge Commander Gao Hong. Although Gao Hong didn't die, he became a cripple. This was simply worse than death. A moment later, Niafeng appeared at the scene. He could see that the scene was a mess. Clearly, a fierce battle had taken place. There were signs of talismans exploding on the ground. And Feng Tian's death was clearly caused by talismans. All of this was naturally arranged by Ling Xiao before he concealed himself. Otherwise, with Niafeng's ability, he would naturally be able to guess that there was an ambush. But now, he would only think that Zilong had used talismans to kill Feng Tian. After all, there were evil spirits in this place, and Zilong had many talismans and puppets that could play a key role. Not good, why are you here? Zilong's acting skills were not bad. When he saw Niafeng, he turned around and fled. Niafeng sneered. With a tremble of his feet, he had already arrived in front of Zilong. His speed was many times faster than Zilong's. Kid, you dare kill my disciple. Even Xianxia can't protect you. Niafeng looked at Zilong coldly, as if he was looking at a little mouse at the end of its rope. If you dare to kill me, my sister will definitely not let you off. Zilong looked at Niafeng timidly and said in horror. Haha, in this damnable place, if you die, who will know that I killed you? Niafeng said disdainfully, moreover, even if I don't kill you, your sister probably won't show mercy when she meets me. Don't count on it. No one will come to save you. Don't kill me. I can give you everything I have, Feng Tian's death really has nothing to do with me. He was ambushed by evil spirits. I only used talismans to defend myself. Zilong said in horror. It's useless. In any case, if I kill you, I can also obtain the things on you. As Niafeng spoke, he pressed forward step by step. Zilong retreated step by step, his eyes revealing incomparable horror. Niafeng was completely intimidated by Zilong's acting skills. He simply did not expect that there would be someone staring at him in the darkness. Go to hell, kid. Niafeng suddenly urged his true essence and blasted a palm at Zilong. And right at this moment, Niafeng's expression changed greatly. Because he saw a cold smile flash through Zilong's eyes. Not good, I fell into a trap, but unfortunately, it was already too late. Hell Shadow Strike. Ling Xiao had long since prepared his attack. He directly slashed his sword at Niafeng. Even though he was a peak 3rd Divine Core warrior, he still couldn't do anything. Being ambushed by the Hell Shadow kill would still result in injuries. He spat out a mouthful of blood. However, Niafeng wasn't weak. Even though he was ambushed by Ling Xiao's Hell Shadow Strike, he still managed to avoid being hit at the critical moment. Borrowing the power of Ling Xiao's sword, he fled dozens of meters away. Ling Xiao. Niafeng's face was somewhat pale as he stared coldly at Ling Xiao, his hatred skyrocketing. Compared to Zilong, he wanted to kill Ling Xiao even more. The influence of Ling Xiao's existence on him was too great. First, he killed his sister, and then his disciple, Yuan Chong. If he didn't guess wrongly, Feng Tian's death was definitely related to this fellow. How could Niafeng feel at ease if he didn't kill Ling Xiao? Dragon Trapping Talisman. Right when he discovered Ling Xiao, Niafeng immediately used a talisman. The three of them were now trapped in an empty space. If he wasn't mistaken, the effect of this dragon trapping talisman was similar to the martial soul barrier. It wouldn't be easy for Ling Xiao to break open the space and escape. Unless he could kill Niafeng. But come to think of it, he didn't plan to escape anyway. Big brother Ling Xiao, this Niafeng is stronger than we thought. The purple spirit armor he's wearing is specially made for major generals. I think it has reduced a lot of damage. Zilong furrowed his brows and said. Don't worry, if we work together, we have a pretty good chance of killing him. If Ling Xiao bumped into Yu Qilong, he would definitely try his best to run for his life. But since it was just Niafeng, there was no need for him to run. His original plan was to kill Niafeng anyway. Since Niafeng had used the dragon trapping talisman, he couldn't escape. This was exactly what Ling Xiao wanted. Hehe, do you really think I'm Su Tian? Do you really think you can kill me with just the two of you? Niafeng said with a disdainful smile. Whether we can kill you or not, We'll know once we give it a try. Ling Xiao looked at Zilong and said, Xiaolong, step back and get ready to support me. Let me have a go at this guy first. While speaking, Ling Xiao had transformed from the Hell Shadow Rabbit Beast Soul to the Peerless Heavenly Rat Beast Soul. After being strengthened by the bloodthirsty Devil Cave, the Peerless Heavenly Rat Beast Soul had once again become his most powerful Beast Soul form. He wanted to see how far he could fight Niafeng, a peak 3rd Divine Core warrior, with just his own strength. This was the first time Ling Xiao had truly unleashed the full strength of the new Peerless Heavenly Rat Beast Soul form. At this moment, Zilong felt as if he was looking at a ferocious beast standing in front of him. It wasn't a human. The frightening aura was too frightening, as if it was a gigantic beast from the primordial era. Every breath he took was like a thunderstorm. Brother Ling Xiao, you. Zilong was stunned. He knew that Ling Xiao could create miracles, but he never expected that Ling Xiao would become so powerful. This level of strength was enough to make him tremble with fear. He was an early 2nd level Divine Core warrior. When did Ling Xiao break through again? Mid-2nd Divine Core realm. Niefeng furrowed his brows as well. He clearly remembered that when Ling Xiao killed Yuan Chong, he had just broken through to the peak 1st Divine Core realm. Only 20 days had passed since then. Ling Xiao's strength had once again broken through to such a frightening level. Was this guy still human? That's right. Mid-2nd Divine Core realm. Actually, because of the pressure from the killing intent in the burial grounds, the energy in his cultivation sea had reached 100%. He was just one step away from breaking through to the late 2nd Divine Core realm. It was even stronger than what Niafeng had expected. No wonder you were able to kill Feng Tian. Indeed, with your current strength, and with Zilong's help, killing Feng Tian isn't a difficult task. But, do you really think you're my match with just this strength? I'm a major general, countless geniuses have died in my hands. Although Niafeng knew that Ling Xiao's cultivation had improved, he still wasn't afraid of him. Because his cultivation was stronger than Niafeng. Ling Xiao smiled, if I don't try, how would I know? While they were talking, Ling Xiao had already taken out the first Blood Sun World. The first Blood Sun World was a mortal-grade Heavenly King weapon. It was a frightening divine weapon that was many times stronger than a divine-grade Emperor weapon. Originally, only warriors above the 3rd Divine Core realm were qualified to use it. But, after transforming, Ling Xiao could still use it, even though his cultivation wasn't at the 3rd Divine Core realm. The blood-red weapon was glowing with a murderous light. Ling Xiao's aura had become even stronger. After all, even Niafeng didn't have a divine weapon like this. The weapon Niafeng was using right now was only a divine-grade Emperor weapon, and it was far weaker than a Heavenly King weapon. Buddy, you're really different from the rest. You're actually able to use a mortal-rank Heavenly King weapon at the 2nd stage Divine Core realm. Looks like I should have killed you earlier. You're really a disaster if I let you live. Niefeng furrowed his brows. The killing intent unleashed by the first Blood Sun World had even caused his expression to change. But, that was all. He was a perfect 3rd stage Divine Core warrior, how could he be afraid of Ling Xiao? This 1st generation Bloody Sun World is mine. After saying that, Niefeng waved his hand, and a spear appeared in his hand. Sure enough, it was a divine-grade Emperor weapon. The spear trembled, and a crazy aura kept surging out from the body of the spear, causing those who saw it to tremble in fear. Blood Spear Demon Slaughtering Art. While roaring out furiously, Niefeng had unleashed a 2nd-order Emperor martial skill. The Blood Spear Demon Slaughtering Art was a spear skill created by the Blood Sword Reverend for the Purple Palace Army. It was incredibly powerful. Only a major general like Niefeng could truly unleash its frightening power. Although it was only a 2nd-order Emperor martial skill, it was still considered a supreme martial skill within the Purple Spirit Kingdom. Ling Xiao's Blood Shadow Sword skill was much stronger than this Blood Spear Demon Slaughtering Art. It was a 3rd-order Emperor martial skill. But, within the Purple Spirit Kingdom, no one could learn the 2nd style of the Blood Shadow Sword skill. Therefore, its overall combat strength was weaker than this Blood Spear Demon Slaughtering Art. The tip of the spear pointed at Ling Xiao, then a blood dragon flew out from the spear. In an instant, it arrived in front of Ling Xiao. Brother Ling Xiao, dodge it. Zilong became anxious. he knew how frightening the blood spear demon slaughtering art was. If Xiao fought it head-on, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Under normal circumstances, when this blood spear demon slaughtering art was unleashed by Feng, any first-stage Divine Core warrior would be instantly killed. Even a second-stage Divine Core warrior would be killed without a doubt. This was the reason why Zilong was so nervous. But too bad, it was too late for him to save Jiang Chen. Feng's attack was extremely fast. Feng didn't give Zilong a chance to save Jiang Chen. Everyone knew he had a lot of talismans. What if he used a defensive talisman? Wouldn't that be a wasted attack? Xiao didn't have time to dodge. Zilong was dumbfounded. Feng, you old dog. You killed my big brother Xiao. I'll take you down with me. He roared angrily. Although he wasn't strong enough, he could still protect his inner core. If Gao Hong could do it, so could he. For the sake of his good brother, he didn't care. Ha 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 ha. Feng laughed wildly. You can't hurt me even if you detonate your Niden. Therefore, there was no need to waste his energy. Xiao's death is his own doing. He might not be able to hurt you, but your attack is too girly. Did you fool around somewhere last night? Suddenly, Xiao's voice sounded. Zilong and Feng were both stunned. After taking that blow, both of them thought that he was dead for sure. But no one expected that. He was actually still alive and well. There was no sign of death at all. He wasn't even injured. This is impossible. Feng was dumbfounded. You're just a mid-second level Divine Core warrior. Your inner core is just an iron core, there's no way it can withstand such a terrifying attack. Of course, he didn't know that Xiao had a Divine Core from an Extreme Core warrior in his body. With that thing, as long as it was a Divine Core warrior, no one would be able to hurt him. Nothing is impossible, don't you believe what you see with your own eyes? Xiao mocked. After cultivating the Blood Sun scripture, his black tortoise divine physique had broken through to the Third Order Emperor realm. Also, he had the defensive strength of the transformative divine weapon. Feng wanted to hurt him with a high Second Order Emperor realm martial skill? That was just a pipe dream. Whether it was his body or his Niden, they were both extremely tough. This also gave him great confidence. Originally, he was worried that he wouldn't be Feng's match, which was why he asked Zilong to help him. However, from the looks of it, it would be very difficult for Feng to injure him. Killing him would be even more difficult. Feng, how do you want to die? Xiao suddenly asked with a smile on his face. What a joke, you want to kill me? Although Feng was taken aback, he wasn't afraid. Just now, he had only used 50% of his strength to guard against the sneak attack of other warriors. Even if he didn't hurt Xiao, it wasn't a big deal. Let me show you a more powerful attack, Blood Spear Demon Slayer art. 70% of my strength. An even more terrifying aura gathered around the long spear. Feng unleashed his true yuan, and a huge spear shadow suddenly pierced toward Xiao. There was no pause in the process. Even Zilong, who was standing behind Xiao, could feel the terrifying pressure brought by the spear's shadow. His heart trembled violently. Swoosh, bang, Xiao still didn't dodge the attack. The spear's shadow accurately pierced through his body. A blood-red light exploded, and a loud rumbling sound came from where Xiao was standing. Zilong felt a little numb. The last time, he was really terrified, he was afraid that Xiao would be killed. But this time, he actually had a feeling. Nothing would happen to Xiao. Feng also frowned. He wasn't as arrogant as before. Previously, he thought that he had killed Xiao with his spear, but he ended up making a fool of himself. This time, he wanted to see Xiao being killed with his own eyes. Boring attack. As expected, Xiao's voice rang out once more amidst the sounds of explosions. Feng looked at that person in horror. It didn't seem like a person, but a ferocious beast from ancient times. It was looking at him with contempt and ridicule. As if it could swallow him at any time. Bang, while Feng was shocked, Xiao's attack had already arrived. Wrath of the Black Soul. The Yin-Yang Universal Tiger transformed into a real Yin-Yang Universal Tiger and pounced at Feng. Its huge body completely enveloped the space. Niefeng waved the long spear in his hand. But he couldn't block it at all. The long spear was slapped away by the huge ferocious beast. Even Niefeng himself was knocked flying away. He rolled a few times on the ground, and was coughing out mouthfuls of blood. The wrath of the Black Soul was an attack that ignored all defenses. Niefeng's purple spirit major general armor was useless against it. Therefore, he was seriously injured this time. Although, he was able to quickly stand back up from the ground. Niefeng's eyes were filled with disbelief. Ling Xiao was just a second-level Divine Core warrior. How could he easily send him flying with just a single punch? This was too ridiculous. Are you a human or a devil? How can you be so unreasonable? Niefeng was really scared. On the other hand, Zilong was laughing. He wanted to improve together with Ling Xiao, but judging from the current situation, it seemed like Ling Xiao had left him far behind. There was no way he could catch up to Jiang Chen. Looks like my worries were unnecessary. Zilong simply used a defensive talisman on himself. He didn't want Niefeng to suddenly attack Ling Xiao when he couldn't hurt him. He didn't want to become Ling Xiao's burden. Martial Soul of Ice. Unleash. Following a furious roar, Niefeng unleashed his martial soul and increased his strength to 100%. What a joke, 70% of his strength was no match for Jiang Chen. He didn't want to die like this. Instead of worrying about the dangers that hadn't arrived yet, it was better to solve the problem in front of him first. When the martial soul of ice was unleashed, the entire space became cold. This made Niefeng feel slightly relieved. Right at this moment, he finally understood why Ling Xiao was a tough nut to crack. What was with that terrifying physical body of his? He was only at the mid-second Divine Core realm, but his body was comparable to a fourth Divine Core warrior's. That's too ridiculous, right? Surprised, aren't you? You'll be even more surprised. Ling Xiao became more and more confident as the fight went on. To be honest, he wasn't sure how much of his strength he could bring out in a real fight. After all, his opponent was a peak third Divine Core warrior. Right now, he no longer had any fear. After taking 2 hits from his opponent, he had finally broken through to the late second Divine Core realm. His strength had once again increased. But right now, Niefeng had unleashed his martial soul and increased his strength to 100%. He dared not be careless. After thinking for a moment, he placed Zilong into the beast ring and concealed his aura. He was going to use the martial soul of Tyrant. Even if it was Zilong, he didn't want him to know about the existence of the martial soul of Tyrant. Although they were good brothers, the martial soul of Tyrant was his biggest trump card, and he wouldn't easily expose it. Zilong didn't object. He knew very well that if he stayed outside, he would be a burden to Ling Xiao. Rather than that, he might as well stay in a safe place and take care of Gao Hong. After placing Zilong into the storage ring, Ling Xiao took a deep breath and looked at Niefeng once again. Now, it was time for the slaughter. In an instant, the martial soul of Tyrant was unleashed. The original space had also turned into a pitch-black universe. Only a few stars could be seen in the distant sky. Right now, in Niefeng's eyes, it was as if Ling Xiao had merged with the universe. It gave Niefeng a terrifying pressure. It was as if the entire sky was pressing down on him. Even his breathing was a little hurried. What was going on? Was this his true trump card? Niefeng had always thought that the beast soul transformation was Ling Xiao's strongest trump card. However, he didn't expect Ling Xiao to have such a terrifying martial soul. What kind of monster was this guy? It was actually able to bring about such a terrifying feeling, as if the heavens were falling and the earth was rending, as if the rivers were overturning. What kind of martial soul is this? Why have I never seen or heard of it before? The frost martial spirit blossomed into a white sky behind Niefeng, which made him feel a little more comfortable. After all, he was still a peak third Divine Core warrior. Even if Ling Xiao used the Sky Tyrant martial soul, there was no way he could scare him to the ground. That only shows that you're ignorant. But don't worry, I will tell you before you die. Now, you should think about how you're going to survive. Ling Xiao coldly looked at Niefeng. When he unleashed the Sky Tyrant martial soul, he could feel that his strength was about the same as Niefeng's. As long as he used his martial skills well, winning this fight wouldn't be a difficult task. Humph, your martial soul is just a little strange. No matter what, your cultivation is just at the mid-second divine core realm, and you only have an iron core in your body. Do you really think you can fight against my copper core? That's a completely different level of true essence. Correction, late second divine core realm. I accidentally broke through again just now. Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. Hearing this, Niefeng was startled for a moment, then he immediately said, so what? Before breaking through to the copper core realm, there is a huge gap between our inner cores. You are no match for me. Hee, inner core gap? That's why I said you're ignorant. Ling Xiao said with a disdainful smile on his face. He had a divine core from an extreme core realm warrior in his body. To him, there was no difference between inner cores and the divine core realm. The only difference was true yuan and cultivation level. For Ling Xiao, the iron core realm, the copper core realm, they could all be considered the same cultivation level. The only difference was the amount of true yuan. Therefore, there was no difference in quality, there was only a difference in quantity. In other words, Ling Xiao could be considered a third-level iron core warrior, while Niefeng could be considered an eighth-level iron core warrior. Between the two of them, there was only a difference of 5 small stages. With the help of the Sky Tyrant martial soul, Ling Xiao could easily defeat an opponent who was 3 stages higher than him. However, it would be difficult to defeat an opponent who was 4 stages higher than him. The possibility of defeating an opponent who was 5 stages higher than him was very low. But, with the advantage in martial skills, the Blood Lightning God, and the fact that Niefeng was injured by the prison's Shadow Kill sneak attack, the possibility of defeating Niefeng was increasing. Also, don't forget, the frightening killing intent in the evil ghost maze didn't affect Ling Xiao at all. It even had a buff effect. But, it had a suppressive effect on Niefeng. With this, if Ling Xiao still couldn't defeat Niefeng, then it wouldn't make sense. Too bad, Niefeng didn't know about this. If he did, he wouldn't be so confident. While Niefeng was talking, the true yuan in his body was violently vibrating. Above his hands, a long spear condensed out of ice. As the long spear danced in the air, the surrounding air quickly turned cold. It actually formed a strange cold whirlpool. It looked like a snowstorm. Even Ling Xiao felt like his body was going to be sucked into this cold whirlpool. This martial skill can only be unleashed when I release my martial soul and use 90% of my strength. I really don't know if you're lucky or unlucky. Anyway, no warriors below the 4th level of the divine core realm have ever seen this skill of mine. Today, I'll show you. Icy Bloodstorm. Niefeng's furious roar sounded out. His entire body was covered in ice and snow, and the snow was slowly turning blood red. It was filled with a cold and murderous aura. The space within a radius of 20 meters had almost completely become his territory. Anyone who entered this space would be destroyed by the frightening icy bloodstorm. Die, kid. The dragon-trapping talisman only had an area of 50 meters. But, the icy bloodstorm had an area of 20 meters. With Niefeng's speed, Ling Xiao had no room to dodge. The violent cold wind and blood-red storm exploded, then it pounced toward Ling Xiao. It wanted to tear Ling Xiao into pieces. Ling Xiao had nowhere to run. In such a small space, trying to escape would only put him in a more passive position. The power of this skill has probably reached the level of a mid-third order Emperor Realm martial skill. And, with Niefeng's own strength, if I was just an ordinary iron core warrior, I would have been turned into ashes. After all, the strength of an iron core and true yuan is weaker than a copper core. Luckily, I'm different from ordinary people. This ice storm attack is really powerful. Fortunately, my physical body is incomparably strong. I also have a powerful divine core in my body. Ling Xiao was incomparably glad that he had entered the Ghost Demon Palace back then. If he had not entered the Ghost Demon Palace, he would not have been so lucky today. Even if his physical body was not destroyed, his inner core would have been shattered. At that time, even if he did not die, his cultivation would be completely crippled. At that time, wouldn't he be at Niefeng's mercy? How could an ignorant brat like you understand the difference between the copper core stage and the iron core stage? Pitiful guy, just die in this endless ice blood storm. Seeing Ling Xiao wrapped in the ice blood storm, Nia Feng let out a hysterical roar. This was already his most powerful attack. He did not believe that it could not harm Ling Xiao. Even if the other party's physical body was not destroyed, his inner core would be shattered. Because he could not see Ling Xiao, Nia Feng looked at his crystal ball. There was Ling Xiao's portrait on it. As long as Ling Xiao died, that portrait would immediately turn gray and be marked with a blood-red X. Tyrannical martial spirit, devour. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded in the ice blood storm. That terrifying ice blood storm actually completely disappeared in an instant. In the pitch-black universe, it was as if there was a giant beast entrenched there, opening its mouth and burping. This scene scared Nia Feng so much that he almost collapsed in an instant. His most powerful attack was actually so easily broken by the other party. He could not accept it, absolutely could not accept it. Pitiful person, my physical body is now a high-grade third-order emperor stage, my inner core is far more powerful than you can imagine, with your attack, it's impossible to hurt me. It's over, I'll send you on your last journey. Tyrannical 10 swords in one. In the boundless universe, 10 sword lights glided past like 10 comets. Then, they condensed together. With a heavy pressure, they pounced toward Nia Feng. In Nia Feng's eyes, they did not look like 10 swords. Instead, they looked more like 10 stars that resembled swords. Each star had enough power to destroy him. How can this be? How can this be? I don't believe it, I can't accept it, I'll kill you. I'll kill you, copper core, explode for me. Nia Feng seemed to have seen his own death and knew that it was impossible for him to win. Therefore, he was prepared to use the last resort. Even if he had to risk his life, he would never admit defeat in front of Ling Xiao. At worst, they would just perish together. The copper elixir in his body was released. It was extremely dazzling in the space. Ha 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 ha, die, my copper core is perfect, and once it explodes, even a 4th-level Divine Core warrior will be severely injured. Any warrior below the 4th level of the Divine Core realm would die without a doubt. I don't care what monster you are. All of them must die today, we must. Exploding his inner core was the final trump card of a Divine Core warrior. If he confirmed that there was no hope left, they would rather perish together with their opponents than surrender. This Nia Feng could be considered a man. It was a pity. Since Ling Xiao had broken through to the Divine Core realm, there was no way he wouldn't study how a Divine Core exploded. During his research, he discovered something interesting. A stronger inner core would not be afraid of the exploding of a lower-level inner core, it could even absorb the energy from the exploding inner core. Facing the exploding copper core, a silver core could absorb about 10% of the energy, but it would still be severely injured. A gold core could absorb about 20% of the energy, but it would still be slightly injured. A mortal core could absorb more than 90% of the energy, and it wouldn't be injured at all. Nia Feng was sure that Ling Xiao didn't have a gold core, and it was impossible for him to have a mortal core. But, he never expected that Ling Xiao had a divine core that was much stronger than all of these. It was a core that only warriors at the extreme realm of core could possess. Nia Feng didn't withdraw his attack. Ling Xiao just opened his mouth and released the divine core from his body. In an instant, Nia Feng's hair stood on end. It was as if he had just seen a ghost, and his face was filled with despair and disbelief. He had decided to perish together with Xianxia. He had exploded his inner core, and he thought he would be able to bring Ling Xiao with him. But, who would have thought that Ling Xiao would release a divine core? Why? Why? I can't accept it. Boom, the copper core exploded. But, before its power could spread, it was completely absorbed by the divine core. Then, the divine core flew back into Ling Xiao's body. Then, the 10 swords merged into one and hit Nia Feng, who had already lost his core. At this moment, Nia Feng couldn't defend himself except for his physical body. In that instant, his eyes widened. His face was filled with disbelief. His body was completely destroyed by the sword light. When he died, he didn't even have time to scream. Nia Feng was killed, and the effect of the dragon-trapping talisman finally disappeared. Ling Xiao picked up the storage ring on the ground and smiled coldly. What do you mean by the evils you bring on yourself are the hardest to bear? This is it. Nia Feng's death came from Nia Shuang's death. Speaking of which, these two siblings were just Yu Qilong's pawns. They were also somewhat pitiful. But a pitiful person must have a hateful side. They were willing to be used by Yu Qilong, and they both wanted to kill Ling Xiao. So, Ling Xiao could only kill them. He withdrew the tyrant martial spirit. Ling Xiao let out a long breath. He really relied on the tyrant martial spirit in this battle. Otherwise, with his strength, it would be too difficult to defeat Nie Feng. There are only spirit stones and talismans. After opening Nie Feng's storage ring and taking a look, Ling Xiao was greatly disappointed. This guy's storage ring only had about 20,000 high-grade spirit stones, as well as about 10 one-time use talismans. He guessed that the Yu clan knew that it would be very dangerous to enter the burial ground. Therefore, he had basically emptied the storage ring of all its contents. Of course, there was another possibility. The storage ring space was limited, so they prepared to make room for other things. Regardless of which possibility it was, the reality was that there weren't many things in the storage ring. Fortunately, spirit stones were indispensable to Ling Xiao. As for the 10 or so talismans, they were divided into 3 types. One was the dragon trapping talisman, which could be used to trap enemies. One was the defensive talisman, which could be used to defend against attacks. One was the body securing talisman, which could be used to restrain enemies. There were 4 defensive talismans and body securing talismans, and 2 dragon trapping talismans. All the talismans were Divine Emperor weapons, and they weren't very effective against warriors above the 3rd Divine Core realm. However, they were very effective against warriors below the 3rd Divine Core realm. Perhaps the reason why Nie Feng didn't use these talismans was because he believed that Ling Xiao could easily kill Ling Xiao. Therefore, he had only used 1 dragon trapping talisman. Ling Xiao was the one who got the advantage. Although these talismans weren't very effective against warriors above the 3rd Divine Core realm, they weren't completely useless. At a critical moment, these talismans could still be of great use. After all, in a battle between great warriors, the difference between their strengths was just a tiny bit. After tidying up the storage ring, Ling Xiao threw a glance at the crystal ball. Nie Feng's portrait had turned gray, and a blood-red X had appeared on top of it. Currently, the number of deaths had reached 10. Among these 10, only 2 were killed by Ling Xiao. However, none of the men Ling Xiao killed were weak, and his slaughter points had increased to 44. There are only 50 men left, the number of people is decreasing too quickly. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows. It seemed like it was just as he had expected, some of them were crazily hunting down their own kind. In order to obtain the last inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme, there was even a possibility of them killing each other. Oh, Blood Sword Supreme, you are indeed famous for killing. This trial was too cruel. Brother Ling Xiao, let me out, is it over? Zilong's voice came from the beast ring. Only now did Ling Xiao remember that he had blocked the beast ring, so Zilong couldn't see what was happening outside. But, he could still feel the terrifying aura. Perhaps Zilong had suddenly noticed that the battle had stopped, and that was why he was anxiously asking about the situation. Ling Xiao let him out, then with a smile on his face, he said, "The battle is over, Nie Feng has received his just deserts." Zilong stared at Nie Feng's tattered corpse with a dumbfounded expression. He couldn't believe his own eyes. "Am I seeing things, Brother Ling Xiao? You really killed him, oh heavens, Brother Ling Xiao, you've been hiding your true strength all this time, you're so strong." "You can say that." Ling Xiao was too lazy to explain, because the more he explained, the more troublesome it would be. Since Zilong thought he was hiding his true strength, then he would just pretend he was hiding it. "I was worried that something might happen to you, Brother Ling Xiao. After all, the trial in this evil ghost labyrinth is too cruel. But now, as long as you don't meet any warriors above the 4th Divine Core realm, you should be fine." Zilong let out a sigh of relief. Since Ling Xiao was able to conceal himself, it shouldn't be a problem for him to survive until the end of this trial. And, after killing Nie Feng, I now know the limit of my current strength. As long as he didn't encounter any warriors above the 4th level of the Divine Core realm. Or, as long as I'm not surrounded by 3rd Divine Core warriors, I'll be fine. Ling Xiao nodded. At the same time, somewhere in the demon labyrinth, Yu Qilong had just killed a wraith when he suddenly noticed that the number on the crystal ball had become smaller. Another person's avatar turned gray. Niafeng? How could it be him? Yu Qilong was very shocked. Yu Hua and Xianxia were the strongest in the Yu clan and the Z clan. Next up were 4 5th Divine Core warriors. 3 from the Yu clan and 2 from the Z clan. Then, there were the 8 4th Divine Core warriors. 5 from the Yu clan and 3 from the Z clan. As for the peak 3rd Divine Core warriors, there were 7 from the Yu family, and only 3 from the Z family. There were only 10 of them. Originally, Yu Qilong thought that these 24 people would definitely stay until the end. But, who would have thought that in just a dozen minutes, Niafeng, a man who stood at the pinnacle of all 3rd Heavenly Core warriors, would actually die? Who killed him? Xianxia? Or was it Indigo? Or was it a mighty warrior from the Z family? No matter how hard he thought about it, he couldn't think of any possibility that it was Ling Xiao. In his eyes, Ling Xiao was indeed an extremely talented warrior, but how could a 2nd Divine Core warrior kill a peak 3rd Divine Core warrior? Even if he was beaten to death, he still wouldn't believe it. On the other side, Xianxia had also noticed the change in the crystal ball. Niafeng's death had made her even more nervous. If Niafeng was dead, then what about Ling Xiao and Zilong? Both of them were much weaker than Niafeng. Luckily, their avatars were still lit up on the crystal ball, which meant they were still alive. But even so, Xianxia didn't dare be careless. No, I need to find them as soon as possible, as soon as possible. Xianxia had no interest in the purple spirit martial armor. She only hoped that Ling Xiao and Zilong were still safe. No matter how much he thought about it, he would never think that Niafeng was killed by Ling Xiao. At the same time, no matter if it was Yu Hua, Zilan, Mengyu, or any other men, none of them would think about it. Niafeng's death was related to Ling Xiao. In their minds, Ling Xiao and Zilong were the 2 weakest men, and they should be the first to be eliminated. But, the reality was different from what they had imagined. Brother Ling Xiao, what should we do next? Are we really going to do as Blood Sword Reverend said and kill them? There weren't many evil ghosts. If he wasn't mistaken, the number of evil ghosts was the same as the number of human warriors who entered the tomb. Their overall strength wasn't much weaker than human warriors. But, the points they would get from killing them were only half of the points they would get from killing human warriors, and it would take a lot of effort. Therefore, in Zilong's mind, if it were those evil ghosts, they would most likely kill human warriors first. I don't plan to do that. Since they don't want to kill evil ghosts, I'll do it for them. For Ling Xiao, killing evil ghosts wasn't as simple as just getting slaughter points. It could also greatly increase and replenish his potential. It was much more beneficial to him than killing human warriors. Plus, he couldn't bring himself to kill someone who had no enmity with him. At least, he wouldn't take the initiative to do so. However, if someone tried to harm him, then he would not hesitate to kill that person. Brother Ling Xiao, you're really a good man. But I reckon that Yu Hua, Yu Qilong, and Zilan wouldn't be like you. In order to get the purple spirit martial armor, they would definitely start a massacre. They might even kill their own people. When Zilong said until here, he suddenly shuddered. He had lived in an environment of mutual deception for a long time, and he was very familiar with this kind of thing. The purple spirit martial armor is just the purple spirit armor worn by the Purple Mansion Army's marshals. Is it really worth it for them to do that? Ling Xiao asked confusedly. Zilong glanced at Ling Xiao and said, it's not the same. Bloodsword Reverend's purple spirit martial armor is unique, it's more outstanding than anyone else's purple spirit armor. Even the purple spirit armor worn by the Purple Mansion King can't compare to it. His purple spirit martial armor has another name, the Blood Reverend armor. It's the ancestor of the purple spirit armor. Basically, all the purple spirit armors were made based on the Blood Reverend armor. Only the Blood Reverend armor isn't from the Black Tortoise continent. I think it's a treasure that the Blood Sword Reverend found in some small world. I even suspect that it's more powerful than a weapon like the Blood Sun world. According to the information left behind, the Blood Reverend armor can only be used by warriors above the 4th level of the Divine Core realm. Only warriors at the 6th level of the Divine Core realm can unleash its full power. It can be used up until the peak of the 6th level of the Divine Core realm. If this armor fell into Yu Qilong's hands, his overall strength would immediately surpass his sister and Yu Hua. He might even be as powerful as the Purple Mansion Army's marshals. If Yu Hua got his hands on it, he would be able to unleash the full power of the Blood Reverend armor. He might even surpass the Purple Mansion King, and become the strongest warrior in the Purple Mansion Kingdom. At that time, we won't be able to survive. Originally, Ling Xiao wasn't interested in the Purple Spirit Martial armor, also known as the Blood Supremacy armor. He didn't think he could become the number one in terms of slaughter points. But, when he heard what Zilong said, he immediately became nervous. He had to get the Blood Supremacy armor. Even if he didn't want it, or didn't need it, he had to let Xianxia get it. If not only would Xianxia be in trouble, he would also be killed. Of course, his principles wouldn't change. He would never kill someone who had nothing to do with him. He didn't want to become a devil who killed without batting an eyelid, and die a horrible death like the Blood Sword Supremacy. But, he could still kill all the evil ghosts. With this thought in mind, he immediately unleashed the Cerberus Beast Soul. After that, he opened the gates of hell. Then, he unleashed 3 Death Knights who had the same strength as him. This was the limit of what he could do right now. Although they had the same strength, it didn't mean they had the same cultivation base. The combat strength of these 3 Death Knights was at the mid-3rd Divine Core realm. But, without the help of the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul, they couldn't reach Niafeng's level. After that, he unleashed another 301st Divine Core Skeleton Warriors. Although these skeleton warriors weren't strong enough, they could still harass the other warriors. What he wanted to do was to kill all the remaining evil ghosts as soon as possible. In this way, he would be able to get a lot of slaughter points. Go, Death Knights, help me kill the evil ghosts. Skeleton warriors, help me stop the other warriors from killing the evil ghosts. After giving out the order, the Death Knights and skeleton warriors left. Ling Xiao didn't want to waste any more time. Let's go, Xiaolong. Let's kill the evil ghosts and find my sister. Once we find him, the 3 of us will be the safest. Ling Xiao didn't intend to place Zilong, who was so powerful, in the beast ring. Although Zilong's cultivation base wasn't strong, his combat strength was comparable to a mid-2nd Divine Core warrior. With the help of a large amount of talismans, he should be able to help. I'll summon my puppet beast as well. Zilong smiled. He took out a puppet beast that looked like a male lion from his storage ring. When he took it out, it was only as big as a palm, like a toy. But, after he put some energy stones into it, it quickly grew. It grew to a height of more than 2 meters and a length of more than 4 meters. An early 3rd Divine Core puppet beast. Ling Xiao was rather surprised. This is the strongest puppet beast I can control right now. There's no other way. To control a puppet beast, I have to rely on my soul force. Even this is very difficult for me. I call it the Flame Lion. Zilong smiled. Good. With this Flame Lion, your combat prowess will be even stronger. With us brothers working together, we can cut through metal. Let's begin. Ling Xiao also jumped onto the back of the Flame Lion. If he could conserve some energy, he would try his best to conserve it. In any case, the Flame Lion only needed spirit stones. He had a lot of spirit stones. Remember, leave all the evil spirits to me. Try your best to help me obtain the Blood Supreme armor. Ling Xiao said as he dashed towards his next target. No problem. Whether it's big sister or big brother Ling Xiao, you can get the Blood Supreme armor. I don't want anyone else to get it. Zilong nodded. I don't need it. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, I think the Blood Supreme armor is something similar to the Purple Spirit armor. For someone like me who has an extremely powerful body and inner core, it's useless. It's no longer useful to me. Rather than wasting it for me, I might as well give it to Big Sister. Once Big Sister Xianxia obtains it, that old dog from the Yu family won't be able to do anything to her. We'll be safe then. Hearing this, Zilong was startled. Are you sure you want to give the Blood Supreme armor to my big sister? Even if you don't need it, you can still sell it for hundreds of millions of upper-rank soul stones. Zilong couldn't believe Ling Xiao's words. Your big sister? She's also my big sister. Ling Xiao said with a smile, this is called making the best use of everything. Stop nagging, just do as I say. Fine. My big sister didn't misjudge you, and I didn't misjudge you, my good brother. Zilong was so touched that he almost cried. Hold back your tears, it's time to fight. Because of the Tai Chi eye, Ling Xiao was able to quickly locate the evil ghosts. After a brief moment, he had caught up with 2 evil ghosts. Both of them were below the 4th Divine Core realm. The battle in the evil ghost maze was still ongoing. Time continued to pass. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Somewhere, Ling Xiao and Zilong were resting. They were also replenishing their strength and true yuan with some pills. The flaming lion was lying on the ground beside them, staring at the tunnel. During this period of time, we basically killed all the evil ghosts below the 4th Divine Core realm. We've killed 15 of them, and my Death Knights have killed 10 of them. In total, we've killed 25 of them. My skeleton warriors are all dead, and 2 of my Death Knights are dead as well. I've recalled the last one back to the gates of hell. After all, it will consume a lot of my soul force and true yuan. With the 25 evil ghosts we've killed, and those who died just now, that's a total of 28. As for the remaining 22, none of them are people we can deal with. Looks like we'll have to stop here for now. Ling Xiao calculated, but these 25 evil ghosts have allowed me to get a huge amount of slaughter points. Right now, I have 344 slaughter points. I wonder if anyone else has more than me. Too bad big sister Xianxia isn't with us, otherwise, with the 3 of us working together, we'll be able to kill all of these evil ghosts. I don't think anyone has more than you, the speed at which you're killing evil ghosts is just too fast. With formations and sneak attacks, none of those evil ghosts can withstand more than 1 or 2 attacks. Only those 3rd Divine Core warriors can withstand a bit longer, but at most, they can only withstand 4 to 5 attacks. Zilong admired Ling Xiao more and more. This sworn brother of his was simply a godly man. The blood supremacy armor that was destined to never belong to them had now become so close. Someone is coming. Same old method, I'll hide. If this person doesn't have any hostility towards you, I won't do anything. But, if he attacks you, we'll work together and kill him. After saying that, Ling Xiao transformed into the shadow warrior form. Right at the same time, a man suddenly appeared in front of Zilong. Zilong recognized this man, he was from the Z family. Judging from his clothes, he couldn't be mistaken. But, he hadn't had any contact with the Z family for a long time, so he had no idea what this man's name was. This man wasn't strong, but he was an early 3rd Divine Core warrior. Zilong was sure that he wasn't his match. But, when he saw the flaming lion standing next to Zilong, he furrowed his brows. Obviously, he was afraid. Because the flaming lion's strength was on par with his. Senior, you're from the Z family? Zilong asked with a joyful expression. That's right, I'm ZMO. Actually, you should call me 3rd uncle. ZMO stroked his beard and said with a smile. ZMO wasn't young anymore, he was at least in the same generation as Yu Hua. His talent wasn't anything special, that's why he was only an early 3rd Divine Core warrior at this age. ZMO had a kind smile on his face, he really did look like a senior from the Z family. Zilong, are you alone? ZMO asked with a smile on his face. This old man looked kind, and if it wasn't for this strange environment, Zilong would have really believed that he would help him. I'm not alone, my sister is nearby. When Zilong said this, a panicked expression flickered through his eyes. ZMO noticed the panic in Zilong's eyes. It was a pity that this young man wasn't an actor. With his acting skills, Ling Xiao would never be able to catch up with him. Hee, don't be afraid, I'm your 3rd uncle, I won't harm you. Even though the rules of this exam require you to accumulate slaughter points, with my strength, I don't think I can do that. That's why I won't kill anyone from the U family, let alone the Z family. ZMO smiled and said, let's go, I'll bring you to your sister. I saw her when I was passing by. She's looking for you as well, and she looks very anxious. Although this old man's strength isn't too strong, I can still help you a little. If Zilong was a naive kid, he would have been deceived by this old man's flowery words. But Zilong was no longer naive. "Thank you, third uncle. Where's my sister?" Zilong asked with a happy smile on his face. "No need to thank me, we're a family. I just hope that you can put in a good word for me in front of your sister in the future." "Let's go, this way," ZMO said with a smile. "I've checked the area along the way, there isn't much danger. Also, this place is the closest to your sister." N. Zilong nodded his head, then he started walking towards ZMO. The distance between the two was instantly shortened. A cold light flashed through Zemo's eyes. But Zilong acted like he didn't see it, he just kept walking forward. The distance between the two was less than 2 meters. At this distance, if Zilong wanted to launch a sneak attack, he wouldn't be able to dodge in time. "Idiot, even if it wasn't for the purple spirit martial armor, you'd still have to die. You must have a lot of treasures on you, right? Let's just earn some. Moreover, this old man is one of the Zilong family's patriarch's men. If I kill you, Xianxia will be very sad. When she was sad, she would have a flaw. It would be best if she was killed by Yuhua. Then the Z family will be ours." Although ZMO also wanted to obtain the purple spirit martial armor, the chances were slim. After all, his strength was not considered the strongest among everyone present. However, if he could capture a weakling, then that would be one. Killing one more person would increase his chances of success. In addition to the other benefits, he didn't even need to think about it. He immediately made his move. He threw a palm strike at Zilong's head. At such a close distance. Even if Zilong's strength was the same as his, it was also completely impossible for him to block it. Besides, Zilong was only an early second heavenly core warrior. It would be extremely easy for Xianxia to kill him. He didn't expect any accidents at all. However, his hand had just reached out. A terrifying killing intent enveloped his entire body. Immediately after, he felt a sharp pain in his body and blood spurted out. Even though he had tried his best to avoid the vital parts. But the man who ambushed him had a terrifying sword skill. Although he had avoided the attack on his throat, the sword still pierced through his face and went through his head. He let out a hysterical scream. Then, he turned his head around. A figure appeared at a place where there was no one. Ling Xiao, Xianxia's sworn brother, Ling Xiao, was standing right there. Ling Xiao pulled the first blood sun whirled out from Zemo's head. Blood splattered everywhere. Zemo knelt down on the ground. He couldn't believe it, and he was filled with despair. He could feel his life force draining away at an incredible speed. You. He said you 3 times in a row, but in the end, he couldn't say what he wanted to say. Zilong, who was standing next to him also, said with a smile, "Old fool, if you really wanted to help me, you wouldn't have died. Not only that, we might have even helped you. But too bad, since you're trying to kill me, you're going to die." Hearing what Zilong said, Zmo was filled with regret. Only now did he realize that Ling Xiao was baiting him to kill him. He had purposely given him a chance to ambush Zilong, and Zilong had really taken the bait. But in the end, he was caught red-handed. What a depressing death. Soon, the light in his eyes dimmed, and they became dark and gloomy. Ling Xiao had already started looting the spoils of war. Zemo's storage ring also only had some energy stones and talismans. But, this guy only had 1 talisman left. Perhaps he had used all his previous talismans. After all, he was only an early 3rd Divine Core warrior, and it must have been difficult for him to survive until now. After putting away everything in the storage ring, Ling Xiao unleashed his Divine Core and absorbed the energy within Zemo's copper core. As long as his inner core didn't shatter, Zemo wouldn't be considered dead. Now that his inner core was destroyed, and his body was destroyed, Zemo's evil life had finally come to an end. Perhaps this old fool had used the same method many times to gain the trust of those naive boys and girls. Countless people had died in his hands because of this. 362 slaughter points. Ling Xiao noticed that Zemo's face on the crystal ball had turned dark, and he was sure that Zemo had been killed. Without wasting any more time, Xianxia brought Zilong and continued walking. "Zilong, I'll give you these talismans." "I don't need them." Ling Xiao thought for a moment. If Zilong worked with him, he would have more chances to use these talismans. Therefore, he gave Zimo's talismans and all the talismans he got from Yefeng's storage ring to Zilong. With this, Zilong's combat strength would increase, and Ling Xiao would have a much easier time. If this continues, I'm afraid brother Ling Xiao might really be able to get the Blood Overlord armor. Zilong said excitedly. You're right, these people are all here to die, and I won't be merciful to them. Ling Xiao wasn't a bashful person. He wouldn't kill innocent people, but he wouldn't let anyone go. Right now, he had 362 slaughter points. It was a pity that there was no ranking on the crystal ball, so he didn't know where he was. He could only take it one step at a time. This kind of thing, after all, could only be desired. He could only work hard. However, his hope was still very high. So far, he had killed nearly half of the evil spirits. Among the 11 cultivators who died, 3 were killed by him, Feng Tian, Nia Feng, and ZMO. As for the other 8, he didn't know who killed them. But he believed that even if it was a master like Yu Hua, it wouldn't be easy to find the other cultivators. After all, he couldn't use soul force to search in the evil spirit maze. Yu Hua didn't have a divine ability like the Tai Chi. No matter how strong he was, if he couldn't find them, he might not be able to kill them. As for those who were running away, because they were in a maze, Yu Hua might not be able to catch up to them. But it was different for him. He and Zilong were the weakest amongst all of them. Even if the others saw them, they wouldn't run away. Instead, they would pounce on them. This was where Jiang Chen's advantage lay. Brother Ling Xiao, don't you think we're just pretending to be weak? Zilong laughed, we're just like bait. Anyone who sees us will want to take a bite out of us. The result is that we'll all be killed. Unless it's a 4th level Divine Core warrior or above, I think they'll all be killed by us. You can even kill an early 3rd level Divine Core warrior with a single strike. Something like that. Ling Xiao nodded his head. It was a bit difficult to deal with a peak 3rd level Divine Core warrior, but he had the Shadow Warrior form. Once the battle began, he would be able to gain the upper hand. This was a very useful ability. Let's continue. Jiang Chen smiled. He didn't feel any guilt or pity when those who deserved to die were killed. I think Sister Xianxia is going crazy right now. So many people have died, I'm sure she's looking for us everywhere. Zilong nodded his head. Both men continued following the plan. Zilong rode on the flaming lion and continued forward. Ling Xiao transformed into the Shadow Warrior form and followed behind. In order to find Xianxia, he didn't plan to avoid any warriors below the 4th level of the Divine Core realm. If they didn't attack Zilong, they would be able to pass through smoothly. But if they really wanted to attack, then I'm sorry, I'll definitely get rid of him first. At the same time, Xianxia was crazily flying through the evil ghost maze. Until now, she hadn't killed a single warrior. She hadn't killed a single evil ghost. No matter who she met, she would quickly leave. Because in her mind, she only cared about the safety of those 2 men. Ling Xiao and Zilong. These 2 little fellows, they must be really scared after being thrown into such a terrifying place. God bless me, I must find them, I must. One was her brother. The other was a man she had a relationship with. He was also the only man she had fallen in love with. If anything happened to either of them, she wouldn't have the courage to continue living. But, the maze was extremely complicated. She did not meet many martial artists along the way. Occasionally, a human figure would appear, but it would quickly disappear. Perhaps they were aware of her identity, so they didn't dare to show their faces. This also caused her a lot of trouble in finding Ling Xiao and Zilong. Because it was impossible to find someone to ask. Stop. Suddenly, another figure appeared. This time, Xianxia directly released a body-securing talisman, freezing that person in place. She didn't want to kill anyone, she just wanted to find out the whereabouts of her 2 younger brothers. Although the man was a warrior of the Z family, he was still scared to death. After all, the rules of this demon labyrinth were very depressing. If he wanted to obtain the Blood Supremacy armor, he would have to kill. Killing evil spirits gave less killing points, and only killing martial artists gave more killing points. Therefore, they would naturally go crazy. This warrior of the Z family had witnessed Yu Hua killing members of the Yu family. That was why he was afraid of Xianxia. Have you seen Ling Xiao and Zilong? Xianxia asked coldly. No, no. The man replied with trepidation. Xianxia sighed, dispelled the effect of the body-securing talisman, and disappeared in an instant. The warrior of the Z family who survived let out a sigh of relief. He felt that his legs were about to go soft. But why are those two guys still alive? They are obviously the two weakest among all of us. 11 people had already died, but those two fellows were still alive. It's incredible. How did they survive? After Xianxia left, the warrior of the Z family frowned, puzzled. Not to mention him. All the warriors who saw Ling Xiao and Zilong's head still lit up through the crystal ball had the same question. Logically speaking, under such rules, those two were simply targets to be killed from the start. It was truly inconceivable that he had managed to survive until now without dying. They probably never dreamed of it. Those two guys, who they thought should have been killed at the beginning, had not only gained a lot at this time. Furthermore, the slaughter points that Ling Xiao had accumulated were already a lot. Why? Patriarch. Somewhere, a mid-third-level divine core warrior from the Yu family had his heart pierced by Yu Hua's finger. Before he died, he stared at his patriarch in disbelief. They were from the same family. When he saw Yu Hua, he was happy. But, he didn't expect that just as he was feeling happy, he was killed by Yu Hua. Just think of it as a contribution to the Yu family. No matter what, a mid-third-level divine core warrior would most likely be killed by someone from the Z family. Yu Hua gazed at the man coldly. What Yu Hua said made the man die with his eyes wide open. The number on the crystal ball changed to 48. 12 men had been killed. After killing the martial artist and the evil spirit, my current points have reached 360 points. I'm afraid no one else has more points than me. Xianxia, that idiotic woman, she's just looking for her brother, she has no intention of killing anyone. I don't think she knows I bumped into her just now. In Yu Hua's mind, Xianxia was his biggest competitor. Xianxia was being held back by Ling Xiao and Zilong, she didn't have the time to kill anyone. Of course, Yu Hua didn't want to become Xianxia's enemy so soon. If not, he would waste a lot of time and he might not be able to win. Ha ha ha, the Blood Overlord armor is mine. In order to get it, it looks like I'll have to kill a few more men from the Yu family. Those bastards from the Z family, they ran away as soon as they saw me, it's impossible for them to chase after me. But, there are some idiots from the Yu family who didn't understand how scary this test is, and they still dared to approach me. Idiots like them, it's not a pity to kill them, and they're useless to me. Yu Hua didn't feel ashamed for killing his own men, he was actually proud of himself. In his mind, those idiots would only become the points of the Z family. Even if Xianxia didn't kill them, the Z family still had powerful warriors like Zilong. As long as I get the Blood Overlord armor, even the king of the Z kingdom will not be my match. At that time, the entire Z kingdom will be mine. Xianxia, oh Xianxia, if you obey me and marry my son, Yu Qilong, maybe I'll let you live. Otherwise, I'll chop you into pieces. There was no enmity between the Yu family and the Z family. If the Z family was willing to join the Yu family and become the servants of the Yu family, he could still let them live. But there's one thing that I've been thinking about. Niefeng is dead, what's wrong with Ling Xiao and Zilong, why aren't they dead yet? Yu Hua couldn't think of a reason no matter how hard he racked his brains. It doesn't matter. Perhaps those two brats found a secluded place to hide. It's good that they're alive, they can pin down Xianxia. Yu Hua smiled, thinking that it might not be a bad thing. With those two idiots holding Xianxia back, I'll be able to get the upper hand. With that, I'll have a higher chance of getting the Blood Supremacy armor. Perhaps this is the legendary pig teammate, ha ha ha. Yu Hua thought Zilong and Ling Xiao were Xianxia's pig teammates. But, he never thought that his slaughter points would be lower than Ling Zhao's. In order to get the Blood Supremacy armor, I'll have to kill a few more people. Killing people is easier than killing evil ghosts, and I'll get more points. Yu Hua looked around, but he still couldn't find anyone. Without any other choice, he leapt out and started searching outside. At the same time, Xianxia's search was interrupted. Because she had encountered the man she wanted to kill the most in her life, Yu Qilong. She would never forget what happened to the flower garden parasite. If not for Ling Zhao's timely appearance, she might have fallen into this man's trap and become a tool for him. Whenever she thought about what had happened, she would tremble. She was furious. Together with Yu Qilong was a mighty warrior from the Z family, a peak 3rd Divine Core warrior. But, he was severely injured. She knew this warrior, he was one of her grandfathers. Although they didn't talk much, they didn't have any grudges against each other. Xianxia, quick, save me. When the old man saw Xianxia, he immediately shouted out in excitement. For him, Xianxia's appearance was his only hope. If not, with his strength, facing Yu Qilong, who was a 5th Divine Core warrior, he would definitely die. He didn't want to die. Actually, even if he didn't shout, Xianxia would save him. After all, the Z family was brought here by Xianxia, and Xianxia felt that he had the responsibility to protect them. A cold beam shot out. Yu Qilong had no choice but to stop. He was about to kill the old man, but Xianxia stopped him. Yu Qilong was furious. But, Xianxia was stronger than him, so he didn't dare attack recklessly. The injured old man took the opportunity to escape from Yu Qilong's attack range and arrived next to Xianxia. To be honest, there was no grudge between him and Xianxia. As for who would become the patriarch of the Z family, he wasn't interested. But, everyone wanted the Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance. He was no exception. That was why he had come to the burial ground this time. He was very grateful to Xianxia for saving him. Xianyi, I really have to thank you. If it wasn't for you, I would have lost my life. This old man will definitely support you to become the head of the Z family. The reason he said this was because Zilan had also passed by this place. However, he did not save him. Instead, he left in a hurry. In the past, he didn't have a stance, but now, he had decided to support Xianxia. Xianxia didn't say anything. He stared at Yu Qilong and said, "Piss off." Of course she wanted revenge. But wanting to kill Yu Qilong was absolutely not something that could be done in a short moment. She was still in a hurry to find Zilan and Ling Xiao, so she didn't have the time to spare. Scram? Yu Qilong was stunned for a moment, then he laughed wildly. Xianxia, you're too kind. A woman like you will never amount to anything. Back then, your brother was assassinated by the Z Mansion army for the first time. If it were me, I would turn the Zifu army upside down no matter what. But you didn't because you had too many misgivings. You were afraid of harming the innocent. Today, you did it again. If you don't kill me, I won't be grateful at all. I will still attack the people of the Z family and kill them when I meet them. I must get the Blood Supreme armor in this round. Only then can I be qualified to defeat you. Really? I don't think so. Xianxia said coldly, although the Blood Supreme armor is powerful, I don't believe that the Blood Supreme sword would be so kind. He is a murderous maniac. I don't dare to use the things that he left behind. Alright, enough nonsense. Get out of here before I change my mind. Yu Qilong frowned, but he still stepped back. He knew that he was no match for Xianxia now. Since there was a chance to escape, he would not let it go. Whoosh, without any hesitation, Yu Qilong flew away. Bitch, just you wait. I will kill you with my own hands. Yu Qilong felt very vexed. He was the lieutenant general of the Z Mansion army, but he was suppressed by a woman. That kind of feeling was really sullen. Today, when facing Xianxia, he had to escape to save his life. It was really ridiculous. However, this scene was seen by the elder of the Z family. He felt even more humiliated. But it doesn't matter. With your soft-hearted character, you probably won't get the Blood Supreme armor. The Blood Supreme armor will definitely fall into the hands of the Yu family. After all, we won't even let go of our own family members. At that time, whether it is me or my father who gets the Blood Supreme armor, you will be a bitch. Bitch, you will wish you were dead. Thinking of this, Yu Qilong suddenly became excited. But before that, I'll give you a small gift, even if it's a little cruel. Yu Qilong had already noticed that the portraits of Ling Xiao and Zi Long on the crystal ball were still lit up. In his opinion, this was a chance given to him by God to punish that woman. Ling Xiao. Zi Long. You'd better not die before I catch up with you. That would be too boring. After saying this, Yu Qilong sped up and rushed forward. Have you seen Ling Xiao and Zi Long? On the other side, Xianxia asked the old man. No, if I had seen them, I would have told you. In fact, the old man was cursing in his mind. If he had really seen Zi Long and Ling Xiao, he would have killed them long ago. He wouldn't be as merciful as Xianxia. Forget about it then. Xianxia let out a sigh, then he turned around and disappeared. Damn it. Bitch, you saved me, but you should at least give me a pill. I'm so badly injured. If I bumped into someone else, I would be dead for sure. Just a moment ago, when he was in danger, he was still grateful to Xianxia. But, not long after he was out of danger, he started cursing out loud, completely forgetting that it was Xianxia who had saved him. I have to leave this place first. If not, I'll be in trouble when Yu Qilong returns. The old man furrowed his brows and struggled to stand up. Although he was badly injured, he was still a peak 3rd Heavenly Core warrior. He had no problem walking. Because of his injuries, he couldn't walk quickly. After turning into another secret tunnel, he sat down. Initially, he wanted to take a rest and heal his injuries. Right at this moment, he suddenly saw Zi Long walking towards him alone. In order to better act as a bait, Zi Long had even recalled the flaming lion. Since he wasn't walking quickly, it wouldn't consume much of his strength. If he really couldn't walk, Ling Xiao still had a lot of pills he could use. Therefore, he didn't need to worry. When the old man noticed Zi Long, Ling Xiao also noticed the old man. Zi Long, go and ask him if he has seen Sister Xianxia. Ling Xiao reminded the old man. He was still in his shadow warrior form. Zi Long walked over to the old man. The old man from the Zi family looked at Zi Long as well. A faint sneer emerged on his face. Right now, he had forgotten that he was saved by Xianxia. There was only greed in his eyes. Senior, have you seen my sister? Zi Long walked up and asked. He was only a dozen meters away from the old man. Yes, of course I've seen her. I was saved by your sister. I'm really touched. Do you have any healing pills with you? I've used up all my pills, and I'm feeling weak right now. I don't think it'll be easy for me to help you. The old man said with a bitter smile. Yes. Zi Long extended his hand and handed over a pill to the old man. The old man's eyes lit up. Good stuff. Such a good healing pill. I think it can even cure a 6th Divine Core warrior's serious injuries. After saying that, the old man swallowed the pill without any hesitation. It was a healing pill concocted by Ling Xiao, and its effects were obvious. After a brief moment, the old man felt his strength returning. The injuries in his body were quickly healing as well. After about a minute, he was able to stand up on his own. Although he hadn't fully recovered, his serious injuries had become minor ones. Senior, you've seen my sister, right? Where is she? Zi Long asked anxiously. Of course I've seen her. She drove Yu Qilong away just now and saved me. The old man nodded his head, but, where she went has nothing to do with you. What do you mean? Zi Long furrowed his brows. You still don't understand? Because I'm going to kill you. Although the chances of getting the blood supremacy armor are slim, I still want to try. A ferocious expression emerged on the old man's face. My sister just saved you, you ungrateful old dog. Zi Long was furious. She saved me, of course I remember. Don't worry, if I really get the blood supremacy armor, I'll return the favor to her. But, you still have to die. After saying that, the old man struck. However, right when he circulated his energy, blood started flowing out from all 7 of his orifices, and he was frozen on the spot. What's going on? The old man was terrified. I've already tampered with the healing pill you took. If you don't attack Zi Long, I will give you the antidote. It's a pity that you didn't pass the test. Ling Zhao's figure emerged from the darkness. He looked coldly at the old man and then pierced the old man's throat with his sword. This perfect third divine core warrior had died in a much more pathetic manner than Ye Feng. It was tantamount to courting death. There are only 45 people left, and my slaughter points have reached 380. Ling Xiao looked at the crystal ball. In this short period of time, not only had he killed a martial artist, but there were also people who had died at the hands of others. It seemed that as time passed, many people were starting to get anxious. Because they didn't want to be obliterated, some of the cultivators who were still rational at the beginning and didn't attack themselves also became crazy at this time. I can smell Sister Xianxia's scent. Let's go over there. Ling Xiao was a beast soul martial artist, and his sense of smell was extremely sharp. Because Xianxia had been here before, it was easy for him to determine the direction Xianxia had left in. It was the same as before. Zilong continued to be the bait, and Ling Xiao continued to hide. However, compared to before, both men's speed had increased a lot. Since he knew he had found the clues left behind by Xianxia, the next step was simple. Following the scent, Ling Xiao would be able to find Xianxia. Sister must be worried about us. If not, since she met Yu Qilong, she wouldn't have let that bastard escape. Zilong looked at the crystal ball and found out that Yu Qilong was still alive. Of course, Sister cares about you and me the most. I'm guessing she's trying to find us right now. She even gave up on hunting for us. Ling Xiao sighed, but luckily, at least we're still alive. Sister Xianxia knows that. Even if she's worried, she won't be sad. I'll lead the way, you just need to follow me. I believe we'll be able to find Sister Xianxia soon. Once the three of us are reunited, no one in this tomb will be able to hurt us anymore. Right now, half an hour had passed. Out of the 60 men, only 45 were left. At least 15 more people would be killed. The cruelty of the Blood Sword Supreme was evident. Come to think of it, this trip to the burial place of the Blood Sword Supreme was not worth it at all. Because no matter if the Yu clan or the Z clan won, they would suffer great losses. Even if Yu Hua or Z Lan obtained the inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme, their clans would lose a lot of masters. At that time, they would probably become a second-rate or even third-rate clan. Of course, there was still hope for whoever obtained the inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme. After all, as long as a clan had a top-notch master, it would be able to revive quickly. Then, the clan that failed would be completely finished. Thinking about it, it was really cruel. However, Ling Xiao was indifferent to these two clans. Anyway, they had nothing to do with him. Zilong and Xianxia didn't have a good relationship with the Z clan. He wouldn't care about them at all. Thinking about it, Ling Xiao sped up. They didn't know that on the other side, Yu Qilong had actually returned. Yu Qilong might be tracking the old man from the Z clan. He thought that Xianxia couldn't protect the old man forever, so he left a mark on the old man. And the direction that Yu Qilong came from was exactly opposite of the direction that Ling Xiao and the others were going. Both sides sped up. In a few minutes, they would meet. Of course, Yu Qilong didn't know this. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao and Zilong and make Xianxia suffer. But without the Tai Chi Eye, it wasn't easy for him to find them. He could only rely on his luck. Ling Xiao suddenly stopped. With the Tai Chi Eye, he could clearly see Yu Qilong rushing over. However, it was only 500 meters away, and Yu Qilong was extremely fast. Ling Xiao did not even think about it. He immediately placed the purple dragon into the beast ring, then turned and rushed into another fork in the road. It's him. Yu Qilong could already see Ling Xiao. That face, that speed, it was engraved in his heart. After all, his woman, Nia Shuang, was killed by Ling Xiao. And his plan was also ruined by Ling Xiao. He chased into the fork. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao's figure had already disappeared without a trace. This guy, if it weren't for the maze, how could he escape from my pursuit? In fact, he didn't know that Ling Xiao was right next door. There was only a wall between them. But he couldn't destroy this wall. It could also isolate their auras. He sighed helplessly. Now I finally understand why this guy could survive. He's so fast that ordinary people can't catch up with him. In addition, it's a maze. As long as he enters another fork, he can escape. Yu Qilong gritted his teeth, he was unwilling to give up. But, no matter how unwilling he was, there was nothing he could do. He couldn't catch up to Jiang Chen. Logically speaking, since his speed isn't as fast as mine, he must be hiding somewhere. But, how did he know which path I came from? Yu Qilong had searched the area thoroughly, but he still couldn't find Ling Xiao. He started having a feeling. It was as if Ling Xiao could see him. When he approached, Ling Xiao would leave. It was like they were playing hide-and-seek. He couldn't see Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao could see him. Damn it, if this is the case, this is going to be troublesome. Once he sees me, he will immediately run away, and no one will be able to catch up to him. Not even my father, Yu Hua. Yu Qilong furrowed his brows. While searching, he saw a dead body. It was the old man from the Z family who had been severely wounded by him. I think his throat was slit by a sword. Don't tell me Ling Xiao did this? Damn it, after all this, I am the one who helped him. I have severely wounded this guy, and now I am giving him a huge amount of slaughter points. Yu Qilong felt even more depressed. However, he didn't expect Ling Xiao to be a threat to his father, Yu Hua. Even if Ling Xiao could run away, in order to get slaughter points, he couldn't just run away. He still had to kill. Shaking his head, he continued walking forward. He had made up his mind, no matter if he met anyone from the Yu family or the Z family, he would kill them all. If there were more than 30 people in an hour, all of them would be killed. Every man for himself and the devil takes the hindmost. He didn't want to die like this. On the other side, Ling Xiao watched Yu Qilong leave, then he returned to the path he came from. He continued to follow the plan with Zilong, chasing after Xianxia. Time passed by, but Xianxia didn't stop. He was still crazily searching for them. Therefore, they had no choice but to chase after him. While chasing, Ling Xiao killed another warrior from the Yu family. Furthermore, it was a peak second heavenly divine core warrior, so Jiang Chen could easily kill it. This guy didn't even think before rushing over as soon as he saw Zilong. It would be strange if he didn't kill him. At this point, there were only 35 people left. His slaughter points had reached 396 points. During this period of time, he had only killed one person, but 10 people had died. It seemed that his prediction was right. The closer it was to the end, the crazier people would be. Even his companions would suddenly kill him. However, because the number of people he had killed was relatively scattered, his slaughter points were still the highest. It was just that Ling Xiao himself didn't know. They've all gone crazy. Zilong sighed. Yeah, they've really gone crazy. Ling Xiao shook his head. Perhaps this was human nature. When it came to their own interests, who would care so much? There were too few who could maintain their true nature. Big brother Ling Xiao, do you think those people are frantically looking for us? There were only 5 people left to be killed. We're not dead yet. They must be very surprised. Zilong looked at the crystal ball and said. That's for sure. But, I don't think big sister Xianxia will be too nervous. We've been alive for so long, I'm sure she'll think we found a way to survive. Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. But, with her personality, I'm sure she'll still be worried. She'll definitely look for us. Zilong said with a bitter smile. That's true. That's why we should keep moving forward. I can feel that we're getting closer and closer to her. Ling Xiao guessed that Xianxia might have encountered some trouble. If not, she wouldn't have suddenly slowed down her speed. Big brother Ling Xiao, thank you. Zilong suddenly said. No need to thank me. We're brothers, there's no need to be so courteous. Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. No, those people from the Z family are my family. They don't treat me as well as you do. No matter what, I want to find a chance to repay you. If I don't, I'll feel like I owe you too much, big brother Ling Xiao. Zilong shook his head and said. There'll be plenty of chances. But first, we'll have to survive. So, don't say such things anymore. Pay attention to the surroundings. Ling Xiao said with a smile on his face. If he wanted to unify the Black Tortoise continent, Ziling would be a very important springboard. He believed that with his relationship with Xianxia would definitely help him if he told her the truth in the future. Hee, I've finally found you. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded from a dark corner. It gave Ling Xiao and Zi Long a fright. Because Ling Xiao's Tai Chi, I couldn't capture the existence of this person. But when he saw the thing that spoke, he heaved a sigh of relief. It wasn't a person, but a bug. To be exact, it was a goo bug. Zi Long, come back. Ling Xiao hurriedly put Zi Long into the beast ring and then looked around vigilantly. There were a total of 3 people within a mile. 2 of them were fighting. The other one was rushing over. And Ling Xiao knew this person even if he turned into ashes. Because he was Tang Yi, but it didn't feel right to call him Tang Yi because this person's aura was completely different from Tang Yi's. There are actually 2 souls in his body, looks like Tang Yi's body has been taken over by someone. Ling Xiao frowned, but he didn't escape. Brother Ling Xiao, do you need my help? Zi Long asked from the beast ring. Not for now. This guy knows how to use goo bugs. My shadow dancer form is useless against him. Also, it's probably useless to escape. This guy's goo bug can track us. We have to get rid of him. Otherwise, it'll be bad for us and Sister Xianxia. Ling Xiao shook his head and quickly cut off the beast ring's connection with the outside world. This Tang Yi was very strong. Stronger than Ye Feng. Although they were both at the perfect bronze core realm. However, Tang Yi was possessed by someone. The person who possessed him was obviously an old devil who possessed a stronger martial skill than Ye Feng. He might need to use the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, but he couldn't let Zi Long and Gao Hong know about it. Little bastard Ling Xiao, your body is mine. Old Silver Worm had always been thinking about Ling Xiao's body. Because Tang Yi's body was too weak, it had already started to hinder his recovery. Only Ling Xiao's body could satisfy him. Ling Xiao stared at Tang Yi and didn't leave. This battle had to be carried out. He had to get rid of those who knew how to use goo bugs. Moreover, Tang Yi's strength could help him continue to break through. If his cultivation could reach the complete Iron Core realm, he would have a higher chance of obtaining the Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance. He was also a human. Although he wasn't interested in the Blood Supreme armor, he was interested in the Blood Supreme armor. However, he was still very interested in the inheritance of the Blood Sword Supreme. He definitely wouldn't give it up easily. You're not escaping? Old Silver Worm looked at Ling Xiao and sneered. Why should I escape? Ling Xiao said indifferently, since you're here for me to kill, why should I give up? You're going to die in this battle, I don't care who you are. Since you want me dead, I have to kill you. The old Silver Worm was still wearing his Tribunus uniform. It was covered in blood. It was obvious that this person had already taken several lives. Cold and sinister killing intent seeped out from his eyes. In his eyes, Ling Xiao had become a dead body. It was no wonder that he was so confident. His opponent was just a 2nd-level Divine Core warrior. He was a peak 3rd-level Divine Core warrior. More importantly, he was from the same generation as the Blood Sword Lord, and he possessed a powerful 4th-grade Emperor martial skill. Although using a 4th-grade Emperor martial skill with his current strength was a little difficult, its power was still much stronger than a 3rd-grade Emperor martial skill. Moreover, he knew that even a major general of the Purple Mansion army would be considered very good if he could cultivate a 3rd-order Emperor-level martial skill. But, he could even use a 3rd-grade Emperor martial skill with ease. Ling Xiao had no chance of winning against him. Little guy, you're pretty brave. Where's the other one? The old Silver Worm looked at Ling Xiao while searching for Zi Long's whereabouts. He didn't mind killing one more person. It would increase his slaughter points by a lot. Just now, his goo bug had discovered 2 people, but now, there was only Ling Xiao. This didn't seem right. But, even so, he was still very excited. When he saw Ling Xiao and Zi Long were still alive, he thought they were under Zi Qianxia's protection. He was a little depressed, as he couldn't get Ling Xiao's body. But now, it was obvious that Zi Qianxia wasn't here. These 2 guys weren't under anyone's protection. Not even anyone from the Zi family. Although he didn't understand what was going on, he couldn't care less. Even if Ling Xiao and Zi Long had some kind of special strategy, it was useless in front of his formidable strength. You don't need to know where Zi Long is, because you're going to die soon. Ling Xiao still had a calm expression. This made the old silverworm feel a little unhappy. But, as time passed, there were only a little more than 10 minutes left before the hour was up. But, there were still 35 people left. This wasn't good. He had to kill Ling Xiao and Zi Long as soon as possible. The number of people decreased by 2. Forget it, I'm not going to waste my breath on you. He'll naturally come out after I kill you. The old silverworm sneered, revealing a ferocious expression. At the same time, Ling Xiao had also entered the everlasting heavenly rat's beast soul transformation state. He held the first Blood Sun world in his hand and activated the Blood Sun scripture. The killing intent in the surroundings began to madly surge into the Blood Sun world. Currently, the biggest benefit of cultivating the Blood Sun Sutra was that he could directly use the killing intent in his surroundings to fight. This made Ling Xiao even more powerful. Martial Spirit Barrier. After transforming, Ling Xiao took out the first Blood Sun world and released his Martial Spirit Barrier. This was because he did not want the battle here to attract the nearby warriors or evil spirits. At the very least, the Martial Spirit Barrier could conceal their battle aura. This would also prevent the old silver worm from escaping. If the old silver worm chose to escape instead of chasing after him, he might not be able to catch up. You were the one who gave Yu Qilong the flower worm goo, right? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. That's right. At least you have some knowledge. But what's the use of knowing it now? The old silver worm revealed a ferocious smile and said, I was a famous expert in the past. I was from the same era as the Blood Sword Supreme. Do you really think you can defeat this old man with your strength? Who knows? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. In fact, he did not know if he could defeat the old silver worm. Even with the Tai Chi Eyes analysis, he only had a 50% chance of winning. Everything would depend on his control during the battle. If there was a mistake in his control, he would be the one who would die. But even so, he still had to give it his all. Warriors were not afraid of hardships, swordsmen were not afraid of anything. Brother Ling Xiao, if you really can't do it, just run. There's no need to perish together with this old thing. Zi Long could not see the situation outside from the beast ring, but he could still communicate with Ling Xiao spiritually. I don't intend to perish together with him. He's not worthy. Ling Xiao smiled and said, don't worry. I will definitely win this battle. If he did not even have the confidence to win, what would he use to fight? Boom. Without any hesitation, Ling Xiao released the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. His opponent was too strong. He was even stronger than Nia Feng. He had to use the Sky Tyrant martial spirit to deal with Nia Feng. It was even more necessary to deal with the old silver worm. Even the slightest bit of hesitation could cost him his life. As the Sky Tyrant martial spirit was released, countless starlight poured into his everlasting heavenly rat beast spirit transformation. His transformation actually glowed with faint starlight. It emitted a terrifying aura like that of a starry sky beast. Terrifying energy continued to gather. In the pitch-black universe, the roars of giant beasts could be heard. It was as if they were responding to the powerful energy. The first Blood Sun world in his hand began to tremble violently. The bloody light became even brighter. It seemed to have sensed the majestic energy and was roaring excitedly. The air was filled with the smell of blood that was even thicker than the evil ghost maze. Ling Zhao's eyes turned into the pupils of a beast. They were completely different from humans. At this moment, in the old silver worm's eyes, Ling Xiao seemed to have turned from an ant that could be trampled to death at any time into a ferocious lion. This caused his expression to change greatly. What's going on? The old silver worm was shocked. This was something that he had never expected. He had thought of many possibilities, but he had never thought that an ant could turn into a ferocious beast in an instant. Especially Ling Zhao's eyes under the beast spirit transformation. They were so cold that there was no feeling at all. It caused one's heart to tremble violently. Damn it. When did this kid grow to such a terrifying extent? The old silver worm subconsciously took 2 steps back. The contempt and disdain on his face suddenly became serious. He did not dare to underestimate his opponent anymore. Calm down, don't panic. Even if his strength surprised me, he did not surpass me. At most, we are on par. But I have a stronger martial skill. He is still not my opponent. Thinking of this, the old silver worm gradually calmed down. An easy battle had become difficult. That was all. He still would not lose. At least, that was what he thought. Gu King's possession. At that moment, the old silver worm used his trump card. A scorpion-like goo worm entered his forehead. A moment later, his body began to change. A huge scorpion tail appeared behind him. Even his body and face were covered with a thick hard shell. This made his defense even more terrifying. At the same time, behind him, the phantom of a centipede appeared. That should be his martial spirit. But this centipede was a little strange. There were 100 pairs of eyes on its body. Each pair of eyes was shining with a strange light. When Xianxia saw this, he frowned slightly. He knew that thing was not easy to deal with and had to be careful. Xianxia could sense that after this old silver worm unleashed all of his strength, he was at least 10 times stronger than Yafeng. Indeed, he wasn't easy to deal with. Strange brat, you've really surprised this old man. Who would have thought that you've been hiding such a terrifying strength? I even suspect that you're the one who killed Yafeng. The old silver worm stared at Xianxia. Even though he had used the Gu King's possession and summoned his 100-eyed centipede martial soul, Xianxia still couldn't defeat him. He still couldn't completely suppress Xianxia. This kid's martial soul was too strange. It was filled with the aura of the universe, and it was much more terrifying than any martial soul he had ever seen. Right now, all of Xiao's martial souls had merged with the dark universe. They had perfectly merged into one. The ferocious beast soul, the sharp divine demon sword soul, both of them were much stronger than before. You're right, I'm the one who killed Yafeng. Xianxia sneered, are you scared now? With his Tai Chi eye, he saw a flash of regret and fear in the old silver worm's eyes. If he knew that Xianxia was so strong, the old silver worm would never have chased after him. He would rather hide and wait for the time to end. But now, it was too late. He knew about the martial soul barrier, and unless he killed Xianxia, there was no way he could escape from here. He had escaped from the Blood Sword Reverend, but now, he was forced to fight a second divine core warrior to the point where he had no choice but to do so. This was really ironic. Gu King Scorpion Tail. The old silver worm didn't hesitate any longer. He waved his huge scorpion tail and attacked Xianxia. The strength of this attack had reached the level of a third-order emperor martial skill. The old silver worm had completely surpassed Yafeng in all aspects. After all, Yafeng's strongest attack was only at this level. The huge scorpion tail pierced through the air, and it was glowing with a strange blue light. It wasn't just a sword attack. It also contained a deadly poison. If you want to kill me, this terrifying attack won't be enough. Xianxia sneered. He waved his first-order Blood Sun World, ignoring the huge scorpion tail's attack. He directly charged over. Sky Tyrant, Blood Shadow Kill. With the support of the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, the power of Blood Shadow Kill was comparable to a high-grade third-order Emperor-grade martial skill. He easily knocked aside the huge scorpion tail and charged straight at the old silver worm's body. This terrifying power and speed caused the old silver worm to turn pale with fright. Damned bastard, how could you have a Heavenly King artifact? Also, why is your attack so terrifying? Is it a high-grade third-order Emperor-class martial skill? How could you possibly know how to do it? The old silver worm was startled. He was furious and aggrieved. However, he didn't have the time to express his feelings. With a wave of his right hand, it transformed into a giant pincer that grabbed toward Xiao's first-generation Bloody Sun World. He was trying to block Xiao's attack. This old man doesn't believe that you can really fight me head-on, I'll blow your head off. He thought it through very well. He used one hand to block Xiao's attack, and the other hand to crush Xiao's head. However, the reality was a little hard for him to believe. Boom, the pincer and the sword collided. The first-generation Bloody Sun World was slightly deflected. But, it still stabbed toward the old silver worm. Slash, a piece of flesh on the old silver worm's shoulder was sliced off. Blood splattered everywhere. The smell of blood in the air became even stronger. The old silver worm endured the pain and thrust his huge scorpion tail forward once again. But, Xianxia didn't want to fight him head-on. Instead, he turned into a white beam and retreated. The enraged old silver worm touched his own shoulder. His hand was stained with blood. Right now, he had the urge to tear Xiao into pieces. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! He roared furiously. He couldn't believe what he just saw. Xiao was just a second heavenly divine core warrior, and he was actually able to gain the upper hand in a head-on collision. Not only did he repel the old silver worm's attack, he even injured him. What was going on? Even though he had a mortal-grade Heavenly King artifact, even though his martial skill was a high-grade third-order Emperor-class martial skill, but it shouldn't be this strong. Oh right, it must be because Tang Yi's body is too trashy. If not, this wouldn't have happened. The old silver worm found an excuse for himself. It wasn't because he was too weak, it was because his body was too trashy. Surprised? Can't believe it, I've seen the same expression on Yafeng's face. When he died, he was just as surprised as you were. But, he was even more trashy than you. The moment I unleashed the martial soul of Tyrant, he exploded his inner core. You're stronger than him, and you only suffered light injuries when I unleashed the martial soul of Tyrant. You should be proud of yourself. Xiao looked at the old silver worm with an indifferent expression. What he said was the truth. The old silver worm's performance was much better than Yafeng's. Bullshit. I'll kill you. He was actually looked down upon and humiliated by a junior who was thousands of years younger than him. The old silver worm felt like his lungs were about to explode. He roared furiously and once again charged toward Xiao. But this time, he used an even more powerful martial skill. 100 Eyes Field. Along with his furious roar, the surrounding environment instantly changed. The originally pitch-black universe. It was actually blocked by countless pairs of eyes. Those pairs of eyes emitted cold and evil gazes, as if they were all staring at Xiao. Xiao didn't move. He looked at this strange field with vigilance. For cultivators, a field was already an outdated thing. But, as a martial skill, a field could still be rejuvenated. Countless cultivators had studied this field for more than 100,000 years in order to make it more effective. With the completion of the 100 Eyes field, Xiao suddenly felt the pressure on him increase. It was as if he was being stared at by countless pairs of eyes. His whole body was uncomfortable, and he didn't feel good at all. Then, rays of purple light were released from the countless pairs of eyes. They shot wildly at Xiao's body. This terrifying purple light had great destructive power. If the opponent didn't have a high-level third-order Emperor martial skill or above, they would be riddled with holes in an instant. Even if they had a high-level third-order Emperor martial skill, they would still be seriously injured. Xiao felt that he had made the right choice. That was to use the 100 transformation divine weapon as an armor. Because of this, his defense had been greatly improved. It was equivalent to a low-level 4th order Emperor martial skill. Because of this, even if the purple light kept hitting him, he would only suffer minor injuries. But, he had to admit that he felt really uncomfortable. Every ray of purple light could force out the potential in his body. In order to resist the pressure of the purple light. But, the old silver worm didn't know about Xiao's ability. In his opinion, a high-level third-order Emperor martial skill was something that even a 4th-order Divine Core warrior couldn't cultivate. Xiao was only a 2nd-order Divine Core warrior, and that made it even more impossible for him to cultivate it. Therefore, when faced with this frightening attack, he would definitely die. There was no way for him to turn the tables around. Buddy, you really don't know how strong I am. I don't think Niafeng knows how to use a martial skill like this. After unleashing the 100 Eyes field, the old silver worm's confidence returned. Brat, you're just a 2nd-level Divine Core warrior, do you really think you can defy the heavens? Facing my 100 Eyes domain, only death awaits you. The old silver worm was in high spirits, and excitement could be seen in his eyes. After being scared to death by Xiao, he could finally hold his head high and let out a breath of relief. Indeed, his 100 Eyes sphere was extremely frightening. Xiao was in the middle of the 100 Eyes sphere's attacks, and he could feel his body constantly being impacted by the terrifying attacks. If it wasn't for his black tortoise divine body, and the defense of the 100 transformations weapon, he wouldn't have been able to survive. But right now, he didn't have the time to care about these things with the old silver worm. He was feeling both pain and happiness at the same time. Such a high density of attacks, it caused the potential in his body to explode. Not only was the energy in his cultivation ocean increasing rapidly, even his Niden was becoming stronger. The divine core in his body was actually unleashing its energy to strengthen Ling Xiao's inner core. This was something that even Ling Xiao didn't expect. 10%, 20%, 80%, 90%, 100%, the energy in his cultivation ocean skyrocketed like a flood. However, when it reached 100%, it finally stopped. It looked like breaking through to the perfect second divine core realm wasn't an easy task. But even so, Ling Xiao's combat strength had increased by at least 7 to 8 times. He was much stronger than before. It was time for him to strike back. 100-Eye Sphere is indeed frightening, but it's still lacking by a little bit. I'll let you have a taste of my divine ability. Suddenly, Ling Xiao's voice sounded out from within the countless purple lights. This startled the old silver worm. Although the 100-Eye Sphere wasn't his most powerful attack, it was still extremely frightening. Why couldn't he kill Ling Xiao? What was this guy's body made of? Just as he was still in shock, a cold voice sounded out once again. Bloodthirsty plague. Following this voice, the red plague instantly filled the entire space. Countless eyes were swallowed by the plague. Even the old silver worm's body was covered by the plague. At this moment, the old silver worm was scared out of his wits. He thought that the previous Ling Xiao was already the strongest Ling Xiao. However, he never expected that Ling Xiao still had a trump card. What the hell is this? It was like a goo worm, but it was stronger than a goo worm. It was like a domain, but it could also restrain a domain. Could it be that this brat is also an old monster that has lived for thousands of years and has taken over someone else's body like me? The old silver worm's shock was no small matter. He began to confirm that Ling Xiao was an old monster who had hidden his strength and was deliberately pretending to be weak. It was only when he was captured that he revealed his true strength, making him feel fear and regret. Perhaps Nie Feng had encountered the same situation. Even though he still didn't understand the true effects of the bloodthirsty rat plague, he still didn't know the true effects of it. But old silver worm was a goo master. He was well aware of the terror of goo worms. Therefore, he desperately urged his true essence to drive away the plague, fearing that it would affect him. Even so, the effects of the bloodthirsty plague still took effect. Devour energy, devour chi and blood, it was even gnawing on his inner core, devour martial spirit. These little things were simply the most terrifying goo worms. No matter which goo master it was, they could not refine such a terrifying thing. To speak the truth, even Ling Xiao himself was shocked by such an effect. In the past, his bloodthirsty plague could only devour blood and energy, at most it could weaken the opponent. But now, not only had the devouring range increased, its power had also clearly increased. He guessed that this was due to the increase in the grade of his unbounded heavenly rat beast soul. Of course, it was also related to the awakening of his sun god bloodline. In addition, his cultivation had also increased. Thus, the current bloodthirsty plague was created. This was definitely an unexpected gain. No. This cannot happen. Get lost. Originally, old silver worm had only used 10% of his true essence, attempting to drive away or eliminate the bloodthirsty plague. But now, he realized that this was not working. His inner core had actually started to show some small cracks. If he could not suppress these little things as soon as possible, he would be finished without even fighting. He had no choice but to use 30% of his strength. As this 30% condensed into a terrifying attack, the bloodthirsty plague was suppressed. Only then did he gradually regain his composure. But that was 30% of his strength. In other words, if he were to fight with Ling Xiao, he could only use 70% of his strength at most. Otherwise, he would be bitten to death by the bloodthirsty plague. However, what made him feel terrified was, Ling Xiao, who was opposite him, seemed to have increased his strength again. Not only was his strength not weaker than before, but it had also become stronger. Break for me! Old silver worm roared, his true essence roaring wildly. He tried to disperse the space formed by the bloodthirsty plague. This feeling of suppression was really too depressing. Goo King's kill. In his rage, Old Silver Worm once again used a martial skill. His 100 Eyes domain needed to fight against the bloodthirsty plague. So, he could only use other martial skills to attack. Fortunately, Old Silver Worm was an old monster, and he was proficient in many third-level Emperor martial skills. Gu King's kill was one of them. Following the angry roar, a huge scorpion shadow broke out of his body and rushed in the direction of Xianxia. Since he couldn't break the bloodthirsty plague, then he would destroy the body of the bloodthirsty plague. Do you think you can kill me with just a third-level Emperor martial skill? The second move of Blood Shadow Sword Art, Phantom Kill. It was a move even more terrifying than Blood Shadow Kill. Xiao's body completely turned into a phantom during the attack, invisible and traceless. Its power was 2 or 3 times stronger than Blood Shadow Kill. In addition, it was supported by the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. Its power was very terrifying. Boom, a terrifying roar sounded. Gu King's kill hit empty air. Xianxia was no longer in the same place. This made Old Silver Worm tremble all over. Xianxia was no longer in the same place, so there was only one possibility, and that was that he was already close to him. At this moment, he revealed an extremely frightened expression. He desperately urged his true essence to defend. However, this sword strike still managed to cut off one of his arms. Old Silver Worm let out a terrified roar. His figure was like a ghost, scurrying around in the small martial spirit barrier. He was afraid that Xianxia would attack him again. At this moment, the confidence that had just been restored to his face disappeared once again. What remained was only fear and regret. You forced me to do this, you forced me to do this. Anger and fear made Old Silver Worm ready to do whatever it took. He didn't want to use a 4th-level Emperor martial skill at first. Because a 4th-level Emperor martial skill would cause his body to fester completely. After all, this body was Tang Yi's, not his own, so it couldn't bear such a terrifying power. But at this moment, what could he do? Explode his Naiden? Nie Feng had already exploded his Naiden once, and he failed. Whether Xianxia was telling the truth or not, he didn't want to take the risk. So he planned to use a 4th-level Emperor martial skill. It was safer than exploding his Naiden, and its power was not inferior. Xianxia, I admit that you are very strong, and a tough bone to chew, but don't force me. Release your martial spirit barrier now, and we will pretend we never met. Otherwise, even if I lose this body, I will turn you into ashes. Don't underestimate my determination. The Old Silver Worm was still afraid. He had finally found Tang Yi, this idiot, to contain his soul. He was absolutely unwilling to give it up so easily. So he did not want to die. He was unwilling even if he had to die together with Nie Tian. In this aspect, he was inferior to Nie Feng. But it was understandable. After all, he had been sealed for thousands of years. How depressing would it be to die right after waking up? If it were anyone else, they would probably be unwilling as well. I believe in your determination, but I don't believe you can kill me. Xianxia was bursting with confidence now. How could he easily let go of the Old Silver Worm who had lost an arm? No matter how he looked at it, he had the upper hand now. The other party did not even have the qualifications to die. Good. Good. The Old Silver Worm's expression suddenly became extremely sinister and terrifying. You have to force me. You have to force me. I will let you die without a burial place. Xiao's determination and strength left the Old Silver Worm with no other choice. At this moment, he could only fight with all his might to obtain a chance of survival. Even though he was extremely regretful, regretting that he had provoked Xiao. But no matter what, things had already reached this stage. He did not care anymore. Rumble, a terrifying thing happened. Countless worms crawled out of the Old Silver Worm's body. These worms gradually wrapped around his body, forming a layer of sturdy goo worm armor. A strange venom was released from the insect's body, making him look extremely ugly. But it had to be said that this change caused the Old Silver Worm's battle strength to soar. The Old Silver Worm laughed wildly. As if he had gone crazy. His entire body became 3 to 4 times bigger. His original human form was now only 30% human-like, and the other 70% resembled a ghost. A crazy poisonous fog spread in the air. This poisonous fog was not only a neurotoxin, but also a corrosive toxin. It could injure a martial artist's soul, causing them to lose their consciousness, and then corrode their body. It would completely turn the martial artist into a pile of poisonous liquid. Ordinary third-level divine core warriors wouldn't be able to defend themselves from this poisonous mist. Release them, my cute little babies. I have painstakingly refined these goo worms for thousands of years. Use your venom to corrode that stupid human. Hearing the old silver worm's words and seeing the changes in the old silver worm's body, Ling Xiao frowned slightly. This move of the old silver worm was indeed a move that could kill 1,000 enemies, but damage to himself by 800. Most likely, after using it, his physical body would be completely destroyed. However, he had to admit that this move caused his strength to skyrocket. It had increased by at least 10 times, although he was still far away from the 4th divine core realm, his strength had once again suppressed Ling Xiao. Even though Ling Xiao was under the tyrannical heavenly martial spirit, he still felt fear and pressure. To be honest, I don't want to use this move the most. Because he hurt others and hurt himself, but you don't know how to cherish it. If you insist on keeping me here, then I can only kill you first. The old silver worm was not happy. Because this was not the result he wanted. Initially, he just wanted to kill Ling Xiao easily, then kill Zilong and leave quietly. But, who would have thought that this would be the result? Hurt others and hurt yourself, but, in my opinion, besides hurting yourself, this move of yours is useless. Ling Xiao said with a mocking smile on his face. The first blood sun whirled in his hand was still glowing brightly. The blood-red energy caused the killing intent in the air to skyrocket. He pointed the sword at the old silver worm. It was as if he was walking through a storm. Jiang Chen had to admit that the old silver worm had given him a huge amount of pressure. But, this wasn't enough to scare him. You're just bluffing. Even a 4th-level divine core warrior would be terrified by this move of mine. You don't have to put on an act. Do you really think I'll fall for your trick? In just a few moments, you'll be lying on the ground because of this deadly poison, and you'll turn into a pile of venom. The old silver worm didn't believe that his most powerful attack couldn't kill Ling Xiao. He didn't believe it, and he didn't dare to believe it. He knew that if he still couldn't defeat Ling Xiao with this move, it would mean that he had completely failed. What awaited him next would be the most miserable death. Oh? How long is a few moments? The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a mocking smile. It'll be over soon. The old silver worm said. Ling Xiao responded with a smile. He didn't say anything, and he didn't attack either. He just waited. 10 seconds passed, Ling Xiao was still standing there, completely fine. The old silver worm's expression changed slightly. 20 seconds passed, Ling Xiao was still fine. The old silver worm started to panic. 30 seconds passed, Ling Xiao had finally changed. But, this was the change that the old silver worm didn't want to see. The terrifying poisonous mist was devoured by the Hydra. 30 seconds had finally allowed Ling Xiao to break through his shackles. His cultivation had once again increased, and he had broken through to the peak 2nd-level divine core realm. His overall strength had increased by a few times as well. Compared to the late 2nd-tier divine core realm, it was at least 10 times stronger. Not only was Ling Xiao still alive, his overall strength had increased. This caused the old silver worm to turn pale with fright. You! How is this possible? The old silver worm couldn't believe this. Everyone who tries to poison me will tragically realize that I am the ancestor of all poisons, Hydra of Hell, Sky Tyrant, myriad snakes. Just now, Ling Xiao had been quietly absorbing the poisonous mist to increase his overall strength. But now, there was no need for that. Since the old silver worm had realized that the poisonous mist couldn't hurt him, therefore, he had to end this battle as soon as possible. Following his roar, countless huge poisonous snakes flew out from the universe of tyrants like divine dragons. In an instant, they filled the entire space. Ah! The old silver worm was bitten by the poisonous snakes, and he was in great pain. Even though he could resist the poison, these poisonous snakes had sharp teeth. They could easily tear apart any part of his body. No, no, give me a quick death, I beg you. The old silver worm screamed out in fear. Although Zilong couldn't see what was happening outside the beast ring, he could still hear what was happening outside. The old silver worm's miserable begging had caused him to fall into a daze. He had never thought that his big bro Ling Xiao would be so terrifyingly strong. Even the old silver worm couldn't fight back in front of him. Give him a quick death, Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone. A huge snake king swallowed the old silver worm in one gulp. Ling Xiao had no interest in torturing his enemies. Besides, this old silver worm had been tortured enough. After the old silver worm was killed, Ling Xiao's slaughter points increased once again, now it was 420. Ling Xiao retracted his martial soul barrier. The smell of blood quickly spread out. The stench of blood and killing intent was quickly released. But Ling Xiao didn't care about it anymore. There were less than 7 minutes left before the end of the first stage. Even if he ran into Yu Hua, he still had a chance to escape. There are still 33 people left. While Ling Xiao was killing old silver worm, he had also killed a man. There were only 7 minutes left. There were still 3 people left before the requirement of 30 people. Perhaps everyone was very anxious right now. Ling Xiao turned his head to look at the 2 cultivators who were fighting within a 1-kilometer radius of him. Both of them were second-tier divine core warriors. One of them was a warrior from the Z family. The other one was Guisu. He wouldn't kill the innocent, but Guisu must die. Not only did Guisu trick Z Long into being captured, he even poisoned the men of the King Mansion. Why not kill a traitor like him? Why keep him alive? Ling Xiao dashed over. The 2 warriors were still fighting fiercely. Because both of them were equal in strength, it was impossible for either of them to win in a short period of time. Guisu, prepare to die. Suddenly, Ling Xiao's voice could be heard. The 2 martial artists who were in the middle of a battle were startled. The originally dark and gloomy battle actually quickly came to a stop. Both of them looked at the direction where Ling Xiao was coming from. Fuck, so it's you, you little trash. You scared me. Seeing Ling Xiao, Guisu wasn't scared at all. Instead, he became extremely angry. He looked at the warrior from the Z family and said, "Brother, can we put our fight aside for now?" "Of course, but Ling Xiao is mine." This warrior from the Z family was Z Lan's loyal dog. He was unhappy that Ling Xiao dared to talk back to Z Lan in the star-picking pavilion. He had been looking for Ling Xiao and Z Long all this time. He didn't expect to run into Guisu. Both of them started fighting. Now that he saw Ling Xiao, he naturally wouldn't let him go. "Alright, let's fight together. Let's see who's faster." Guisu was overjoyed. Dealing with Ling Xiao by himself, he was still somewhat unsure. But if he joined forces with the warriors of the Z family, that would be much simpler. Origin Deity was an alchemist after all, so he was a notch inferior in terms of speed. In an instant, the warriors of the Z family took the lead. Just as the bottomless ruin was feeling depressed, suddenly, he found that the warrior of the Z family had been split into 2. Blood covered his face. The number on the crystal ball changed to 32. Impossible. How did you suddenly become so strong? Sinkhole looked as if he had seen a ghost as he turned around and fled. But at this time, Ling Xiao directly took out the Profound Theory bow and shot an arrow at Sinkhole. The arrow pierced through Guisu's head from behind. Guisu charged forward for a distance before finally collapsing to the ground. Ling Xiao swallowed their inner cores one after another, turning them into the potential of a divine pill. Then, he collected their storage rings. Only then did he take a look at the crystal ball. The number changed to 31. There were about 6 minutes left before the first level of the game ended. If they could not reduce the number of people to 30 before the end, everyone would be wiped out. Although Ling Xiao didn't believe the blood sword reverence threat, but the others did. Therefore, in the evil ghost labyrinth, crazy pursuits were happening everywhere. Everyone wanted to get rid of this last person and end this terrible massacre. But, in the end, no one wanted to die. They would definitely try their best to hide. It wouldn't be easy to find them. But, Ling Xiao didn't try to hide. Instead, he unleashed his killing intent without hesitation. It was as if he was purposely trying to lure those who were trying to kill the other warriors. After a brief moment, a figure appeared 1 mile away from Ling Xiao. With this person's speed, it would take her at least 10 seconds to arrive. But Ling Xiao didn't plan to run away. It was the girl from the Z family, Mengyu. Mengyu was a peak 4th Divine Core warrior. With Ling Xiao's current strength, he was no match for her. But it wouldn't be easy for her to kill him. This time, he didn't summon Zilong. Instead, he watched as Mengyu approached. I never thought my killing intent would attract you. Looks like my luck isn't that good. Actually, Ling Xiao was trying to attract Xianxia. After searching for half a day, he still couldn't find Xianxia. Instead of wasting time, he decided to unleash his terrifying killing intent. His killing intent could penetrate through the evil ghost labyrinth's barrier. If Xianxia was nearby, she would definitely come. But the first one to arrive was Mengyu. This surprised Jiangchen. In fact, Mengyu was even more surprised. Mengyu saw the corpses of the Gui Su and Z family warriors on the ground. All of them were 2nd level Divine Core warriors. But they were obviously killed with a single strike. And there was only Ling Xiao here. Could it be Ling Xiao who did this? Where's Sister Xianxia? Mengyu asked cautiously. She had racked her brains, and she felt that there was only one possibility for Ling Xiao to survive, and that was Xianxia protecting them. Since Ling Xiao was here, Xianxia must be here as well. That was the reason why Jiangchen didn't attack immediately. She was afraid that this was a trap. I didn't see her. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a smile as he said indifferently. You didn't see her? Hee hee, don't joke around. Are you going to tell me that you killed these 2 men? Mengyu laughed. The smarter a person was, the more suspicious they would be. Although Ling Xiao said he didn't see Xianxia, Mengyu felt that Ling Xiao was lying to her. He was purposely baiting her to attack. So that Xianxia would have a reason to kill her. I killed them. Not only them, I also killed Nia Feng, ZMO, and the others. Oh, that Tang Yi over there, he was killed by me as well. What else do you want to know? Ling Xiao asked calmly. Ha ha ha, little guy, you're really good at joking. If you killed those men, doesn't that mean I can kill you Hua as well? Mengyu didn't believe Ling Xiao's words at all. Believe it or not, Sister Xianxia isn't here. Ling Xiao said indifferently, there are less than 5 minutes left until the end of the first round. There's still one more death. Aren't you going to do something? Boy, you're too cunning. Are you trying to lure me to kill you? I'm not that stupid. Besides, we're a family. Why would I kill you? Mengyu was almost certain that Ling Xiao was purposely baiting her. She wouldn't fall for it. However, Zilong and Gao Hong were laughing in the beast ring. Mengyu is too stupid. Brother Ling Xiao is telling the truth, but she doesn't dare to do anything? Hee hee, you can't blame her. This is the so-called empty fort strategy. Our allies are too smart. Instead, they scared themselves. Gao Hong smiled and said, I have to say, young Master Ling Xiao is really cunning. If he said he was lying about the king being here, Mengyu wouldn't believe him. Brilliant, really brilliant. Zilong praised. In fact, they all misunderstood Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was really an honest person. Time ticked by. There were only 4 minutes left before the hour was up. Xianxia still hadn't shown up. Mengyu was puzzled. Could it be that this guy is telling the truth? Maybe I'm wrong? Having thought of this, she turned to Ling Xiao and asked, Buddy, where is Xianxia? I told you, she's not here. I'm alone. Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone. You're really alone? Mengyu thought to herself. If Xianxia was here, she wouldn't have disappeared for such a long time. Therefore, she was starting to doubt her own judgment. Of course. Ling Xiao nodded his head. Xianxia. Sister Xianxia, stop fooling around, come out now. Mengyu shouted to the surrounding people. Suddenly, with a ferocious expression, she said, if you don't come out now, I'll have to use this guy's life to save everyone. Still, there was no response. Mengyu had decided to risk it all. If this continued, there would only be 31 people left, and everyone would be killed. She didn't want that to happen. Buddy, we don't have much time left. You don't want Zilong and Xianxia to die, right? Meng Yu looked at Ling Xiao and asked. Of course. Ling Xiao nodded his head. If that's the case, if there are still 31 people left in the last minute, why don't you let me kill you? Meng Yu finally revealed her ferocious expression. You want to kill me? Are you serious? Ling Xiao said with a surprised expression. Little brat, don't pretend, didn't you say that ZMO also died in your hands? If you can kill people from the Z family, why can't I kill you? I'm doing this for everyone's sake, I have no other choice. After saying that, Meng Yu walked towards Ling Xiao step by step. Since it's for everyone's sake, why don't you let me kill you? Ling Xiao said with a mocking tone, you're old, and you've exhausted all your potential. I'm afraid you'll only be this strong for the rest of your life. I'm different from you. My potential is huge, and I can break through to the 6th divine core realm in the future. I might even surpass Blood Sword Lord. Rather than me dying, it's better for you to die, don't you think? Kid, you're quite eloquent. Unfortunately, your mouth won't be able to save you. I can now confirm that Xianxia is not here. So, it's time for you to die. Meng Yu could not even wait for a few minutes. She wanted to kill Ling Xiao as soon as possible, in order to earn more slaughter points. Oh? Who said I wasn't here? Suddenly, a cold voice sounded behind Meng Yu. In that instant, Meng Yu was so frightened that she shuddered and hurriedly scurried to the side. She looked at the woman behind her in horror. It was a graceful woman in a purple-blue dress. Xianxia. Meng Yu trembled in fear. At this moment, she had already thought of a very terrifying outcome. She might die. She knew how protective Xianxia was of Ling Xiao. Sister Xianxia, don't be angry. I was just giving you a suggestion. Think about it, what if the time is up and there are still 31 people left, then we'll all die. Meng Yu hurriedly said. That's right. Then you can stay. If at the last minute, the number of people is still 31. If the time is up, then I'll kill you, it just so happens that I haven't killed anyone yet. Xianxia saw Ling Xiao and heaved a sigh of relief. In addition, Zilong's portrait was still there. Although they had not found him yet, the time was almost up. Zilong was probably in a safe place. Therefore, she was in the mood to threaten Meng Yu. Don't, Sister Xianxia. Meng Yu's face instantly turned pale. At this moment, she could only pray that at the last minute, the number of people left would be 30. Otherwise, with Xianxia's character, she would definitely not let her go. Xianxia looked at Meng Yu coldly and said, you'd better stand there obediently and not move. If I find out that you want to escape, then I'll definitely kill you immediately. At least now, you might still be alive. After saying this, she looked at Ling Xiao happily. Are you okay? I'm fine. Ling Xiao smiled and said, but fortunately, you came in time. Otherwise, I would have been killed by that woman. Don't joke with me. You must have your own ability to survive until now. I'm a little worried about you. It's a pity that I don't know where Zilong is. Xianxia sighed and said. Zilong. Ling Xiao smiled and removed the shield from the beast ring. Zilong rushed out from the ring. Sister. Seeing Xianxia, Zilong was very excited. With her sister, Xianxia, it was the safest place. Because in this tomb, even Yu Hua might not be Xianxia's opponent. Xiaolong. Xianxia was stunned. She suddenly looked at Ling Xiao and said, you really gave me a big surprise. It turns out that you've been protecting Xiaolong. I really don't know how to thank you. We're a family. Don't mention it. Don't be so distant. Ling Xiao smiled and said. Hearing this, Xianxia seemed to have thought of something, and her face blushed. Someone is coming. Ling Xiao suddenly said, and it's a big fish. A 5th heavenly core warrior from the Yu family. Don't worry, I'm here. Xianxia said. No, that's not what I meant. Sister Xianxia, please injure that guy. I'm here to kill him. Ling Xiao said. Since he had obtained a huge amount of slaughter points, he still wanted to get the Blood Sovereign armor. Since this fish had taken the bait, how could he not kill it? This guy was a peak 5th heavenly core warrior. After killing him, he would be able to get 40 slaughter points. After killing Gui Su and the warrior from the Z family, Jiang Chen's slaughter points had reached 440. If he could kill this guy as well, his slaughter points would increase to 480. The possibility of getting the first place in the tomb had increased. Mengyu, lure him here. If you can't kill him, I'll kill you. Xianxia looked at Mengyu and said. Alright, I'll do it. In order to survive, Mengyu was willing to take the risk. She dashed out from the tomb. After a brief moment, she returned. The man who followed behind her was the peak 5th Heavenly Core warrior from the Yu family. He was a mighty warrior who was on par with Xianxia. Obviously, the man didn't realize that this was a trap. Without any hesitation, he leapt towards Mengyu. However, Xianxia suddenly attacked. An early 6th Heavenly Core warrior sneak attacking a peak 5th Heavenly Core warrior. It was easy for her to kill him. However, after listening to Ling Xiao, she didn't kill the man. Instead, she kept him alive. Without hesitation, Ling Xiao stepped forward and killed the man. He even devoured the man's gold core. The gold core was a precious treasure. A huge amount of potential energy was stored in Ling Xiao's divine core. Not only that, it also increased the energy in Ling Xiao's cultivation by 10%. This 10% was incredible. It was equivalent to 100% of his previous energy. After all, Jiang Chen was breaking through from the 2nd Heavenly Core realm to the 3rd Heavenly Core realm. Every 10% required a huge amount of energy. Following the death of the Yu family's 5th Heavenly Core warrior, the number on the crystal ball became 30. Ling Zhao's slaughter points also became 480. Right at this moment, the image of Blood Sword Reverend appeared on the crystal ball once again. He clapped his hands and laughed, nicely done, the first test, the evil ghost labyrinth, all 30 of you have passed. The same image appeared on everyone's crystal ball, and they all said the same thing. Some of them were annoyed, while some felt lucky. Those who were annoyed felt like they didn't have enough slaughter points. Those who felt lucky felt like they could finally wake up from this nightmare. As for what the crystal ball was, why did the image of Blood Sword Reverend appear on the crystal ball? Why did the image know how to speak? They didn't have the time to think about it. They were already very lucky to be able to survive this test. Right now, everyone was waiting for Blood Sword Reverend's next words. The evil ghost labyrinth had ended. Did this mean the entire game had ended, or was there going to be a second test? They didn't know. But, there were some who were looking forward to it. For example, Yu Hua. He had already obtained 450 slaughter points. He thought he had definitely gotten the first place. Therefore, he was looking forward to the Blood Sovereign armor as his reward. Come on! Come on, in order to get the Blood Sovereign armor, I even killed my own men. Finally, this moment has arrived, this is so exciting. Yu Hua was extremely excited. In his mind, only he was qualified to get the Blood Sovereign armor. No one else was qualified to get it. On the other side, Mengyu was panting heavily as she stared at the corpses of the Yu family warriors. If it wasn't for this idiot, she would have been the one to die. Xianxia protected Ling Xiao and Zi Long by her side, waiting for Blood Sword Reverend to continue. The first test was so cruel, it had given her a bad impression of Blood Sword Reverend. Therefore, she thought Blood Sword Reverend wouldn't let them go so easily. Perhaps, there would be a second test. The difficulty and cruelty of this test was even more terrifying than the first test. 60 men entered the first test, and 30 of them died. This was already terrifying enough. No matter if it was the Z family or the Yu family, it was a nightmare. If they couldn't get the Blood Sword Supreme's inheritance in the end, these people would have died in vain. If there is a second trial, it will be even more troublesome. This was because Yu Huatai would definitely obtain the Blood Supremacy armor in this round. That lunatic wouldn't even let off his own people. The Blood Sword Supreme liked killing maniacs like this. Therefore, he would definitely be the one to obtain the Blood Supreme armor. Once he obtains the Blood Sovereign armor, his strength will increase greatly, and I won't be his match. At that time, once we meet him, we will definitely be killed. Xianxia never dreamed that Ling Zhao's slaughter points would reach 480. After all, Ling Zhao's cultivation was still not strong enough. Therefore, she was very worried right now. Ling Xiao didn't say anything because he wasn't confident either. Although he had obtained 480 slaughter points, it was still not enough. But until the very last moment, no one knew whether they would be able to get first place. After all, although Yu Hua didn't have the Tai Chi eye, he was a lunatic who killed without blinking. He even killed his own people, and those who were loyal to him at that. He couldn't do it. It was hard to say who would win and who would lose. He could only wait for the Blood Sword Supreme to announce the results. The Evil Spirit Maze has ended. Next, we will announce the slaughter points ranking of the top 5. The person with the highest slaughter points will obtain the Blood Supreme armor. Many people with low slaughter points weren't interested in this at all. But since they were bored anyway, they just listened casually. However, those with high slaughter points were very nervous. No matter how they guessed, the final result wouldn't count until it was announced. 5th place, Meng Yu, 62 slaughter points. Obviously, the points were announced in order from the 5th to the 1st. Meng Yu didn't expect that she would be 5th. She thought that with only 62 points, it would be impossible for her to enter the top 5. From this, it could be seen that it wasn't easy to obtain these points. Every martial artist had their own life-saving skills. If they didn't want to die, it would be very difficult for others to kill them. Many people might have hidden from the beginning, thinking that even if they didn't get a single slaughter point, they would still survive until the end. But things weren't as easy as they thought. With the existence of evil spirits, they would be chased out even if they tried to hide. Therefore, they went looking for their companions, but who would have thought that they would be killed by their companions? 4th place, Tang Yi, 76 slaughter points. Tang Yi was the man Ling Xiao had killed. He was killed by Ling Xiao a few minutes later. He must have killed a few people before this. If not, he wouldn't have gotten 76 slaughter points. But, a dead man was like an extinguished lamp. Even if he had gotten those slaughter points, they were meaningless now. Of course, if he didn't get first place, no matter how many slaughter points he got, it was meaningless. 3rd place, Yu Qilong, 84 slaughter points. Yu Qilong was a 5th level Divine Core warrior, so it was normal for him to get 84 slaughter points. But right now, many people were talking about it. Among the remaining warriors, there were 3 5th level Divine Core warriors, including Zi Lan from the Zi family, and 2 peak 5th level Divine Core warriors from the Yu family. There were 2 6th level Divine Core warriors, including Xianxia and Yu Hua. The 1st and 2nd place would definitely be decided from these few people. As for Ling Xiao, none of them thought about him at all. Aside from Zi Lan, who kept glancing at Ling Xiao, even Xianxia didn't expect Ling Xiao to get so many slaughter points. Next, I will announce the 2nd place. It seemed like the shadow of Blood Sword Reverend was an intelligent being. Perhaps it was controlled by Blood Sword Reverend's broken soul. Why did he purposely take a deep breath here? After some time, he continued, 2nd place, 450 slaughter points. Who could get so many slaughter points? Most of the people were shocked after hearing about the slaughter points. How many people did he have to kill in order to get so many slaughter points? Don't tell me it's Zilan? That guy is cruel and merciless, he won't even let his own people go. Xianxia murmured to herself. In her mind, Yu Hua must have gotten more slaughter points than this. Indigo had killed so many people, but it was probably for nothing. On the other side, Yu Hua was completely dumbfounded. 450 slaughter points, wasn't this his result? He knew his own result better than anyone else. He didn't get first place, he got 2nd place. This was something he couldn't accept. Who is it? Who is it that has more slaughter points than me? Is it Zilan, or Yu Zhen, or Yu Heng? Yu Zhen was a peak 5th level Divine Core warrior from the Yu family. Yu Heng was another peak Divine Core warrior, but he was killed by Ling Xiao. But, even if Yu Heng was dead, he could still get the highest slaughter points. Even if Tang Yi was dead, he would still get the 4th place. If it was Yu Zhen or Yu Heng, he could still accept it. But, if it was Zilan, he couldn't accept it. Right at this moment, Blood Sword Reverend announced the name of the 2nd-ranked warrior, Yu Hua. Why is it him? Xianxia was startled. Yu Hua isn't the 1st-ranked warrior. Who is it then? Everyone was waiting for the answer. There was actually someone who had more kills than Yu Hua. It must be Xianxia from the Z family. Impossible, it must be Yu Zhen. Many people were discussing. But, this time, Blood Sword Reverend didn't keep them in suspense. He announced the name of the first-ranked warrior. First place, Ling Xiao, 480 slaughter points. Hearing this name, everyone was dumbfounded. It was as if they had lost their souls. Ling Xiao, how was this possible? He was just a second-level Divine Core warrior, how could he have more slaughter points than Yu Hua? Yu Hua couldn't accept this result. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. This is cheating. He must have cheated. But too bad, no one cared about his voice. Even if he really cheated, what could he do? To be honest, Ling Xiao let out a long sigh of relief. This Yu Hua was really fierce. If it wasn't for Xianxia who helped him kill that peak 5th level Divine Core warrior from the Yu family, his slaughter points would have been 440. His slaughter points went from 440 to 480. He was really going to lose to Yu Hua. This old thing is really fierce. Even with the advantage of the Tai Chi Eye, he almost lost. Xianxia looked at Ling Xiao as if he was worshipping a god. For a long time, he was unable to calm his beating heart. As for Mengyu, she looked as if she had just seen a ghost. She couldn't believe what she had just heard. But, 3 men, 3 phantoms of Blood Sword Reverend, the result was exactly the same. How could she not believe it? Sister Xianxia, don't look at me like that. If it wasn't for you who helped me kill that guy, I wouldn't be the first-ranked warrior. Ling Xiao shrugged. Now that the results were out, he heaved a sigh of relief. Otherwise, if Yu Hua got the Blood Lord armor, who knew what he would do? I can't believe it. How did you do it? Xianxia was still in disbelief. If Master Taiyuan and Yang Shui had followed them, she could still understand. But the problem was that those 2 people were not here. Big sister, other than the last one, I helped the rest. Zilong said excitedly. Actually, what I want to know most is Yu Hua's expression. He had worked so hard to obtain so many slaughter points, and he hadn't even hesitated to hurt his own people. In the end, I was the one who picked the peach. Won't he be mad with anger? Ling Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Poochie. Xianxia couldn't help laughing. She could imagine Yu Hua's exasperated look. But soon, she stopped laughing and said, Ling Xiao, I think everyone knows that you got the first-ranked warrior. Yu Hua has suffered such a huge loss, I don't think he will let you go easily. You have to be careful. Even if I don't get the first-ranked warrior, do you think he will let me go after meeting me? You don't have to worry about that. Whether I offend him or not, he will still kill me. So, why don't I go crazy? Ling Xiao didn't really care. That's true. The Blood Lord armor, once you get it, you will be able to unleash a combat strength that is at least 1 stage higher. That means, since you are now at the peak 2nd Heavenly Core realm, with the Blood Lord armor, your combat strength will be at least at the peak 3rd Heavenly Core realm. Xianxia said excitedly. Hearing what she said, Ling Xiao and Zilong both had strange expressions on their faces. Big sister, you've underestimated him. Even without the Blood Lord armor, he can still unleash such combat strength. Therefore, the Blood Lord armor is useless to him. Zilong said with a bitter smile. That's right, I've decided to give the Blood Lord armor to you, Sister Xianxia. Either you use it, or you give it to Zilong. Either way, I don't need it anymore. In fact, even if the Blood Lord armor was useful to him, he still wouldn't want it. Since he had decided to give it to Xianxia and Zilong, he wouldn't change his mind. Give it to me? Xianxia was startled. The Blood Lord armor was so precious, and he was giving it to her. Once she obtained the Blood Lord armor, perhaps she would be able to unleash a combat strength equal to a peak 6th Heavenly Core warrior. She might even be stronger than the King of Z Mansion. Just as she was about to speak, the Blood Lord sword spoke again. The Blood Lord armor belongs to Ling Xiao, who has accumulated the most slaughter points. But, the reward won't be given out now. It will be given out after someone obtains my inheritance. Remember this, the Blood Lord armor belongs to Ling Xiao. As long as you kill him, you will be able to obtain the Blood Lord armor that belongs to him. Ha 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 ha, isn't this fun? Fun your sister. Fuck your mother. Ling Xiao was so angry that he started cursing. This Blood Lord sword was too treacherous. It was obvious that he had become the target of everyone's criticism. Whoever killed Xianxia would be able to obtain the Blood Lord armor. At that time, apart from Xianxia and Zilong, everyone else would be killed. They would go crazy and try to kill Xianxia. After all, this was the Blood Lord armor. Especially that old bastard Yu Hua, there was no way he would let Ling Xiao go. This Blood Lord sword is indeed not a righteous man. No wonder he was hunted down by the emperor of the Dongxing strong country. He has completely fallen into the path of evil. The way I see it, he basically wants everyone who enters the bone burial ground to kill each other. No one will be able to obtain his inheritance. Xianxia said with a frown. If that's really the case, I will definitely turn Blood Lord's sword into ashes. Old bastard, you're already dead, but you still won't stop. A ruthless look emerged in Ling Xiao's eyes. From now on, if anyone dared to show any hostility towards him, he would definitely kill them. He had to be more ruthless and merciless. If he died, he would be helping that old bastard, Blood Lord's sword, achieve his goal. His remnant soul would probably laugh maniacally. Alright, I've said what I need to say. Next, there's another test. After passing the second test, one of you will be able to obtain my inheritance. Now, follow me to the final resting place. The Blood Lord sword's figure was very clear. The bone burial ground had prepared 2 tests for the outsiders. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to take it. Moreover, the final resting place should be the final resting place of the Blood Lord sword's life. It should be the core area of the bone burial ground. But how would they get there? Just as everyone was puzzled, the crystal ball suddenly released a terrifying devouring power. Everyone was sucked into it. When they opened their eyes, they had already left the evil ghost maze and arrived at a brand new place. This place looked like an ancient underground palace. This palace was even older than the Blood Sword Supreme. The Blood Sword Supreme might have found this place suitable for hiding, so he came here. Xianxia guarded Ling Xiao and Zilong warily. Because all 30 of them appeared in the same place. The Blood Sword Supreme had said that whoever killed Ling Xiao would get the right to inherit the Blood Supreme armor. The others would definitely take special care of Ling Xiao. Including those from the Z family. Sister, it's too dangerous for you to protect the 2 of them. Why don't I hide in brother Ling Xiao's beast ring? I don't want to cause you trouble. If you need me, just let me out. Zilong suggested. Ling Xiao nodded and kept Zilong. At this time, Xianxia would not object to this. After all, this was indeed the best way. Ling Xiao looked up and found that there was a blood-red liquid above the palace. If he guessed correctly, the evil ghost maze should be above this palace. And there was no other way to come in. They could only be guided here by the crystal ball. As he looked, he suddenly felt the malice from countless pairs of eyes. Ling Xiao looked at the people in front of him. There were 20 people from the Yu family left. There were only 8 people from the Z family left. Including him and Gao Hong, there were 10 people in total. The 2 families had lost a lot of people. Especially the Yu clan, their losses were even greater. After all, when they entered here, there were 40 people from the Yu family and 18 from the Z family. The Yu family lost 20 people and the Z family lost 10 people. This might be the reason why the Yu family was so angry at this time. They did not want to lose so many people and get nothing in the end. Xianxia protected Ling Xiao and stood in the corner of the palace, staring at the remaining 26 people. Whether it was the Z family or the Yu family, they could be their enemies at this time. The place where they landed was very small, about 100 square meters in total, and there were thick walls around them. They did not see a door. Even if there was a door, it should be closed. Therefore, Xianxia and Ling Xiao had no chance to escape. Soon, he was surrounded by others. Xianxia, make that brat swear that he will give the Blood Supreme armor to the Z clan after we get out. We can help you. Otherwise, we will also join hands with the Yu clan to deal with you. Zilong looked at Xianxia and said coldly. I can swear. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a faint smile, but it quickly disappeared. Originally, he wanted to give the Blood Supreme armor to Xianxia. Xianxia was also a member of the Z clan. Therefore, swearing or not swearing didn't make much of a difference. Then, he swore an oath. Violet Orchid smiled and was about to walk over. At the side, Mengyu said, "Husband, don't be fooled. That brat originally planned to give the Blood Sovereign armor to Xianxia." What? Zilan stopped in her tracks, feeling like she had been played. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Z-clan members, don't you think Xianxia is the best candidate? Only with the Blood Lord armor could she suppress Yu Hua. Even the Purple Mansion King was no match for her. At that time, your Z family will be rich." Except for Zilan and Mengyu, the rest of them felt that Ling Xiao was right. Although Xianxia didn't have a good relationship with the Z clan, she was still a member of the Z clan. Keep the goodies within the family. Don't you forget how Xianxia's parents died. If you dare to go over, I will tell the truth and let Xianxia kill you one by one. Zilan roared. What? Xianxia was stunned. She had always thought that her parents died to save the Z clan. However, Zilan's words didn't seem right. Zilan, you'd better tell me clearly. Otherwise, I will never let you go. Xianxia said coldly. The cause of her parents' death had been concealed for decades. Today, she found out a clue. Don't talk nonsense. Today, whoever dares to snatch the Blood Supreme armor from the Yu clan will die. Yu Hua naturally had his own confidence when he said these words. His Yu clan had 20 survivors, twice as many as the other party. Among the other party, Gao Hong and Zi Long were useless. In other words, they only had 8 combatants. As long as he held Xianxia back, the Yu clan could slaughter the entire Z clan. Therefore, he didn't care about Zilan's choice at all. Zilan and the others were shocked. They hurriedly turned from surrounding Xianxia and Ling Xiao to facing the Yu clan. They had no choice. They had to make this choice. Otherwise, they would die too. Moreover, they would die faster. Boom. Just as the battle was about to start, a stone door in the palace opened. A person walked in from that door. It was a terrifying person who was full of murderous intent. No, that's not a person. It's a puppet warrior. But it looks exactly like the Blood Supreme. It must be a puppet warrior made by the Blood Supreme. He was also a powerful puppet master in the past. Seeing the puppet warrior, no one dared to act rashly. The terrifying aura released by the puppet warrior was no less than Xianxia and Yu Hua. It's just a puppet. Don't worry about it. Suddenly, an expert from the Yu clan dashed out. He threw a punch at the puppet warrior. The puppet warrior wasn't the real Blood Supreme. He wasn't afraid at all. As for that terrifying aura, it was very likely that it had been deliberately created. It was fake. However, when he dashed out, his throat was pierced by the puppet warrior's finger. He died on the spot. How dare you act rashly in my burial place? Are you tired of living? A soaring killing intent was released from the puppet martial artist's body. The entire palace had turned into a purgatory. This caused everyone to tremble in fear and panic. At this moment, everyone understood just how terrifying was this puppet warrior. Although it might not be as strong as the Blood Supreme, it was still an existence that couldn't be underestimated. No one dared to act rashly. They all stood there obediently. The puppet warrior sat on the throne and asked with a smile, "You're not messing around anymore? Good, since that's the case, let's start. What's next?" His voice was exactly the same as the Blood Supreme's. One could tell that the Blood Sword Lord back then was truly a genius. Whether it was martial arts or puppet making, he was top-notch. It was a pity that he ended up on the demonic path. Otherwise, he would have become a legend in the Golden Sky region. Everyone, you can call me Blood Demon Supreme. This is the name given to me by Shui Yang. The puppet warrior said indifferently, the killing game in the evil ghost maze has ended. I'm sure everyone isn't calm yet. It's okay. The next stage will be more exciting. Hearing this, everyone cursed in their hearts. Exciting my ass. No one needed that kind of excitement. No one could accept that half of them had died. Death wail, just hearing it made people feel uncomfortable. Who knew what kind of torturous trick it was? This Blood Sword Supreme was too good at tormenting people. However, the puppet warrior did not care about their feelings. It continued, the death whale game is 3 times harder than the evil spirit maze. Therefore, there are 3 types of rewards. As long as you can get into the top 3, you will be rewarded. What you need to do is to walk out of this stone door and keep going forward. Whoever can last the longest will get the highest ranking. The last 3 people will be the top 3. Hearing the puppet warrior's words, everyone was speechless. Not to mention 3 rewards, even if there were 10 rewards, they would not want to try. Unfortunately, they did not have the right to choose now. They could only continue to listen. The rules were still very vague. It only said to walk along that path, but the puppet warrior did not explain what was on that path. No one dared to ask. No one wanted to offend this fellow. After all, one person had just died. This puppet warrior did not have any emotions and killed without hesitation. It had no scruples. Death whale, I'm afraid there will be many dangers along the way. Whale in death, it will not be comfortable. Evil spirits, mechanisms, puppets, traps, there might even be other things that are hard to bear, it must be like this. Even if Xianxia used his thigh, he could guess that these tricks were purely used to torment people. He hated being teased like a toy. He really hated it. If the Blood Sword Supreme died, he would definitely turn that old thing into ashes. If he did not die and still had an inner core, he would devour it. This kind of person should be buried in history. But come to think of it, Xianxia had a strange feeling. There was a very attractive aura in that deep passage. This aura resonated with his divine sun beast soul. Perhaps there was really something good inside. It would not be bad to try. The greater the danger, the greater the opportunity. The puppet warrior naturally didn't care about what everyone was thinking. He just continued to say, don't worry. It continued, now, I will announce the details of the rewards. The 3rd place would receive 2 rewards. The first reward was a high-grade spirit stone, a total of 1 million high-grade spirit stones. The second one is a martial skill book. It's a 6th Order Emperor Realm martial skill called Blood Devil Seal, used by the Blood Sword Reverend Shui Yang when he was at the 6th Divine Core Realm. Hearing this, everyone's eyes widened in shock. He could barely control his excitement. Although 1 million high-grade spirit stones was a lot, it was not enough to make these people risk their lives. However, the second reward was incredible. Even Yu Hua and Xianxia, who were both generals, didn't have a Blood Demon Seal, a high-grade 6th Order Emperor level martial skill. This terrifying attraction could be said to be fatal. Originally, many people were still thinking about how to get out, but now, each and every one of them had an excited and greedy expression. Sure enough, money moved people's hearts. Although the Blood Sword Supreme was despicable, he had to admit that the greed of human nature was incurable. Xianxia was in no position to mock others. Even he shuddered when he heard that it was a 6th level Emperor grade martial skill. Blood Devil Seal, that is indeed a martial skill that the Blood Sword Reverend started cultivating after he broke through to the 6th Divine Core Realm. It is extremely powerful, and it can directly destroy the cultivator's blood and chi. It can cause the cultivator's blood and chi to change. No matter how strong the cultivator's defense is, the cultivator will still be severely injured. The Blood Sword Supreme relied on the Blood Devil Seal to travel across the 4 regions, and only when he broke through to the peak 7th Divine Core Realm did he start cultivating another martial skill. It's also his most powerful technique. Yu Hua couldn't help but exclaim. A 6th level Emperor grade martial skill, in the entire Z Kingdom, perhaps only the king has it, and it is only a 6th level Emperor grade martial skill. A 6th level Emperor grade martial skill, I think it can only be found in places like the Eastern Victory Kingdom. Such a powerful martial skill, but it is only the reward for the 3rd place. What kind of terrifying reward will the 2nd place get? Xianxia's words made the crowd even more expectant. Could it be that the 2nd place will be able to obtain the Blood Sword Supreme's strongest skill? Yuzhen furrowed his brows and said. Impossible, what else can the 1st place get? Zilan shook her head and said. Right at this moment, everyone seemed to be in harmony. No one was arguing or attacking each other. They were all focusing on the rewards. Compared to the Blood Sword Supreme armor, the martial skill was more tempting. Although the Blood Sword Supreme armor was good, it was still an external object. Once the martial skill was mastered, it would belong to the cultivator. Furthermore, once a mighty warrior like Yu Hua or Xianxia successfully cultivated the Blood Devil seal, even the Blood Sword Supreme armor wouldn't be able to stop them. In fact, Xianxia had some doubts in his mind as well. But, he believed that since the Blood Sword Supreme gave out such a reward, he must have his reasons. Perhaps the reward for the first place was something better that the Blood Sword Supreme had found in the ancient palace. The puppet warrior gazed at the crowd with disdain. The expression on his face was so real that it almost looked like a real person. After the crowd finished their discussion, he continued, the second place also has 2 rewards. The first reward is 5 million upper rank soul stones, 5 million upper rank soul stones. This amount was much higher than 1 million upper rank soul stones. Many people were tempted by the reward. But, they believed that apart from the upper rank soul stones, there must be something better. For example, a martial skill. Therefore, they all looked at the puppet warrior, waiting for his next words. The puppet warrior didn't disappoint them. He said, the second reward is the strongest martial skill of the Blood Sword Supreme, the 9 Heavens of Slaughter. It really was the 9 Heavens of Slaughter. Those who had read the history of the Blood Sword Supreme knew the 2 strongest martial skills of the Blood Sword Supreme. One was the 6th Order Emperor Realm martial skill, the Blood Devil seal. The other one was the 7th Order Emperor Realm martial skill, the 9 Heavens of Slaughter. Yu Hua was shocked. The second place can get the 9 Heavens of Slaughter. This is heaven-defying. Even in the entire Dongxing strong country, there are less than 3 7th Order Emperor Realm martial skills. Even in the entire Golden Sky domain. The 9 Heavens of Slaughter is a super martial skill that countless people dream of. Its power is 100 times stronger than the Blood Devil seal. It is a peerless martial skill that the Blood Sword Supreme had never been able to cultivate in his entire life. But, after cultivating it to the 6th Heavens, the Blood Sword Supreme is able to use it to fight a 9th Heavens Divine Core Warrior, the Emperor of the Dongxing strong country. Yu Hua was after all a great general. He knew more than the others. But, if the 9 Heavens of Slaughter is so powerful, why didn't they leave it for the first place? Could it be that the first place martial skill is something even more terrifying than the 9 Heavens of Slaughter? Meng Yu furrowed his brows and said. Even an idiot knew that the reward for the first place was better than the second place. Although the 9 Heavens of Slaughter was extremely powerful, it was only a 7th Order Emperor martial skill. There were still other martial skills that were stronger than it. Everyone had the same thought in their minds. Therefore, they couldn't wait to know what the next reward was. This time, the puppet warrior didn't keep the crowd in suspense. Instead, he continued, there are 3 rewards for the champion. The first one is still the upper grade soul stones, 10 million upper grade soul stones. Normally, a warrior with such wealth would at least be a 7th Order Divine Core warrior. Perhaps, this Blood Sword Reverend only had less than 20 million upper grade soul stones, and most of them were used as rewards. The second reward is the blood sword used by Blood Sword Reverend when he was still alive. It is a spiritual grade heavenly king weapon. Hearing the rewards, the crowd was once again stirred. Although there were a lot of upper grade soul stones, they could still be earned slowly. But, a spiritual grade heavenly king weapon was something no one from the Purple Kingdom could ever obtain. Even in the entire Dongxing strong country, there were less than 3 spiritual grade heavenly king weapons. This was really too precious. Sure enough, the champion is different. I wonder what the third reward is. The crowd was looking forward to it. The third reward is also a martial skill. To be exact, it is an immemorial tortoise shell. There is a martial skill carved on it. Even Blood Sword Reverend doesn't know its name. Because Blood Sword Reverend didn't succeed in cultivating it. But, one thing is for sure, this martial skill is not any weaker than the 9 Heavens of Slaughter. It might even be an 8th Order Emperor martial skill. Only those who are fated with it are qualified to obtain it. Of course, you can also choose to give it up and choose the 9 Heavens of Slaughter. Blood Sword Reverend is a very humane person. Hearing this, the crowd heaved a sigh of relief. It looked like the champion was indeed better than the champion. Not only did he get an extra 5 million upper-grade soul stones, he also got a spiritual-grade Heavenly King weapon blood sword. Most importantly, he could choose the 9 Heavens of Slaughter or the martial skill recorded on the immemorial tortoise shell. Perhaps, those who liked to play it safe would choose the 9 Heavens of Slaughter. But, Ling Xiao was looking forward to the immemorial tortoise shell. All treasures that were passed down from the immemorial era were all great treasures. Ling Xiao believed that the reason why the Dongxing Kingdom's king wanted to kill the Blood Sword Supreme was not only because the Blood Sword Supreme had killed countless people, but also because of this immemorial tortoise shell. For the rest of the time, you can choose to start the game or stay here to rest. This death whale game wasn't about speed, but endurance. However, the rest time could not exceed 10 minutes, or else they would be obliterated. I wish you good luck. Goodbye. After the puppet warrior finished speaking, he quickly rushed into the deep tunnel and disappeared. At this moment, the remaining 29 people did not have the time to fight amongst themselves. Everyone looked at the open stone door and thought about what to do next. Obviously, this was a very tempting game. Although it was extremely dangerous. However, in addition to a large number of high-grade spirit stones, there were even rewards like Blood Demon Seal, 9 Heavens of Slaughter, Immemorial Martial Skills, and Spiritual Heavenly King Artifact. It was impossible for anyone not to be tempted. However, since the Blood Sword Supreme had not succeeded in cultivating the immemorial martial skill, most people were not particularly interested in it. To them, that thing was of little value. Instead, the 9 Heavens of Slaughter was more suitable for them. Among all of them, only Ling Xiao had the clearest goal. He was determined to obtain the immemorial martial skill. He even suspected that his son, God Beast Soul, had sensed the immemorial tortoiseshell and responded. Ling Xiao? Seeing Ling Xiao's lifeless eyes as if he was thinking about something, Xianxia could not help but call out. This was because there were already people who had entered the tunnel. Although the puppet warrior had already said that the test this time was about endurance and not speed, it was still a test of endurance. Naturally, there were also people who thought that if they were one step ahead, they would be able to reach the end first. Sister Xianxia, I'm fine. Let's wait until the end. There's no rush. Ling Xiao looked at Xianxia and said. He believed that the tunnel would be filled with traps and dangers. Whoever walked out first would definitely be unlucky. There were probably many people who thought the same as him. Therefore, there were only 2 people who were rashly going out now. One was Zilan, who was impulsive. The other was an expert from the Yu family. However, that guy seemed to have been ordered to scout the way. He seemed a little unwilling. I'll listen to you. After experiencing so many things, Xianxia had gradually gotten used to following Ling Xiao's orders. Although Ling Xiao was not as strong as her, she was not as smart as Ling Xiao. Also, Sister Xianxia, you don't have to worry about Zilong and me this time. I'll take care of Zilong. You just need to finish the second test. The top 3 in this test will all be rewarded. I don't want the reward to be taken away by others. This was the only thing Ling Xiao wanted to tell Xianxia. In the previous trial, Xianxia was too concerned about their safety, so she lost her composure. She only cared about finding people and had no intention of competing for the Blood Supreme armor. That kind of method was absolutely not allowed in this round. No, I might be able to help you reach the end first. Xianxia suddenly smiled and said, don't you still have Gao Hong and Zilong in your beast ring? If you're the first to arrive, it means that the top 3 are all here. I'm afraid the beast ring won't work on this test. The Blood Supreme sword must have thought about this. However, it's okay. I have other methods. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Anyway, you just need to go all out at the beginning. When I need your help, I won't be polite. Ling Xiao's method was naturally the Mountain River world. Even if the Blood Supreme sword could eliminate the use of the beast ring, the Mountain River world was not something he could control. Actually, the better method was to let Gao Hong and Zilong rest here. However, the puppet warrior had said that they could only stay here for 10 minutes. If they didn't leave after the time was up, they would be killed. Therefore, putting Gao Hong and Zilong in the Mountain River world was the best choice. Of course, Ling Xiao would not let the 2 of them know the truth. He would let them think that they were still in the beast ring. Okay, we'll do as you say. Xianxia nodded. At this moment, Xianxia did not have the domineering aura of a monarch in front of Ling Xiao. She was completely an obedient wife. Ah! Suddenly, a scream came from the tunnel. Something had happened to the expert of the Yu family. This scream caused everyone's hearts to tremble. However, there were only a few dozen seconds left before the 10 minutes were up. Everyone was ready to set off. It was impossible for them not to leave. Everyone wanted to wait for others to leave first. However, because the countdown had already started, those who did not want to die could only rush out. Only Ling Xiao was very calm. He did not seem to be in a hurry at all. In the last 10 seconds, everyone had rushed out. Only then did Ling Xiao and Xianxia slowly walk out of the palace. Right when Ling Xiao and Xianxia dashed out from the palace, they immediately heard a series of miserable screams coming from the front. It looked like someone had fallen into the trap. And it wasn't just one person. Because Zilan and Yu family didn't have many warriors, the chances of triggering the traps were lower. But this time it was different. When everyone came out together, the traps would definitely be triggered. This was the reason why Ling Xiao had to wait until the end. Since someone was standing in front of them and taking the hit for them, why not? When the last two men left the palace, the stone door instantly closed behind them. The tunnel was filled with a thick smell of blood. There were also flashing red lights. It gave off a terrifying feeling. Yu Qilong turned around and looked at Xianxia. After that, he threw his glance at Ling Xiao. He hadn't forgotten the humiliation he suffered just now. As long as he had the chance, he would definitely kill Ling Xiao and make Xianxia suffer. Brother Qilong, let me deal with that guy. You have volunteered, you'd better concentrate on this test. The top 3 in the Yu family are the patriarch, Yu Zhen, and you. Don't let other things affect your mind. Yu Qilong looked at Yu Hao. He nodded his head and said, all right, I'll leave it to you. Yu Hao had just broken through recently. He had broken through from the peak 3rd Heavenly Core Realm to the early 4th Heavenly Core Realm. It took Yu Hao 20 years to break through. But it was just the right time. Although they wanted Ling Xiao's life, they weren't stupid enough to do it now. Ling Xiao was right next to Xianxia, and even Yu Hua couldn't kill him. The opportunity they were waiting for was when Ling Xiao was alone. The environment of this passageway was very complicated. No one knew what would happen later. I can smell the terrifying killing intent in the air. And it seems like the deeper we go, the more terrifying it gets. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows and said, Sister Xianxia, if I'm not mistaken, besides the traps and traps, this killing intent is the scariest thing. It can mess with one's mind and drive one crazy. I can feel it too. This is just the beginning, and it's already so scary. It was hard to imagine what more terrifying things would happen if they continued to walk forward. No wonder the puppet martial artist had said that this level was a test of endurance. Not only the endurance of the body, but also the endurance of the soul. Xianxia nodded. Let's go. Sister Xianxia, follow me closely. Ling Xiao had the Taiji eye. If he walked along the path that the others had taken, he would be able to avoid the traps and mechanisms that had not been activated. However, the most troublesome part was that terrifying killing intent. Even the Taiji eye would not be able to avoid it. In that case, he would have to endure it. The two of them started to move forward. Ling Xiao noticed that as soon as they stepped into the tunnel, Zilong and Gao Hong were forced out of the beast ring. Because he had always cared about them, Ling Xiao sent them back into the mountain river world the moment they were forced out. Just as I expected, the beast ring can no longer contain living creatures, but the mountain river world can. The tyrannical sky martial spirit is indeed powerful. Ling Xiao smiled to himself and continued forward. The passageway was very spacious. It was more than 50 meters long. It can accommodate many people side by side. It should be comfortable to walk in here. But right now, none of them showed any signs of comfort. Instead, they were like a small boat in the middle of a stormy sea. They were swaying crazily, and they could sink at any moment. The terrifying killing intent was really unbearable. But, they could still withstand the killing intent at the beginning. Yu Hua and Xianxia were not affected at all. After all, they were 6th Heavenly Core warriors. If their souls were shaken by such a tiny amount of killing intent, they would be too weak. But everyone knew that this was just the beginning. The road ahead would only get harder and harder. The Blood Sword Reverend was a lunatic. He did not care about human lives. Even if all of them were to die, he would not care. Perhaps this was his goal all along. The reward might be real, but this road was a dead end. No matter what the others thought, Ling Xiao thought the same. The Blood Sword Reverend's personality was like this. He would rather bring his own things into his grave than give them to anyone else. But, even if he did not give them to Ling Xiao, could he not take them? Not necessarily. There was a limit to what a dead man could do. Ling Xiao's performance was better than Xianxia and Yu Hua's. Although the two of them did not feel anything strange, they still had to circulate their soul energy to resist the killing intent. But, Ling Xiao was not the same. Not only did he not have to resist, he was like a fish in the water. It was much more comfortable than being on the ground. The killing intent was his nourishment. The killing intent was the resource that tempered his soul. It had been a long time since his soul energy had improved. The Blood Sword Reverend's killing intent was perfect for him to use. Oh Blood Sword Reverend, I bet you would never have thought that there would be a freak like me. Ling Xiao smiled inwardly and continued to walk forward, following closely behind the main group. Obviously, it would be safer with more people. Under such killing intent, the people from the Yu family would not act recklessly. They dared not act recklessly. They did not want to lose the big picture for the small. After walking for about 10 minutes, Ling Xiao realized that all the traps and mechanisms had disappeared. However, his killing intent had increased by twofold. The Blood Sword Reverend probably felt that there was no need for those traps and mechanisms. His will to kill is more than enough. Because there were no more traps and mechanisms, many people sped up. After all, the slower they walked, the more tormented it would be. Gradually, only Ling Xiao and Xianxia were left behind. The two of them were still chatting as they walked slowly. Under the threat of the killing intent, Xianxia felt a little pressured. However, Ling Xiao was still calm. After a while, they suddenly saw a corpse on the ground. It was the expert from the Yu family who had entered the tunnel first. It seems like he had seen something terrifying when he was alive. He was scared to death. Ling Xiao checked the corpse and said, "Killing intent is indeed more terrifying than traps and mechanisms." Xianxia frowned. The road ahead was probably going to be even more dangerous. They continued to walk. After walking for another 10 minutes, the killing intent doubled again, reaching 3 times the previous killing intent. Beads of sweat appeared on Xianxia's forehead. He could clearly feel the pressure. In front of them, there were shouts of killing. When they went over, they saw an expert from the Z family slashing and killing in the air. He was crazily consuming his true essence and physical strength. If he continued like this, he would definitely die of exhaustion. What a terrifying killing intent. It's already making people hallucinate. Xianxia frowned. Then, Xianxia slapped that person unconscious. It could be seen that although Xianxia blamed the Z family, he still had feelings for them. After all, blood was thicker than water. Ling Xiao did not say anything. The other party was just a person who could not pose a threat. It did not matter whether he killed him or not. There are only 27 people left. Ling Xiao looked at the crystal ball in his storage ring and said, "Let's continue." Xianxia nodded and the two of them continued to move forward. In less than 10 minutes, they saw another corpse. It was a member of the Yu family. Obviously, he died of exhaustion. 26 people. Ling Xiao sighed and continued to move forward. Half an hour later, his slaughter will had increased to 4 times its initial level. Even Xianxia felt a lot of pressure from this. It was not as easy to move forward as before. "You're a little special." Xianxia looked at Ling Xiao and was surprised. This was because Ling Xiao's breathing had not changed at all. It was still very normal. "Sister Xianxia, I will tell you when it's time." "Now, I'm really sorry." Ling Xiao shook his head. He could not tell Xianxia the secret of the martial spirit. Even if he trusted Xianxia, there was no guarantee that Xianxia wouldn't spill the beans when her brother's life was in danger. Therefore, keeping a secret was also keeping a friend. Okay, I won't ask. Xianxia closed her mouth obediently. The two of them continued to move forward. In the fourth 10 minutes, they saw 6 corpses. Some of them died of exhaustion and some of them killed each other. Now, there were only 20 people left. This was really cruel. Ling Xiao could see the pity on Xianxia's face. After all, Xianxia was the monarch and she loved her people. Moreover, there were members of the Zi family among the dead. Naturally, she would be sad. Ling Xiao was also a sentimental person. Seeing these people die so miserably, he didn't feel good in his heart. The blood sword reverend was too cruel. He did not give them a chance to live. After 40 minutes, the slaughter will had quadrupled. Xianxia began to feel confused. Ling Xiao could already imagine what would happen to the others. Ling Xiao, can you think of a way? If this goes on, everyone will die. I don't care about the Yu family, but not everyone in the Zi family deserves to die. Xianxia couldn't help asking. I'm sorry, big sister Xianxia. I can't do anything now, unless they're knocked out in advance. Otherwise, you will be affected by the killing intent. Ling Xiao said. Alright, let's knock them out. Xianxia clenched his teeth and said, you just wait in the back. Don't worry. I'll handle this. Remember, don't be anxious. Otherwise, when I have no time to take care of you, you will be ambushed by those bastards from the Yu clan. After saying that, Xianxia rushed out. He was indeed worthy of being a 6th-level Divine Core warrior, his soul was incredibly powerful. Even though he felt a lot of pressure, he was still able to move freely. How could I let you take the risk alone? Seeing Xianxia disappear, Ling Xiao also increased his speed. Xianxia wasn't a cruel and merciless person. What if she encountered those shameless bastards? Once his heart softened, it was very likely that he would be ambushed. In any case, the will of slaughter had no effect on him. It didn't matter even if he sped up. On the way, he saw several warriors of the Zi family who had been knocked unconscious. It looked like Xianxia had saved a few of them. But, since these men had fainted, they were eliminated. There were still 17 men who were still conscious. At the same time, with his Tai Chi eye, Xianxia noticed a few men who were 300 meters away from him. Yu Hao, Meng Yu, and the rest of the 4th-level Divine Core warriors. Apart from Ling Xiao, this should be the last group of people to arrive. As for the 3rd-level Divine Core warriors, they had all been eliminated. Further ahead were Yu Zhen, Yu Qilong, Zi Lan, and Xianxia who had just caught up with Jiang Chen. These men were about 800 meters away from Ling Xiao. Currently, Yu Hua was in the first place. About 1,000 meters away from Jiang Chen. That was the current situation. After noticing that Xianxia was safe, Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry anymore. He didn't want to catch up with Xianxia so quickly. If he did, he would definitely be surrounded. It would be more comfortable for him to walk slowly behind them. Ling Xiao looked further into the distance. It was still flickering with blood-red light. But, he couldn't see the end of the path. He even suspected that there might not be an end to this path. Meng Yu stopped. Ling Xiao was startled for a second, then he immediately understood what was going on. Meng Yu had always been an intelligent person. She felt that she couldn't hold on any longer, so she decided to stop. If she didn't, she might lose her mind and become a lunatic. It would be better for her to stay here and have a good rest. At least she would be able to stay alive. Furthermore, once the others went crazy or died because of the will of slaughter, she would be able to reap the benefits. Nice dream, but too bad, with your big brother here, I'm afraid you won't be able to do anything. Ling Xiao secretly laughed. He wasn't worried that Meng Yu would attack him. He wasn't affected by anything in this place, but Meng Yu wasn't. If Meng Yu really wanted to attack him, she would be courting death. Jiang Chen didn't mind taking someone's life. The rest of the men continued walking, while Meng Yu sat down and rested. Soon, his choice was proven to be wise. Even the 4th-level Divine Core warriors went crazy one after another, and in the end, they died. The remaining men were Yu Hua, Xianxia, Yu Zhen, Yu Qilong, Zi Lan, Yu Chang, Yu Hao, Meng Yu, Zi Ling, Ling Xiao, and Gao Hong and Zi Long who were hiding in the mountain river realm. There were exactly 12 men. Of course, most of the other 18 men were dead, and a few of them had fainted. Perhaps there was still hope for them to survive. The man in the front was Yu Hua, and behind him was Xianxia. Both of them were in the first group. The second group was made up of a few 5th-level Divine Core warriors. As for the 4th-level Divine Core warriors, there were only 4 left. Perfect 4th-level Divine Core warriors Yu Chang and Meng Yu. Late Divine Core warrior Zi Ling, and early Divine Core warrior Yu Hao. This Yu Hao was an interesting man. He had pasted a few talismans on his body, and it seemed like they were specifically used to block the will of slaughter. This guy was also an intelligent person. Perhaps he had expected this before entering the tomb, and had prepared himself beforehand. How far is it? Yu Hua's eyes were blurred. Because he couldn't see the end, he couldn't see any hope. Right now, even he himself was on the verge of collapsing. This will of slaughter was too frightening. Xianxia was in a similar situation. Yu Zhen, Yu Qilong, and Zi Lan were in an even worse situation, and they were already crawling on the ground. They were crawling forward. A few men behind them were lying on the ground, unable to move any further. Right now, the will of slaughter was 6 times stronger than before. Yu Hao struggled to stand up, then he turned around and looked behind him. I don't think I can get into the top 3. Even with these talismans, I still can't fight against that frightening will of slaughter. I might as well do something for the Yu family. His lips curled into a cold smile. Yu Hao clearly remembered that Ling Xiao was walking behind him. He wondered if he was still alive. But, he decided to go back and take a look. After all, the further he walked, the easier it would be. After experiencing the terrifying killing intent that was 6 times stronger, 1, 2, or even 3 or 4 times stronger was nothing. Looking at Yu Hao walking towards the back, all the other 4th Divine Core warriors were surprised by his actions. But, they couldn't care less. Right now, they didn't want to move anymore, they just wanted to lie down and rest. They didn't want to continue walking forward or backward. Just as Yu Hao had expected, it was extremely difficult for him to walk forward. But, the further he walked, the easier it became. Although this place looked dangerous, it was also the best place to train one's soul. He could feel that his soul had become much stronger. Xianxia, oh Xianxia, don't even think about getting anything. The first place belongs to the Patriarch, the second place belongs to Yu Zhen, and the third place belongs to Brother Qilong. All the good things belong to the Yu family. As long as I kill that little bastard Ling Xiao, I'll announce his death to the public. I believe that with your mental endurance, you'll collapse in an instant, and be invaded by the killing intent. At that time, what are you going to use to fight with the Yu family? As for Zi Lan, Yu Hao didn't care about her at all. If Yu Hua wanted to, he could take Zi Lan's life in an instant. You can only blame yourself, you shouldn't have let Brother Qilong down. You shouldn't have ruined my plan for the Yu family. The Zi family is destined to fail, it's destined to be destroyed. Yu Hao was a man who wholeheartedly thought for the Yu family. Therefore, what he needed to do now was to get rid of the biggest problem for the Yu family. As long as Ling Xiao was dead, the Yu family would definitely gain the upper hand in this fight. The blood supremacy armor would be his as well. Why wouldn't he do it? Yu Hao walked faster and faster. Although he felt a lot more relaxed now, he could still feel the pressure. He had to use at least 40% of his strength to fight against the killing intent. One had to know that he had used up 100% of his strength to fight against the will of slaughter. Now, he was thankful that he only needed to use 40% of his strength. He estimated that Ling Xiao was either dead, or at the starting point. At that point, he might only need 10% of his strength to fight against the killing intent. As he walked, Yu Hao suddenly stopped as he saw Meng Yu sitting on the ground. A hint of nervousness appeared on his face. Meng Yu was stronger than him. Furthermore, Meng Yu had been resting here all this time. If the two of them were to clash, he would definitely lose. Don't bother about her. Yu Hao thought for a while and then walked back quickly without even looking at Meng Yu. Meng Yu naturally saw Yu Hao, but she was too lazy to make a move. Those who went back were not her enemies. Only those who went forward were. The two of them tacitly agreed not to do anything. However, Meng Yu was thinking, why is Yu Hao going back? Could it be that he was targeting Ling Xiao? Interesting, I have to go take a look. If I can, I'll take this opportunity to kill these two fellows. Then, the Blood Supreme armor will be mine. Thinking of this, Meng Yu stood up and was about to set off. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard. Someone was coming from the direction of the starting point. Who is it? Could it be Ling Xiao? After what happened in the evil ghost labyrinth, Meng Yu no longer dared to underestimate Ling Xiao. However, Yu Hao was still shocked. When he saw Ling Xiao's figure, it was as if he had seen a ghost. He jumped in fright. Impossible, that guy is just a peak second Heavenly Core warrior. Even a fourth Heavenly Core warrior would have a hard time surviving here. Why does he look so relaxed? Yu Hao's mind was in a mess, and he felt like he was confused. Could it be that I'm hallucinating? He pinched himself hard, and it hurt a lot. Therefore, he was sure that he wasn't hallucinating. This was going to be troublesome. In this place, he could only use 60% of his strength. In other words, he could only unleash the strength of a late third Heavenly Core warrior. If he really wanted to fight, he was worried that an accident might happen. If they were at the starting point, he would be able to fight without any worries. But in this place, he was really hesitant. I'll take the risk. I still have a talisman that can reduce 20% of my strength. With that, I can use 80% of my strength. I'm very close to the fourth Heavenly Core realm. Yu Hao gritted his teeth. He didn't want to give up on this opportunity. If he gave up now, he wouldn't have another chance. Ling Xiao looked at Yu Hao with a faint smile on his face. Another idiot who wanted to die. How dare he attack him in this place? Actually, he had noticed Yu Hao's arrival, that's why he quickened his pace. The more slaughter intent Yu Hao had to endure, the greater his chance of winning would be. He didn't even need to unleash his Sky Tyrant martial soul. Yo, I was wondering who it was. Isn't this Major General Yu Hao? Why? Did you come all the way here to pick me up? Ling Xiao looked at Yu Hao with a smile on his face. He had already transformed into his peerless heavenly rat beast soul. Although Yu Hao was affected by the slaughter intent, he was still a mighty warrior. Yu Hao wouldn't dare underestimate him. Meng Yu stood far away without moving. Before she knew what was going on, she wouldn't attack anyone recklessly. It would be best if both Yu Hao and Ling Xiao were severely injured, then she would be able to take advantage of the situation. Pick you up? You're thinking too much. I want you dead. Yu Hao looked at Ling Xiao with a cold smile. He didn't understand why Ling Xiao looked so relaxed. He could only conclude that Yu Hao knew how to pretend. If you want to kill me, you'd better think it through. This is a tunnel filled with slaughter intent. You can't unleash your full strength. If we were outside, I'm not your match. But here, you'll probably die. Ling Xiao said with a smile. His words strengthened Yu Hao's determination to kill him. Because Yu Hao thought that Yu Hao was bluffing. Otherwise, why would an enemy tell his opponent something like this? But he didn't expect that Ling Xiao was deliberately baiting him to attack. Since he met Yu Hao here, Ling Xiao didn't plan on letting Yu Hao go. Yu Hao was considered Yu Qilong's military advisor and accomplice. Basically, the things that Yu Qilong had done were all related to this guy. If this guy didn't die, the heavens wouldn't tolerate it. Bluffing brat, you're no match for me. Die. Yu Hao didn't want to waste any more time. He suddenly pulled out a sword and released his powerful sword martial soul. Then, he charged at Ling Xiao. Are you in a hurry to die? Ling Xiao smiled and took out the first blood sun world. Then, he stabbed out with his sword. On the sword, a terrifying slaughter intent bloomed. When it merged with the slaughter intent in this space, the slaughter intent increased by 5 times. In that instant, Yu Hao felt that it was difficult to breathe. There's something wrong with that brat. The slaughter intent doesn't seem to hurt him. Instead, it's being used by him. Meng Yu rejoiced that she didn't act rashly. Both men thrust their swords at each other at the same time. But, they didn't use any martial skills. Because if they used any martial skills in this tunnel, they would attract an even more frightening slaughter intent. Not only Yu Hao couldn't withstand the impact, even Ling Xiao couldn't withstand it. He could slowly absorb the slaughter intent, just like how a river flowed into a stream. However, once the stream turned into a terrifying flood and poured down in torrents, the embankment would definitely be washed away. Therefore, the battle between these two men looked a little funny. It looked like a battle between two ordinary men. But, there was a difference: they could use their true yuan to strengthen their ordinary attacks. The moment the two men made contact with each other, Ling Xiao guided the frightening slaughter intent and smashed it toward Yu Hao. Yu Hao was in a state of confusion, something that shouldn't have happened. He was actually dashing toward another direction. Ling Xiao took this opportunity to stab out with his sword, directly piercing into Yu Hao's ribs. Blood splashed out from the wound and splattered on the ground. A frightening pain came from his body, and it woke Yu Hao up from his confusion. He quickly ran away from the scene. He stared at Ling Xiao in fear. He had miscalculated, although the blood had stopped flowing out due to his powerful body, and his wounds were slowly healing. However, the injury this time had really frightened him. It was like he was facing a rabbit. But, the rabbit had suddenly turned into a ferocious lion. He was caught off guard. Meng Yu was shocked as well. Yu Hao didn't manage to hurt Ling Xiao, instead, he was stabbed by Ling Xiao. This was really strange. What's going on? He's just a peak second divine core warrior. Facing such a frightening slaughter intent, he shouldn't even be able to stand properly. How can he still attack as if nothing has happened, and he can even guide the slaughter intent? Yu Hao was really starting to panic. He began to doubt the wisdom of his decision this time. As for Meng Yu, she was secretly glad that she didn't target Ling Xiao. Or else, she would be the one who was shocked right now. How can you be completely unaffected? Is the slaughter intent ineffective on you? Yu Hao asked while backing off. At this moment, he was retreating in the direction of the starting point. He didn't dare to walk forward because the further he went, the greater his disadvantage would be. Ling Xiao was obviously not affected by the slaughter will, or rather, he was only slightly affected. He could only unleash his true strength when he went to a place where the will to kill was weaker. Otherwise, they could only be killed. Trying to escape? Ling Xiao wouldn't let Yu Hao off so easily. Since Yu Hao had already made a move on him, he absolutely would not show mercy. Yu Hao rushed toward the starting point. He took out the Arcanum Bow. Then, he knocked a frost arrow and shot it out. Although this Arcanum Bow was only a divine-grade Emperor artifact, it was inferior to a Heavenly King artifact like the First Blood Sun World. However, it was still a weapon commonly used by warriors below the 4th level of the Divine Core realm. After all, there were too few people who possessed a Heavenly King artifact. Yu Hao sensed danger approaching and hurriedly dodged. However, the frost arrow still pierced into his right leg. The power of ice instantly froze Yu Hao. Ling Xiao put away the Profound Theory Bow and rushed over. He wanted to take Yu Hao's life. With the First Blood Sun World in his hand, he thrust it toward Yu Hao's throat. But right at this moment, Yu Hao was finally freed from the ice. Immediately, he activated the defensive talisman. The First Blood Sun World couldn't pierce through the defensive talisman's energy barrier. Since Ling Xiao couldn't use any martial skills right now, the strength of his attack was greatly reduced. Let's see how many defensive talismans you have. Ling Xiao sneered. He kept thrusting the First Blood Sun World forward. Yu Hao could only desperately defend himself, he couldn't fight back at all. Before he made his move, Yu Hao probably never imagined that things would turn out this way. He was being suppressed by Ling Xiao. This was a great humiliation. A great humiliation. Meng Yu, who was watching from afar, was dumbfounded by what she saw. Ling Xiao, a peak second Divine Core warrior, was actually suppressing Yu Hao, an early 4th Divine Core warrior. The main reason for this was that Yu Hao's strength had been greatly reduced due to the special environment. However, the fact that Ling Xiao was not affected by this was already something that left everyone dumbfounded. Right at this moment, Meng Yu saw a figure dashing past him. He couldn't see who it was, but the man was moving at an incredible speed. When he finally saw who it was, Ling Xiao had been stabbed by the sword. His body was sent flying away, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. I was worried, that's why I followed you here. I didn't expect this to happen. Yu Hao, you're really useless. The man standing in front of Meng Yu was a peak 4th Divine Core warrior, Yu Chang. Yu Chang was also affected by the will of slaughter, and he could only unleash the strength of an early 4th Divine Core warrior. But, his sneak attack was crucial. Although the sword didn't manage to penetrate Ling Xiao's terrifying defense, it still did. But, it did injure Ling Xiao. What do you know? This guy isn't controlled by the will of slaughter, I miscalculated. Yu Hao was unconvinced. Hearing this, Yu Chang furrowed his brows. Not controlled by the will of slaughter, how was this possible? He had never heard of something like this before. How could there be such a frightening guy in this world? I'm really lucky, I'm being targeted by 2 4th Divine Core warriors from the Yu family. Ling Xiao wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth and stood up from the ground. His injuries weren't serious. After all, Yu Chang could only use ordinary attacks. Since you're here, both of you can die here together. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a cruel sneer. Are you joking? Too bad, this isn't funny at all. Do you really think you can defeat both of us by yourself? Yu Chang looked at Ling Xiao with disdain and said, even if you're not affected by the will of slaughter, both of us can kill you 100 times over. Meng Yu agreed with what Yu Chang said. If it was just Yu Hao or Yu Chang, Ling Xiao might be able to defeat both of them. But, it was different with both of them. Bullshit, if I couldn't do it, I would have run away long ago. Dragon Trapping Talisman. After Zi Long hid in the Mountain River realm, he gave his talisman to Ling Xiao. Now, it came in handy. The effect of the Dragon Trapping Talisman was similar to the Martial Soul Barrier, but it didn't consume any soul energy. It only consumed a small amount of true yuan. It was the best talisman to use in this kind of situation. Besides, the Dragon Trapping Talisman was better than the Martial Soul Barrier. Are you crazy? How dare you trap both of us here? Do you really want to fight both of us at once? Yu Chang furrowed his brows. So what? Ling Xiao sneered, then he unleashed the martial soul of Tyrant. Although his opponents were much weaker now, they were still very strong. He had to fight with all his strength. Right when the martial soul of Tyrant appeared, the terrifying will of slaughter increased by 6 times. It had reached the highest level of will of slaughter in this tunnel. Yu Chang immediately kneeled down on the ground. Yu Hao was in an even worse state, as he was already severely injured. Together with the pressure from the will of slaughter, his entire body felt weak. What's going on? How can you control the slaughter will? Yu Chang trembled in fear. Do you want to know? Ling Xiao revealed a playful smile and said, I'm not telling you. He held the sword in his hand and slowly walked towards Yu Hao and Yu Chang. Almost every step made Yu Hao and Yu Chang feel terrified, as if the god of death was approaching them. Wait. Yu Chang shouted, as long as you don't kill us, we'll do anything. Do I really have to do anything? Ling Xiao laughed. Of course. Yu Chang nodded. Okay, then you kill Yu Hao and destroy your own cultivation, and I'll spare your life. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Yu Chang glanced at Yu Hao and seemed to hesitate, but then he gritted his teeth and used all his strength to stab the sword in his hand into Yu Hao's body. You're really going to kill him? Ling Xiao shook his head and said, people like you will even kill your own people. How can I be assured that you won't come to me for revenge? You can't go back on your words. Yu Chang roared. Don't worry, I'll definitely keep my words. You should destroy your cultivation, right? Ling Xiao said, as long as you destroy your cultivation now, I'll definitely not kill you. Okay. It was better to live than to die. Although Yu Chang understood that once his cultivation was destroyed, his career as a martial artist would probably come to an end. But being an ordinary person, he could still eat and drink well. It was better than dying. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and destroyed his meridians and inner core, becoming an ordinary person from now on. A martial arts cripple. I've done as you said, can you let me go? Yu Chang looked at Ling Xiao and said. Of course, no. Ling Xiao mocked, I only said that I won't kill you, but I didn't say that I'll let you go. You're shameless. Despicable. Yu Chang seemed to have thought of a terrible ending and roared. Scold me however you like. Ling Xiao looked at Yu Chang with disdain. He immediately withdrew his tyrant martial spirit and removed the effect of the dragon-trapping talisman. He looked at Meng Yu and said, "Come and kill him." "Why should I listen to you?" Meng Yu frowned. "If you don't listen to me, I'll kill you." Ling Zhao's attitude was very cold. This Meng Yu wanted to kill him before, so he wanted to drag this woman down with him. As for why he didn't kill Meng Yu, it wasn't that he didn't want to, but he couldn't do it for the time being. Dealing with Yu Chang and Yu Hao, he had consumed a lot of energy. Even though they didn't do much, they were actually in a special situation. Basically, all of his energy was used to convert the slaughter will and murderous aura. On the surface, it looked like there was no consumption, but it was just a show for others to see. "Alright, I'll kill him." When Meng Yu saw the tragic state of Yu Chang and Yu Hao, he no longer had the will to resist. As long as she didn't die, she would be satisfied. Why would she think so much? Since the Yu family and Z family were enemies, killing Yu Chang wasn't a big deal. With this thought in mind, she stood up and walked in front of Yu Chang, then she thrust her sword into his throat. Even before Yu Chang died, he couldn't believe this was his end. He had actually been tricked by a second-rank divine core warrior. He died with his eyes wide open. "Not bad, nicely done." Ling Xiao looked at Meng Yu with an indifferent expression, then he continued walking forward. Meng Yu fell to the ground and let out a long sigh of relief. To be honest, she was really afraid that she would be stabbed to death by Ling Xiao at that moment. She really didn't have the strength to fight back. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't care about her. He directly swallowed a medicinal pill and continued walking forward. They walked for another 10 minutes or so. Finally, they could see the end of the tunnel. Right at this moment, Yu Hua was sitting on the ground. Xianxia was sitting near him. Both of them were resting. They didn't have the Tai Chi eye, so they couldn't see the end. Also, the terrifying murderous aura and slaughter will were getting stronger and stronger, forcing them to squat down and rest. After that, they continued walking. "This is my chance." Ling Xiao smiled. Not only did he not slow down, he actually sped up. He was determined to get the first place. After all, the reward for the first place was 10 million high-ranked soul stones, a spiritual rank heavenly king weapon, and a 7th order emperor martial skill. How could he resist such a great temptation? He could give up the supremacy armor and give it to Xianxia, but he was determined to get all these things. Compared to the first round, he was more confident in the second round. Along the way, he met Zi Ling, a female warrior from the Z family. Seeing Ling Zhao's leisurely stroll, the woman was dumbfounded. "Isn't that guy a second heavenly core warrior? I thought he was dead or crazy, but why is he walking so casually? Even Yu Hua and Xianxia, who are both at the 6th heavenly core realm, couldn't walk as casually as him. What the hell? What kind of monster is this guy?" Zi Ling had never taken Ling Xiao seriously. When she was in the star-picking pavilion in Zi Ling's capital city, her impression of Ling Xiao was that he was good at talking. But, his strength was a complete mess. In the first round, she thought it was Xianxia who helped Ling Xiao obtain the supremacy armor. But, in the second round, Xianxia wasn't with Ling Xiao, so why was he able to walk so casually? "Do you need my help?" When Ling Xiao walked past Zi Ling, he threw a glance at her and asked with a smile. Of course, he didn't really want to help, he was just mocking her. Zi Ling lowered her head in shame. She could only watch Ling Xiao continue walking. "Oh right, let me give you a warning, don't make Xianxia and Zi Long your enemy. Or else, Yu Hao and Yu Chang will be your examples." After saying that, Ling Zhao's figure had already disappeared into the tunnel. Did he just say Yu Hao and Yu Chang? Are the two of them dead? Zi Ling hurriedly took out her crystal ball to check. Their heads were gray, and there was a blood-red X on them. They were indeed dead. What kind of monster is this guy? Zi Ling felt her whole body trembling. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't care about what she was thinking. At this moment, he met someone. This person was Yu Qilong. Yu Qilong's cultivation was weaker than Zi Lan and Yu Zhen's. So, he fell behind. Ling Xiao noticed that Yu Qilong's situation was very bad, and he was obviously fighting against the massacre will. Although he wasn't controlled, he was very weak. If possible, Ling Xiao really wanted to kill Yu Qilong. But he didn't move. At this point, the massacre will was too strong. Even if he had the Sky Tyrant martial soul, he had to be careful. Otherwise, if he fell into an illusion and couldn't extricate himself, he would be finished. At this time, the best thing to do was to ignore everyone and walk forward steadily. But he couldn't attack, he could still talk. A grin emerged on Ling Zhao's face. When he walked past Yu Qilong, he lowered his voice and said, "Yu Qilong, that poor Yu Hao wanted to kill me for you. But in the end, he died. Don't you feel guilty about this?" Yu Qilong's body trembled. It was as if he had just seen a ghost. He suddenly opened his eyes, and they had turned blood red. "No. You're lying, you're lying." Yu Qilong furiously roared. "Hee, not only did I kill Yu Hao, I also killed Yu Chang. Oh right, I'm going to take the top 3 places in the second round, the Yu family won't get anything, don't even think about it." Ling Xiao sneered and continued to walk forward without stopping for a moment. As for whether his words would work or not, he didn't really care. It was enough to make Yu Qilong depressed. Puff. After taking a few steps, Yu Qilong suddenly coughed out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Yu Qilong wanted to rest for a while, then continue walking and fight for the 3rd place. But in the end, this was the result. He hated Ling Xiao to the core, but there was nothing he could do. Perhaps, fainting was a good thing for him. Ling Xiao shook his head and continued walking. Right now, beads of sweat could be seen on his forehead. The pressure he was under was getting stronger and stronger. The closer he got to the center, the stronger the killing intent became. It was so strong that it could even hurt his skin. Although the martial soul of Tyrant was heaven-defying, his cultivation base was still too low. Naturally, he couldn't completely resist and devour the killing intent. There was a limit to how much water a river could contain. After walking for a while, 2 men appeared in front of him. Yu Zhen and Zilan. Both of them were peak 5th level Divine Core warriors. Zilan had broken through before entering the burial grounds. Because of the killing intent, her cultivation base, which had stagnated for over 40 years, had finally broken through. But, since she had just broken through, she was still weaker than Yu Zhen, who was an experienced peak 5th level Divine Core warrior. Although both men couldn't walk anymore, they were still walking. Both of them stopped to rest. But obviously, Yu Zhen had it easier. His recovery speed was faster as well. Right now, both men's faces were as pale as a sheet of paper. Their bodies were completely soaked with sweat. If Violet Blue wanted to get 3rd place, it had to at least get 3rd place. But she really couldn't take it anymore. Whether it was strength or experience, Yu Zhen was more than her. She didn't want to go berserk because of the will of slaughter. Therefore, he had already given up. Yu Zhen didn't want to leave either. Because he was already in 3rd place, this already made him very satisfied. If he continued to take the risk, not only would he not be able to obtain anything, he would also be digging his own grave. He wasn't that stupid. The 2 of them were like people who had been lost in the desert for days. He was extremely weak. Everything was blurry. Suddenly, he heard the sound of footsteps. Moreover, these footsteps were sonorous and powerful. They turned their heads to look and vaguely saw a person's figure. But he couldn't see clearly who it was. Qilong? Yu Zhen took a deep breath. He was a little surprised. Yu Qilong's cultivation was much lower than his, but he was still able to make it this far. She didn't care who it was. In any case, she was not fated to be in the top 3. Whether it was Yu Zhen or Yu Qilong who took it, it was the Yu family who took it. She could only watch the show. As for fighting, stop joking, unless he wanted to die, he wouldn't fight here. We are still 300 meters away from Yu Hua and Xianxia. Ling Zhao's face was also a little pale. He frowned. Countless illusions rushed into his mind. They were desperately trying to interfere with his progress. My good grandson. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. It was his grandfather, Hong Qi. He missed his grandfather too much. Since the last time they parted, they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He was very worried about his grandfather's safety. This illusion was really pervasive. Grandfather, why are you here? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. He didn't realize that he had entered an illusion. Grandfather has been trapped here for a long time. Hurry up and save him. Okay. Ling Xiao walked in the direction of Hongqi. Suddenly, a cold aura surged out of his body. An ice frost divine dragon circled and danced behind him. Ling Xiao instantly woke up from the illusion. Only then did he realize that he had reached the edge of the tunnel. The tunnel here was different from before. There were actually bottomless abysses on both sides. If he fell, he would probably die without a complete corpse. It was the Ice Frost Divine Dragon Beast Soul that saved him. It was really dangerous. He gritted his teeth and continued to move forward. Master. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Ling Xiao would never forget this voice. It was Cold Plum's voice. It was the voice of the most loyal girl who had been following him from the Sky Dragon continent. He shuddered. No, this is an illusion. Cold Plum can't be here. Ling Xiao shook his head. However, he suddenly realized that everything around him was so real. The tunnel was still a real tunnel. The bottomless abysses on both sides were also very clear. More importantly, the Ice Frost Divine Dragon Beast Soul behind him was still there. Is it not an illusion? Ling Xiao was a little confused. Master, what's wrong with you? Didn't we enter the bone burial ground together? Cold Plum was standing beside Ling Xiao. You're an illusion, not real. Ling Xiao shook his head. Master, what are you talking about? I'm really Cold Plum. Touch me if you don't believe me. Cold Plum reached out her hand to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and reached out to touch her. As expected, he felt the same as a real person. But it still wasn't right. Cold Plum had clearly gone to the Savage Beast region. How could she be here? It must be fake. Ling Xiao shook his head hard. Master, don't you want Cold Plum anymore? Cold Plum said as she walked towards the bottomless abyss. Ling Xiao instinctively reached out to grab her. At this moment, a bloody killing intent grew from the depths of his heart. He stabbed out with his sword and pierced Cold Plum's throat. Cold Plum's body softened and fell to the ground. The illusion disappeared. It's still an illusion after all. That's enough. Although it was an illusion, the feeling of killing Cold Plum with his own hands was still heart-wrenching. He stood there, hesitating whether to continue forward. Although illusions couldn't hurt people, they could hurt people's hearts. Let's try channeling the Blood Sun Sutra. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao first sat down cross-legged and channeled the Blood Sun Sutra. The power of the Blood Sun Sutra filled his body. When he looked around again, although the huge pressure was still there, his mind seemed to have become much clearer. Why didn't I think of it before? Since the Blood Sun Sutra is the key to opening the bone burial ground, then it must be able to resist the killing intent. Ling Xiao shook his head and scolded himself for being an idiot. Actually, he couldn't be blamed. He was too relaxed before and didn't think too much. Now that he had two fatal hallucinations, he suddenly remembered. This was normal. Unknowingly, Ling Xiao had walked past Zilan and Yuzhen. This time, he didn't even bother to speak. After experiencing the illusion just now, he became more cautious. Although he had the help of the Sky Tyrant martial soul and all sorts of beast souls, he had made it this far by relying on his strong willpower. But Ling Xiao didn't want to stop here. He wanted to be number 1, not number 3. Right now, he was about 300 meters away from Yuhua and Xianxia. But every step he took wasn't easy. The further he went, the greater the pressure. But, so what, he wasn't going to give up so easily. None of the people here had as much experience as he did. Although he was still young, he had traveled from the Heavenly Dragon continent to the Black Tortoise continent. His experience was much richer than Yuhua and Xianxia. Therefore, his willpower was much stronger than before. Furthermore, Long Chen, Cold Plum, Xiao Jin, his grandfather Hongqi, his parents, his sister in this life, the Divine Codex, and his beloved sister, Yu Nu, they were all waiting for him. How could he fall here? He had to be strong. It's 300 meters from here to where Yuhua is, and 700 meters to the finish line. Just bear with it for a while. Gritting his teeth, Ling Xiao continued walking. Zilan was startled when she saw Ling Zhao's back. Not you, Qilong, why does this guy look so much like Xianxia's sworn brother, that brat who spoke so rudely? Hee, impossible, my consciousness must be blurred, and I'm imagining things. Zilan shook her head. A bitter smile emerged on her face. She quickly closed her eyes and continued resisting the will of slaughter. She couldn't believe that Ling Xiao, a second-rank divine core warrior, could reach this place. This was ridiculous. After that, Yuzhen saw Ling Zhao's back as well. This illusion is ridiculous, why am I seeing that brat? Is it because I want to kill him so badly? Yuzhen had the same thought as Zilan. They both thought they were hallucinating. Therefore, he didn't move at all. That was because he knew how terrifying illusions were. Once he followed them, it was very likely that he would fall into the bottomless abyss and lose his life. Although that back view was so real. His footsteps were sonorous and powerful. But they still didn't believe it. What was Ling Zhao's cultivation level, second stage divine core warrior? Moreover, the two of them did not witness how Ling Xiao obtained the Blood Supreme armor in the first round. Therefore, they all felt that Xianxia had helped Ling Xiao. Therefore, they were not particularly clear about Ling Zhao's abilities. Ling Zhao's figure disappeared from their sight. Although their eyesight was very good, there was a murderous aura in the air, and the air was hazy with blood. They could only see things 20 meters away. He couldn't see it any further. The illusion is gone. The two closed their eyes again and continued to regulate their breathing. Originally, he wanted to adjust his breathing and continue moving forward. Unfortunately, once he sat down, it seemed that he could not stand up again. Ling Xiao didn't know what they were thinking. Right now, he was very close to Yuhua and Xianxia. Although Yuhua and Xianxia were much stronger than Zilan and Yuzhen. But where they were, the murderous intent and murderous aura were much stronger. Therefore, their performance wasn't much better than the other two. Damn it, if I was walking against a Force 8 gale before, now I'm walking against a Force 8 gale. But now, I'm walking against a Force 12 gale. I'm still 400 meters away from the end. Will it turn into a Force 16 typhoon, and a typhoon formed by murderous aura and murderous intent? Ling Xiao stood there and panted for a long time before he continued moving forward. The pressure was even greater than before. Every step he took was simply deadly. He had no choice but to transform into the peerless heavenly rat beast soul. He also unleashed his innate fiend god sword soul and a beast soul that could increase his strength. He even used the talisman he got from Yuhao's storage ring. Only then did he feel a little more relaxed. But still, he had to stop every 10 steps. No wonder Yuhua and Xianxia couldn't reach the end. The Sun Divine Beast Soul became even more excited. It was as if there was something in the end that was attracting it. This made it very happy. It seems that I made the right choice. The Sun Divine Beast Soul had a reaction when I was in the palace. Now, the reaction is even stronger. Because of this desire. This made Ling Xiao even more excited. When he was near Xianxia, Ling Xiao could already see the scenery 400 meters away. There was a huge throne there. On the throne, there was a human skeleton. A terrifying blood-red light was emitted from the bones. Needless to say, this human skeleton should belong to the Blood Sword Supreme. An expert was an expert. Even if only a skeleton was left, it could still make people tremble. This skeleton was wearing armor. It was glowing with a blood-red light, and there were incantations flashing on it. It was covered with dense arrays. Needless to say, this should be the Blood Sword Supreme's armor. The skeleton sat there with a golden sword. It didn't look like it was dead at all. He held the blood-red sword in his hand and stabbed it into the ground. That was a spiritual Heavenly King artifact blood sword. Its appearance was somewhat similar to Blood Sun World. But in fact, it was much more outstanding than the first Blood Sun World. And this was just a skeleton. And it was still 400 meters away from him. He didn't know how terrifying the Blood Sword Supreme's murderous aura would be. Would he have fainted from the shock? What the Sun God Beast Soul is interested in should be the skeleton. But what's so good about the skeleton? Ling Xiao frowned. He didn't understand. But it didn't matter whether he understood it or not. At this moment, he had already walked here. Naturally, he couldn't stop. Even if he had to crawl, he had to crawl. At this moment, Xianxia and Yu Hua both noticed Ling Xiao's arrival. In terms of condition, they were much better than Yu Zhan and Zilan. So when they saw Ling Xiao within 20 meters of them, they could already confirm who it was. Even so, Xianxia was overjoyed. "I've been waiting for you, but I didn't expect you to come. You really didn't disappoint me." She thought that Ling Xiao would be able to reach this place. But that was just her thought. "I don't have any confidence in my heart." Until this moment, when she saw Ling Xiao, she was sure that it wasn't an illusion. She heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. At the same time, she was filled with joy. Ling Xiao, this fellow, was really capable of bringing surprises to people. What others couldn't do, he was able to do. It was simply too shocking. As for Yu Hua, he was already dumbfounded out of fear. Even though he was a 6th Divine Core warrior, he was still a 6th Divine Core warrior. But when he saw Ling Xiao coming here, he was still shocked. He knew that his sons, Yu Qilong, Yu Cheng and Yu Hao, were all plotting against Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had survived, but what about his sons? This monster was too terrifying. He wasn't human. Ling Xiao didn't want to speak because he wasn't sitting on the ground to adjust his breath like Xianxia and Yu Hua. He was still walking. Therefore, once he spoke, he would consume more energy. He just smiled at Xianxia. Then he lifted his foot and continued to walk forward. Yu Hua's eyes were full of disdain. It was already commendable that Ling Xiao could make it to the 3rd place. His performance was better than almost all the people who were stronger than him. It was impossible for him to make it to the top. However, the next moment, he looked terrified. Ling Xiao made it to the 3rd place and still didn't stop. He was still walking forward. He passed Xianxia. He was still walking. Xianxia was only about 10 meters away from him. It was easy for him to cross the 10 meters. At that moment, Yu Hua's heart was in turmoil. He was not willing to fail like this. After all, the reward for the 2nd place was a spiritual grade Heavenly King weapon and the martial skill was not as powerful as the 1st place. He could imagine how powerful the martial skill that even Blood Sword Honorable couldn't master was. Blood Sword Honorable seemed to think that the martial skill was more powerful than his 9 heavens of slaughter. One could imagine how powerful the martial skill was. For Yu Hua, getting the 2nd place was not as good as getting the 1st place. He struggled to stand up and tried to stop Ling Xiao. However, Xianxia also stood up at this moment. He stared at him coldly. Both of them were being attacked by the will of slaughter and the murderous intent. If they fought, the worst result would be that both of them would die. Yu Hua gritted his teeth and didn't make a move. He watched as Ling Xiao passed by him and continued to walk forward. He could only watch. Because this was already his limit. He couldn't go any further. After crawling forward for about 3 meters, he felt the demon in his heart. He was so scared that he hurriedly sat down to adjust his breath. "Fine, I'll take the 2nd place. The 9 heavens of slaughter is not bad, even if Ling Xiao gets the 1st place, it will still be mine after we go out. What's more, so what if he surpasses me? It's just a dead end." From Yu Hua's point of view, he could feel the immense pressure here and could not hold on any longer. Then Ling Xiao would definitely feel even worse. Therefore, he didn't need to worry at all. Of course, Ling Xiao wouldn't care about what Yu Hua thought. He was very grateful to Xianxia for stopping Yu Hua for him. He couldn't help but sneer in his heart. "Yu Hua, oh Yu Hua, you probably still think that you can get 2nd place. I'm really sorry, but the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd places are all mine." Ling Xiao sneered, collected his thoughts, and continued forward. His slaughter will and murderous aura became more and more terrifying. With every step he took, it seemed like he had to endure the corrosion of his inner demons. However, Ling Xiao felt more relaxed than before. Perhaps it was because of the high pressure that his soul had become stronger again. Finally, he reached the front of the throne. The distance between them was only 2 to 3 meters. Finally, he fell to the ground and hurriedly urged his soul power to protect his heart. A hurricane was set off in his soul realm. It was terrifying to the extreme. If he couldn't control it, his soul would be torn apart. Ling Xiao, my man. Suddenly, a voice rang out, causing Ling Xiao's heart to tremble violently. The hurricane became even crazier and had an urge that couldn't be suppressed. The Moon Lady's voice actually rang out. This was definitely his weak spot. He turned around and looked. The Moon Lady was standing there. Just a moment ago, she was smiling like a flower. However, in the next moment, she was bleeding from all 7 orifices. I love you, protect you, and even die for you, but what about you? You hooked up with another woman. I can't forgive you. Go and die. Her face became ferocious and terrifying. This made Ling Xiao very angry. Terrifying murderous aura crazily grew from the depths of his heart. It actually started to devour the Blood Sword Supreme's murderous aura. Perhaps even the Blood Sword Supreme didn't expect Ling Xiao's murderous aura to be so much stronger than his. How dare you ruin Sister Moon Lady's image? I don't care who you are, I will destroy you. His eyes suddenly opened, and all the illusions disappeared in an instant. His anger burned away all the murderous aura around him. He stared coldly at the skeleton on the throne. He only had one thought, which was to completely destroy the skeleton. Of course, he wasn't in a hurry to do that. He wanted to wait until this round ended. This was because he was worried that once he destroyed the skeleton, the murderous intent and murderous aura here would disappear. At that time, it would be troublesome if Yu Hua caught up. Anyway, he had already taken first, second, and third place. All he needed to do now was wait. The biggest mistake that the Blood Sword Supreme did was to use the Moon Lady to bewitch him. This caused Ling Xiao's fury to reach its peak. It even surpassed the Blood Sword Supreme's murderous intent. About half an hour later, the Blood Sword Supreme's image appeared on the crystal ball. Game over. As this voice rang out, the red mist and red light in the air disappeared. The pressure was still the same as before. However, their vision was no longer affected. Their divine sense was no longer affected. They could see the end point in the distance. There was a person sitting there. A person who made everyone's jaws drop. Ling Xiao. Other than Yu Hua and Xianxia, the rest of the people exclaimed. Too shocking, too shocking. The person standing in the first place was actually Ling Xiao. He was the person ranked third from the bottom in terms of strength. Other than Gao Hong and Zi Long, he was definitely the weakest. However, the weakest person had taken the best position. Yu Zhen and Zi Lan were the most shocked. They had thought that it was an illusion when Ling Xiao passed by them. However, after their vision recovered, they could confirm that it wasn't an illusion. Instead, it was the truth. Where are Yu Hao and Yu Chang? Yu Zhen looked back in fear. He saw 2 corpses lying in the distance. One was Yu Hao's, and the other was Yu Chang's. At this moment, they were so cold that they didn't have any aura. As for Yu Qilong, he seemed to have fainted because of something. At this moment, the people of the Yu family were extremely afraid of that terrifying young man. Those were Yu Hao and Yu Chang, and they were killed just like that. This was unbelievable. Yu Zhen, don't lose your composure, the pressure is still there. Yu Hua noticed that Yu Zhen's emotions were fluctuating because of what happened to Yu Hao and Yu Chang, so he hurriedly shouted out. No matter what, he was the strongest warrior. Even though he was talking, it didn't affect his emotions. I never thought that with Yu Hao and Yu Chang's strength, they would be killed by a second-level Divine Core warrior. If this is a nightmare, please wake me up. If it isn't. Ling Xiao, just you wait, Yu Zhen, will never forgive you. How dare you kill people from my Yu family? I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. Yu Zhen calmed down a little. He also knew that in this environment, it was useless to be angry or infuriated. He would have to wait until he left this place. What is he doing? Suddenly, Yu Hua noticed Ling Xiao's actions. Ling Xiao actually stood up, took out the first Blood Sun World, and walked towards the skeleton on the throne. Xianxia was stunned when he saw this. She didn't understand why Ling Xiao took out his weapon. The game is over. You have already obtained the first place. Don't mess around. Xianxia reminded him. No, it's not over yet. Ling Xiao sneered and looked at the ranking on the crystal ball. He was indeed in the first place. However, the second and third places weren't Zilong and Gao Hong, but Yu Hua and Xianxia. This wasn't right. Obviously, Zilong and Gao Hong hadn't come out of the Mountain River realm. Therefore, they weren't included in the rankings. He wanted to let Zilong and Gao Hong out, but he had to ensure that the pressure here wasn't too terrifying. Otherwise, the two of them would be engulfed by the killing intent and killing intent. The best way to do this was to destroy the skeleton. Not only would this resolve the hatred in his heart, but it would also fulfill his wish. Why wouldn't he do it? Perhaps even the blood sword venerate hadn't expected that someone would be so audacious. Who would dare to disrespect his skeleton? Crazy, simply crazy. Everyone thought that Ling Xiao had gone crazy. Only Ling Xiao knew what he was doing. He walked up and removed the Blood Supreme armor and Blood Supreme sword from the skeleton. He also took the Blood Sword Venerate armor and placed it in his storage ring. This step was actually very difficult to do. After all, there was an array formation protecting the skeleton. However, would the array formation be of any use to Ling Xiao? Although the Blood Sword Venerate's array formation wasn't bad, it was far inferior to his. He was even worse than his master, Yuan Venerate. Ling Xiao had already started to break the array formation while he was waiting there. The reason why he was able to obtain those items so easily was naturally because he had broken the formation. Old thing, you're still torturing people even after death. Then, I'll let you die more thoroughly. The sword slashed down. The skeleton of the Blood Sword Supreme was instantly crushed. Even if the Blood Sword Supreme was very strong before he died, there was only a skeleton left. It was meaningless. Following the destruction of the skeleton, the murderous intent and murderous aura instantly disappeared. As Ling Xiao had expected, the skeleton was the source of everything. The destruction of the skeleton allowed everything to return to normal. Everyone, who had been working very hard, was now able to relax. In that instant, almost everyone rushed towards the throne at the same time. Yu Hua and Xianxia were the fastest. Yu Hua naturally wanted to kill Ling Xiao and seize the things in Ling Zhao's hands. Of course, Xianxia wanted to save him. However, at this moment, the puppet warrior that had disappeared for a long time appeared once again. He stood in front of Ling Xiao and directly sent Yu Hua flying. The puppet warrior was designed to be the game's administrator. He would only protect the fairness of the game. It wouldn't protect the remains of the Blood Sword Supreme. Therefore, when Yu Hua wanted to kill Ling Xiao, he showed up. Everyone, the second round of the game has ended. However, I haven't announced the result yet. No one is allowed to act recklessly. After the result is announced, you can do whatever you want. The puppet warrior looked at everyone coldly. Ling Zhao's Tai Chi. I noticed that the previous attack had consumed 90% of the puppet warrior's energy. He couldn't stop Yu Hua anymore. However, Yu Hua didn't know that. With the Tai Chi, the benefits were really great. Now, I'll announce the result, the puppet warrior continued in a cold voice. First place, Ling Xiao. Second place, Zilong. Third place, Gao Hong. Hearing the result, Yu Hua was about to go crazy. The Yu family was about to go crazy. As for the others, except for Xianxia, they were all dumbfounded. What the hell? No one knew where Zilong and Gao Hong had been hiding all this time. Now, they suddenly appeared and became the second and third place. Wasn't this too unfair? I don't accept this. I don't accept this. Yu Hua was the most agitated. He was supposed to be the second place. However, now, he couldn't get anything. It was the funniest joke. So what? This is the result. Ling Xiao has the ability to hide those two people. You can do it too. However, you didn't do it. Either you're too stupid or you can't do it. The puppet warrior said coldly. Yu Hua was furious. However, when he thought of the puppet warrior's strength, he didn't dare to act rashly. If he attacked the puppet warrior, he would probably be attacked by the puppet warrior and Xianxia together. At that time, he would be the unlucky one. Sister Xianxia, here's the Blood Lord armor. Ling Xiao gave the Blood Lord armor to Xianxia openly. As long as Xianxia put it on, her strength would be stronger than Yu Hua. In this way, he would be safe. Okay, the top 3 can receive their rewards. The puppet warrior turned a blind eye to this matter. Anyway, it was the reward for the first round. It didn't care who it gave it to. Let brother Ling Xiao take our rewards first. Zilong glanced at Gao Hong and said. Gao Hong nodded. He didn't expect that he would be able to help when he was disabled. He was very happy. It was good that he could anger the Yu family. Can I? Ling Xiao looked at the puppet warrior and asked. Of course. You've taken the Blood Lord sword. Here are all the rewards. You can have them all. The puppet warrior took out a storage ring from his body and handed it to Ling Xiao. In addition to the Blood Lord sword, there was also the Blood Devil seal, the 9 heavens of slaughter, and the immemorial martial technique. As well as the spiritual stone rewards for the top 3. Ling Xiao took the storage ring and deliberately waved it in front of Yu Hua. Yu Hua was so angry that he was about to flip out. Don't provoke him. He's probably waiting to vent his anger now. Xianxia smiled. He has fire? I have fire. Ling Xiao said unhappily, Yu Hao and Yu Chong, those 2 bastards, wanted to kill me together. Luckily, I was lucky enough to kill them with my slaughter intent and killing intent. Otherwise, I would have become a corpse. The angrier that old man is, the happier I am. Yu Hua's current rage was enough to burn Ling Xiao to ashes. But he couldn't do anything. He worked hard for a long time and lost many elites of the Yu family. In the end, he got nothing. He could only watch Ling Xiao and Xianxia talk and laugh proudly. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, Yu Hua looked even older. His eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent, but there was also a lot of worry. The trip to the bone burial ground had come to an end. But Xianxia had obtained the Blood Lord armor and was far stronger than him. In other words, the Z family would completely ride on the head of the Yu family. I hope that Xianxia is as kind and innocent as before. Otherwise, the Yu family will be in trouble. We must spread this news. Treasures arouse the envy of others. If the king of the Z mansion knows about this, he will definitely want to take it for himself. Yu Hua began to devise a vicious plan. Alright, your trip to the burial ground ends here. You may all leave. I used the last of my strength to create this portal. It can only be maintained for 10 minutes at most. If you don't leave by then, you will have to figure out your own way. Just as Yu Hua was thinking of a vicious plan, the puppet warrior opened the portal and said to everyone. At this moment, the Yu clan and the Z clan were not in a good mood. 60 people came in, and now there were only a dozen left. More than 50 people died. It was a tragedy. The most depressing thing was that they did not get anything. All the treasures had actually been taken away by that brat, Ling Xiao. This was simply too despicable. Although Xianxia got the Blood Supreme armor, Zilong understood. This was not a good thing for him. Instead, it was terrible. He was not as strong as Xianxia. He thought he could use this trip to the Blood Supreme sword inheritance to gain an advantage and catch up with Xianxia. However, not only did he not catch up, but he also fell behind. It would be strange if he was happy. However, at this moment, no one dared to attack Ling Xiao. Xianxia had the Blood Supreme armor. Even if everyone here worked together, they were no match for her. However, no one could predict what would happen after they left. Everyone was staring at Ling Xiao. As long as Ling Xiao went out, unless he was hiding in Xianxia's monarch palace, they would be able to get their hands on all the treasures in Ling Xiao's possession. Sister Xianxia, this 9 heavens of slaughter, blood demon seal, and 6 million upper-grade spirit stones are all for you. Take this beast ring with you for now. Bring Gao Hong and Zilong out. I still have something to do. Ling Xiao's cultivation was not enough. He could not practice the 9 heavens of slaughter, which was an advanced 7th level emperor level martial skill. He could not even practice the blood demon seal, which was an advanced 6th level emperor level martial skill. Therefore, he planned to give it to Xianxia. When his cultivation reached that level in the future, it wouldn't be too late to use it for cultivation. As for immemorial martial skills, he wanted to keep it for himself. Xianxia's power of understanding was definitely not as good as his. It was better to leave it in his hands. You still want to stay? Xianxia was stunned. The test had already ended, so why did Ling Xiao still want to stay? She couldn't understand. Ling Xiao thought for a moment, then pointed to the space behind the throne and said, "If my guess is correct, then there's no one there." This place didn't belong to the Blood Sword Supreme. Instead, it was an underground palace that had sunk into the ground. It had a history of at least 10,000 years. He was even older than the Blood Sword Supreme. "I want to see what's inside." "You won't be able to withstand it. The killing intent, there are even more terrifying." The reason why he had such an idea was because the Sun Divine Beast Spirit had been reminding him. "Tell him there's good stuff there." He thought that the Sun God Beast soul was reacting to the Blood Sword Supreme skeleton. But now he understood. It wasn't the skeleton at all. It was something deeper in the palace. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the bones that had been smashed into pieces by him actually came together again. The bones let out creaking sounds. Finally, he let out a maniacal laugh. "Ha ha ha ha, I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect this. After thousands of years, someone actually discovered the secret of the underground palace. You have no way of leaving. You have to finish the last game with me." Everyone was a little dumbfounded when they heard this maniacal laughter. Ling Xiao was also stunned. At this moment, a celestial figure appeared out of nowhere. It was a middle-aged man wearing a dragon robe and a crown. "What he means is that you have to enter the mini-universe world that I created as a soul. You have to complete the game that I set up. Because you triggered the game. You won't die here, but if you can't complete the game, your soul will be sealed inside forever." That was the case for Xianxia. His fleshly body had already decayed into bones, but his soul and inner core still existed. "They are in my mini-universe world." The middle-aged man in the dragon robe said majestically, "I was once the emperor of the Dongxing strong country. In my mini-universe world, there is wealth beyond your imagination. Whoever passes the final game will be able to obtain everything that I will bestow upon them, including the Dongxing strong country's heirloom seal." Everyone was shocked to hear this. The heirloom seal. It was rumored that the Dongxing strong country's heirloom seal was an extremely powerful treasure. It could attack enemies directly. It could also summon the most mysterious heroic spirit army of the Dongxing strong country. It was also the symbol of the Dongxing strong country's rightful heir. Without it, he would not be able to justify his actions. "How do I start the game?" Ling Xiao asked. "It's easy to start the game, but you have to think carefully. Once the game starts, it can't end. You have to compete with the Blood Sword Supreme. He has been trapped here for thousands of years, and he wants to find a scapegoat. Because there's another way to leave the game, which is to find another person with worse results than him." The Dongxing ancient emperor said calmly, "This game is called 9 Deaths and 1 Life. In other words, if the game continues, there's only one way to survive. Everything else is a dead end. Even if your soul or physical body will die, I have to remind you that once you die, everything you've received will be sent out. It will become someone else's reward. That's because the second and third place were only rewarded because of your strength. Therefore, they won't be qualified to receive these rewards. The one who will receive them will be Yu Hua." From the looks of it, the Dongxing ancient emperor had been monitoring the entire process. That was why he knew Yu Hua's name and ranking. Hearing this, Yu Hua was so excited that he almost jumped up. He had given up all hope and thought that he had no chance with those rewards. However, Ling Xiao, that idiot, had triggered an extra game. Now, it was great. Although Ling Xiao was powerful, he was not on the same level as the Blood Sword Supreme. How could he win against Xianxia? So, wasn't it obvious that the reward was going to be his? "Ha ha ha, great. That's great. This is called the evils we bring upon ourselves." Yu Qilong, who had woken up, was even more excited than Yu Hua. "Ling Xiao, you have to think twice. There's no need to take the risk. Even the Blood Sword Supreme Xianxia couldn't complete the game, so it's even more impossible for you. Anyway, you've already received so many rewards. There's no need for you to do such a meaningless thing." Hearing this, Xianxia's expression changed greatly. Everything was going well. However, after the game started, it was not so certain that he would win. Xianxia wanted Ling Xiao to give up this game. However, what the ancient Dongxing Emperor said next made her feel helpless. It's useless. Once the game is triggered, you must complete it. Otherwise, I'll kill the person who triggered it. I'm much more powerful than the Blood Sword Supreme. I've reached a level that you can't even imagine. Therefore, it's best that you don't resist. However, I'm not the Blood Sword Supreme. I'm not that bloodthirsty. If you give up all the rewards, you can still leave. The ancient Dongxing Emperor suddenly said. Hearing this, the members of the Yu family all laughed. They laughed very happily. If Ling Xiao didn't give up, he would definitely be killed by the Blood Sword Supreme. By then, the rewards would be Yu Hua's. If he gave up, the rewards would still be Yu Hua's. This was simply a gift from the heavens. Xianxia didn't look too good. However, after thinking for a while, she looked at Ling Xiao and said, your life is more important. Even if you give your rewards to the Yu family, we still have the second and third place rewards. With the Blood Supreme armor, we won't lose too much. In her eyes, Ling Xiao's life was much better than those rewards. Ling Xiao grabbed Xianxia's hand and said with a smile, Sister Xianxia, have some confidence in me. Think about it, the Blood Sword Supreme has been in this game for thousands of years. He hasn't passed it yet. This means that he's not suitable for this game or he's too stupid. Although I'm not as powerful as him, I'm still confident in this game. Regardless of whether it was the first stage of the Evil Spirit Labyrinth or the second stage of the Slaughter Corridor, I obtained first place with the weakest strength. Isn't that right? Hearing this, Xianxia seemed to understand what Ling Xiao meant. However, she still couldn't help but say, the Blood Sword Supreme is vicious and murderous. He won't let you go. Even if he can't beat you in the game, he can still kill you. With his strength, no one can save you. If that's the case, the ancient Dongxing Emperor wouldn't let me play the game. Because I'll definitely die. From what he said, he wants someone to pass his test. He will definitely ensure that I don't die. At the very least, he won't let Blood Sword Supreme kill me before I complete the game. As for what happens after the game, I have my ways to escape. Ling Xiao smiled and said, don't worry, I'll definitely win. Not only would the previous reward not be given to the Yu clan, but they would also be able to obtain even better things. I won't die either. Ha 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 ha, you must be dreaming. Do you think you can escape from me? The skeleton let out a wild laugh, obviously looking down on Ling Xiao. Shut up. Ling Xiao directly walked over and smashed the skeleton into pieces with a punch. This time, he directly activated the deviant flame and burned the skeleton to ashes. He didn't believe that the skeleton could reform itself. Brat, how dare you destroy my bones? I will not forgive you. Blood Sword Supreme's voice gradually faded away and disappeared completely. On the other hand, the ancient Dongxing Emperor's eyes flashed with a strange light, and there seemed to be a smile on his face. How many years had it been since he had seen such a daring young man? Interesting. On the other hand, although Ling Xiao's words made sense, Xianxia was still very worried. However, there was no point in worrying. The ancient Dongxing Emperor had said that only those who triggered the game could enter. No one else could enter. She couldn't help even if she wanted to. Ling Xiao also knew that no matter how confident and safe he sounded, the game would still be dangerous. The danger of this game would not change at all. Therefore, he didn't bother to explain. He just looked at Xianxia and said, since you can't choose, just trust me. All right. Zilong and I will wait for you here. Xianxia's eyes were a little red, which was caused by sadness. She gently hugged Ling Xiao and nodded. If you don't come out, I won't leave. 1 year, 2 years, 10 years, or even 1,000 years, I will wait. This was a woman's promise. Ling Xiao felt that this promise was too heavy. He smiled bitterly and said, actually, you don't have to do this. If I don't come out in 1 month, my body will start to rot. Although a martial artist's body is very strong, with my current cultivation, it will probably rot in 1 month. At that time, you and Zilong can leave. No. I won't leave. Without me, the small purple spirit kingdom can still operate. The Purple Mansion Kingdom will send a new king. You are my good brother and also my savior. Unless you come out alive, the two of us will never leave. That's right, we will never leave. Zilong also roared in the beast ring. All right. Ling Xiao didn't intend to persuade them anymore. He was really lucky to be able to make two such friends. Hee, such touching words. I am so touched. Yu Hua joked. But unfortunately, the Blood Sword Supreme is not me. That kid can defeat me. He is indeed powerful. However, the Blood Sword Supreme is hundreds of times stronger than me. I want to see how he can come out alive. Shut up. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will kill you right now. Xianxia looked at Yu Hua coldly. Now that she was wearing the Blood Supreme armor, she was much stronger than Yu Hua. Yu Hua opened his mouth, but in the end, he obediently shut it and didn't say anything. He was really afraid that Xianxia would kill him in anger. If that happened, the reward would be gone. Alright, it's time to go. Also, I advise those who are not participating in the game to leave through the teleportation gate. The teleportation gate will only last for 10 minutes. If you miss it, you will have to wait for the kid or the Blood Sword Supreme to pass before you can leave. The ancient emperor of Dongxing suddenly said. Your Majesty, what if the kid dies? Yu Hua asked. Don't worry. If he dies, I will help you send the reward out and give it to the person who deserves it. The ancient emperor of Dongxing said lightly. Let's go. Yu Hua was relieved to hear this. He called out to the Yu family and turned to walk towards the teleportation gate. The teleportation gate only had 2 to 3 minutes left. Let's go too. Zilan also called out to the rest of the Z family and walked towards the teleportation gate. Sister Xianxia, wait for me outside. Ling Xiao looked at Xianxia and said. But what about you? Without the teleportation gate, what can you do even if you pass? Xianxia asked. You don't have to worry about that. If he passes, I will send him out. If you don't go out now, you won't have another chance. The ancient emperor of Dongxing said. Alright, let's go out. Ling Xiao, remember, we will wait for you outside. If you don't come out, Zilong and I will die of old age in the Xiling Nether Realm. With that, she turned and left. Seeing Xianxia leave, Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. After Xianxia left, Ling Xiao stepped past the throne and walked into a dark tunnel. In the next moment, a blood-red portal appeared in front of him. He walked straight into it. The scene suddenly changed. The dark and bloody ancient tomb actually turned into a place like a paradise. But what made him unhappy was that a mighty warrior with a murderous aura was waiting for him there. Your blood sword, Reverend Shuiyang? Ling Xiao asked the man who wore a blood-red armor and held the blood sovereign sword in his hand. Of course, no matter if it was the blood-red armor or the blood sovereign sword, they were all formed by souls. Right now, 2 souls had entered this mini-universe world. Their corporeal bodies were outside. The ancient Emperor Dongxing would keep them safe for a month. After a month, he would leave them alone. Facing a perfect heavenly core warrior who was at the 8th level of the divine core realm, Ling Xiao had no way of fighting back. If Blood Sword Reverend wanted to kill him, it would be an easy task. After all, the gap between their strengths was too big. But, Blood Sword Reverend didn't attack. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he couldn't. Listen, before the game ends, you two are not allowed to kill each other. Unless you're ordered by me to fight. If you don't listen, your soul will be destroyed. The ancient Emperor Dongxing appeared once again, but it was still an illusion. No one knew where his real body was. Hearing what the ancient emperor said, Ling Xiao let out a sigh of relief. Because he was right. The reason why the ancient Emperor Dongxing set up this game was to choose someone who could inherit his legacy. Therefore, before the test was over, he wouldn't allow anyone to be killed. Kid, you're lucky, but this is a game that even I can't solve. Can you really do it? Blood Sword Reverend really wanted to kill Ling Xiao, because this kid had destroyed his skeleton. But, he didn't dare to take the risk. Although his body was gone, his soul and inner core were still there. He didn't want to die yet. If his soul was destroyed, that would be really depressing. You can't solve the game, but that doesn't mean I can't. Does being strong mean I'm smart? Ling Xiao looked at Blood Sword Reverend and said with disdain. Since he knew that the other party couldn't make a move here, what was there to be afraid of? At the same time, several figures suddenly appeared outside the burial ground. The members of the Yu clan, Xianxia, and the others were teleported out at the same time. What surprised them was that the Xiling nether region was really bustling right now. He didn't know who spread the news about the burial ground. Even the Purple Mansion King had personally come. The other 4 generals of the Z Mansion army were with him, as well as the marshal. "Hello, everyone," said the king of the Z government, smiling. He then looked at Xianxia and said, "Xianxia, hand over the Zune blood armor. I can protect your Z family. Do you think it's possible?" Xianxia sneered, "I advise you not to act recklessly. Now that the Blood Supreme armor is in my hands, you are no longer my match. If you insist on fighting for it, then don't blame me for being impolite." Then this king really wants to give it a try. The king of Z Mansion sneered. He activated his true essence and threw a punch at Xianxia. Xianxia also launched a palm attack. Rumble, a horrible sound of explosion exploded in the Xiling nether region. In an instant, the king of Z Mansion was directly blown away. Xianxia only took 2 or 3 steps back. The advantage was obvious. "I see." The king of Z Mansion wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said coldly, "Aren't you afraid that I will destroy the Z family? You can try. If you dare to destroy the Z family, I will slaughter your entire family." After going through so many things, Xianxia had become ruthless. And the other party was too much of a bully. She had to be ruthless. "Your Majesty, let's work together. She is alone, and she is definitely no match for us." Yu Hua took the opportunity to say, "The rewards in the burial ground have all been taken by the Z family." He did it on purpose. He wanted to kill with a borrowed knife. "Who said she is alone? Do you think I don't exist?" Xianxia suddenly opened her mouth. She was very curious about why Ling Xiao didn't come out with Xianxia. But it was obviously not the time to ask about this. Xianxia was Ling Xiao's sister. Of course, she would help him. "Who do you think you are?" One of the generals didn't take Xianxia seriously at all. He stomped his foot and dashed towards Xianxia. "You're courting death." Xianxia only wanted to protect Xianxia, she didn't want to kill these generals. But, this man was courting death, and wanted to kill her. Bang, with just a single palm strike, the general was shattered into pieces. He was killed on the spot. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Although Xianxia knew Xianxia was strong, she never expected her to be so terrifying. That was a general, an early 6th Divine Core warrior, a mighty warrior at the same level as Xianxia and Yu Hua. But, he was killed with just a single strike. "Let's go." The king of Z Mansion threw a glance at Xianxia. Fear could be seen in his eyes. Although he still couldn't recognize Xianxia, with such terrifying strength, none of them were a match for her. Although the Blood Overlord armor was great, it wasn't worth it to lose one's life for it. After they left, Yu Hua didn't dare to stay any longer. He ordered his men to keep an eye on this place, then he quickly left. If he stayed here, he was worried that he would be killed by Xianxia. Looking at those men running away in panic, Xianxia asked, "Where's Ling Xiao?" "He's still inside. The ancient Emperor Dongxing gave him a test, he wants to compete with the Blood Sword Lord." Although Xianxia said it casually, it still gave Grandmaster Tai Yuan a scare. Senior wants to compete with the Blood Sword Lord? Oh my god, does he have the confidence to win? He said he does. Xianxia said. That's good. I believe I didn't misjudge you. You're able to gain the favor of the Dongxing Ancient Emperor. To be able to win the Ancient Emperor's favor, this means that in the Ancient Emperor's eyes, he is not any weaker than the Blood Sword Lord. It seemed like Xianxia trusted Ling Xiao more than Xianxia. Of course, it might be because her feelings for Ling Xiao weren't as deep as Xianxia's. Within the Ancient Emperor Dongxing's mini-universe world, the competition between Ling Xiao and the Blood Sword Lord had begun. In front of them were 2 deep passageways. Terrifying killing intent could be felt coming from the tunnels. There was also the aura of demon beasts. These are 2 beast tunnels. As long as you can pass through them safely, you'll have passed the first test. The ancient Emperor Dongxing's shadow said with a smile. I've passed through a beast tunnel like this countless times. I'll pass it even if I try 10 more times. The Blood Sword Lord said with disdain, but that guy is dead for sure. The demon beasts in the beast tunnel aren't any weaker than me. There are demon beasts of the 7th and 6th heavenly core realm. Can he pass? After saying that, he chose one of the beast tunnels and prepared to enter. Because he had tried it many times, he had tried both beast tunnels, but the result was the same. Therefore, it didn't matter which one he chose. Ling Xiao stood at the entrance of the beast tunnel, lowering his head as he pondered. He felt that what the Blood Sword Lord said was strange. Ling Xiao felt that there was something wrong with Blood Sword Sovereign's words. According to Blood Sword Sovereign, the demon beasts in both immemorial paths of beasts were at the 6th and 7th rank divine core realm. There might even be 8th rank divine core demon beasts. This didn't seem right. There was no way he could be a match for demon beasts at this level. If the ancient Emperor Dongxing wanted to take the test, he wouldn't set up such an impossible task. Therefore, there was something wrong with Blood Sword Sovereign's words. Could it be? Ling Xiao had an idea. He activated his Tai Chi eye and looked into the immemorial path of beasts. Complicated runes were blinking in his eyes. After a brief moment, he stopped. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. All right, both of you, hurry up and pass the immemorial path of beasts. You only have 5 minutes for this test. If you exceed the time limit, you'll fail. The ancient Emperor Dongxing reminded. Blood Sword Sovereign, you've been here for thousands of years, but you still haven't understood the mysteries of the immemorial path of beasts. Sigh, you've only grown in age and cultivation, but your brain hasn't grown at all. No wonder you were trapped here in the past. Junior will take my leave first. Ling Xiao looked at Blood Sword Sovereign with a smile on his face. After that, he stepped into the immemorial path of beasts. Blood Sword Sovereign was so angry that his face turned pale. This little brat who was a few thousand years younger than him dared to call him stupid. Although his words were polite, his scolding was very direct. You're stupider than him, you can't deny that. The ancient Dongxing Emperor shook his head and disappeared. Blood Sword Sovereign was still confused. He didn't understand what Ling Xiao meant, and he also didn't understand what the ancient emperor meant. Right at this moment, he didn't have the time to think. He had no choice but to enter the other immemorial path of beasts. Just as I thought. After walking for a while in the immemorial path of beasts, Ling Xiao had confirmed his thoughts. These 2 immemorial paths of beasts were actually very safe, as you might not encounter any demon beasts. It was also very dangerous, as the demon beasts you might encounter might be at least at the 9th rank divine core realm. The reason was simple. Here, your fears would become reality. For example, if you were afraid that a 7th divine core monster would appear, then a 7th divine core monster would appear. If they were afraid that a 9th level divine core monster would appear, a 9th level divine core monster would appear. Of course, the strongest monster in the game wouldn't exceed the 9th level of the divine core realm. This should be the limit. In order to test his theory, Ling Xiao pictured a first divine core demon beast in his mind. Then, he simulated the feeling of fear. Then, the demonic beast really did appear. He killed the demonic beast with a single slash. He realized that the demonic beasts here didn't have any demonic beast cores. They were all formed from soul force. He didn't want to waste any more time. He put away his weapon and walked out in a dignified manner. Through the primordial beast path, he quickly saw the ancient Dongxing Emperor's true body. At this moment, the ancient Dongxing Emperor was not far from destruction. The reason why he was still able to preserve his physical body was because of this. It was purely sustained by a large number of spirit stones. It was all for the sake of finding a fated person to inherit his legacy. He had set up such a test because he would rather go without than have something substandard. Little guy, you're very smart. A rare smile emerged on the ancient Dongxing Emperor's face. After all, it had been more than 10,000 years, and more than 100 people had come here. Most of them were killed by Blood Sword Reverend. There were also some who gave up. No one had ever solved his test. Now that he had met Ling Xiao, a little guy who had easily solved the first test, how could he not be happy? But even so, he still couldn't feel at ease. Because Ling Xiao wasn't the only one who had solved the first test. Others might have taken a longer time. But there were a few who had solved it. Too bad, they didn't manage to pass the second test. Thank you, Senior Ancient Sovereign. Ling Xiao stood there, waiting for Blood Sword Reverend to arrive. The second test should be carried out together with Blood Sword Reverend as well. Right now, he could hear the sounds of killing coming from the other primordial beast path. Obviously, Blood Sword Reverend had gone too deep into the Tao of killing. That was why he only thought of exchanging violence with violence. Therefore, he had actually increased the difficulty of the primordial beast path for himself. At the last minute, Blood Sword Reverend finally escaped from the primordial beast path. When he saw Ling Xiao, he couldn't believe his eyes. Impossible. How could you have passed the primordial beast path before me, and why aren't you injured at all? Blood Sword Reverend asked angrily. Obviously, it's because you're an idiot. Ling Xiao mocked. To tell you the truth, as long as there's no fear in the primordial beast path, there won't be any monsters. If there's no fear in the primordial beast path, there won't be any monsters. Think about it. Is it because whatever you're afraid of will appear in the primordial beast path? Because he was sure that he could win, and even if he lost, he wouldn't be able to escape death. Therefore, it wasn't a big deal to say this out loud. He could even anger Blood Sword Reverend. What? Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Blood Sword Reverend was annoyed. He was starting to wonder if he was really stupid. It had been thousands of years, but he didn't notice the problem. He even needed Ling Xiao's reminder to find out. Don't be angry. It's not that hard to admit that you're stupid. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Blood Sword Reverend took in a deep breath. Although he really wanted to kill Ling Xiao, who dared to disrespect him. However, he gave up when he saw the ancient Dongxing Emperor. Being annoyed wouldn't solve anything. Anyway, this kid won't be able to jump around for long. I don't believe that all the stages can be solved with petty tricks. Blood Sword Reverend gritted his teeth. He felt that he was getting worse and worse by getting angry at a kid who was thousands of years younger than him. Lowering his status. Alright, the two of you don't have to bicker anymore. First, let me say something. This small world was opened up with my soul realm as the foundation. Therefore, it's not stable. Perhaps, this will be the last game. If the two of you fail, then stay here and accompany me to end this 10,000 years of waiting. If one of you wins, then that's for the best. This small world will collapse at that time. However, I'll be at ease if I die. The ancient Dongxing Emperor spoke again. It was obvious that he was the most anxious one. To him, this might be the last game. After this, his soul realm world would completely collapse and he would die. Last chance? Blood Sword Reverend was clearly anxious. He hadn't been able to solve this puzzle for thousands of years. Could he really solve it in a short time? Perhaps the Blood Sword Reverend didn't know that he was just a little pressure that the ancient Dongxing Emperor wanted to give Ling Xiao. The ancient Dongxing Emperor wasn't counting on him. The main test this time was Ling Xiao. I didn't sense it wrongly. His body contains the 12 Divine Beast Guards, although he only obtained 2.5 of the 12 Divine Beast Souls, he has inherited my legacy. Enough. The ancient Dongxing Emperor looked at Ling Xiao with joy in his heart. The ancient Emperor of Dongxing really hoped that Ling Xiao could pass the test. At the same time, Ling Xiao was also observing the ancient Emperor of Dongxing. Perhaps it was because of his martial soul, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of these mighty warriors. He could sense that the ancient Emperor of Dongxing's aura was somewhat similar to Yufenghua's aura. Once upon a time, I had a feeling that Yufenghua's strength was hidden a lot. Now, judging from the aura Yufenghua unleashed, I think she is at least at the 9th heavenly core realm. She is even stronger than this ancient Emperor of Dongxing. Indeed, the starting point was high, and it was terrifying. At the same time, he was reincarnated into the Black Tortoise continent. Although the Moon Lady was reincarnated, she would forget everything that had happened in the past, and would only be revived after 10 reincarnations. As for Jiang Chen, he was reincarnated, he retained his memories and cultivation techniques from his previous life, but he had lost his cultivation. Although they were both cultivating, the gap between them was still huge. The Eternal Palace is indeed terrifying. Ling Xiao finally understood how powerful the Eternal Palace was. Alright, let's cut the crap. Before this soul realm world collapses, let's do this. Before this soul spirit collapses, we need to complete all the tests. The second test is a duel. Duel? Don't tell me I have to fight against the Blood Sword Lord? Ling Xiao said with a bitter smile. If that was the case, he might as well just give up. But, he believed that such a thing wouldn't happen. That's right, you have to fight against him. The ancient emperor of Dongxing said with a smile. Hearing this, Ling Xiao was startled. He had a feeling that the ancient emperor of Dongxing's smile had a deeper meaning. The ancient emperor of Dongxing didn't explain. He just unleashed the two puppets. In an instant, one of the puppets turned into Ling Xiao while the other turned into Blood Sword Supreme. However, the puppet that transformed into Ling Xiao possessed the strength of a perfect 8th heavenly core warrior. The puppet that transformed into Blood Sword Lord's puppet had the strength of a perfect 2nd heavenly core warrior. The two puppets looked exactly the same as Jiang Chen and Yu Fenghua. The puppets were obviously made with special materials. They didn't look like puppets at all, they looked like real humans. However, he had no emotions and only knew how to fight. Explain. The second stage's battles are very simple. Ling Xiao fought the Blood Sword Supreme puppet while the Blood Sword Supreme puppet fought the Ling Xiao puppet. What I need to tell you is not to treat your opponents as puppets. Because this was my world, the puppet of Supreme Blood Sword possessed all of Supreme Blood Sword's experiences, combat skills, and strategies when he was at the peak 2nd Divine Core realm. This included martial souls, divine abilities, and so on. Similarly, the puppet Ling Xiao possesses everything that Ling Xiao possesses when he's at the perfect 8th heavenly core realm. The ancient Dongxing emperor seemed to be very proud of the setup of this stage. His pale face was brimming with a smile. The so-called 9 deaths and 1 life is literally what it means. You only have one way to survive, and that is to complete this game. Then they would win. Otherwise, it will collapse along with this soul realm world. Is it over after defeating the opponent? Ling Xiao asked. Of course not. The end of this game was the failure of one of the two sides. If one of them lost the first battle, the game would be over immediately. But, there is no winner. Because in order to win this game, you have to defeat at least 10 opponents, and you have to defeat all 10 of them at the same time. 1 against 10, the one who can defeat all 10 opponents first will be the final winner, and he will have everything that I have. Let me remind you, Ling Xiao, the best result of the Blood Sword Supreme was when he defeated 7 of his own puppets. Can you do better than him? The ancient Dongxing emperor looked at Ling Xiao and said with a smile. Ling Xiao finally understood. For the past few thousand years, the Blood Sword Supreme had been the only one challenging the puppets. Because he had no opponent, he had to defeat his own puppets. That didn't feel good. Although it was a puppet, it still looked like him. It was really unlucky for him to kill himself. Of course I can do better than him, because my puppets aren't easy to defeat. That is, if they really have everything that I have. Ling Xiao actually didn't believe what the ancient Dongxing emperor said. He might be able to imitate other things, but not the martial soul of Tyrant Sky. Perhaps even the ancient Dongxing emperor himself didn't know what Ling Xiao's scariest trump card was. Cut the crap, you'll know once you try. This time I will definitely pass this game. My opponent was too strong when I tried to kill my own puppet. But, that guy's puppet won't be able to withstand a single blow. The Blood Sword Supreme sneered. Alright, since we're going to start, let's start. The ancient Dongxing emperor knew that time was of the essence. Without wasting any more time, he waved his hand and ordered both parties to start the battle. Ling Xiao's opponent was the Blood Sword Supreme's puppet. Right now, the Blood Sword Supreme's puppet had everything that the Blood Sword Supreme possessed when he was at the peak 2nd heavenly core realm. The weapon in its hand was no longer the Blood Sovereign Sword, it was the first Blood Sun Skyward. This Blood Sword Supreme is indeed a genius. He's only at the 2nd heavenly core realm, but he's able to use a weapon that can only be used by 3rd heavenly core warriors. Ling Xiao looked at the Blood Sword Supreme's puppet in front of him and became cautious. But, being cautious was one thing. He didn't think the Blood Sword Supreme would be his match if they were at the same cultivation level. Therefore, he didn't even use his beast soul transformation. He only used his innate fiend god sword soul. The ancient Dongxing Emperor's game was indeed interesting, it was fair to both parties. Ling Xiao turned around and looked at the Blood Sword Supreme. The Blood Sword Supreme's opponent was Ling Xiao's puppet. The weapon in the puppet's hand was the Blood Sovereign Sword, it was exactly the same as the Blood Sword Supreme's weapon. So, this is the default weapon? Ling Xiao smiled. He really wanted to know how strong the peak 8th heavenly core Ling Xiao that the ancient Dongxing Emperor imitated was. But, right now, it was better for him to finish his battle as soon as possible. In order to avoid affecting each other, both of you will have to fight separately. The ancient Dongxing Emperor smiled. He plucked 2 leaves from the tree and gently blew on them. The leaves had actually sucked both of them into the battlefield. Right at this moment, Ling Xiao finally understood what it meant by a world in a flower, a pagoda in a leaf. Although this was because they were in the ancient Dongxing Emperor's soul ocean. Because the ancient Dongxing Emperor could do whatever he wanted. But, it was still shocking enough. The ancient Dongxing Emperor looked at the scene in the 2 leaves, and he couldn't help but lock his gaze onto Ling Xiao. This kid, the secret in his body, even I can't see through it. It's as if there's an extremely terrifying existence in his body. Whenever my soul gets close to it, it will be sucked away and devoured. Could there be something more terrifying than the 12 divine beasts' thrones in this world? Looks like he has the potential to be the one to break through the 12 divine beasts' thrones. If that's the case, then I can rest assured and entrust everything to him. The ancient Dongxing Emperor looked at Ling Xiao with admiration. The Blood Supreme Sword belongs to me, but it was stolen by Shui Yang. Too bad, he can't unleash the true power of the sword. That's why he can't get the true name of the sword, the Eastern Victory Sky Sword. No, perhaps even I can't unleash the true power of the sword. If this Ling Xiao can, he will be able to activate the immemorial martial skill. He will achieve something even more glorious than me. Let's hope he can succeed. If not, he still won't be qualified to possess the Eastern Victory Sky Sword. Although the ancient Dongxing Emperor admired Ling Xiao a lot. But in order for his inheritance to be inherited by someone who had the ability to do so, he still wouldn't be partial to anyone. He would rather that thing disappear with him. Let's play with you first, let's see what you're capable of. Within the leaf's dimension, Ling Xiao looked at the puppet in front of him and smiled. If he attacked with all his strength, this puppet wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. Even without transforming, he could easily defeat this puppet. Although the Blood Sword Supreme was a genius, he still couldn't be compared to Ling Xiao. But now, Ling Xiao needed to observe the combat style of this puppet. This way, when the number of opponents increased, it would be easier to deal with them. After taking out the first Blood Sun World, Ling Xiao lightly stomped his feet and dashed forward. The Blood Sword Supreme puppet was the first to attack. The Blood Sword Supreme was the founder of the Purple Palace Army. Ling Xiao was still very excited to be able to fight against such an opponent. Ignorant kid, you're courting death. The Blood Sword Supreme puppet's tone and expression were exactly the same as the real Blood Sword Supreme. This soul realm was really mysterious. With the help of a puppet, it could simulate a real opponent. This was really interesting. Blood Devil Seal. The Blood Sword Supreme puppet unleashed the Blood Devil Seal. But, Ling Xiao noticed that the high-grade 6th Order Emperor Blood Devil Seal had been weakened to a low-grade 3rd Order Emperor realm. Perhaps it was because it matched the strength of the peak 2nd Heavenly Core Blood Sword Supreme. Blood Shadow Kill. Ling Xiao also used a low-grade 3rd Order Emperor realm martial skill. Because of this, both swords and martial skills were of the same grade. The result of the battle would depend on their true strength. Ding, the 2 swords clashed, producing a burst of energy fluctuation. Unexpectedly, they were evenly matched in the fight. This surprised Ling Xiao. Without using his beast soul transformation, he was only able to fight to a draw with a martial artist of the same realm. This wasn't common. Usually, it was an instant kill. From this, it could be confirmed that the Blood Sword Honorable was truly talented. Interesting, let's go again, Phantom Kill. The Phantom Kill was stronger than the Blood Shadow Kill. He wanted to see what kind of moves the Blood Sword Supreme puppet could perform. Slaughter in the 9 heavens, Ling Xiao was looking forward to it. Blood Devil Seal. Contrary to his expectations, the Blood Sword Supreme puppet still used the Blood Devil seal. However, there was only one Blood Devil seal. This time, as the first generation's Bloody Sun world trembled, the Blood Devil seal actually split into three. The power of each strike was stronger than the previous one. From the looks of it, he hasn't fully unleashed his strength. Phantom Kill destroyed 3 Blood Devil seals. Ling Xiao was thinking about what level of strength he should use to test his opponent. Unexpectedly, the Blood Sword Supreme took the initiative and attacked first. 9-layered Blood Devil seal. The Blood Sword Supreme furiously roared out. The first generation's Bloody Sun world pointed a few times in the air, then 9 terrifying Blood Red Sword seals were unleashed at the same time. One after another, each strike was stronger than the previous one. A mid-third order Emperor martial skill. This is obviously created by the Blood Sword Supreme himself. Ling Xiao had heard about the Blood Devil seal from Xianxia. In fact, this Blood Devil seal could be unleashed with any weapon or bare hands. However, unleashing 3 Blood Devil seals at the same time was the limit. The 9-layered Blood Devil seal was clearly a special technique. Xianxia felt that the Blood Sword Supreme was really strong. Luckily, he was only a peak second Heavenly Core warrior. If not, Xianxia might not be his match. Third style of Blood Shadow Sword skill, multiple Blood Shadow Kill. This move was already at the level of a mid-third order Emperor class martial skill. Ling Xiao was also increasing his attack according to his opponent's strength. He wanted to see what the limit of this Supreme Blood Sword Supreme puppet was. The multiple Blood Shadow Kill and the 9-layered Blood Devil seal collided violently. It was a draw again. You're really strong. Then, let's see my strongest attack. 9 Heavens of Slaughter, destroy. The Supreme Blood Sword Supreme puppet finally unleashed the 9 Heavens of Slaughter. However, due to the limitation of its cultivation base, the strength of this attack was at most a third-order Emperor martial skill. Right at this moment, Ling Xiao had basically figured out his opponent's strength. With a faint smile on his face, he said, "It's time to end this. We've wasted enough time." Yin Yang Cosmic Tiger Beast Soul Transformation, last style of Blood Shadow Sword skill, Blood Shadow Clone Slash. The third style, multiple Blood Shadow Kill, was just a shadow clone. Only one of the clones had real destructive power. As for the fourth style, Blood Shadow Clone Slash, there were 3 clones in total, and each of them had the same destructive power. Furthermore, its destructive power had reached the third order Emperor martial skill. Together with the Beast Soul Transformation, it was a powerful attack. This move easily shattered the puppet of the Blood Sword Supreme. The moment Ling Xiao killed the Supreme Blood Sword Supreme puppet, he appeared outside the leaf space. The ancient Emperor of Dongxing was surprised. This was because he had never seen anyone who could kill an opponent in such a fast speed. He had only been distracted to watch the other battle, and the battle here was already over. Well done. The ancient Emperor of Dongxing smiled and said, "Do you want to continue or wait for a while?" "Let's wait for a while." "Is the Supreme Blood Sword Supreme not done yet?" Ling Xiao asked. "He's in a tough battle. I didn't expect you to have so many trump cards." The ancient Emperor of Dongxing smiled at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao turned his head to look at the battle. He then realized that his puppet had already entered the unbounded Heavenly Rat Beast Soul Transformation. He even used the Crimson Thunder God. However, he still couldn't defeat the Supreme Blood Sword Supreme. Just as he had expected, the simulated puppet would not inherit all of his abilities. For example, the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul and Tai Chi I had already surpassed the ancient Emperor of Dongxing's abilities. But even so, in Ling Xiao's opinion, the puppet that had entered the unbounded Heavenly Rat Beast Soul Transformation should be able to easily crush its opponent. Sure enough, the Tai Chi's influence is too great. But it shouldn't be this bad. What's wrong? Ling Xiao carefully observed the battle. He realized that the puppet Ling Xiao was still using the Blood Shadow Sword skill, but it was adjusted to a 7th order Emperor martial skill. Therefore, the martial skill wasn't a problem. Oh right. The growth rate is different. Ling Xiao realized another problem with the simulated puppet Ling Xiao. This Ling Xiao puppet wasn't the same as the 8th Heavenly Core puppet. Because he couldn't imitate the Sky Tyrant martial soul, the ancient emperor of Dongxing's simulated growth rate was wrong. It was much lower. No wonder, this Ling Xiao puppet is at least 100 times weaker than me when I'm at the perfect 8th divine core realm. No wonder we couldn't finish the battle after half a day. Ling Xiao smiled. It looked like even in his own world, the ancient Dongxing emperor couldn't do whatever he wanted because of his lack of strength. What are you smiling at? The ancient Dongxing emperor asked curiously. I'm smiling. This Ling Xiao puppet is too weak. I'm 100 times stronger than him when I'm at the same cultivation level. Ling Xiao said with an indifferent tone. Young man, you're pretty confident. Based on your logic, doesn't that mean you can defeat 100 peak second divine core supreme blood sword puppets? The ancient Dongxing emperor said. Something like that. But 100 peak second divine core supreme blood sword puppets are still superior in terms of numbers. It's going to be tough. Ling Xiao said cautiously. The ancient emperor of Dongxing thought that Ling Xiao would flatly deny it. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to just be modest. He was extremely shocked. For the past tens of thousands of years, even when he was still alive, he had never seen such a frightening genius. To be honest, he didn't really believe what Ling Xiao said. But, since Ling Xiao was so confident, he should be able to easily defeat 10 opponents, right? With this thought in mind, the ancient Dongxing emperor became excited. If that was the case, it would be great. The inheritor he had been waiting for tens of thousands of years was finally going to appear. The two of them sat there and waited for more than an hour. Finally, the Blood Sword Lord's battle had ended. He had won, he had defeated Ling Xiao's puppet. But, he was severely injured. From the looks of it, any one of them could easily kill him. Isn't my puppet very powerful? Ling Xiao asked with a smile on his face. Damn brat, this is my first battle, and I got hit because I didn't understand the situation. I won't let it happen again. Of course, the Blood Sword Lord wouldn't lower his head. Alright, both of you have done well. Now, I'll restore both of you to your pre-battle condition. The ancient Dongxing emperor said with a smile on his face. After that, he waved his hand. The wounds on Blood Sword Supreme's body were all gone. It wasn't that he was powerful. The key was that this was his soul realm world. Most of the things that he wanted to do could actually succeed. Now, the two of you have recovered. Next, how many opponents will you challenge? The ancient Dongxing emperor asked with a smile. Let him speak first. Blood Sword Reverend glanced at Ling Xiao and said. Why don't you go first? You've already fought countless battles like this. You have experience and are a senior. Don't embarrass yourself too much. Ancient Emperor Dongxing said to Lord Bloodsword. The Blood Sword Reverend felt helpless. The Dongxing Ancient Emperor was clearly biased towards Ling Xiao. But there was nothing he could do. But if he was biased, then so be it. It wasn't a big deal. It was fine as long as he didn't take sides in battle. He thought about it carefully, then gritted his teeth and said, I'm not in a hurry. I'll take it slow. He had won the previous battle with great difficulty. The strength of Ling Xiao's puppet was not inferior to his at all. He had relied on his familiarity with the rules and more battle experience to barely win. Therefore, 2 opponents was already very difficult. To be honest, he really did not expect this battle to be so difficult. In the past, when he fought against himself, his best result was facing 4 of himself. When he fought against others, his best result was facing 7 opponents. He had not expected that this time, he would not even have the confidence to fight 2 of them. You don't seem to have the courage that you once had. The Dongxing Ancient Emperor glanced at the Blood Sword Reverend, then looked at Ling Xiao and said, How many do you want to challenge? The Blood Sword Reverend looked at Ling Xiao. He was also curious about how Ling Xiao, who was participating in such a battle for the first time, would choose. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, 10. Although he could defeat dozens of them, he wouldn't waste his time doing something so useless. Since he could pass with 10, why should he waste his time? What? Hearing this, the Blood Sword Reverend and the Dongxing Ancient Emperor were stunned. Are you sure you want to challenge 10? You have to know that the difference between 10 and 1 is huge. I advise you to take it slow. Anyway, as long as you're injured, I can heal you. The Dongxing ancient emperor did not want Ling Xiao to die. That was why he said that. He felt that this young man was a little greedy. Ha ha ha, Your Majesty, since he wants to die, you can fulfill his wish. 10 of my puppets, what a joke. Who does he think he is? The blood sword reverend was stunned for a moment before he laughed maniacally. This was because he felt that Ling Xiao had gone crazy. He believed that his puppets were extremely powerful. It was already difficult to deal with one, let alone two. Even if Ling Xiao was a genius like him, dealing with 4 was already the limit. Challenging 10 at once, if that was not crazy, then what was? You can't do it, so you think that others are crazy. How pitiful. Ling Xiao shook his head and looked at the Dongxing ancient emperor. Your Majesty, I'm sure I want to challenge 10. No, I'll give you time to think about it. Blood sword reverend, you can also have a good rest. The Dongxing ancient emperor was still unwilling to let Ling Xiao, the son of hope, die just like that. Therefore, he wanted Ling Xiao to calm down. I don't need to rest. Let's begin. The blood sword reverend was not frightened by Ling Xiao's number of challenges. Everyone knew how to talk big. Alright then, you can start first. The Dongxing ancient emperor waved his hand and the blood sword reverend was sent into the space of the leaf. He had to face 2 Ling Xiao puppets at the same time. Little guy, watch carefully. Don't underestimate your opponent. The Dongxing ancient emperor said to Ling Xiao earnestly. Ling Xiao knew that this old man was doing it for his own good. However, he was not interested in watching any longer. The difference in strength between the so-called numinous firmament puppet and him was simply too great. He persevered for a while. He discovered another secret. Not only did the Ling Xiao puppet not have the Sky Tyrant martial soul, but it also did not have the god position of the 12 divine beasts. In other words, the so-called unbounded heavenly rat beast soul transformation was just the unbounded heavenly rat beast soul transformation. It did not have the sun god beast soul or the sun god bloodline. This was beyond the Dongxing ancient emperor's control. Therefore, Ling Xiao's puppet did not know the bloodthirsty rat plague, ground golden light technique, or bloody rat devil art. It also had the powerful life reversal. It also did not have the god position beast soul special technique. It was a defective product. No wonder even the blood sword reverend could not win against it. Ling Xiao suddenly stood up. What are you doing? The Dongxing ancient emperor asked. Your Majesty, I know you are worried about me, but don't worry. It's just the blood sword reverend's puppet. It won't take long to deal with it. I might even be able to deal with the 2 Ling Xiao puppets faster than the blood sword reverend. Ling Xiao said confidently. Forget it. Since that's what you want, I won't stop you. Go. I hope you can come out alive. The Dongxing ancient emperor took a deep breath and waved his hand, sending Ling Xiao into the space of the leaf. Blood sword supreme, if the 2 of us were to fight, I would definitely lose. However, your puppet's cultivation is similar to mine. How could it be my match? Your soul has been trapped for thousands of years. It's time for you to reincarnate. Let me give you a hand. In the space of the leaf, Ling Xiao was still calm facing the 10 blood sword supreme puppets. However, the ancient Dongxing emperor was not as relaxed as him. He was obviously nervous. He was afraid that Su Mo would be finished. Forget it. Let's not watch. The ancient Dongxing emperor waved his hand and avoided the scene of Ling Xiao's battle. He was afraid that Ling Xiao would be killed by the blood sword supreme puppets. Ling Xiao did not know what was happening outside. What he needed to do now was to focus on the battle. In the blink of an eye, he had already transformed into the Hell 9-headed snake beast soul. The Hell 9-headed snake beast soul was very easy to transform into when fighting against many. The moment the transformation was complete, 9 ferocious snake heads popped out from his back. Each head released a terrifying poisonous fog. 9-headed snake poison region, Death Kingdom black poison. The black poisonous fog instantly filled the entire space. The 10 blood sword supreme puppets sensed the terror of the Death Kingdom black poison and took out their talismans to defend against it. Even so, they had to consume 30% of their strength to prevent the poison from entering their bodies. They were not as strong as Ling Xiao to begin with. Now that they were weakened by the Death Kingdom black poison, they were even weaker. Hurry up and kill him. This guy knows how to use poison. We can't handle it. One of the Blood Sword Supreme puppets roared and released his martial soul. It was a blood-red sword. Indeed, the Blood Sword Supreme had a sword martial soul. Suddenly, the 10 sword martial souls were released at the same time. The air was filled with a powerful killing intent. It gathered together and blocked the attack of the Death Kingdom black poison. This Blood Sword Supreme has indeed killed a lot of people. His killing intent is so concentrated that it's almost materialized. Ling Xiao thought to himself as he looked at the 10 incoming opponents. It's not good to go out too early. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Who knows if the Dongxing ancient emperor has any evil intentions? Why don't we play with these guys? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao smiled. His figure flickered, and he easily dodged the Blood Devil Seal attacks of the 10 people. Then, he suddenly launched a sneak attack. With the Arcanum Bow in hand, he shot one of them from a distance. This time, he used ordinary True Essence arrows, but his strength was clearly stronger than those puppets. Therefore, he managed to kill the enemy with a single arrow. Continue. After killing one of the puppets, Ling Xiao was not in a hurry. He gestured to the other 9 people. Everyone, this guy is very cunning. We need to attack together. Blood Sword Supreme wasn't stupid. Blood Sword Supreme's puppet was naturally not stupid. The death of one person made them understand that attacking like a swarm of bees would not solve the problem. They had to cooperate. Agreed. The 9 of them were telepathic and knew what the other party was thinking. This made Ling Xiao frown involuntarily. No wonder the Dongxing ancient emperor was worried. It turned out that the 10 puppets were telepathic. Whatever one of them was thinking, the others would know. In that case, their cooperation would be perfect. Compared to fighting alone, it was much more powerful. Kill. The 9 of them pounced on Ling Xiao again. Ling Xiao did not dare to be careless and responded cautiously. He realized that one of them was charging at him without caring about his life. It was as if he was a death warrior. This scene caused him to be shocked in his heart. At this moment, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. Immobilization Talisman. Another person used the Immobilization Talisman. Ling Xiao felt his body suddenly stop. Although it was only for a moment, the other party had seized the opportunity. The Death Warrior pounced on his body. Then, he started to detonate his inner core without hesitation. What a crazy way of fighting. Dragon Trapping Talisman. At this moment, another person used the Dragon Trapping Talisman to trap the Death Warrior and Ling Xiao together. Not only would this protect them from being affected, but it would also increase the power of the inner core's explosion. Perfect. It's really perfect. It's a pity that these 9 people don't exist in reality. Otherwise, if they worked together, they would really be invincible. He could feel his opponent's inner core exploding. However, Ling Xiao secretly praised the other party. If it weren't for the fact that he had the ultimate dance stage martial artist's divine pill in his body, he might have really panicked at this moment. It's a pity that you guys are still one step behind. When the inner core exploded, the energy was instantly absorbed by Ling Xiao's divine core. It did not cause any harm to Ling Xiao. What? The remaining 8 Blood Sword Supreme puppets were all shocked by this scene. Even the explosion of the inner core could not kill Ling Xiao. This made them even more nervous. Release the puppet beasts. One of them gritted his teeth and said. As the founder of the Purple Palace Army, Supreme Blood Sword was an expert in creating puppets. Of course, he would have puppets with him. He didn't use them before because he didn't have enough time. But now, Ling Xiao was trapped in the Dragon Trapping Talisman. They finally had a chance. Each Supreme Blood Sword took out a puppet beast. It was the size of a palm and looked like a lion. However, it was a blood-red puppet. Blood Fawn Beast, release. All 8 of them circulated their energy at the same time, causing the palm-sized puppet beast to instantly grow bigger. In an instant, it had grown to a height of 4 meters and a length of 6 meters. Roar. A terrifying roar could be heard in the air, it was as loud as thunder. Damn, all of them are early 3rd Divine Core puppet beasts. This Supreme Blood Sword really has a lot of tricks up his sleeves. When Ling Xiao saw these puppets, not only did he not feel scared, he became excited instead. If the battle was too boring, he wouldn't be interested at all. However, the difficulty of the battle had increased by a lot. 8 peak 2nd Heavenly Core Blood Sword Supreme Puppets, and 8 early 3rd Heavenly Core Blood Fang Beast Puppets. Boom, right at this moment, the dragon trapping talisman shattered. Attack! The Supreme Blood Sword Puppet gave the order. 8 ferocious Blood Fang Beast Puppets leapt towards Ling Xiao. As for the 8 Supreme Blood Sword Puppets, each of them held a talisman in their hand, and they were ready to attack at any moment. Body Securing Talisman. Another Body Securing Talisman. Although it was simple, it was very useful. But this time, Ling Xiao wasn't frozen in place. What a joke, if he was careless again, he might really lose his life. Body Securing Talisman. Seeing that the Body Securing Talisman failed to freeze Ling Xiao, another Supreme Blood Sword puppet quickly took over. They wouldn't give Ling Xiao any chance to escape. But, Ling Xiao's speed had shocked them. The second Body Securing Talisman still failed to freeze Ling Xiao. Just as the third Supreme Blood Sword puppet was about to take over, Ling Xiao's attack had arrived. Phantom Kill. With a single slash, Xianxia killed the third Supreme Blood Sword puppet. 7 left. Although the master was dead, the puppet beast still existed. It was just that it couldn't be controlled. The Blood Fang Beast puppet just followed the order and kept attacking Ling Xiao. End of chapter 3766. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.